Chapter 671. Do you want to join? Relieved, Ye Feng exhaled, having feared he might face elimination. For the second question, when the Vengeful Child clan requires you to join the Suicide Squad, would you step forward? Is that even a question? I would willingly pay the ultimate price for the Vengeful Child clan, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, Ye Feng declared with righteous fervor. Excellent. For our next endeavor, we have a decapitation mission. You may only be 200 strong. Yet you must infiltrate the territory of the Stone Giant clan and stealthily transport a portion of iron or using sand carts, the white instructor remarked, patting Ye Feng on the shoulder. Could I reconsider my answer to the second question? If it meant becoming part of the Suicide Squad, I would surely decline. For life is singular, unless the Vengeful Child clan offers substantial benefits, Ye Feng quickly responded. Your complexion does not suggest a desert dweller, which brings to mind a certain tribe from a far-off land. Indeed, you are quite astute. You answered that question correctly as well, just having joined the mercenary ranks. If the higher-ups immediately thrust you into the Suicide Squad, it is plainly evident they consider you mere cannon fodder. Even if one were to join the Suicide Squad, it ought to be after enjoying the benefits of military service, for with enjoyment comes responsibility. Now, on to the third question. How adept are you at embracing new concepts? The instructor inquired. What new concepts? Ye Feng retorted. For instance, this is a hand crossbow. I will now demonstrate how to fire it. I will only show you once. And if you grasp it, you may become a junior mercenary, the instructor replied, picking up the hand crossbow and performing a series of maneuvers. Should an indigenous person witness such intricate operations, they would surely display a look of confusion. However, Ye Feng was different, having attended university. Mastering this skill felt as effortless as a gentle drizzle. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, piercing through a 2,000-pound boulder. What tremendous power! Ye Feng exclaimed, astonished. This hand crossbow measures merely 1 meter in length and weighs no more than 3 pounds, yet its bolt could effortlessly penetrate a boulder of such weight. Now, replicate my actions, the instructor instructed as he handed the crossbow to Ye Feng. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng gripped the crossbow in his hands. The weight felt substantial, imbued with a cold metallic essence. Much like a rifle, the rear of the crossbow featured a wooden stock that could rest against his shoulder, helping to mitigate some of the recoil. With this in mind, Ye Feng repeatedly drew the string 3 times, maximizing its tension, then leveled the crossbow and aimed at the nearby boulder. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He unleashed 10 consecutive shots, each one piercing through the boulder. I did not anticipate you activating the rapid-fire mechanism. Your ability to adapt to new concepts is commendable, and you have passed this phase as well. However, I must caution you, do not draw the string too tightly. While it is possible to draw it 3 times, it is advisable to limit it to 2.5, as this will prolong the crossbow's lifespan. Furthermore, excessive force may adversely affect accuracy, the white instructor advised. I understand, Ye Feng nodded. It is much like using a smartphone. I assent it. Ye Feng's first mobile phone was always set to maximum volume. Yet after merely 6 months, the speaker began to emit a crackling sound. In contrast, his second phone was typically kept at a mere 60% volume. And even after 2 years, the speaker retained its original sound quality. This illustrates a universal truth. Everything in this world shares a commonality. For instance, when engaged in combat with an adversary, if one strikes with full force, they sacrifice precision. Moreover, after delivering a blow, the subsequent strike invariably loses its initial potency. Thus, it is generally advisable to utilize no more than 90% of one's capacity, with the ideal being around 80%, lest longevity be compromised. Mr. Ye Feng, please stand to the side. Shortly, we will proceed to the military camp outside the city, where you shall undergo a period of training focused on mastering tactics, formations, and the utilization of new weaponry, the white instructor remarked, his demeanor suggesting an affinity for quick-witted individuals. Very well, examiner, Ye Feng replied, stepping aside as Chunin took his turn. Chunin too successfully passed the examination, as the final challenge proved to be the most crucial, testing the crossbow. Coming from a civilized society, he adapted swiftly. Following him were Nolan and Shui Ma, who required 3 attempts to succeed in the crossbow test. Nevertheless, among the rigid indigenous people, they distinguished themselves, also passing the examination. The 4 of them stood together, exchanging congratulations. However, trouble soon arose. 2 of Shui Ma's subordinates failed the test and were promptly dismissed, retreating with downcast expressions. Do not worry, You may return to retake the examination tomorrow. Ye Feng quietly reassured them. Brother Feng, let us try again tomorrow, they replied. After a long day of labor that stretched into the evening, the white instructor finally concluded his tasks. Come, the 27 of you shall follow me, forming a proper line. Walk in an orderly manner and do not disturb the populace. Furthermore, once you become mercenaries, you are forbidden from entering the city of Na without the command of the leader, the instructor declared, leading the way outside the city gates. This was not the same entrance as before, for this gate was considerably smaller. Upon exiting, Ye Feng's gaze fell upon a towering ironworks facility. Is that a metallurgy plant? He inquired. You are familiar with the term metallurgy? The white instructor turned to look at Ye Feng. Indeed. Metallurgy is part of the common tongue, Ye Feng retorted. Very well, it is indeed an ironworks, and it serves metallurgical purposes. It is the heart of our clan. More precious than any other resource, the examiner explained. Surely, the manufacturing of sand carts is the true core, is it not? Nolan interjected, unable to restrain himself. No. The production of sand carts, crossbows, and chariots is merely superficial. Without the steel produced in this ironworks, the weight of the sand carts would double, rendering the power systems incapable of transporting such burdens. Ultimately, quality steel is the foundation and the most vital element, though it is difficult to articulate this succinctly. The white instructor responded. This instructor's approachable nature endeared him to Ye Feng. In other tribes, newcomers would have been met with a resounding slap for such inquiries. Indeed, civilized places offer a sense of comfort, unlike the likes of the Gaha tribe, the Yunsan tribe, or the city of eternal life. Those places are rigidly hierarchical, perpetually categorizing individuals into various ranks, evoking a profound sense of aversion and a strong desire to escape such dismal environments. The division of people into tiers is indicative of barbaric tribes, inevitably resulting in the mass production of substandard humans. After walking for another 10 minutes, a colossal factory emerged ahead, surrounded by barbed wire fencing. Indeed, it was barbed wire, replete with sharp points. The sudden appearance of such advanced technology in this savage world prompted a shared glance of astonishment between Ye Feng and Chunin. This was remarkably advanced, far surpassing other tribes. Chunin was taken aback, and his exclamation drew the attention of the examiner. Chapter 672. All right, I concede to you. Precisely because of this advancement, restrictions have been imposed. For instance, the Huangsha tribe is reluctant to supply us with gunpowder and fuel. Similarly, the Jushur tribe refuses to provide us with high-quality iron ore. Furthermore, the Yaowang tribe limits our reproductive capabilities. We have been in this world for a full 80 years due to certain peculiar circumstances. According to my ancestors, the temple withholds divine blessings from us, even capping our lifespan at 50 years. Were we to receive divine grace, each individual could live well over 100 years, enabling our researchers to propel the civilization of this world forward significantly. However, some individuals have established numerous hierarchies, fearing the disruption of their civilization, and thus impose restrictions on us. Do you understand? The white man spoke with a sorrowful expression. Ye Feng's gaze solidified. The white man's words resonated profoundly. It was akin to the era of Emperor Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, who, despite recognizing the might of Western firearms, refused to adopt them. He feared their uncontrollable nature, knowing that an ordinary citizen wielding such weaponry could easily eliminate an emperor from a distance. Additionally, if the populace were to be adequately fed, they would begin to ponder, and too much contemplation could jeopardize his dynasty's stability. This ultimately resulted in China lagging behind the West by over a century. Some rulers are utterly despicable, prioritizing their family's interests at the expense of dragging an entire nation into historical regression. With such advanced weaponry at your disposal, why do you not forge a path to civilization? Ye Feng inquired. The white man slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Ye Feng and Chunin. Gentlemen, if I am not mistaken, you must hail from a place known as Earth, correct? Your mannerisms and speech have revealed as much to me, for in our land, it is not uncommon for individuals from other realms, including Earth, to occasionally descend here. My grandfather himself was from Earth. The white man raised an eyebrow, regarding Ye Feng with an enigmatic smile. Well, I admit it. Both Chunin and I are indeed from Earth, Ye Feng confessed. Very well. I can perceive the strong traces of civilization that you possess. Your companions exhibit a cautious and submissive demeanor, clearly distinguishing them from your ilk. It is evident that you have been nurtured by the influences of civilization. The white examiner chuckled. Indeed, they do not belong to our race, Ye Feng nodded. This is well. Remember, in this vast land, civilization is often constrained, and novelty is similarly restricted. Yet, these savages require the weapons we produce, which is why we endure in this state of survival. As he spoke, a shadow of indignation flickered across the white man's face. However, you belong to the Yin clan, do you not? Are you not one of the great clans of this realm? Who can impose limitations upon you? Shunan inquired. Great clan? Very well, in due time. You shall understand, the white man replied with a wry smile, continuing to lead the way. After another half hour, a series of barbed wire fences came into view, surrounded by numerous watchtowers. On the towers were mounted devices resembling crossbows, albeit more compact, with a base capable of mobility, offering a full range of motion and remarkable agility for both ground and aerial targets. Ye Feng raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, the Germans remain at the forefront of mechanical innovation. The group swiftly entered the military camp, where a contingent of new recruits clad in animal skins stood in formation. The white man approached another and whispered a few words, pointing towards Ye Feng and Shunan. I understand, the other white man nodded, beckoning Ye Feng and Shunan forward. Come here, I have inquiries for you. The two obediently followed the white man into a tent. My name is Hyler, and I have a mission for both of you. Are you willing to undertake it? Hyler asked. What mission? Ye Feng inquired. 3 days hence, you are to proceed to the giant stone mountain mine, where over 30,000 tons of iron ore await. We shall dispatch the sandcart battalion and the crossbow battalion to retrieve the ore. Once we transport it back to Natsang, we will be able to manufacture numerous advanced weapons, including aerial devices, Hyler elaborated. Is it perilous? Ye Feng asked warily. There is indeed danger. The giant stone mountain mine is guarded by 4 powerful masters and an army of 20,000 from the Stone clan, Hyler replied. However, having only just become mercenaries, is it not somewhat audacious to entrust such a significant task to us? Ye Feng hesitated. It is somewhat challenging for you, I concede, yet I shall reward you handsomely. If you successfully transport the iron ore back, you may be promoted from new recruits to squad leaders, commanding a team of 20, Hyler stated. Squad leader? Ye Feng's expression shifted. He craved power within the military. Even a modicum of authority would grant him the opportunity to glimpse the core technologies of the Yin clan. He could then relay these technologies back to Chengli Bean, thereby enhancing the military capabilities of Hot Spring Island severalfold. Though he currently possessed 19 warships, only the exterior of the Hot Spring I was crafted from superior German steel. Should he encounter adversaries of moderate strength, perhaps he could withstand them. However, if a master like Meng Yanlai wields a spear forged from the finest steel, he could easily pierce through it with a single thrust. At this juncture, it becomes imperative for him to acquire metallurgical expertise and elevate the materials for the 19 warships to a superior standard. Most crucially, once he attains power, he can clandestinely drive the sand carts to the temple and retrieve the holy water and Duo Yanhina. Brother Feng, what are your thoughts? Shunan inquired. Ye Feng did not respond to Chun but turned his gaze back to Zyler. Mr. Zyler, how far is the giant stone mountain mine from here? How many individuals are we preparing to mobilize for the iron ore heist? Ye Feng believed it prudent to clarify matters. He could not recklessly march to his demise. A sandcart battalion consists of approximately 100 carts, each capable of carrying 7 individuals, totaling 700 people, coupled with the reserve force of the sandcart battalion. Also 700, that amounts to 1,400 individuals. Furthermore, the crossbow battalion will deploy 3 guards to assist, each responsible for a cart, resulting in over 3,000 carts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transport such a vast quantity of iron ore, and during skirmishes en route, some of these carts may be destroyed, Zyler explained. Such a large mobilization? Very well, I agree, Ye Feng nodded. He reasoned that with such a considerable force, it should not be regarded as mere cannon fodder. Allow me to inquire further, who is the overall commander of this surprise operation? Is it the White Commander? Ye Feng suddenly asked. Indeed, you are quite astute. Rest assured, the commander for this mission is a vice-chancellor from our city, named Demola, with him at the helm. You should be safe, Zyler replied with a smile. At that moment, Chunin raised his hand. I would like to ask, why have you chosen us two specifically? Why not others? An excellent question. It is because we lack individuals with agile minds here. The newly enlisted natives are so inexperienced that they do not even know how to operate a crossbow. Even if they did, They would not possess the proficiency you both have, Zyla responded. That doesn't seem right. You have so many veterans here, why not utilize them? Chunin continued to express skepticism. They have more pressing duties. Our city also requires protection. We cannot deplete our forces by launching an assault on the giant stone mountain mine. After all, there are 5 armories and 2 steel mills outside our city, along with the entire city of Na that needs safeguarding. If we strip our forces entirely, formidable sand beasts may become emboldened. For instance, 200 kilometers from Na City lies an oasis harboring a level 16 sand beast, which is quite cunning. Should our military presence diminish, they will sense it through their channels and lead their sand soldiers in an assault on Na City. Though there are rules in the desert that dictate when a tribe is besieged by a beast tide, others must assist unconditionally. You must understand we represent civilization and are the oppressed side. Those tribes will not come to our aid. They will allow the sand beast tide to raise our Na City to the ground. As Zyler spoke, a flicker of despondency crossed his face. Ye Feng nodded gravely. It appeared that civilization faced considerable ostracism in this savage society. However, fret not. Grant yourself the luxury of time. Once civilization ascends to a level robust enough to compel barbarism into submission, it shall be they who find themselves ostracized. Why do you not raise that oasis to the ground? Chunin inquired. We have ventured there, yet our sand vehicles are woefully sluggish. Each time we prepare for a grand offensive, that formidable 16th level sand beast, accompanied by its sand soldiers, retreats in haste, distancing itself from us. When we withdraw our sand vehicles, they return to the oasis, ever watchful of our city of Na. They are akin to flies. When you chase them away, they take flight, but as soon as your attention diverts, they return, buzzing incessantly, and your speed cannot match theirs, said Healer, a flicker of ire glinting in her eyes. Thus, your intent to pilfer those iron mines is to forge something that can soar through the skies? This would grant you the swiftness to outpace that 16th level sand beast. Ye Feng posited. Correct. Currently, a flying apparatus is under development. However, it demands a considerable amount of fine steel, which can only be sourced from the materials of Giant Stone Mountain. Of course, common iron ore can also yield fine steel, but the time and effort required would increase tenfold, and our research personnel are quite limited, Helider explained. I can empathize with your plight. The speed of the 16th level sand beast is indeed formidable. It strikes and then retreats far beyond your reach. Even if you were to pursue it with 100 sand vehicles, one cannot merely consider the possibility of catching up. Should you succeed, the fuel expenditure would be astronomical. And your fuel supply is similarly constrained by those other races, Ye Feng astutely remarked. Your intellect is remarkable for someone of your age. Such wisdom is indeed rare. Our fuel does rely on other races, yet they impose restrictions on us as well. It is a viscous black substance. Our ancestors recounted that it once appeared in the Black Tree River region, but ultimately, all who possessed knowledge of this fuel vanished, Helider continued. Could it be oil? Ye Feng inquired. Not quite. It is a type of mineral oil unique to this world. As of now, only the Yellow Sand tribe possesses an oil field. Yet they would rather squander some of their fuel than sell it to us without limit, fearing that we might grow too powerful, Helider elucidated. Why not utilize charcoal? Chunin asked. Ye Feng shot him a disapproving glance, incredulous at such a seemingly naive question. How large is a sand vehicle? Even if it were filled to the brim with charcoal, it would only suffice for a mere dozen miles. Thus, charcoal is not a feasible fuel source. Unlike a warship, which can accommodate such inferior fuel due to its ample hold, even a warship filled with charcoal can only traverse a few hundred kilometers. The sand vehicle, in contrast, is compact, entirely encased in iron armor, and operates on land, necessitating a far greater fuel supply. Charcoal simply cannot propel a land tank of such nature. Its burn quality and firepower pale in comparison to that of the other fuel, falling short by several multiples. Do not underestimate that disparity, for it is precisely what renders the sand vehicle immobile, particularly as it must also carry not only fuel, but also crossbows and personnel, Helider concluded with a smile. From the wisdom reflected in his gaze, it became evident that Chunin was rather dim-witted. Very well, we comprehend. Mr. Heiler, where shall we report next? Ye Feng rose to his feet, feeling inclined to collaborate with these descendants of the Germanic lineage. If necessary, he would absorb them all into Hot Spring Island, granting them citizenship. After all, the inhabitants of his Hot Spring Island were sorely lacking in individuals from civilized societies, rendering them rather ineffectual. Good question. From now on, you will be under my supervision. I am the director of the 7th Guard, 8th Division of the Crossbow Camp, Hyler proclaimed, standing up. The director of a police station? Shunin inquired. What is a police station? Hyler asked, looking perplexed. Ha ha ha, do not mind such trivialities, director. Let us accompany you to report, Ye Feng chuckled. Follow me. I shall arrange your quarters. You may rest well for the next 3 days, after which we will launch a surprise attack on the giant stone mountain mine. If you have family, it would be prudent to prepare your last letters, Hyler declared. As Ye Feng and Chun exited the barracks, they noticed Chasing Horse and Nolan undergoing training for new recruits. Bro Feng, you finally emerged. This fellow treats us like fools, claiming we are incapable of even finding our way. Should we not give him a beating and make our escape? Nolan suggested. Be quiet and diligently practice. These steps are crucial for our future coordinated operations, Ye Feng admonished, continuing to follow Hyler. Ahead lay rows of barracks that resembled dormitories. Several soldiers ambled about, occasionally casting sharp glances at the 2 new recruits. Here, 1's rank bore little significance, for when the crossbow was drawn, even a 9th-tier warrior would find themselves in peril. Here is your accommodation. Hyler pointed toward a modest dormitory. Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings, finding them excessively modern. Inside was a stone floor adorned with a carpet made from the hide of a sand beast. The room spanned approximately 30 square meters, furnished with 4 wooden beds arranged in a bunk bed style, capable of sleeping 8 individuals in total. Upon Hyler's entrance, the other 6 stood rigidly at attention. I shall take my leave now. If you have any questions, consult your roommates, he instructed. Yes, Director, Ye Feng nodded. Once Hyler departed, the 6 individuals became notably less restrained. Chapter 674. The place that fears the strong and bullies the weak. They approached, sizing up Ye Feng and Chun and newcomers. Allow me to impart some rules. First, go clean the latrine, a burly young man declared, slapping Chun and shoulder. Clean it yourself, Chun retorted, landing a punch squarely on the young man's nose. Ouch! The newcomer is quite audacious. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Ye Feng had no choice but to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chun, and half an hour later, Ye Feng sat comfortably on the lower bunk, 1 foot propped on a stool. The young man was now massaging his shoulders, while 2 others pounded his thighs. Chun occupied the lower bunk opposite Ye Feng, similarly indulging in the ministrations of 3 individuals. Ease up a bit. Are you seeking revenge under the guise of massage? Chun playfully swatted at one of them. Not at all, not at all. The fellow spoke earnestly. What is your name? Ye Feng directed his gaze at the young man with the hammer-like legs. My name is Dabu. From now on, I shall be the leader of this barracks. If anyone from the other barracks dares to bully you, just inform me, and I shall make them regret it, Ye Feng declared with an air of authority. He had resolved that since he was here to learn skills, he could not afford to be timid. He must project strength. Although Ye Feng had never served in the military, he understood that a barracks was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If one did not demonstrate their capabilities, they would be bullied relentlessly until they were utterly defeated, unless a new scapegoat appeared. Dabu, may I inquire how many people reside in this area? Ye Feng asked. In response, Dabu replied, there are 1,000 residents in this area, all of whom are crossbowmen. Dabu spoke earnestly, recalling how Ye Feng had previously pressed his head against the toilet, leaving his nose mere centimeters from the urine. Ultimately, Ye Feng spared him further humiliation. For while drinking urine might not be unbearable, if word of it got out, Dabu's reputation would be tarnished forever. I have another question for you. How many years have you been a mercenary? Chunin inquired. I have served for 5 years. The offered by the Yuanhai tribe is the best I have encountered thus far. We receive meat at every meal, along with fine tree cakes, Dabu answered. What are tree cakes? Chunin pressed on. They are made from a type of tree that can be eaten raw. But when the heart of the tree is ground into powder, it produces a thick, sticky substance. When steamed, it can be fashioned into tree cakes, which enhance strength and provide exceptional satiation, Dabu explained earnestly. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your response. Later, ensure you bring us our meals, and remember, do not spit in them. Otherwise, I will make you drink urine, Chunin warned. Yes, understood, Dabu replied obediently. After 2 hours, mealtime finally arrived. Ye Feng and Chunin lounged in their dormitory, surveying their surroundings, while 6 others had gone to queue for food. 5 minutes later, the 6 returned. But they only brought their own meals. What about ours? Chunin squinted, his fists cracking ominously. Do not strike me. The person serving food said we must fetch our own. No one is allowed to do it for us, Dabu said nervously. Very well. I shall see which fool disallowed this. Feng Ge, shall we cause a ruckus at the mess hall? Chen suggested. That might not be wise. Although I possess strength, I am still a newcomer. It is best not to attract too much attention at the outset. Ye Feng replied with a shrug. It matters not. In a few days, we shall be the death squad. I am certain those individuals will not dare to oppose us, given our value, Chen asserted. You are right. We are the masters here for now, and we have only 3 days to enjoy ourselves. Let us go. The two of them linked arms and made their way to the mess hall. There, they observed 10 individuals clad in white linen garments serving food, each time shaking their hands as they did so. Dabu, which scoundrel decreed that no one else could serve? Chen inquired. It was that burly fellow. His strength formidable, seemingly a third-tier warrior, yet still falling short compared to the elder brother. Dab looked on with an expression of amusement. Hey, you there, new recruit. Why are you glaring at me? The rotund chef inquired. What? I'll fight. Oh, you dare to fight me? In no time, Ye Feng and his companion clashed with the mess hall crew. The soldiers surrounding them, initially eager to witness the spectacle, soon found themselves overwhelmed as Ye Feng and his companion defeated the entire mess team. Chen stood triumphantly atop the head of the head chef, a proud smile gracing his face. He discerned that the members of the Grievance clan primarily prioritized technological advancement over martial prowess. Thus, within the barracks, the number of 6th-tier warriors was exceedingly rare, and naturally, such experts were absent from the mess hall. Well fought. These fellows, emboldened by their minor authority, frequently flaunt their power, favoring some while slighting others. I have long wished to take them down. Indeed, well fought. Let us applaud. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the dining hall. As the trailblazer, Ye Feng naturally garnered the adulation of over 1,000 onlookers. In truth, they had longed to confront these chefs, but the stringent military regulations had constrained them. With someone leading the charge, they suddenly viewed Ye Feng as a hero, of course. Chen too was regarded as a hero, albeit somewhat less formidable, having just received a black eye during a skirmish with 3 opponents. Brother Feng, look. We've made a name for ourselves in battle. Would you like to say a few words? Chen exclaimed joyfully. Ye Feng pondered this. He intended to learn skills here and, in time, even pilfer some supplies for Chongqing City, so winning the hearts of the people was imperative. Thus, he stood atop a chef's back, surveying the crowd of over 1,000. Brothers and comrades, these mess hall ruffians often bully us, their hands trembling as they serve our meals. I have long yearned to confront them, and I know many of you have felt the same. From this day forward, should these individuals dare to misuse their meager power, invoke my name, and I shall administer another thrashing. Ye Feng proclaimed with authority. By the way, I am Ye Feng, and this is my brother Chen. And seizing the moment, Ye Feng promoted himself. Long live Ye Feng! Long live Ye Feng! Well done, Chen! Well done! The mess hall descended into chaos. Just then, the crowd parted, and dozens clad in blue linen emerged, brandishing clubs without a word. What? The mess hall has reinforcements? Perfect. I shall relish this opportunity. Ye Feng cracked his knuckles. Brother, run. Those are the military police. Dab hurriedly urged Ye Feng. What? Ye Feng's eyes darted as he discreetly melded into the throng. Only Chen remained, still prominently standing atop the chef, flaunting his bravado. More cannon fodder has arrived? Ha ha. Brother Feng, today we shall truly make our names. Chen declared, only to turn and find Ye Feng had vanished. Chapter 675. Rest assured, I will treat you well in the future. In the realm of martial traditions, a challenge was issued. Who dares to face one-on-one? Chen retreated warily. Seize that scoundrel. Several fierce constables lunged forward, swiftly pinning Chen into the ground. Ye Feng observed coldly from the crowd. Dabu, will Chen be all right? Do not worry. The worst he will face is a few strokes with a military baton, and the commotion is not severe. Only about 10 strikes, Dabu replied. Hearing this, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief, as long as he was not severely injured. Then, Zyler emerged, surveying the disheveled kitchen and the subdued Chen. This is unacceptable. Take him out and administer 100 strikes. Chen promptly lost consciousness. Ye Feng, filled with guilt, concealed himself within the crowd. Later going to the training ground to witness the punishment Chen endured. Carry this fellow to the barracks and apply medicine to his wounds. Zyler commanded before departing with the constable team. A group quickly gathered, respectfully lifting Chen back to the barracks. Brother Feng, I feel as though my backside is gone. Chunin lamented while sprawled on the bed. My good brother, you have borne the brunt of it all. Fear not, I shall treat you well from now on. Ye Feng reassured him. Dabu, assist Chunin with the medicine. Yes. Dabu produced a vial and sprinkled the powder onto Chunin's injuries. Ah, it's cool. I can feel the effects already, Chunin remarked. Of course, this is premium medicinal powder. Second brother, you should rest well here, after such punishment. There's the silver lining of avoiding strenuous training, Dabu said enviously. Why don't you take 100 strikes instead? Chunin retorted with a roll of his eyes. As time flowed gently by, night fell swiftly. Ye Feng was lost in pleasant dreams when he was abruptly awakened. What is it, Dabu? Ye Feng inquired. Many people have come outside. They wish to pay their respects to you as their elder brother, for you possess the greatest courage, Dabu informed him. Are they all from the crossbow battalion? Ye Feng asked. Yes, all from our battalion. Even some captains have joined, Dabu replied, brimming with excitement. Excellent. Hurry. Help me tidy up. I cannot receive their homage looking disheveled. Ye Feng quickly sat up. The 6 dormitory mates hastily prepared water for him to wash his face. The first to enter was a robust man. I am Hobelai, captain of the 471st Squad. I have come to pay my respects, elder brother. Hobelai, rise, from now on. You shall be under the protection of me, Ye Feng, and Chunin, Ye Feng declared, bringing the prone Chunin into view. In the military, prestige is paramount, and Ye Feng deemed it necessary to assert himself at this moment. I am Indok, squad leader of the 371st team. I have come to pay my respects, elder brother. Rise, and I shall look after you, Ye Feng said in an authoritative tone. The ceremony of homage continued until midnight, during which Ye Feng garnered the allegiance of 100 dormitory leaders, totaling 800 individuals when including their respective 8 members each. They were the underprivileged within the barracks, desperately in need of a hero to rise and advocate for their cause. During the day, Ye Feng's remarkable achievements perfectly struck a chord with them. To his surprise, the barracks were perpetually warmed by charcoal fires, with no stipulated bedtime. In essence, it afforded a greater sense of freedom compared to military camps in civilized society. However, there was one caveat. Should one fail to rise for morning training, they would face the punishment of a military cane. Thus, the members of the crossbow battalion exhibited considerable self-discipline. The following morning, Ye Feng was deeply ensconced in slumber until he was roused by Dabu. Brother, it's time for early training. We mustn't be late, or we'll face the cane, he urged. Startled, Ye Feng quickly leapt from his bed. In contrast, Chunin remained blissfully asleep in his warm cocoon of blankets. In that moment, Ye Feng found himself somewhat envious of Chunin's comfort. Their training was meticulously organized into squads, each comprising 100 individuals, each burdened with a crossbow and additional weights. Do you see that ironstone mountain? I will count to 1,000. You are to run back and forth, and the last one will clean the latrines for the entire squad. The captain declared before blowing his whistle and casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. His name was Hobelai. Although he was Ye Feng's captain, he had acknowledged Ye Feng as an elder brother the previous night. All right, prepare yourselves and run, Hobelai commanded, but just then, a group of over 20 riders approached from the distance, led by a white man. Training is halted for this morning. Our friends from the Huangsha tribe have arrived for matters that require attention, the white man shouted from afar. A sense of foreboding washed over Ye Feng as he instinctively lowered his head. Moments later, a knight from the Huangsha tribe stood before Ye Feng's group, his piercing gaze sweeping across their faces. Now, I must identify those who are not of desert descent. I expect you to step forward, the Huangsha knight stated coldly. Ye Feng glanced around, noting that among the 100 individuals, approximately 4 or 5 were not of desert origin. Thus, he boldly stepped forward, confident that he would not be easily discovered, as he had silenced all witnesses. One by one, 4 others emerged from the crowd, totaling 5 outsiders. They were not from the Green Sea Desert, but hailed from various other regions. I ask you 5, who among you comes from the vast southern grasslands? The Huangsha knight inquired. You go first, he directed. I come from Greenleaf Island, one responded. The Huangsha knight scrutinized him for a moment before nodding slightly. You appear to resemble those from that area. You have not deceived me. Return to your squad. The knight then turned to the next individual. And you? Where do you hail from? I come from Heart Lake Island, the second replied. Heart Lake Island. The people from there generally have flatter noses. Why is yours so prominent? The Huangsha knight questioned coldly. Because my mother is of N's descent, came the reply. Very well. And you? The knight asked, now focusing on Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes darted momentarily before he responded slowly. I come from Madagascar. The Huangshan knight quickly produced a piece of animal hide and began to scrutinize it closely. Madagascar? Where is that? Why is it not marked on the map? He queried. In a distant western land, where countless animals thrive, Ye Feng spoke earnestly. The desert knight turned to Hobelai, questioning, Have you ever heard of this island? Indeed. I have heard of it, in that far western expanse. However, it is so remote that it is not surprising if you have not. Hobelai swiftly came to Ye Feng's aid. Very well. Next, where do you hail from? Ultimately, the desert knight was unable to uncover any clarity. Listen well. Our clan's young leader, Mo He, has met his demise at the hands of a prairie dweller. Should anyone possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts of this prairie inhabitant, our clan shall reward them with 20 tons of black oil fuel. Furthermore, our high priestess will be arriving here. Should her divinations unfold, the consequences will be dire. The desert knight proclaimed before galloping away from the encampment. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the high priestess's formidable prowess. Duoyen Hina was a testament to this, and it was possible that he might be traced. Never mind, he thought. When the time comes in 3 days to launch a surprise attack on the giant stone mountain mine, I can simply commandeer a few sand vehicles and make a swift escape to the temple. With my charisma, I might gather a loyal following. Run, a voice called out, prompting everyone to commence their weight-bearing running drills. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. The military camp was vast, allowing Ye Feng and his companions to roam freely within its confines. However, if they wished to venture into the city, they were required to surrender their hand crossbows and don civilian attire for leisure. Yet, Ye Feng chose not to indulge in the city's attractions. Instead, he assisted Chun in departing the military camp, leading him to a particular battle zone. There, over 70 land sand vehicles were stationed, nearly filling the entire valley. Ye Feng soon comprehended that these sand vehicles varied significantly in size. Some exceeded 10 meters in length, equipped with 2 turrets, regrettably. The gunpowder of the Yuanhai clan was restricted, or they would have long since manufactured ammunition. The smallest still measured 8 meters in length, resembling armored vehicles. Entirely encased in thick iron plating, crafted from fine steel, when Ye Feng gently struck it with the back of his knife, it produced no sharp sound. Only a dull thud that resonated heavily. Brother, may I enter the sand vehicle for a look? Ye Feng inquired with a friendly smile. No. Individuals from the crossbow camp are not permitted inside, the sand vehicle soldier replied arrogantly, seemingly looking down on those from the crossbow camp. Observing this, Dabu stepped forward. Brother, do you know who he is? He is Ye Feng, the one who caused a ruckus in the mess hall yesterday, rendering those arrogant chefs utterly helpless, Dabu explained. Oh. The sand vehicle soldier scrutinized Ye Feng anew. So it is you. You are indeed our great hero. By the way, I must relieve myself. And it may take some time, so you all should hurry, the soldier said before lifting the manhole cover and slipping aside. Ye Feng took a deep breath and gradually began to climb atop the sand vehicle. Brother Feng, take me in too, Chunin shouted from below, clutching his behind. Very well. Ye Feng scooped Chunin up and tossed him directly into the manhole. Ouch! Came Chun En's muffled groan from within the sand vehicle. Ye Feng ascended the 5-meter-high sand vehicle and descended via the ladder. To his astonishment, he discovered 7 seats within, complemented by an enormous steering wheel at the front. Behind the vehicle lay a series of wooden crates. With eager anticipation, Ye Feng opened one, only to be met with profound disappointment. Instead of ammunition or shells, he found an array of 10-centimeter iron nails. The nails were fashioned with a flared end at the back and a sharp, conical tip at the front, making them more suitable for penetrating armor. Was there another layer below? Ye Feng spotted a manhole cover above. It must lead down. He opened the cover and descended to the lower level. This area contained 2 seats, but it was flanked by 3 large iron barrels. A pungent odor wafted from within. Upon opening one of the barrels, he indeed found the same black fuel used in the underground base. A steam engine? He recognized a familiar sight, similarly reliant on a boiler to generate steam, which would then lift the iron lid above and harness that power to turn the 8 wheels of the sand vehicle. However, it became apparent to Ye Feng that this steam engine was evidently incapable of driving the massive wheels alone. The ingenuity of the Germans was remarkable, having ingeniously installed small gears next to the wheels. Consequently, after a multitude of turns, the small gears would inevitably set the 8 wheels in motion. Although this arrangement reduced the vehicle's speed significantly, it was sufficient to propel the hefty contraption weighing several tons. Nonetheless, Ye Feng had only scratched the surface of understanding this power system. Even so, it was an eye-opening experience for him. Upon returning to the upper level, he observed Chen and placing an iron nail into a groove. "What are you up to?" Ye Feng inquired warily. "Brother Feng, I wish to test the power of this nail. Since it is meant for the sand vehicle, its penetrating capability must be formidable," Chen replied. "Is that truly advisable?" Ye Feng hesitated. "What is there to fear? We must eventually comprehend these mechanisms. If not today, then when?" Chen insisted, beginning to fumble with the apparatus. However, the operation of this weapon proved exceedingly complex. It took Chen 5 minutes to load all the nails. "I'm firing," he proclaimed, with a series of rapid sounds. Countless nails erupted forth. Simultaneously, the sand vehicle ahead was struck, producing a cacophony of noise as numerous dents appeared on its surface. This was akin to the firepower of a machine gun. Ye Feng was utterly astonished. "Brother Feng, we've struck gold. If we manage to steal this sand vehicle and return with it, our naval forces at sea, aerial might in the skies, and such formidable weaponry on land will render us truly invincible across all domains," Chen exclaimed with excitement. "Hey, who is firing a machine gun?" 2 sand vehicle soldiers emerged angrily from the manhole cover, banging on the sand vehicle where Ye Feng was seated. "Have we stirred trouble?" Ye Feng sighed and took the initiative to pull Chen outside. "My apologies, gentlemen. My brother here was a bit careless and accidentally triggered the machine gun. I hope you can forgive us." The 2 soldiers vented their frustration at Chen before begrudgingly departing. They believed that Ye Feng and Chen were merely sandcar warriors. Had they known that the 2 were crossbowmen, they would have likely reported to their superiors immediately. Upon returning to the barracks, both Ye Feng and Chen were astonished. They had not anticipated that the descendants of the Germans had also developed machine guns. Although they did not utilize gunpowder, the powerful kinetic machinery within could propel iron nails over such vast distances. Once machinery reaches its pinnacle of development, there are virtually no limits to its capabilities. Were it not for the constraints imposed by other great clans, the Yuanhai clan would have undoubtedly soared to unprecedented heights, establishing themselves as the true dominators of this world. "Brother Feng, I feel that our weaponry on Hot Spring Island holds no advantage against the Yuanhai clan," Chen stated with difficulty. "Indeed, we lack formidable mechanical engineers. Chung Li Bin is merely a shipbuilder. In terms of weaponry, he falls far short compared to the individuals of the Yuanhai clan." Ye Feng replied gravely, nodding in agreement. "Ye Feng, Chen, follow me," came a voice from the doorway. It was Zyler, his expression notably serious. "Understood, Director," Ye Feng responded, taking Chen into Zyler's private quarters. They found him with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. "What is it, Director?" Ye Feng inquired. Zyler slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over Ye Feng and Chen. "It was you, Ye Feng, who killed the young clan leader of the Huangsha clan, was it not?" Zyler's words caused Ye Feng's eyes to narrow. "No, my brother Feng has never harmed anyone from the Huangsha clan," Chen quickly clarified, as Ye Feng had kept this matter from him as well. "You cannot deceive me. The high priest of the Huangsha clan has already deduced that the one responsible for the death of their young clan leader is among us, originating from the vast grasslands. Ye Feng, you must have entered Nanxing from that direction, and the total number of individuals who came from the grasslands does not exceed 300. Chapter 677. Do you understand my meaning? I estimate that 90% of them do not possess the strength of a 6th-tier warrior. Only 30 individuals have attained 6th-tier status. To kill Emohi, one must be at least a 6th-tier warrior or above. After graduating from the Bloodstained Hall, Emohi surely has companions by his side. Therefore, anyone capable of slaying him must possess combat prowess at least at the 9th-tier level. Zyler analyzed calmly. Director, as you can see, my brother Feng is only a 6th-tier warrior. How could he possibly kill Emohi, especially with so many formidable experts surrounding him? Chunin interjected. No, I've already tested the courage of the others. They possess little bravery. Upon first entering the desert, they generally refrain from taking lives because ordinary individuals in unfamiliar environments do not dare to act recklessly. They lack that courage. But you, Ye Feng, are different. On your very first day in the military camp, you struck the mess hall personnel. Don't treat me as a fool. 2 of you were involved in that incident. But I only dealt with one of you, considering your imminent assault on the giant Stone Mountain mine. You possess both the audacity and strength. Moreover, I have noticed a certain divine radiance emanating from you, which I cannot overlook. Thus, I deduce that your true capabilities should allow you to contend with ninth-tier warriors. If not you, Ye Feng, then who else could it be? After Sheila finished speaking, she gazed intently into Ye Feng's eyes. Director, feel free to express yourself as you wish. After all, I am innocent. I, Ye Feng, have committed no wrongdoing. Ye Feng spread his hands, steadfast in his denial. Ultimately, Sheila could merely speculate and could not definitively accuse him, especially without any evidence. Ye Feng, I assure you that I will not turn you in. But there is a condition. You must admit to your actions. I am your director, your superior, and I hope you can be forthright with me. Rest assured, even if it were true, I would protect you. Sheila stated earnestly. Ye Feng fell silent, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, you are soon to join the suicide squad. Even if you were involved, it would be inconsequential. Though the Huangsha clan is formidable, dealing with our in-child clan is no simple feat. I merely wish to hear it from your own lips, so I can consider you a trusted ally, Sheila continued. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He had nearly been swayed. After all, the prospect of confiding in a director could grant him significant opportunities to seize the equipment within and establish his own prestige. However, the experiences of recent years had rendered him distrustful of any outsider. Truly, it was not I. I, Ye Feng, am an honest man. I shall never admit to deeds I have not committed. My apologies, esteemed director. Ye Feng shook his head. Sheila's body remained still, her gaze fixated on Ye Feng. After 5 seconds, she finally averted her eyes, directing her attention to another room. Madwa, I told you, he is not the murderer. Do you believe me now? With Sheila's words, the door to the other room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This middle-aged man emitted no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. However, the malevolence etched upon his face was unmistakable, the result of having taken thousands of lives. But how could an ordinary individual possess such an overwhelming aura? Even a ninth-tier warrior would be detectable to Ye Feng's senses. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. This individual was a power master. Ah, you two, come with me. Director Sheila, let us switch to the next person for a trial. Remember, the performance must be convincing. Do not let them see through it, the middle-aged man instructed, gesturing for Ye Feng and Chun and to follow. Ye Feng maintained a stoic visage, though inwardly he was trembling with fear. Upon entering the chamber, Ye Feng discovered 6 individuals already present. They remained silent, and one, recognizing Ye Feng, gestured for him to come closer. No speaking, and no deliberate noise, the middle-aged man admonished. Ye Feng and the others nodded in compliance. Moments later, Sheila's voice resonated from outside. Meng Yi, come in. I am aware that it was you who killed Mo He. The high priest of the Huangsha clan has deduced this. You are a 6th-tier warrior, having originated from the vast plains. Do not tell me it was not you. Director, I assure you, I did not commit the murder. Meng Yi replied. Do not deceive me. Even if it were true, it would not matter. I will ensure your safety, but I require your honesty. I am your superior, and I do not wish for my subordinates to lie to me. Such deceit would greatly displease me. However, as long as you admit that it was you who killed Mo, I shall consider you as my confidant. Ye Feng, listening to the words of Xyler from outside, felt his spirit fleeing in terror. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively moments ago. Otherwise, this formidable warrior would have captured him without hesitation. He feared that death would not come swiftly, but rather he would endure inhumane torment before meeting his end. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ye Feng's forehead. At that moment, the warrior named Mo Duo suddenly turned around and cast a glance at Ye Feng. His heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. Mo Duo approached, pulling out a piece of animal hide to wipe the sweat from Ye Feng's brow. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, realizing he had nearly acted on impulse just moments earlier. Outside, Xyler continued his line of questioning. Is it not you who committed the murder? Meng Yi, I expect my subordinates to be honest individuals, not those who lie with ease. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, there is a vacancy for a captain here. If you confess, the position shall be yours. I possess leverage over you, which allows me to entrust this role into your hands. Outside, the cunning fox employed another strategy. He had his own burdens to bear. The Huangsha tribe had declared that they would provide fuel upon capturing the murderer. This was precisely what they required. Even if they secured the iron mines of the giant stone tribe, they still needed fuel to operate the new type of flying machine. Utilizing alternative fuels would be ineffective. They would either burn too poorly or lack the necessary firepower to propel the heavy craft. Moreover, this was merely the developmental phase. The resources, including fuel, iron ore, and labor required for full-scale production, would amount to astronomical figures. Not me. I truly did not kill him, Meng Yi replied after considerable contemplation, shaking his head. Moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to temptation. Ultimately, Zyler's intention was not to help the Huangsha tribe find the murderer, but to identify a scapegoat to procure the tribe's fuel. Very well. Proceed to the adjacent room and remain silent, Zyler instructed. Thus, Meng Yi joined the others, and the room quickly filled with 9 individuals. Alpu entered, followed by another man. Alpu, it was you who killed the young chieftain of the Huangsha tribe, wasn't he it? The high priest has divined that if you confess, I shall immediately promote you to captain. I possess incriminating evidence against you, which is why I can safely assign you this position. Do you understand my implication? It was not me who killed him. Wait, Captain. Chapter 678. So, do you want it or not? Yes, as long as you confess, the captaincy will be yours, and I will ensure your safety, Zyler continued to entice. Indeed, I was the one who killed their young chieftain. The man named Alpu could not withstand the allure. However, you are a 6th-tier warrior, and that Mo is a formidable master from the Bloodstained Hall, equally a 6th-tier warrior. In a one-on-one confrontation, you could not defeat him. He had several companions as well. How did you kill him? Zyler inquired, addressing Mo Duo. In truth, it was merely a quest for a flawless explanation. As for me, I seized the opportunity to ambush them from behind during their battle with the sand beasts, eliminating them all. In a bid to attain the position of captain, Alpu willingly wove a web of deceit. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. This fellow had crafted his tale so convincingly that he was perilously close to the truth. Alpu, I appreciate your trust in me. Please accompany this gentleman, said Zyler. As she opened the door to the room, Mo Duo strode out, no longer concealing his formidable aura. A powerful pressure radiated from him, causing Ye Feng's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, he was a master of the strength level, and certainly not the 1st tier, at least at the 3rd tier. Director? Who is he? Alpa finally sensed something amiss. However, Zyler turned her back, hands clasped behind her, not sparing him another glance. Her objective had been achieved. She sought fuel. That is of no concern to you. In a swift motion, Mo Duo, like a specter, seized Alpu by the collarbone. You are so strong? Alpa gasped in astonishment, finding himself unable to break free from Mo Duo's single-handed grip, despite exerting every ounce of strength. Director Zyler, I shall return with the personnel to report. As for the fuel, someone will deliver it to the military camp shortly. You may send someone to receive it. After speaking, Mo Duo dragged the formidable 6th-tier strength master out of the quarters, akin to an eagle snatching up a chick. All of you, step forward, Zyler stated casually. Ye Feng and the others emerged from the room in a line, their expressions dark as coal, their gazes towards Zyler tinged with distrust. I understand you harbor resentment towards me, but we desperately require fuel. Without it, the Yuanhai clan cannot produce aircraft. Without aircraft, we shall forever remain at the mercy of others. For the greater good, sacrificing a few lives is an unfortunate necessity. In truth, I could have acknowledged that it was I who killed Mo he earlier, Zyler asserted with a sense of righteousness. The others hastily donned false smiles, internally cursing her lineage for generations. Ye Feng, you shall lead the team to retrieve the fuel. Furthermore, from now on, you are forbidden from entering the sand vehicle. That is classified, and only the white individuals are entitled to access it, Zyler warned. Understood, Director. I shall not repeat this mistake, Ye Feng nodded, departing with several others. This encounter had been perilously close to death. He had believed this to be a civilized society, only to discover that even such societies harbor their own darkness, insidiousness. Upon reaching the city gate, with no one around, they began to discuss. Damn that Zyler. I nearly confessed just now. Had I done so, my fate would have been to be captured by the Huangsha clan and tortured to death. That conniving Zyler, who seems so amiable at first glance, reveals a treacherous nature beneath. Henceforth, I shall remain wary of those who appear overly upright. I never imagined he could stoop so low. If he were not the director, I would have struck him down without hesitation. Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Feng and Chun joined in the censure. Realizing that one must not remain isolated from the crowd, but rather follow the collective sentiment. The soldiers at the city gate paid little heed to this, as they frequently engaged in such disparagement of their superiors, and they were not foolish enough to report it. Doing so would jeopardize their standing within the military. In the barracks, those who betray their comrades are invariably looked down upon by their superiors, forever barred from promotion. Furthermore, once the lower ranks become aware, they would retaliate mercilessly. After a while, a convoy emerged from the desert, comprising 4 horse-drawn wagons, each laden with 5 or 6 large wooden barrels. The lead driver dismounted and gestured towards the barrels behind him. "The fuel is here for Zyler, 20 tons. Assess the weight," announced a member of the Yellow Sand tribe, presumably of a 3rd-tier strength. "How could this possibly amount to 20 tons? It can't even be 10. Ye Feng stepped forward, his discerning eye at work. "Do you want it or not? If not, I shall take it away," the Yellow Sand tribesman arrogantly inquired. The Yellow Sand tribe had their own strategies and would never part with too much fuel, even if their fuel rationing were discovered. The tribe leader would merely chide them lightly, secretly rewarding them for their cunning, as they bore the blame and simultaneously stunted the development of the Yuanhai tribe. "Very well. I will take it," Ye Feng nodded, taking a seat on the first wagon, with Chun and squeezing into the passenger position. The 3 wagons rolled toward the military camp, their wheels echoing in the tranquil night. "Ye Feng, I feel that Director Zyler regards us as expendable, trading our lives for another's fuel. Today it's them. Tomorrow it could be us," Meng Yi suddenly remarked. "I am aware. Thus, the 9 of us must form an alliance. By the way, are you participating in the Suicide Squad operation the day after tomorrow?" Ye Feng inquired. "Indeed. At the Giant Stone Mountain Mine, where the might of the Giant Stone City is stationed. I fear this venture may spell disaster," another responded. "The world is a dark place. I once believed the Yuanhai tribe was civilized, yet civilization does not necessarily equate to cleanliness. They can be quite treacherous, selling us out while we count their profits." Ye Feng's expression shifted as he began to encourage the 7 others. "Yes, as mercenaries in Na City, we must unite and ensure we are not unwittingly sold out." Chunin concurred from the side. "While this reasoning holds, when the time comes to charge into battle, we may have no choice. None among us hold positions of power and are unaware of the core secrets. I estimate that half of us may become cannon fodder in the assault on the Giant Stone Mountain Mine, for it is the territory of the Giant Stone tribe, with their might stationed there. Thus, during the raid the night after tomorrow, we should conserve our strength. If the situation becomes dire, we shall flee." Ye Feng continued to incite. "However, if we are branded as cowards of the Yuanhai tribe, we shall never be able to serve them again," warned one of the warriors. "Fear not, for I shall enlighten you. I am aware of a place that epitomizes true civilization. By merely becoming a citizen there, one may partake in all the privileges afforded to them." Chapter 679. Once one succumbs to slumber, they shall never awaken again. For instance, citizens possess electoral rights and voting privileges, and even the chieftains of clans are held accountable by every citizen. The more votes one secures, the more power one wields. Furthermore, this place generously distributes its finest resources among its citizens, who labor less than 8 hours daily and enjoy weekends off. Subsequently, Ye Feng candidly shared the benefits of Hot Spring Island, causing several individuals to become so exhilarated that their hair stood on end. "Brother Ye Feng, does such a perfect place truly exist in this world? Where is it?" Meng Yi inquired. "Rest assured, it is not far from here. Should the Child of Resentment clan prove unwelcoming, we may seek refuge on Hot Spring Island, where warships and formidable weaponry ensure your safety. However, to attain citizenship on Hot Spring Island, one must make significant contributions." Ye Feng deftly redirected the conversation. "Brother Ye Feng, what contributions are required?" Meng Yi and the others gazed at him with eager anticipation. "For instance, providing quality steel to Hot Spring Island, or perhaps supplying a few sand vehicles, or even delivering crossbows and hand crossbows. Most importantly, one must offer the core technology of metallurgy to Hot Spring Island. Once these contributions are made, citizenship will be a foregone conclusion," Ye Feng stated with utmost seriousness. "Hand crossbows are manageable, but crossbows are another matter entirely. Not to mention the sand vehicles and the core technology of metallurgy that would require persuading those white individuals at the military factory." Meng Yi's expression turned grim. "Then let us persuade them. By the way, having served as mercenaries for the Child of Resentment clan for so long, you must have some connections with the technicians at the military factory, correct?" Ye Feng queried. "No, those technicians have always regarded us with disdain. Never deigning to converse with us, came the reply. Surely you must have become somewhat familiar with their faces? Not really. They look at us with contempt. Ye Feng sighed. Well, even if we cannot procure the core technology of metallurgy, acquiring sand vehicles and crossbows would still be advantageous. Therefore, when we act the night after tomorrow, let us focus our efforts around the sand vehicles, seizing an opportunity to abscond with them. Ideally, we should secure 3 and drive them directly towards the temple. Ye Feng spoke with cunning. Then it is settled. The 9 hands interlaced in agreement. At last, the fuel had been transported to the entrance of the storage facility designated for hazardous materials. There stood Sheila, arms crossed behind her back, flanked by 30 guards. Director, the supplies have been delivered, Ye Feng announced. Indeed. Place the fuel properly. Stack each barrel 5 meters apart, separated by iron plates, Sheila replied coolly. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a faint aura of menace emanating from Sheila. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside. She suddenly donned a smile. Previously, Ye Feng found her smile sincere and cultured, but now, the mere sight of it sent shivers down his spine. Yes, Ye Feng maneuvered the cart into the storage facility. Yet his eyes darted around. Finally, all 3 carts and 9 individuals entered the storage area. Ye Feng sat in the carriage, unable to resist the urge to glance towards Xyler. He observed as Xyler, with hands clasped behind his back, approached the entrance of the underground vault, flanked by his 30 guards who gradually surrounded the door. The sound of hooves echoed, resonating deeper into the vault, which lay over 10 meters beneath the surface. Its walls constructed entirely of steel. At last, Xyler's figure vanished from sight, and Ye Feng's 3 carriages ventured further into the depths of the vault. Here, numerous compartments emerged. Although they appeared to be mere boxes, each occupied at least 200 square meters. Let us place the fuel in compartment 170, Meng Yi suggested. Indeed. Ye Feng nodded, unlocking the steel door. 9 individuals collaborated seamlessly, swiftly transporting the barrels of fuel into the chamber. As the last of them exited, the half-meter-thick iron door descended with an ominous clang. A foreboding sensation gripped Ye Feng's heart. Quickly, to the carriage. We must exit the vault, he commanded sharply. The others, confused yet compliant, scrambled onto the carriages. The sound of hooves grew frantic, accompanied by the friction of wheels against the ground. At long last, Ye Feng glimpsed the exit of the vault, where Xyler and his 30 guards awaited. Backlit by the light, Ye Feng could not discern Xyler's expression, but saw a dark figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently. The 6 magnificent horses came to a sudden halt, their nervous whinnies filling the air. Close it, Xyler's cold voice cut through the tension. In the next instant, the iron door crashed shut. Panic surged through Ye Feng as he rushed toward the door. He collided forcefully against it, a powerful recoil nearly shattering his bones. Director, we have not yet exited. Meng Yi's pale voice echoed in the vastness of the vault. Yet, this door was over a meter thick, weighing a staggering 100,000 pounds. Forged from the finest German steel. Director, we haven't gotten out. Chen En's voice quivered with a hint of despair. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at the 6 torches mounted on the carriage. The once flaming torches flickered erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Do not call him director anymore. That beast has likely sealed off all the ventilation shafts as well. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, pacing near the vault's entrance. Is Xyler intent on eliminating us all for knowing his misdeeds? Meng Yi pondered aloud. Must it even be stated? That wretched creature. I had assumed that even if he intended to kill us, he would wait until we participated in the assault on Giant Stone Mountain, considering our potential usefulness. But this rogue is simply unpredictable. Ye Feng returned to the carriage, his mind racing with thoughts. I refuse to believe this vault is entirely sealed with solid steel. Meng Yi, undeterred, drew a meat cleaver and thrust it fiercely against the wall. The blade penetrated 2 centimeters into the stone before producing a resounding metallic clash. He trembled as he withdrew the sharp dagger, raising it to the torch for inspection. The tip had been broken. Glancing at the ground, Chen remarked. Meng Yi nodded slightly and thrust the dagger into the earth once more. This German-made meat cleaver was exceptionally sharp, easily slicing through the stone slab above. However, once the slab was breached, a dark iron plate was revealed beneath. Meng Yi struck the iron plate with the back of his knife, producing a heavy sound that confirmed its formidable thickness. Damn it! One of the 6th-tier warriors rushed forward, delivering blow after blow to the iron door with his fists. After 30 strikes, his hands were a bloody mess, Yet the iron door, a full meter thick, remained unyielding. "Shira, you filthy scoundrel! I curse your entire ancestry!" Another warrior, in despair, bellowed at the vacant iron door. At that moment, the 6 torches began to flicker, their light wavering unpredictably. Ye Feng shook his head vigorously and blinked. Deprived of oxygen, his mind felt clouded, and all he desired was to succumb to sleep. Yet, he could not allow himself to do so. Once he fell asleep, he would never awaken again. Chapter 680. Brace yourselves, I shall charge outside. Let us open the fuel compartment and see if we can create an explosion, Chenin said. Feeling dizzy. All right. Several individuals hurried towards the nearest compartment. However, despair soon engulfed them. The compartment was cylindrical, entirely sealed with iron, and with their strength, they were equally unable to breach it. Moreover, even if they managed to retrieve the fuel, in the absence of oxygen, they would likely perish from carbon dioxide poisoning before the iron door ever melted. Ye Feng approached the iron door, exerting force with both palms. The door did not even tremble. It was known that he was a 6th-tier warrior. Could it be that he, Ye Feng, was destined to perish here today? Reluctantly shaking his head, he summoned the energy within him. In the next moment, a layer of frost spread across the iron door. This time, he did not conserve energy. His icy essence unleashed its full 10-fold power. Within moments, the entire iron door was encrusted with frost. After completing this, Ye Feng flicked his index finger, sending a burst of flames towards the door. The frost rapidly melted, and the iron door soon glowed a fiery red. Ye Feng withdrew his fiery essence and once again employed his icy energy. 5 minutes later, the entire iron door was once again covered in frost. You all, try now to see if you can break through the iron door. Hurry, hurry. Ye Feng stammered, his eyelids heavy. I'll do it. A 6th-tier warrior stepped forward, thrusting his palms forward. Instantly, the underground chamber was enveloped in a tempest. However, the repeatedly scorched iron door remained remarkably resilient. With only a thin layer of iron dust falling to the ground, a mere half-centimeter breach having been created. Just then, 2 torches extinguished abruptly. Ye Feng, feeling dizzy, turned his gaze towards the compartment. You filthy creature, even if I perish, I shall ensure you receive the fuel to burn it all. Ye Feng approached the compartment, ready to unleash his fiery essence. With a resounding boom, a deafening explosion echoed throughout. Ye Feng swiftly turned around, only to witness a colossal dent formed in the iron gate, as if something formidable were battering against it from the outside. Is someone out there rescuing us? Ye Feng asked, his mind clouded with confusion. It seems so, Brother Feng, but let us not ignite the grid just yet, Chenin replied, moving to the iron gate to listen intently. Outside, heavy thuds and anguished cries reverberated. No sooner had he spoken than he was suddenly propelled backward, flying 3 meters away. Boom. The iron gate was struck once more, a fissure appearing at the bottom slot, allowing a rush of frigid air to pour in. Huh. Fresh air. Ye Feng exclaimed joyously, hastily leaning towards the gap to gulp in the oxygen. We have air now. The others joined him, breathing eagerly through the crevice. Simultaneously, the cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of heavy objects. Brother Feng, retreat a bit further inside, came the voice of Chasing Horse. Ye Feng squinted, swiftly pulling Meng Yi to the side. Boom. The iron gate shook again, the opening expanding by a meter. Quick, let us escape, Ye Feng urged, rolling out with his hand crossbow. The biting wind met him as he emerged, and through the flickering torchlight, he saw a sand cart moving back and forth. Surrounding it were dozens of guards, the very subordinates of Xyler. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of a gun barrel echoed from the sand cart, piercing through 3 guards with chilling precision. Simultaneously, a throng of mercenaries charged forth, relentlessly firing at the sand cart, creating a cacophony of clanging metal. The others tumbled out of the fissure, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Brother Feng, why are you dawdling? Get on the cart. Nolan's voice called from within. Yes, Brother Feng, hurry up, or we want to escape the military camp. The voice of Chasing Horse echoed from inside as well. Overjoyed, Ye Feng nimbly leapt onto the sand cart's hatch. Open the lid, he shouted inside. Bang! The hatch was violently pushed open from within, nearly colliding with Ye Feng's nose. Chunin, Ye Feng waved back. I'll go first. A burly man rushed ahead of Chunin, climbing up towards the hatch. Just as he was halfway through, puff, 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 countless crossbow bolts shot forth, transforming him into a pincushion. Clear the way. Ye Feng exclaimed, tossing the body aside and seizing Chun and get in. All right, brother Feng, you hurry too. Chun urged, pulling Ye Feng towards the hatch. Puff. Ye Feng felt a jolt as something passed through him, leaving his stomach feeling hollow. Brother Feng, with a strong tug, Chun pulled Ye Feng entirely into the hatch. Quickly, get into the sand cart, or those crossbows will claim our lives. Meng Yi and the others, startled, shot their crossbows while scrambling onto the sand cart. Puff, puff, puff. In the brief exchange of fire, 3 of Meng Yi's side fell. A bolt was embedded in his own shoulder. Without hesitation, Meng Yizai endured the excruciating pain and forced himself inside. Shortly after, another 6th-tier warrior squeezed in. Is there anyone else wishing to enter? Ye Feng turned his head to see Nolan operating the enormous arc disc, while on the other side, Zhui Ma was manning a machine gun, firing wildly at the outside. No one else. Ignoring everything, Meng Yizai quickly sealed the manhole cover. The moment he closed it, a wave of relief washed over him as he slumped into the sand cart like a puddle of mud. Ugh. The anguished screams from outside soon ceased, indicating that the remaining skilled warriors had been gunned down. Simultaneously, a series of metallic clinks echoed from outside. The crossbows could not pierce the cart, yet they continued to fire relentlessly. Brace yourselves, I'm charging out, Nolan declared, pulling a lever and forcefully yanking it back. Boom. The cart roared as it surged outward towards the underground parking. A few guards, caught off guard, were crushed into two-dimensional beings. Brother Feng, you're bleeding profusely. Chen suddenly pointed at Ye Feng's abdomen. Oh no. Ye Feng finally realized, clutching his stomach and howling in pain. He had previously sustained fatal injuries, but never had he experienced such agony. Quick, let me bandage you. Chen hurriedly tore his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage around Ye Feng's waist. Meng Yi and the other warrior quickly responded, rushing to assist. The warrior took the passenger seat, helping Nolan alleviate the burden of maneuvering the cart, while Meng Yi helped Zhui Ma pour box after box of iron nails into the magazine. Puff, 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 puff. Zhui Ma reveled in the moment, firing continuously. Though the nails were short, each one had the capacity to penetrate gold and stone, causing the guards outside to scream in agony. Hurry, bring over the oil barrels, quickly, came Sheila's anxious voice from outside. Everyone in the cart felt a jolt of alarm. It was crucial to have infantry support during the sand cart's assault, otherwise, they would be defenseless against fire attacks. Chapter 681. So sturdy if oil were poured into the cart, it would only take a spark for them to be cooked alive. Go faster. The warrior gripped the lever with determination. Rumbling. The roar of the sand cart intensified, charging forward towards the camp entrance with unyielding momentum. Not good. Someone is escaping in the sand cart. Sheila shouted from behind. On the watchtower, several crossbows adjusted their aim directly at the cart. Clang. A sound akin to tearing metal echoed. The entire cart shook violently. Ye Feng sat in shock, witnessing a bolt shoot in from above, piercing directly between his legs, barely missing him by a hair's breadth. What power does this crossbow possess? Ye Feng gasped in astonishment. Faster, go faster. Clang. Another piercing sound erupted. The second sand cart launched a bolt that narrowly missed Nolan's scalp. Ah, my head. Nolan exclaimed, clutching his head in agony. This is deadly. The strongman, taken aback, swiftly pushed Nolan aside and took the controls himself. Being a seasoned veteran, he maneuvered the vehicle with far greater skill than Nolan. With a thunderous crash, the sand cart barreled through the sentry tower and the barbed wire fence, pulling the wires into a straight line before snapping them apart. As the sentry tower collapsed, the mounted crossbow tumbled down, along with its 2 operators. No, they had barely yelled before the sand cart crashed into them, their bodies crushed beneath the heavy treads. I refused to accept this fate. Through a narrow gap, Ye Feng spotted the fallen crossbow on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he opened the manhole cover. In the next moment, Ye Feng leaped off the sand cart with a few swift movements. Brother Feng, are you insane? Chen shouted from within the vehicle. With a screech, the sand cart came to a sudden halt, waiting for Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng hoisted the crossbow onto his shoulder. Though the weapon was forged from steel, it was considerably smaller than the ones from Chongqing City, weighing only a few thousand pounds. Even injured, Ye Feng found it effortless to bear. Chase Ma, what are you waiting for? Use the machine gun to cover Brother Feng. Chen barked. The machine gun roared to life again, sending the pursuing soldiers tumbling in disarray. At last, Ye Feng secured the crossbow onto the sand cart. However, The exterior of the cart was exceedingly smooth, making it impossible to fasten the weapon. Damn it, Ye Feng cursed, biting his lip as he yanked a length of barbed wire over, hastily binding the crossbow to several of the gun barrels. In a flash, he slipped back into the manhole cover of the sand cart. Clang, clang, clang. Several quarrels flew towards them, showering sparks across the sand cart. Give it full throttle, Ye Feng shouted. Yes, big brother. The strong man gripped the control lever with determination. Suddenly, the lever was ripped from his grasp. The sand cart surged forward at a speed exceeding 10 kilometers per hour, but without the lever, it could not be stopped. Pressing the brake was futile. Damn it, you fool, Chun and cursed angrily. Don't blame him. You, take control of the steering wheel. We can't flip the cart now, under these circumstances. We must keep moving forward until we exhaust the fuel. Ye Feng sighed heavily. All right. The strong man, drenched in sweat, clutched the steering wheel tightly, eyes peering through the gaps. Fixated on the outside. Soon, the sand cart burst forth from the oasis and into the desert. Thankfully, the sky above the desert was a brilliant blue, even at night. The vision of a sixth-tier strongman could see a kilometer ahead. Otherwise, should they collide with a rock or the corpse of a sand beast, the cart would surely overturn. Steer north, Ye Feng commanded. Indeed, he aimed to head towards the temple, now equipped with the sand cart and the crossbow. They were ready to confront the formidable level 20 sand beast. However, I was lost as to the direction. What should I do? The mighty warrior gazed ahead, refusing to look back, and exclaimed in frustration. Damn it! Ye Feng, with a despondent expression, clambered out from beneath the manhole cover and leaped from the vehicle. After rolling several times on the ground, he landed amidst the gravel. With no time to voice his pain, he hastily removed his trousers and turned towards the gravel. Brother, please, relieve yourself quickly, I beg you, Ye Feng urged, frantically pushing aside the debris, his voice filled with urgency. The sand truck was rapidly distancing itself from him. For heaven's sake, why aren't you relieving yourself at this critical moment? I'm pleading with you. Ye Feng slapped his companion a few times in desperation. Yet the matter could not be hurried. The more he pressed, the less effective it became. The sand truck was now over 200 meters away. Hey, spin the sand truck in place. Don't drift too far from me. Ye Feng's voice echoed faintly. However, after a moment, the sand truck shot beyond a kilometer, vanishing from his sight. At last, a stream of urine splashed onto the gravel. Ye Feng quickly squatted down, clutching a beetle in his hand. Wait for me. Don't leave without me. He sprinted toward the direction where the sand truck had disappeared. Inside the vehicle, Chun and relentlessly struck the head of the formidable warrior. You're supposed to drive in circles. Feng Ge hasn't boarded yet. Don't hit my head, please. You can't drive. Let me take over. Move aside. Don't grab the steering wheel. At this speed, we'll overturn. The two struggled for control of the steering wheel. Yet, Chunin was ultimately too weak. Meng Yi, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over to seize the steering wheel, executing a complete 360-degree spin. Finally, the sand truck began to whirl in place, raising clouds of dust all around. Ye Feng, breathless and having run 2,000 meters, finally spotted the sand truck rotating in circles, along with the crossbow tied to it. Good grief, I'm exhausted. I'm here. Make the vehicle spin wider. Ye Feng observed the distant truck, preparing to launch himself towards it. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the ground, emitting a thunderous roar. A level 9 sand beast? Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stepped back. Without hesitation, the level 9 sand beast charged directly at him. Frost energy. A layer of white mist spread towards the beast. However, the creature was too powerful. The frosty energy had little effect. Flame. Ye Feng, with no other recourse, unleashed his fiery powers. Boom. A massive inferno enveloped the head of the sand beast. The creature's senses were obscured by the flames, leaving it disoriented. It began to pound the ground with its claws, sending dust soaring to dizzying heights. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng leaped 20 meters into the air, landing squarely on the manhole cover. I'm diving in. At last, he entered the sand truck, hastily presenting the beetle to Nolan. Oh no, the direction is right where that sand beast is, Nolan exclaimed. Feng Ge, there's a level 9 sand beast blocking our path. What shall we do? Chunin inquired. Just crash through it. Exactly. The sand truck is far sturdier than the beast. We can smash right through. You're insane. The sand vehicle executed a complete rotation before rumbling forward. The flames atop the beast's head were finally extinguished. yet it remained momentarily oblivious as the colossal sand vehicle collided with its thigh. Chapter 682, Because Our Water is Running Low. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth, and one of the sand beast's hind legs was shattered upon impact. A mournful howl erupted from the 9th-tier sand beast as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Strike again, Ye Feng commanded. Yes, brother. The sand vehicle deftly swerved left, charging once more at the fallen creature. This time, however, it was not the thigh that bore the brunt of the collision, for the beast lay prostrate. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle smashed into the beast's skull, unleashing a torrent of blood that nearly stained the entire vehicle crimson. The vehicle is stuck, one of the strongmen exclaimed. No worries, this is what we call a force stop. Ye Feng emerged from the manhole cover, surveying the lifeless beast sprawled on the ground. Despite being a 9th-tier creature, the sand beast met its end after having its skull obliterated. The 4 wheels of the sand vehicle continued to spin rapidly, propelling sand several meters behind. Shunan also emerged from the manhole cover, wielding a curved blade to strike at the beast's abdomen. 5 minutes later, he approached Ye Feng, brandishing a bloodied crystal core. Brother Feng, a 9th-tier crystal core. I'll take it for now. Ye Feng grasped the crystal core and immediately initiated his blood-sucking technique. Let us go. Get in the vehicle. The two leapt into the sand vehicle, yet Ye Feng's technique remained unceasing. After swaying left and right, the vehicle finally dislodged itself from the beast's head and continued its journey northward. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng discarded the fragment of the crystal core, reveling in the surge of energy coursing through him. He had now reached the pinnacle of a 6th-tier warrior, and with the acquisition of a high-grade crystal core, he would be poised to ascend to the 7th-tier level. As for ordinary crystal cores, their insufficient potency rendered them incapable of breaking through his current limitations. Consuming more would only be wasteful and increase the burden on his body. Oh no, another sand beast ahead. We forgot to bring the incense wood, the strongman shouted. It's merely a 3rd-tier sand beast. Let us ram it, Ye Feng replied. With a resounding crash, the 3rd-tier sand beast emerged from the ground, intending to ambush, only to be sent flying several meters by the force of the impact. Brother Feng, should we retrieve its crystal core? Shunan asked excitedly. Retrieve what? For a 3rd-tier beast, it's not worth our time to disembark. Getting back on the vehicle afterward would be a hassle. Ye Feng shook his head. Another sand beast appeared ahead, this one of the 5th tier. Ram it. Boom. The creature was sent soaring by the collision. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Brother Feng, this is exhilarating. Shunan howled with glee inside the vehicle. Enough with the howling. Once we reach the temple, there will be a level 20 sand beast. Our vehicle will likely seem like a toy in its presence, Ye Feng remarked with a serious demeanor. In the city of Na, within a circular edifice, a throng of onlookers surrounded by white spectators occasionally included a native. Facing north, 3 elderly white men sat in deliberation. In the center of the circular structure stood Hyler, shackled like a prisoner. Hyler, as the director, how could you allow your subordinates to steal a sand vehicle? Do you comprehend the ramifications of such advanced technology falling into the wrong hands for our city, Na? An elderly Caucasian man rapped on the table. Moreover, the sand vehicle has already ventured into the desert. Should it fall into the hands of the stone giants or the sand people, given their vast population, even a mere scrap of knowledge gleaned from it would spell disaster for Na. The great clans have retained our race primarily because they have not acquired our core technology. Once they do, even if only in fragments, our existence will be jeopardized, and we will become targets for the major clans throughout the desert. Do you understand? Another elderly Caucasian man added. Vice Commander, esteemed leaders of the battalions, please grant me a chance to rectify this, Hyler implored softly. Hyler, what measures do you propose for this remedy? The Vice Commander inquired. I intend to take my 300 men, mount our swiftest horses, each carrying a barrel of oil, to reclaim the sand vehicle. If we fail to retrieve it, I shall set it ablaze. We cannot allow the technology to be disseminated, Hyler declared. The 3 elderly men exchanged glances, engaging in hushed deliberation. We agree with your decision. However, we do not trust you. Thus you shall not lead this expedition, they concluded. Then who will lead? Hyler questioned. Your guard captain, Miss Darren, will take command. Hyler, as the director under your command, you will accompany her on this mission to retrieve the sand vehicle. If it cannot be found, destroy it, ensuring the core power system is obliterated. Our core technology must remain concealed from prying eyes, the vice commander directed, gesturing towards a cold-faced woman beside him. Understood. Darren stepped forward, her striking visage tinged with a hint of indignation. Though she was Caucasian, she bore the wild beauty of the indigenous people, likely a product of Germanic and native ancestry, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Darren, how many men do you intend to take with you? The vice commander asked. I plan to bring only my guard, totaling 1,000 men, each bearing a barrel of oil, equipped with crossbows, and mounted on the fastest horses, Darren replied. Excellent. I had anticipated you would take the sand vehicle itself. I am quite pleased with your decision. The vice commander nodded approvingly. His concern lay in the potential for the sand vehicle to be commandeered by others. Thus far, the most advanced technology in Na was metallurgy, closely followed by the manufacturing of sand vehicles. The two were symbiotically linked. Without quality lightweight steel, a land behemoth like the sand vehicle could not be produced. Much like the creation of a minuscule chip, a multitude of processes must converge to yield a successful result. The craftsmanship of Na has surpassed the standards of this world by at least a millennium. Were it not for the restrictions on gunpowder, iron ore, and fuel, they might well have already developed cannons, machine guns, and even autocannons. After all, they were once soldiers of the German forces during World War II. In the desolate expanse of the desert, a sand vehicle stood beside a solitary sea buckthorn. Surrounding the sand vehicle lay the lifeless bodies of 6 or 7 lowly sand beasts. This is splendid, I assenti it. We are out of fuel now, Feng. Are we to abandon the vehicle and trudge to the temple with the crossbow? Chun-En inquired while seated upon the carcass of a sand beast. Damn it, I am truly unwilling to accept this. Manhanu, how far is it to the temple from here? Ye Feng asked. At least 1,000 kilometers. Even if we fill the sand vehicle to capacity, we would need to make 5 trips to reach the temple. But where are we to find the fuel? Manhanu shrugged his shoulders. He was the 6th-tier warrior operating the sand vehicle. Now, there were a total of 6 individuals. Ye Feng, Chun-En, Zhui Ma, Nolan, Meng Yi, and Manhanu. Among them, Ye Feng, Meng Yi, and Manhanu were all 6th-tier warriors, while Chun-En and his companions were relatively weaker, with only Zhui Ma being somewhat stronger. Comparable to a great beastmaster. Do you think the bodies of these sand beasts could serve as fuel? Ye Feng suddenly appeared contemplative. The corpses of sand beasts certainly cannot burn as effectively as black fuel, can they? Manhanu shook his head. Are we still concerned about burning efficiency at this point? As long as it can get the steam engine moving, it suffices. Moreover, in the future, if you need to relieve yourselves, do it into the steam engine, as our water supply is dwindling. Chapter 683. Instant disinterest. Upon finishing, Ye Feng drew a meat cleaver and sliced open the belly of a sand beast. Everyone come help. Extract the fat from the sand beast. Its combustion power is immense, sufficient to propel such a large sand vehicle. The group hurriedly got to work, cutting the fat and blubber into strips for easier placement into the furnace. Ye Feng commanded. Before long, the fat from several sand beasts had been entirely extracted. Ye Feng took a whiff, a foul odor nearly choking him. Feng Go, the interior of the sand vehicle can hold only about 3,000 pounds of fat. What about the excess? Chen asked. Let us bind the surplus fat to the outside of the sand beast, ensuring it does not obstruct the driver's and gunner's view. Understood. The group utilized every available rope, securing not only the Na City crossbow to the sand vehicle, but also the hefty fat. Allow me to give it a try. Ye Feng ignited the furnace and took the driver's seat. Shortly thereafter, the fat caught fire, and the steam engine finally boiled the water, restoring the power system instantaneously. Goodness. It burns too quickly. We need someone dedicated to constantly feed fat into it. Chun-En covered his nose and tossed a 30-pound piece of fat into the furnace. Boom. The sand vehicle roared to life, setting forth towards the north, leaving behind a few carcasses of sand beasts. However, after less than 20 kilometers, half of the fat on board had already been consumed. We're doomed. At this rate, we will need to stop every 40 kilometers to hunt for sand beasts. And we are likely to encounter formidable foes along the way. With all these unforeseen complications, when will we ever reach the temple? Ye Feng lamented. Boom. At that moment, a cloud of dust billowed ahead as 5 or 6 sand beasts emerged from the gravel. Oh look, that's a 7th-tier sand beast. I'll ram into you. Old hag. Ye Feng abruptly altered his course, charging directly at the foremost sand beast. 2 hours later, the lifeless bodies of 6 sand beasts fell to the ground once more. Ha ha ha. The likelihood of encountering sand beasts is increasingly frequent, for our sand vehicle carries fat, and the scent of blood draws them near. thus alleviating our worries about fuel. Chen laughed heartily. Just then, a furious roar echoed from ahead. What on earth? Chen quickly struck a pose reminiscent of a monkey gazing at the moon. It seemed that he could hear the sound, but not see its source. Why are you all crawling into the sand vehicle? Chen looked utterly bewildered. Hurry inside. That is at least a 9th-level sand beast. Quick, into the sand vehicle. Ye Feng's head emerged from the manhole cover. Bang. The sand vehicle was abruptly sealed. After a moment, a dark shadow charged toward them from the front. The 6 of them gazed in astonishment through the gaps in the sand vehicle at the creature before them. This beast resembled a gigantic gorilla, standing around 7 meters tall. In terms of sheer size, it might not even surpass some first-level sand beasts. However, the aura it exuded indicated that it was at least a 9th-level beast. Possibly even a 10th. Silence. Ye Feng covered Chun's mouth. The sand beast sniffed the air, seemingly searching for a scent. Moments later, it pressed its large face against the sand vehicle, trying to peer inside for signs of life. I could not contain myself any longer. Chasing Horse activated the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gun barrel pressed against the sand beast, unleashing a barrage of fire. Grr. The sand beast was taken aback, its arms flexing with force. Ye Feng felt the entire sand vehicle lift off the ground, while their bodies tumbled inside. Boom. The heavy sand vehicle, weighing several tons, buried its front end into the gravel. Ouch. I feel like my bones are about to shatter. Chen's head was stuck in the fat, his legs forming a scissor shape toward the sky. Get up. Ye Feng yanked Chen to his feet, his gaze peering through the sand vehicle's gaps toward the distant sand beast. That was undeniably a beast of at least 10th level. Otherwise, it could not possess such strength. The sand beast continuously clawed at its chest, attempting to dislodge the iron nails embedded within. Roar. A deafening roar erupted, causing Ye Feng's ears to tingle and his vision to blur. Move aside, let us fire a few more rounds. Ye Feng opened another gun barrel and loaded it with iron nails. The German-engineered nails were truly formidable, capable of penetrating even a 10th-level sand beast's hide. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a flurry of sparks, dozens of nails struck the beast's head. However, only 2 nails pierced its skull, while the rest became lodged on the surface. Awoo. The 10th-level sand beast finally lost its balance, rolling in the gravel, its hands frantically searching its head as if trying to extract the nails from within its skull. Die. Ye Feng squeezed the trigger once more. Fortunately, the gun barrel of the sand vehicle was designed with advanced technology, allowing for vertical and horizontal movement. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, he would have been unable to aim the machine gun at the sand beast. The vitality of the level 10 sand beast was astonishing. After dragging its severely injured body for over 1,000 meters, it finally collapsed with a resounding thud. Outside, there lay a level 10 crystal Dan. Ye Feng lifted the manhole cover and emerged from within, leading the way. After traveling a distance of 1,000 meters, the 6 of them surrounded the sand beast. Goodness. If its hide were to be harvested and fashioned into armor, it might well withstand ordinary crossbow bolts, Chen remarked in astonishment. Forget the hide. Our sand cart needs fuel and cannot carry its skin. We shall only take the crystal Dan, Ye Feng replied, picking up a meat cleaver and slowly beginning to carve. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. Otherwise, he would have struggled to sever even the skin of this level 10 sand beast. After a while, Ye Feng emerged, cradling a resplendent crystal Dan. My apologies, but this crystal Dan is mine now, he declared, quietly employing his blood-sucking technique. Meanwhile, Manhanu brandished a cleaver, methodically slicing through the flesh of the sand beast's arm. What are you doing? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I have cultivated a technique known as dragon elephant skill, which primarily enhances strength. This sand beast is clearly a powerhouse. If I can retrieve its arm bone and have an apothecary concoct a medicinal brew, it will gradually fortify my physique, Manhanu replied without looking up. Technique? So you are skilled in martial arts? How splendid. Could you teach me? Ye Feng asked excitedly. And me as well. I aspire to become a robust man, Chunin chimed in, moving closer. Are you certain? Manhanu fixed his gaze upon the two. Absolutely, they affirmed. Brother, you may not realize this, but while the dragon elephant skill can indeed render your body formidable, it sacrifices your advancement potential. The cultivation of dragon elephant skill requires the absorption of the medicinal properties within the crystal Dan. I have been constrained by a bottleneck. Remaining at the 6th stage for 10 years, no matter how many crystal dawn I consume, the medicinal energy is wasted. Thus, I have chosen to utilize that energy for cultivating certain techniques. Although I remain at the 6th stage, I strive to be invincible among my peers, Manhanu explained. Upon hearing this, the others promptly lost interest. After all, the human body has a limited capacity for absorbing the medicinal properties of the crystal Dan, and they had not yet encountered any bottlenecks. The energy from the crystal Dan would be better spent on leveling up. Once their ranks increased, they would be far more effective than any technique. Even if one perfected the dragon elephant skill, they would still only be a 6th stage warrior. In contrast, Meng Yi and the others could harness the medicinal energy within their bodies to elevate their ranks to the 9th stage. A 9th stage warrior would easily overpower a 6th stage, regardless of any techniques the latter might possess. The overarching framework of strength remained paramount. No amount of finesse and details could alter that fact. However, Ye Feng's expression shifted. Perhaps he would encounter a bottleneck one day. The dragon elephant skill could indeed be worth learning. Furthermore, he possessed the unique ability to absorb the medicinal properties of the crystal Dan indefinitely, setting him apart from others. For example, if Meng Yi were to consume this level 10 crystal Dan, it would likely take him 5 or 6 years to fully absorb its potency, with a significant portion inevitably wasted. As for Ye Feng, his blood-sucking technique allows him to absorb nearly all of the energy, and he can digest this medicinal power within a mere 10 minutes. Could you teach me? Ye Feng inquired earnestly. Are you certain? My dear brother, it seems you have yet to encounter a bottleneck. Rather than expending that energy on such training, why not focus on leveling up? Moreover, the dragon elephant skill is notoriously difficult to master, regarded as the most challenging technique within the temple. The initial 3 tiers alone dissuade countless strong warriors. But it is only upon reaching the 4th tier that the true might of the dragon elephant skill is revealed, Manhanu remarked, gazing at Ye Feng as though he were a fool. With that energy, it would be far wiser to dedicate it to leveling up instead of pursuing this rather frivolous technique. Are the first 3 tiers truly that arduous? Ye Feng asked. Absolutely. First and foremost, you must abstain from carnal pleasures for a month. During the 1st tier, your body will experience a burning sensation, coupled with an overwhelming desire, akin to being fed an aphrodisiac while a naked woman dances beside you. Do you believe you can withstand that? If you cannot, all your efforts will be in vain. Manhanu explained. That, I believe I can endure it. Now, what about the challenges of the 2nd tier? Ye Feng hesitantly replied. The 2nd tier is a trial of relentless discomfort, with sensations of numbness, itchiness, and pain lasting approximately a month. I nearly gave up when I was training for the 2nd tier, Manhanu stated. Ye Feng's expression darkened, contemplating the prospect of yielding. And the 3rd tier? He inquired nonchalantly, knowing that if it proved excessively challenging, he would have to forego it. The 3rd tier requires daily consumption of bone wine and a plethora of nourishing substances, officially entering the realm of bone refinement. This will significantly enhance your bone density, resilience, and recovery capabilities, rendering you the most formidable presence among your peers. Oh, Ye Feng's interest was piqued. What are the side effects? The side effect is a constant state of bodily heat. If one abstains from women for too long, it may even impact one's intellect, Manhanu replied candidly. Ha ha ha, Manhanu, this technique suits our Feng Gu perfectly, as he lacks intelligence, and thus will remain unaffected. Chunin exclaimed with excitement. With a swift motion, Ye Feng sent Chun and flying with a slap. What effects does the 4th tier possess? He inquired. Although I have yet to master the 4th tier, based on the descriptions provided, it grants the ability to easily defeat enemies of higher levels, even 2 tiers above, while simultaneously fortifying your skin to withstand the impact of ordinary crossbows. As for the 5th tier, it appears that no one in this world has yet reached it. However, according to the information available, mastering the 5th tier allows one to develop a skill known as the diamond roar. The power of this roar can shatter an enemy's skull, and even when facing formidable foes, it can induce a temporary state of dizziness in them. The diamond roar is particularly effective against adversaries of lower levels. Regardless of their numbers, they cannot withstand the might of such a roar, Manhanu stated with a look of yearning. Is it truly that remarkable? What about the 6th tier? Ye Feng asked again. I cannot say, as I only managed to acquire the techniques for the first 5 tiers. The remaining 4 tiers would be futile for an ordinary person, for the capacity to absorb medicinal power is limited. Even with 3 centuries of accumulated medicinal energy, one would likely struggle to reach the 5th tier, which is why I only sought the 5th tier. Manhanu spoke as he extracted the arm bone of the sand beast. Splendid. Please transcribe that 5-layered technique for me. Once we are on the sand cart, you shall not have to labor. Instead, devote your time to copying it for me. Ye Feng exclaimed with excitement. Given his absorption rate of medicinal power, he was confident that, even though the dragon elephant technique comprised merely 9 layers, he could master it within his lifetime, irrespective of whether it had 90 layers. Would he then be capable of carrying the earth upon his shoulders? Naturally, the dragon elephant technique was merely a means to pass the time when encountering a bottleneck. The medicinal power of the crystal pill was primarily to be utilized for advancement. As levels increased, the significance of the dragon elephant technique seemed to wane. Contemplating this, Ye Feng exerted his right hand, amplifying the potency of his blood-sucking art. The sound of suction resonated from his palm. In a mere moment, the crystal pill was reduced to a mere husk. Ye Feng discarded the remnants of the pill and said, "Come, let us all exert our strength to lift this sand cart from the gravel." However, as he spoke, his expression suddenly changed drastically. A terrifying surge of energy engulfed his limbs and bones, and within a mere 2 seconds, this energy located his meridian point. Crack! Ye Feng directly broke through to the 7th tier of strength. Yet, this energy remained, continuing to surge chaotically within his body. Ye Feng collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing rhythmically. "Brother, what is wrong? Feng Ge, do you have epilepsy? Great Khan?" The others quickly surrounded him, helplessly staring at Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng was overwhelmed by pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. After the energy surged through his body, it found the 8th tier's meridian point. Crack! With another sharp sound, Ye Feng unexpectedly ascended 2 tiers in a single day, becoming a peak 8th tier warrior. Yet, the energy persisted, continuing to roam within him until it finally settled upon locating the 9th tier's meridian point. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Ye Feng gradually sat up, his clothes exuding a foul odor. Meng Yi's expression changed slightly as he sensed a faint pressure emanating from Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was clearly at the same level as himself, a 6th tier warrior. Why then did he exert such pressure? In Meng Yi's experience, even a normal individual consuming a level 20 crystal pill would require years to digest its medicinal power. Hence, for an ordinary person, advancement was a long and tedious journey. In contrast, Ye Feng had directly executed a 2-tier leap, ascending from a 6th tier warrior to a peak 8th tier warrior. This implied that if Meng Yanlai were to be resurrected now, Ye Feng would be capable of defeating him utterly. Despite Meng Yanlai being a 9th tier warrior, Ye Feng possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, particularly the blood-sucking art, a miraculous skill that allowed for infinite stamina recovery. "I feel exceedingly weak. I must trouble you 5 to lift the sand cart from the gravel yourselves. I need to sit down and consolidate my strength," Ye Feng declared before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although his realm has indeed elevated, Ye Feng still feels a certain instability, akin to a castle in the air. Thus, as one's cultivation ascends to higher tiers, it becomes imperative to dedicate time to consolidate one's newfound prowess after each advancement. It is said that those at the level of King of Strength typically require a fortnight to solidify their realm after a promotion. 2 hours later, Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes. It was only then that he sensed the power within him could be wielded at will. Earlier, despite possessing strength, he felt it was somewhat beyond his control. Chunin and his companions had already adjusted the sandcar's position and had ignited a fire nearby, roasting a generous portion of sand beast meat. "You're awake, Brother Feng? Come over and eat. You look pale, your lips are white," Chunin urged as he hurriedly offered him some meat. "Thank you," Ye Feng replied, eagerly sinking his teeth into the morsel. After finishing, his gaze suddenly fell upon the bones of the sand beast. With his current abilities, could he possibly break the leg bone of a level 10 sand beast? With this thought, Ye Feng dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A cloud of dust enveloped the area, as though a grenade had exploded. The flesh of the level 10 sand beast was blasted open, revealing its stark, white bones within. "Incredible! Brother Feng, how have you become so strong?" Chunin exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Meng Yi and Manhanu exchanged glances, their faces adorned with large question marks. "Ha, I'm in high spirits today. Quick, let us board the sandcar and head north," Ye Feng declared, feeling quite pleased as he leaped into the vehicle. Thereafter, Nolan took the wheel. Chunin was tasked with providing fuel, while Meng Yi and Chue Ma operated 2 machine guns. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Manhanu lounged comfortably in the middle of the sand car. Brother Feng, here are the techniques from the first 5 tiers. I have transcribed them all for you. Remember, during your cultivation, your internal medicinal energy must be abundant. Otherwise, this technique will siphon your blood and even deplete your lifespan to fuel its self-cultivation. It's quite terrifying, Manhanu explained, handing a piece of paper to Ye Feng. This paper, crafted by the inhabitants of Na City, though somewhat coarse, was far superior to beast hide for writing and also more economical. Thank you. Once I acquire higher-grade crystal pills, I will bring them to you for your practice, Ye Feng said sincerely. No need. The crystal pill I consumed last time hasn't fully digested yet. An excess of medicinal energy within the body can lead to adverse reactions, Manhanu replied, shaking his head. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, a sense of superiority washing over him. My blood-sucking technique is truly remarkable. It can instantaneously digest medicinal energy. Such an ability is likely unique to this world, far beyond mere ice or fire abilities. With this thought, Ye Feng settled into a lotus position in the center of the sand car, emulating the first tier of the technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Ye Feng meticulously reviewed the first tier of the dragon elephant technique from beginning to end, then back again. Have I truly progressed through the first tier so swiftly? Is this technique a simplified version? Ye Feng glanced at the equally astonished Manhanu beside him. I. Manhanu stuttered, taken aback. Brother, are you perhaps a natural master of physical refinement? In just 2 days, you've completed the first tier? I spent more than 3 months, enduring the initial torment with the assistance of numerous experts. Manhanu was nearly left speechless. Ye Feng's eyes twinkled as a subtle, restrained smile graced his face. Congratulations, you are correct. I am indeed a rare talent in body refinement, a phenomenon seldom seen in a century. Now, I shall embark on my training for the second layer. A flicker of triumph danced within Ye Feng as he turned to the next page. 200 kilometers behind them, 1,000 riders galloped across the desert, where the sand beasts, upon surfacing, were swiftly turned into a mass of holes by crossbow bolts. Some of the more formidable sand beasts possessed a degree of intelligence. When faced with overwhelming power, they typically chose to burrow deep within the sand, opting for concealment. Commander, this seems implausible, exclaimed Xyler, her expression grave. The fuel for Ye Feng and his group should only allow for a journey of just over 200 kilometers. Yet now, they have traversed more than 400 kilometers. Why hasn't their fuel been exhausted? Darlin shot him a sharp glance and slowly approached the carcass of a sand beast. The body was riddled with bite marks from other sand beasts. She then inspected the area around the creature's abdomen, where the incision of fat was smooth and precise. Unlike anything made by teeth, I suspect that Ye Feng's group is utilizing the fat of the sand beasts as fuel, she deduced. As expected of the commander, your guess is entirely accurate. Indeed, but how cunning of Ye Feng. What should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? They have fuel, while our horses require water and grass at intervals. The longer we take, the less likely we are to catch up, Xyler inquired. Of course we must pursue. Fat as fuel burns inefficiently, inferior to black fuel. Hence, I deduce they will need to stop and replenish their fat every few dozen kilometers. They may not be faster than our horses with such stops, Darlin asserted, mounting her warhorse. Follow the tracks of the wheels. We must locate their sand cart. If possible, we should bring it back. If not, we must dismantle their power system. With that, she sped northward. Brother Feng, this is utterly outrageous. You've mastered the second layer in merely 4 days. Even if you are a prodigy in body refinement, such speed is inconceivable, Manhanu exclaimed, nearly kneeling before Ye Feng. I cannot help being exceptional. It seems the heavens have favored me. You, too, are promising. I believe that in a decade or so, you will reach the 4th layer. Ye Feng reassured Manhanu. And I? Manhanu felt as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. Chapter 686. A face full of flattery. Brother Feng. We've run out of fat to burn. Chun En's head emerged from below, covered in dust and grime. Indeed, after traveling another 200 meters, the sand cart came to a sudden halt. What a bother, Ye Feng remarked, lifting the well cover to survey the endless expanse of yellow sand. A group of men sprang into action, arming themselves. Previously, they had feared the emergence of sand beasts from the desert, yet now they seemed to anticipate it. Chunin, bring out the barrels of fat and use the scent of blood to lure the sand beasts, Ye Feng ordered. Understood. As Chunin was about to take action, he suddenly squinted his eyes. He spotted over 30 sand beasts migrating from a kilometer away. These creatures resembled a cross between cattle and horses, each towering over 10 meters in height. The foremost sand beast, based on its aura, evidently reached a formidable level of 10. Quickly, get inside the sand vehicle. Chun En commanded, and a group hurriedly scrambled into the vehicle. Feng Ge, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chun En's head emerged from the manhole cover. Yet, Ye Feng remained steadfast, unmoved. Ever since he had attained the pinnacle of the 8th tier, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence that he could annihilate a level 10 sand beast. It was an instinctive certainty, intense and palpable. Upon reaching level 10, a sand beast equates to a human powerhouse. However, generally speaking, a first-tier powerhouse can easily vanquish a level 10 sand beast. This is due to humanity's possession of weapons and intelligence. Although the strength and speed of sand beasts slightly surpass that of humans at the same level, they lack intellect, the ability to wield tools, and teamwork. Roaring, the leading beast immediately spotted Ye Feng and the sand vehicle beside him. It swung its massive head to signal its kin behind. In the next instant, the horde charged towards Ye Feng. Feng Ge, what are you doing? Get into the sand vehicle. Chun En, terrified, feared that Ye Feng might perish at the hands of the sand beasts, leaving him utterly alone. Although Nolan and Chasing Horse were his comrades, they only regarded him as one of their own due to Ye Feng's presence. Close the manhole cover. I wish to test my strength, Ye Feng declared, tossing aside his short sword. Amidst the swirling sands, the fastest among them was a 6th-tier sand beast. Despite sensing Ye Feng's powerful aura, it dismissed him, emboldened by the support of its pack. Die! Ye Feng's figure flickered as he charged directly at the sand beast. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the creature's head. The immense force of his blow surged through the 6th-tier sand beast's skull, instantly turning its brain into a pulpy mass. With a mournful cry, the 6th-tier sand beast collapsed. Enraged, the other sand beasts accelerated, resembling a battalion of tanks charging at Ye Feng. Die! Ye Feng leapt 10 meters into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches. 2 powerful gusts of wind wreaked havoc among the sand beasts. The ground shook with thunderous roars. The lesser sand beasts, those below the 6th tier, fell one by one, each struck down by his fists. The sand beasts that once instilled fear in Meng Yanlai were now no match for Ye Feng. 10 minutes later, 21 sand beasts lay defeated around Ye Feng, the weakest being tier 3 and the strongest a tier 7. In the distance, only 3 sand beasts remained. The leading beast was of level 10, presumably the king of this herd, flanked by 2 level 8 beasts. Their intellects were akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Witnessing Ye Feng's terrifying prowess, the 2 lesser beasts retreated continuously, seeking refuge behind the formidable level 10 beast. Ye Feng withdrew his hand from the carcass of a sand beast, the blood on his palm vanishing instantaneously. Absorbed by his skin, his stamina seemed to have restored to roughly 90%. With a roar, the level 10 sand beast arched its back, its front hooves frantically clawing at the ground, sending plumes of yellow sand spiraling into the air. After a lengthy contemplation, Ye Feng finally grasped his short sword. After all, facing a level 10 sand beast demanded a modicum of caution. The man and the beast locked eyes for 5 seconds before the level 10 sand beast suddenly straightened up and began to retreat slowly. Its intelligence appeared to be akin to that of a 9-year-old human. Perhaps it surmised that Ye Feng could not defeat it, yet it dared not take the risk. Ye Feng, momentarily bewildered, stood upright and watched as the 3 sand beasts vanished from sight. Never mind, the fat from these sand beasts is sufficient. Chun, you all come out and harvest the fat, Ye Feng called out. With a creak, the manhole cover opened, and Chun En and the others hurriedly emerged, encircling Ye Feng. Incredible! Brother Feng, how can you be so powerful? Great Khan, you are my idol. Faced with their flattery, Ye Feng remained expressionless. All right, let us get to work. We have quite a distance to the temple, and upon arrival, we must contend with level 20 sand beasts. Ye Feng sighed. Understood. The group promptly set to work harvesting the fat, slicing it into 30-pound strips. Manhanu tied the excess fat onto the sand cart for future use. All right, we have stored enough fat. Prepare to depart. Ye Feng waved his hand. However, at that moment, a thunderous wail echoed from afar, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand. The previously encountered level 10 sand beast returned, 2 iron spears protruding from its body. Its staggered gait suggested that something was pursuing it. Goodness! Brother Feng, Quickly get into the sand cart. With a creak, the group hastily scrambled into the cart, peering through the gaps at the driver's station. Through the swirling sands, several agile figures appeared, one particularly tall silhouette moving with a speed surpassing the others, leaping onto the back of the level 10 sand beast with several bounds. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. This was a cyclops, its face veiled, one eye covered with a patch. Upon landing on the beast's back, it grasped one of the iron spears and with a powerful tug, leapt 10 meters into the air. Thud! The spear pierced through the level 10 sand beast's skull, unleashing a devastating force within its head. With a howl, the level 10 sand beast reared up on its hind legs, then collapsed unwillingly into the yellow sand. Crash! The cyclops landed heavily on the ground, the gust from the beast's fall causing its robes to billow dramatically. This, at least a third-tier power master? Meng Yi swallowed hard beside him. Soon after, several more figures burst forth, a total of 8 individuals, 4 men and 4 women, including the cyclops. There were 9 in total. Moreover, the newly emerged quartet were all 9th-tier power masters. Brother Zhasong, I shall fetch the crystal core for you. A woman of considerable beauty approached the crystalline essence with a demeanor of ingratiation. Shortly thereafter, a man approached, using animal hide to wipe the blood from the spear of a one-eyed man. The remaining 8 individuals cast their gaze upon the one-eyed man, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery. This was hardly surprising, for the strength of the one-eyed man far surpassed theirs. Chapter 687. Come here. I have something to ask you. The distinction between strength and skill was vividly illustrated in this moment. At this juncture, the one-eyed man finally directed his attention towards Ye Feng. A sand cart from Na City? It appears not to be a counterfeit, he remarked. With a swift motion, he leapt in front of the sand cart. Chunin, place the fat into the furnace. Prepare for a hasty retreat, Ye Feng stated coldly. Understood. Chunin quickly scuttled beneath the lower level. Friends within the cart, are you from the Yuan child clan? If so, please step forth and speak. The one-eyed man said nonchalantly. Ignore him, continue to burn the fat, and drive the sand cart away. This individual is far too formidable, even with all my means. I may not be able to contend with him, Ye Feng warned in a low voice. The one-eyed man's expression shifted abruptly as he seized the front of the sand cart. With a thunderous roar, the sand cart was propelled 10 meters into the air, crashing down with a resounding thud. Ye Feng and his companions were momentarily stunned, the furnace extinguished in the chaos. The voice of the one-eyed man resonated once more from outside. Do not be ungrateful. Although I cannot enter the sand cart, I possess the means to shake you to your demise within. I harbor no ill intentions, merely wish to discuss a matter with you. His voice, though not deliberately raised, seemed to echo directly in their ears. Brother Feng, what should we do? Chunin inquired anxiously. Brother Feng, should we confront him? Manhanu asked. No. Lift the well cover and exit, Ye Feng instructed, pushing aside the cover and swiftly descending before the one-eyed man. Chunin and the other 5, witnessing this, could only timidly retreat into the yellow sands. You do not appear to be from the Yuan child clan. Is this sand cart truly a counterfeit? A flicker of disappointment crossed the one-eyed man's eyes. Brother Zhasong, this is no counterfeit. It is fine steel. A man of the 9th tier approached the sand cart, tapping the outer iron shell with the back of his knife. Oh, splendid. Gentlemen, I am Zhasong from Giant Stone City. I have come to the temple on an important mission and wish to requisition your sand cart. However, we lack the expertise to operate such a contraption. Thus, we require your assistance to the temple. Rest assured, once the matter is resolved, you may request any reward you desire. I possess a 12th tier crystalline essence and 3 11th tier essences. Should you not have fully absorbed the potency of these, I can exchange them for other remedies, such as crystalline pills, which are absorbed even more efficiently and can reduce absorption time by more than half, Zhasong proclaimed with an air of authority. Crystalline pills? Manhanu and Meng Yi exchanged glances, their eyes immediately alight with excitement. They understood that crystalline pills were concocted from crystalline essences, offering superior absorption compared to the essences themselves. Yet the number of alchemists capable of crafting such pills was exceedingly rare. Certainly, there are indeed some less skilled apothecaries, yet their yield is woefully inadequate. At times, they may attempt the process 10 times, only to achieve success once, resulting in the squander of vast quantities of crystal elixirs and other precious herbal materials. Feng, what are your thoughts? Although Meng Yi was already inclined to agree, he felt compelled to seek the elder's counsel. Ye Feng scrutinized Zisan closely. While he bore the demeanor of a noble, a glint of malice flickered in the depths of his gaze, causing Ye Feng considerable unease. "Are you planning to seek something in the temple?" Ye Feng inquired. "Indeed, my journey to the temple is for divine grace. I have lived for 119 years, and typically, a strength master has a lifespan of 200 years, while a strength king lives for 500. However, I am currently only a third-tier strength master. Thus, I must obtain divine grace to double my lifespan. Otherwise, I fear I may not reach the level of a strength king before I am laid to rest." Zisan replied candidly. He surprisingly divulged all these secrets, seemingly devoid of guile, likely because he deemed Ye Feng and his companions too weak to warrant any scheming. Little did he realize that although Ye Feng was merely an 8th-tier warrior, the outcome could be quite uncertain should he unleash his full potential. "But I have heard that a level 20 sand beast resides within the temple," Ye Feng countered. "Indeed, yet I find myself powerless. My lifespan is likely limited to a few more years, and I cannot afford to wait for it to depart on its own. Rest assured, if there are 5 portions of holy water, I shall share one with your party of 6. If only one portion exists, it shall naturally belong solely to me." Zisan stated nonchalantly. "Holy water?" Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To be honest, he was reluctant to ally with Zisan, but their shared objective of seeking holy water in the temple felt serendipitous, leaving Ye Feng little choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, however. The upper tier of the sand carriage can accommodate no more than 10 individuals. The others will likely have to squeeze into the lower tier," Ye Feng remarked. "I understand that. Let us depart at once," Zisan agreed, and his 8 subordinates gathered around. The 4 women each possessed their own unique charm, while the 4 men could be deemed quite handsome as well. However, the women's gazes were solely fixated on Zisan, occasionally casting him smitten looks. A strong individual remains appealing, even when faced with imminent mortality, thought Ye Feng, feeling a tinge of bitterness. It is worth noting that prior to entering the Green Sea Desert, he had been the object of affection for many women and a thorn in the eyes of men. Now, with roles reversed, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, which left him rather dissatisfied. "Brother Zisan, please proceed," a woman whispered softly as she climbed to the edge of the well cover, slightly bending over to reveal a glimpse of her alabaster neckline. Zisan barely spared her neckline a glance, directly descending into the well cover. Seemingly aware of the burning gazes of others, the woman's expression turned cold, and she hastily covered her neckline while casting a disdainful glance at Ye Feng and the others. "Let us go into the sand carriage," Ye Feng said, feeling rather discontented. At last, everyone squeezed into the sand carriage. Manhanu and Nolan took charge of driving, while Chun and went below to burn fat. Chasing Ma and Meng Yi stood beside the machine gun. Ye Feng initially believed that the upper deck of the sand vehicle could not accommodate so many people, yet it surprisingly managed to fit them all. It seems that if one is willing to squeeze a little, there is always space available. Jia Sang sat in the middle chair, his long gun positioned conveniently within reach, wearing a worried expression. The 4 women surrounded him, appearing to be both vigilant and flattering in their demeanor. In contrast, the 4 men seemed somewhat marginalized, holding various weapons and remaining silent at the side. "Brother Jia Sang, do not worry, the giant spirit will bless you, and you shall surely receive divine grace, doubling your lifespan," one of the women encouraged. She was the one who had initially loosened her collar. Her beauty was striking, with a faint black mole at the end of her eyebrows. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Jia Sang's face. "Thank you, Yao Bang. By the way, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Jia Sang gestured towards Ye Feng. "All right, please let me pass." Ye Feng squeezed into the crowd and seated himself opposite Jia Sang. Chapter 688. A glimmer of mockery in the eyes. "Please introduce your companions," Jia Sang requested. "I am Ye Feng. The one burning fat below is Chunin, and that is Meng Yi," Ye Feng quickly introduced. We now have a total of 15 people, so we are indeed a team. Should we encounter that level 20 sand beast, we must work together. Let me introduce my companions as well. This is Yao Bang, Yu Sun, Mei Ji, and Chen Chang." Ye Feng quickly turned his gaze towards the beauty named Chen Chang. The name sounded too much like that of an earthling. Could it be? "Miss Chen Chang, are you familiar with Earth?" Ye Feng inquired. Chen Chang slowly lifted her head and glanced at Ye Feng. "I fell into this place 7 years ago due to a plane crash," she replied. "If only you had fallen 4 years later, I arrived here 3 years ago. Ye Feng responded. Chen Chang nodded, choosing not to speak further. Next, Jia Sang introduced the other 4 men. Excellent. Now we are a united team. It's a pity we lack fruit wine. Otherwise, we would celebrate, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. He learned that all these individuals were masters from the Stone City, with Jia Sang being the strongest among them. Following him was a man wielding a giant axe. Although he was a 9th-level warrior, he was a powerhouse in terms of strength, capable of potentially defeating a 1st-level warrior in a fight, thus ranking 2nd. There was also a man with an iron rod, who practiced a technique that, when unleashed, could double his strength, allowing him to hold his own against ordinary warriors. He ranked 4th, followed by Yu Sun and then Chen Chang. In contrast, Ye Feng's side appeared somewhat lacking. He was the only 8th-level warrior, and on the surface, the strongest among them would be at the bottom of Jia Sang's group. Miss Yao Bang, I am Meng Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Meng Yi quickly approached to greet the beautiful and formidable woman. Oh, Yao Bang responded coolly with a nod, then turned her gaze back to Jia Sang. Though she occasionally cast a glance at the 2nd strongest, the man with the giant axe, Ye Feng discerned that the demon clam placed great importance on strength, with physical appearance being a secondary consideration. The other 3 women were similar, but their preferences were not as overtly expressed as those of the demon clam. The sand vehicle sped through the desert at a velocity of 20 kilometers per hour. Upon the arrival of nightfall, the vehicle came to a halt. What is it? Chenin? Ye Feng called down to the lower deck. Brother Feng, the steam engine is out of water. Does anyone have any urine to spare? Chenin replied from below. Ye Feng responded, Chen Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying you put urine into the steam engine? She had only just entered the sand vehicle and immediately sensed something was amiss. It turned out Ye Feng and the others were burning urine. Not entirely. We also added our saliva, Ye Feng clarified. I had an upset stomach the other day, and I contributed to it as well, Manhanu interjected, raising her hand. The 4 women turned pale, quickly scrambling out of the hatch while clutching their stomachs and gagging. No wonder there was a foul, mixed odor inside the sand vehicle. They had assumed it was merely the smell of natural gas from the fuel. Zhasong and the others also emerged from the vehicle, their expressions grim. Miss Demon Clam, please try not to retch. We must seek out a water source. The sand vehicle cannot remain here. As natives of the desert, do you know where there might be an oasis nearby? Ye Feng inquired. Disgusting. Keep your distance from me. The demon clam fumed, her glare so fierce that Ye Feng felt as though he had perished several times over. Ye Feng rubbed his nose and turned to Meiji. Miss Meiji, do you know of any nearby locations? Stay away from me, you repulsive outsider, or I shall surely kill you. Meiji's expression shifted dramatically as she unsheathed her blade by 5 centimeters. Ye Feng, there is an oasis located 120 miles from here, which contains a small water pool. However, how much water does your steam engine require? Do you have any containers? Inquired the man wielding the giant axe. Known as Jin Qi. Just a few wooden barrels for fuel, but I cannot guarantee that they won't leak, Ye Feng shrugged. This is quite troublesome. Here's what we'll do. Ye Feng, you send 3 people, and I will send 3 as well. They will guide you to the oasis to find the water source. Once you locate it, gather containers and bring the water back. Zhasong finally spoke up. Very well. It must be done. Ye Feng nodded and glanced at the interior of the sand vehicle. Chenin, Chasing Horse, you 2 will accompany me. All right, Brother Feng. Yes. Great Khan, both replied in unison, with Chasing Horse still unable to break the habit of addressing Ye Feng as Great Khan. The man with the giant axe stood up, surveying his companions. Meiji, Yu Sun, you 2 will follow me. Faced with the 2nd strongest individual in their group, the 2 beauties obediently rose. Let us depart. Jin Qi secured his axe at his waist and strode westward. After walking just 20 miles, Chenin could no longer contain his impatience. His eyes gleamed as he stealthily approached Meiji. Chenin, Ye Feng's voice grew firmer. These women were not to be trifled with. What if one of them became displeased and decided to strike Chenin down? Rest assured, Brother Feng. Chenin gestured and slowly approached Meiji. Beautiful lady. My name is Smack. Get lost. Meiji struck Chun An's face with the sheath of her sword, then proceeded to rub the sheath in the sand repeatedly, as if his face were more disgusting than excrement. Brother Feng, I should have listened to you sooner, Chunin lamented, running back with a woeful expression. Ha ha ha. Chasing Horse could not contain his laughter. Next time you attempt to flirt, it would be wise to wear a helmet, Ye Feng remarked, patting Chunin on the shoulder. Jin Shi cast a dismissive glance at Ye Feng and his companions, devoid of any jealousy. Primarily, it was because Ye Feng and his friends were too weak. He held them in such low regard that he found no reason to compete for attention. As for Mei Ji and Yu Sun, the two beauties clutched their weapons, striving to stay close to Jin Shi while distancing themselves from the three unsightly fellows. We need to pick up the pace, Ye Feng, Chunin, and that chasing horse. Soon, I shall advance at 50% of my speed. Can you keep up? Jin Shi tilted his head slightly, appearing to look after Ye Feng and his companions while actually flaunting his prowess. The two beauties also cast sidelong glances at Ye Feng and his friends. Isn't that obvious? We certainly cannot keep up, Chunin replied indignantly. Huh. Jin Shi scoffed dismissively. Then shall I proceed at 30% speed? Can you manage to keep up with that? 30%? Chunin was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately shook his head. How about this? You three lead the way at full speed, and we shall follow behind, so you need not worry about us falling behind, Jin Shi suggested nonchalantly. Chasing horse and Chunin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was as if he was clearly trying to show off in front of the beauties. Ye Feng scrutinized Jin Shi with a glimmer of derision in his eyes. Chapter 689, I want you to pay with your life. His speed might not match that of Jin Shi and his companions, but in a confrontation, it was likely that three of them combined would not pose a challenge. Forget it. Let us keep a low profile. There's no need to show off. Chunin, you take the lead, and chasing horse and I will follow behind. Ye Feng instructed. Chunin quickly bent his body. Oh dear, father, mother. After a cacophony of wails, Chunin dashed forward with the speed of bolt, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Ye Feng and chasing horse exchanged glances and followed with ease. Then came Jin Shi and his companions, trailing behind with an air of leisure. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at a small oasis, teeming with countless sea buckthorn, sand willows, and ryegrass. Phew. Chunin collapsed on the ground in a starfish position, drenched in sweat. Get up. We need to find a water source, Ye Feng urged. No way. I'm too exhausted. I must rest for a while. You all go ahead, Chunin replied, placing a stone under his head and promptly closing his eyes. Sigh. Jin Shi exhaled deeply, pointing towards the depths of the oasis. Let us go find the water source. There are usually sand beasts in the oasis, so everyone should remain vigilant. Sand beasts? Chunin quickly sprang to his feet, obediently trailing behind the others. Ha ha, we've found the water source, he exclaimed, racing towards a pond in the center of the oasis. After just dashing a few meters, he halted once more. Beside the water, a youth sat, barehanded, clad in tattered linen. Despite the desert's temperature plummeting to -5 or 6 degrees, he remained unaffected by the thin garment he wore. Hiss. Both Ye Feng and Jin Shi retreated a step simultaneously. The aura radiating from this young man was formidable, surpassing Zisong's by at least tenfold. Moreover, Ye Feng discerned that the youth was deliberately suppressing his overwhelming presence. Jin Shi, a resident of Stone City, quickly knelt before him. Yet, the young man remained silent, casting a weary gaze over the group of 6. Though his visage suggested he was in his 20s, his eyes resembled a profound abyss. It was evident that his true age surpassed this count. Senior, I am Mei Ji. Mei Ji inhaled deeply and stepped forward slowly. Before an undeniable powerhouse, she exhibited no trace of artifice, appearing instead earnest and sincere. It was noteworthy that she had dared to employ flirtation before Zisong, yet sensed that no such tactics would avail her in the presence of this youth. The young man glanced at Ye Feng once more and abruptly stood. Hiss. The 6 retreated 2 steps, on high alert. Whoosh. He left behind only an afterimage, which gradually faded away long after he had vanished. A shadowy shift? Jin Shi gasped for breath. Not only him, but Ye Feng too felt as though a mountain had been lifted from his chest, the prior oppressive sensation nearly suffocating him. That was undoubtedly a master of the Strength King level. I can feel it. Mei Ji swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. No, I believe he must be an 8th or perhaps a 9th-tier Strength Master. It has been 70 years since a Strength King has appeared in our region, Jin Shi countered, shaking his head. Well then, let us prepare to find a vessel for water, Ye Feng suggested, surveying their surroundings. Within the dim tunnel, a young woman huddled beside a 1-year-old child, clutching him close, with remnants of uneaten meat scattered around. Through the tunnel's exit, faint echoes of earth-shattering howls and the sounds of colossal footsteps could be heard. Duo Yanhina sliced a piece of beast meat with a knife and cautiously ignited a flint. In no time, a small flame flickered to life. Child, it will be all right. That level 20 sand beast will eventually depart, and your mother will ensure you are blessed. Duo Yanhina reassured, placing the meat over the flame to roast. Nearby, a handful of men and women crouched, shivering in the corner, draped in exquisitely crafted robes. These individuals were clergy of the temple, and when the level 20 sand beast appeared, it had decimated most of their ranks. It was tragic that they toiled daily to maintain the deity's statues, yet when the sand beast emerged, not a single god came to their aid. Hand over that roasted meat. At that moment, a man rushed over menacingly, reaching for the piece of meat. On the exquisite visage of Duo Yanhina, a hint of coldness emerged. In the next moment, she pointed at the man's body. Ack! Pain instantly contorted the man's face as he clutched his head, rolling on the ground. Yet after 2 rolls, his head exploded with a resounding crack. Following the birth of her child, Duo Yanhina's abilities were restored to approximately half of their former strength. For the sake of safety, she placed a curse on all the refugees in that passage. Mama, the child in Duo Yanhina's arms uttered with a tender voice. Ah, you can speak? Duo Yanhina exclaimed joyfully, tightly embracing the little one. Ye Feng and his companions, each dragging 2 long bamboo poles, had just returned when they were met with a gruesome scene. They beheld countless cavalrymen collapsing in the wake of Zisong's long spear. Quick, ready the crossbows. The leading female knight exclaimed in shock, urging the cavalry to retreat while preparing their weapons. The sound of bolts being loosed filled the air. However, Zisong's strength was formidable. After a few swift movements, he found himself behind the cavalrymen once more. Then, a fresh wave of carnage ensued. Xylil. Ye Feng recognized one person in the crowd. Hobily? He identified another. We can't win, run. The cavalrymen, terrified, hastily mounted their horses and fled. Don't run, you cowards, come back. Darren scolded from behind. Thinking of escaping? Zisong's expression turned icy as he leaped more than 30 meters into the air. No, don't kill them. They are my good friends. Most of them have sworn brotherhood with me. Ye Feng tossed aside the bamboo and rushed into the fray. Ye Feng, Xylil exclaimed with joy, raising her crossbow. Just then, the machine gun on the sand cart erupted with fire. 3 iron nails pierced through Xylil's body. You? Xylil swayed and turned before crashing to the ground. Nolan inside the sand cart breathed a sigh of relief, slowly easing off the trigger. Is that elder brother? It's Ye Feng. Yes, that's him. The others instantly became agitated, eagerly watching Ye Feng. Traitor, you actually stole the sand cart. I will have your life. Darren seethed with rage, charging at Ye Feng with her blade, as her crossbow had already been discharged. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Darren, a 3rd-tier warrior, was sent flying 30 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The other mercenaries were left dumbfounded, unsure whether to shoot or refrain. Hobily, with a glint in his eye, raised both hands high. Brothers, lay down your weapons. Before us stands our brother Feng. I feel he is right. Xylil is just a smiling tiger. They imprisoned brother Feng in the dungeon, intending to starve our brothers. Therefore, I, Hobily, have decided to join brother Feng and sever ties with those white-skinned pigs of Nanqing. Hobily proclaimed loudly. I agree. Another captain stepped forward. Then a 3rd, a 4th, and a 5th followed suit. Ye Feng had earned a modicum of respect in the army after decisively defeating the mess hall. All right, those willing to follow me, gather behind me, Ye Feng urged. Immediately, most individuals rushed towards his position, while Darlene and over 30 others stood frozen, their faces flushed with anger. Ha ha ha, brother Feng, we now number over 400. Chun An exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, they shall all be our brothers. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Zisong glanced at Ye Feng and then at the more than 400 surrendered mercenaries, his brow furrowing slightly. Ye Feng, these individuals are all mercenaries. Do you truly believe those who are hired can be relied upon? Zisong inquired with a hint of skepticism. They are certainly dependable. They are all our comrades. Chun An quickly interjected. Yes, they are indeed brothers, Ye Feng affirmed. However, he harbored doubts about the reliability of many among them, yet recognized that every additional person would bolster their strength as they ventured to the temple. Even if they are trustworthy, can they keep pace with the sand cart? Zisong questioned further. They will undoubtedly keep up, Ye Feng replied confidently. I know that in a short span, they can not only match the speed of the sand cart, but even surpass it. However, What about their endurance? Can they maintain such speed over time? Zisong probed once more. Ye Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, these individuals could keep up with the sandcart for a brief period. But he feared that a significant portion of the 400 would falter due to lack of stamina. You traitors, we nurtured you in Nanxing. Mercenaries are indeed unreliable. Always swaying to the stronger side, Darlene and her group had not fled and continued to meddle. Zisong sighed and signaled to Jin Shi, who wielded a massive axe. I understand, Jin Shi acknowledged, raising his axe and squinting slightly. Darlene and her companions had exhausted their crossbows and were now left to confront them with short swords. While they could reload their crossbows, it was evident that Zisong wouldn't grant them the luxury of time. Ye Feng gradually turned his back. Moments later, a cacophony of screams echoed from behind. 10 minutes later, Jin Shi returned, drenched in blood, his axe stained with viscous crimson. Let us proceed, Zisong declared before swiftly descending into the manhole. Chenin, you should join me in the depths. I will remain outside, Ye Feng remarked. Glancing back at the 400 who had come to pledge their allegiance to him, he felt it only courteous to converse with them before retreating into the sand cart, as it would be discourteous to abandon them immediately after their allegiance. Hobil, let us begin running alongside the sand cart. Let us not rush too quickly. This is a test of endurance, Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng, came the reply. With synchronized steps, the 400 followed closely behind the sand cart, which had also slowed its pace to avoid exhausting them. Brother Feng, I too will join you in running, Chenin declared, leaping down from the cart, soon followed by Chasing Horse and Nolan. You are too weak, especially you, Chenin. It's better to conserve your strength and remain on the sand cart, Ye Feng remarked as he led the way. No, I do not wish to be among those individuals, Chenin shook his head defiantly. Brother Feng, wherever you are feels safe, Nolan added. Brother Feng, I place my trust solely in you, said Chui Ma. In that moment, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Although my strength may not rival that of Zisong, I am fortunate to have several brothers with whom I have shared life and death. Yet, this pride swiftly transformed into profound emotion. With such steadfast companions by my side, I fear nothing as we traverse the world. Nolan glanced back at the 400 soldiers following closely behind. Brother Feng, as we venture to the temple, they seem so weak. They might all become mere cannon fodder. What? Hobilai's expression shifted drastically, and his pace slowed. Are we truly heading to the temple? Indeed. Ye Feng nodded affirmatively. But I have heard whispers that a level 20 sand beast has taken residence there, wreaking havoc throughout the temple, and surely it commands many sand soldiers and generals. Among its minions, there could even be sand beasts of level 15 or 16. If we go, won't it be a death sentence? Hobilai's face flushed with anxiety. Ye Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was indeed a perilous journey to the temple, yet he had no choice but to proceed. For he had 3 close comrades at home in dire need of the sacred water to restore their lives. More importantly, his wife and children were still there. He could not turn back. Since this was a monumental task, it was reasonable to expect that some unfortunate teammates might perish along the way, Chenin's voice echoed. Hobilai remarked, after running over 40 kilometers, the strongmen are still holding up, but those below their strength are utterly exhausted. They not only had to run, but also remained vigilant against the sand beasts that could emerge from the gravel at any moment. Covering 40 kilometers in such a short span was indeed a formidable challenge for them. If you are truly too fatigued, climb onto the sand vehicle. Hold on tightly to the gun barrel, and do not let yourselves fall, Ye Feng advised. Understood. Almost 100 individuals scrambled onto the sand vehicle, quickly filling it to capacity, obstructing the firing ports and the driver's line of sight, resembling a chaotic train of death. Manhana squinted, doing his utmost to slow the vehicle, struggling to discern the path ahead through the dense throng of people. After advancing approximately 60 kilometers, the sand vehicle came to a halt once more. A group of warriors wielding spears and shields appeared ahead. Are you from Nanxing? The leading warrior's expression shifted, and he immediately formed a defensive shield wall. Boom. The hatch of the sand vehicle was flung open, sending numerous mercenaries flying. Jin Shi emerged, wielding a massive axe. It is I, Jin Shi, he called out to Baiju, seemingly familiar with these warriors. Oh, it is Chief Jin Shi. From where did you acquire the sand vehicle of Nanxing? Were not those pale-skinned wretches always treating the sand vehicles as treasures? Baiju lowered his spear. What has transpired ahead? Since you are Chief Jin Shi, I shall speak candidly. Several of our esteemed leaders from the Stone Clan are presently besieging Jin Yimei. Upon hearing this, shadows shifted among the sand vehicles, and Zisong appeared like a wraith. Are you referring to the Jin Yimei of the temple? Isn't she a 5th-tier strength master? How could she have come to this place? Zisong's expression was one of exhilaration. It is the esteemed Zisong. Bai Ju and the 10 warriors behind him simultaneously knelt upon the ground. Rise. Why did you besiege Jin Yimei? Jia Seng inquired. Chapter 691. She is an astute individual, having not directly exposed Ye Feng's intentions. In fact, he had already begun to harbor suspicions. The presence of the black box she carried was telling, as it was well known that holy water was typically contained within such boxes, leading Lord Locke to believe she possessed at least one vial of the sacred liquid. Locke, he is here as well? Jia Seng's brows furrowed. Meanwhile, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the term holy water. Ye Feng, you and these mercenaries remain here. The rest of you, accompany me to the front. Jia Seng declared resolutely. Wait, I wish to join. I can be of some assistance. Ye Feng stepped forward hastily. Should there be any surplus holy water within the black box, he might secure a share for himself. At the very least, he aimed to revive Tuba. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of Tuba's resurrection became. You wish to go as well? Jia Seng's brow knitted in concern. At that moment, Jin Qi stepped forward. Foreigner, Jin Yimei is a tier 5 warrior. Your presence would not only be unhelpful, but could also jeopardize your life. They were all perceptive individuals, aware of Ye Feng's ulterior motives. It's fine. I simply want to see what holy water looks like. Otherwise, when we reach the temple, I want to recognize it even if I see it, Ye Feng insisted. Humph. The demon clam scoffed disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Ye Feng. With your feeble strength, do you dare to covet a share? You overestimate yourself. Mei Ji and Yu Sun also shared a scornful smile, their gazes towards Ye Feng dripping with contempt. Only Chen Chong stepped forward. Ye Feng, you should refrain from going. This is beyond your capability. Trust me, you won't be harmed, as we all hail from Earth. Ye Feng noted the 3 other men, who didn't spare him a glance, their eyes clearly filled with disdain. They deemed conversing with him a waste of breath. Although their cultivation was merely 1 tier above Ye Feng's, they possessed various extraordinary abilities, making them formidable opponents, for Ye Feng's would be no match in a confrontation. Jia Seng did not look back, merely tilting his head slightly toward Ye Feng, signaling him to retreat. No, I still wish to witness this, Ye Feng asserted with determination. The prospect of acquiring holy water was a significant factor in this journey to the temple, and he could not afford to miss any opportunity. Humph. Then come along. When the fighting breaks out, we shall not protect you. Jin Yimei's power is immense. Not even Jin Qi and the others may be able to ensure their own safety, Jia Seng remarked before striding ahead. The others cast Ye Feng a lingering glance before following suit. Chenin, you all wait for me here. With that, Ye Feng trailed behind the group. After traversing 2 sand dunes, Ye Feng beheld 2 men and a woman standing between them. One man wielded a colossal sword, and the other brandished an iron spear. Both possessed strength at least on par with that of a warrior, exuding an aura slightly weaker than Jia Seng's. The woman, bearing a black box on her back and wielding a long sword, changed her expression upon seeing Jia Seng and the others. Friends of the Stone Clan, I merely passed through this place. Do you truly wish to compel me to take action? Jin Yimei inquired coldly. Ye Feng noticed that her back was drenched in blood, as if she had sustained injuries prior to her arrival. Otherwise, a 5th-tier power practitioner would not be ensnared by 2 ordinary practitioners without a means of escape. Jin Yimei, I harbor no intention of opposing the temple, yet my lifespan is nearing its end, and I seek a portion of holy water from you to prolong my life. I kindly request your assistance, Sister Jin. Jia Seng spoke with courtesy, yet his actions were anything but, as he brandished a spear and, along with the other 2, encircled her. I have stated that there is no holy water within the black box. Such a precious item. How could I possibly carry it with me? It must surely be concealed elsewhere. If you were to acquire the holy water, would you carry it about with you? I fear you would not travel 100 miles before being extinguished by a 9th-tier practitioner, Jin Yimei exclaimed anxiously. Then I must insist you open the black box. Jia Seng replied. Open the black box? Jin Yimei retreated a few steps, positioning her long sword across her chest. Brother Jia Seng, there is no need for further discussion. We possess 3 practitioners, while she has but 1. We may very well subdue her, declared the wielder of the iron spear. Very well. Let us advance together and capture her. The three figures darted forward with remarkable speed. Cursed be this situation. Jin Yimei swept her longsword. Yet the three practitioners swiftly evaded her strike. However, Jin Shi and the other practitioners turned pale, suddenly rolling backward for more than 30 meters. A fierce sword aura had swept ominously above their heads. Jin Shi touched the top of his head, realizing a patch of hair had been severed, leaving him with a bald spot. The other women fared little better. Though they bore no visible wounds, they were left in a disheveled state. Once the 8 stood ready, they finally noticed that Ye Feng remained rooted in place, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. You were not struck by the sword aura just now? Jin Shi gazed at Ye Feng in disbelief. Impossible. The sword aura swept horizontally. He was right beside us. How could he have escaped its reach? Another man remarked. From their perspective, if Jin Yimei's sword aura was enough to compel them to dodge, how could Ye Feng, a mere 8th-tier practitioner, withstand it with mere flesh? Ye Feng adjusted his garments to conceal the tear in his armor caused by the sword aura. The recent sword aura did not graze me, he stated, preferring to maintain a low profile. Oh, the 8 collectively exhaled, particularly the 4 men, relieved as long as Ye Feng was not their superior. Otherwise, where would they place the superiority they had painstakingly amassed? Qin Chang scrutinized Ye Feng's robe, her brow slightly furrowing. However, being astute, she refrained from exposing him. Ye Feng, do you believe the 3 esteemed practitioners can capture Jin Yimei? Qin Chang suddenly stepped closer to Ye Feng, her gaze turning earnest. I believe. Ye Feng was about to respond when he was promptly interrupted by Jin Shi. Jin Yimei is indeed formidable, yet with 3 esteemed practitioners in action, capturing her should not prove overly difficult. Why do you ask a mere 8th-tier practitioner? At his level, he likely cannot even keep pace with the movements of the esteemed practitioners. Quite right. Another man stepped forward. Ye Feng, just now, when the sword energy surged, did you not react in time, allowing it to sweep right past you? Otherwise, you should have at least executed a rolling maneuver. Earlier, the 4 esteemed masters were forced to roll and crawl in front of the 4 beautiful women, while Ye Feng remained untouched, devoid of any dust. This provoked a desire to belittle him in front of the ladies. Indeed, as a mere 8th-tier warrior, I failed to clearly perceive the sword energy, which simply brushed by me. Ye Feng shrugged, his gaze fixated on the heart of the swirling dust. At this moment, his sole concern was the holy water, uninterested in the banter of these 4 ruffians. Chapter 692. Halt. You are fortunate. Jin Yimei must recognize that we 8 are masters. Hence the sword energy was aimed at us. As for you, you were undoubtedly overlooked. Another man nodded, deliberately raising his voice for Qin Chang and the 4 beauties to hear. By Yi, one cannot say that. Ye Feng is, after all, an 8th-tier warrior and should not be deemed too weak, Qin Chang interjected, unable to contain herself. Among these 8 individuals, only she was privy to the truth. To withstand the sword energy of a 5th-tier master with mere flesh, how formidable must Ye Feng's physique be? However, since Ye Feng had consistently maintained a low profile, she chose to keep the secret to herself. Ye Feng, step back a bit and keep watch. See if there are any other alien races approaching from different directions. Soon, when Jin Yimei has been sufficiently worn down by our 3 esteemed lords, we 8 must lend our strength, Jin Shi remarked casually. Why not send others to keep watch? I can contribute from the sidelines. Ye Feng shook his head. What a jest. That black box may contain holy water. Should I leave? What if these individuals divide it among themselves? You contribute? Jin Shi scoffed. The demon clam appraised Ye Feng from head to toe, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Ye Feng, you must hail from a rather obscure place, having encountered little competition in your youth. Thus, upon arriving in the great desert, you remain this conceited. Indeed, judging by his complexion, he does not appear to be one of our desert folk. Our city of giant stone also has its share of nobility from lesser regions, who, ruling their small corners, mistakenly believe the great desert operates similarly. Yet, they cannot even best our 1st-tier warriors, Yu Sun added, her tone laced with mockery. Though Mei Ji remained silent, she was stifling laughter behind her hand. Qin Chang felt a pang of sorrow witnessing these 7 individuals ridicule her compatriot. Each of you should refrain from further comments. Ye Feng is now our ally. And I believe we should unite in solidarity, Qin Chang asserted. Being a 9th-tier warrior, she commanded a degree of respect. Immediately, the seven fell silent. Chen Chang took a deep breath, preparing to offer Ye Feng some words of comfort. After all, he was but a young man in his 20s, and such insults would surely leave his face flushed with anger. However, when she turned to face Ye Feng, her brow furrowed once more. There he stood, intently focused on the center of the dust storm, utterly oblivious to the words of the seven. "Can you see the center of the dust?" Chen Chang inquired. It is vital to understand that within the center of the sandstorm, visibility is exceedingly poor. Even for a ninth-tier warrior such as herself, she could only discern the fleeting silhouettes of four figures weaving through the haze. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the swirling sands began to settle, revealing four distinct figures. Two of them collapsed to the ground, while Jiasong and Jinyaomiai remained standing. Jiasong's garments were torn by sword energy, exposing his muscular torso, while Jinyaomiai fared little better, blood oozing from her back, thighs, and arms. Nevertheless, she steadfastly guarded the black box, suggesting it indeed contained holy water. "Isn't he a fifth-tier warrior?" Jiasong remarked with a look of indignation. "Jiasong, you are a notable figure in Giant Stone City. I shall not disclose today's events to others. Now, I must take my leave," Jinyaomiai declared, using her sword as a crutch as she limped away into the distance. Jiasong's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. He yearned to pursue her, but feared she might still possess a hidden trump card. "This woman is already severely injured. Let us six confront her together. Ye Feng, you stand guard and ensure no one interferes with us." Upon concluding his statement, Jin Shi charged forward wielding his enormous axe. Jinyaomiai's previously calm demeanor transformed into fury as she raised her sword. With a swish, a white blade of sword energy surged forth. Not good. Jin Shi quickly curled his body and raised his axe defensively. Clang! Thud! 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 Jin Shi, along with his axe, was propelled 5 meters backward. When he regained his footing, his hand gripping the axe trembled violently. The sword energy had been infused with the wrath of a fifth-tier warrior, causing his palms to tingle painfully, nearly rendering him incapable of holding the weighty axe. "Brother Jin Shi, are you all right?" Meiji hastily supported his arm. I'm fine. In the presence of a beautiful woman, Jin Shi could never appear weak. "I previously stated that the black box merely contains a pill crafted from a 16th-tier crystal essence, not holy water. That last strike was merely a warning. Should you approach again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Jinyaomiai's expression was icy. However, Ye Feng noted that her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, indicating that she had exerted her utmost strength to establish dominance. The others also recognized that Jinyaomiai was barely holding on. "Let us advance and encircle her. Her sword energy can only defend against one direction." The three men exchanged glances and simultaneously charged toward Jinyaomiai. "Indeed, do not let her escape," Chen Chang urged, leading 3 women forward. How dare a mere warrior come to meet her demise? Jinyaomiai seethed, placing the black box upon the sandy ground and raising her sword once more. With a whoosh, another blade of sword energy shot forth. Clang, clang. The 3 men hastily positioned their weapons to block the strike, barely managing to withstand the blow. Thud. The weakest among them spat blood, yet upon realizing the contents of the black box were premium-grade pills, he wiped the blood from his mouth and charged onward. Die. Thud. Thud, thud. 3 consecutive waves of sword energy surged forward, stirring the yellow sands into a frenzy. On the other side, Chen Chang's 4 companions also joined the fray. A heavily injured 5th-tier power master and 8 9th-tier warriors immediately ignited a chaotic massacre. They fought while shifting the battlefield, leaving the black box behind. Ye Feng sensed the opportunity and swiftly darted over, cleaving the black box open. Indeed, inside lay a vial. Ye Feng uncorked it and poured out a white pill. It exuded a fragrant aroma, clearly crafted from exquisite crystal elixirs. Stop! In the swirling dust, Jin Yimei seethed with rage. With a whoosh, 2 sword energies sliced toward Ye Feng in a crisscross pattern. 2 men, caught off guard, were struck by the sword energy. In the next moment, one was cleaved in half, while the other was severed at the waist, blood splattering over 5 meters. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and, with a thunderous crash, plunged into the sand. After a brief pause, he emerged from the grains. Bang! Jin Shi finally seized the moment, striking Jin Yimei's back with an axe. Chen Chang's face lit up with joy as he thrust his iron sword forward. With a piercing sound, the sword penetrated Jin Yimei's abdomen. she screamed, forcefully sending Chun Chong flying 5 meters away. Struggling, she extracted the sword from her belly and shot Ye Feng a fierce glare before soaring away into the distance. Chase! One of the men, furious, charged ahead. Chapter 693. Ye Feng, brother, let me bandage you. Jiao Ming, stop chasing. After all, the good stuff is already in hand. Jin Qi urged hastily. The man pursued for another 10 meters before turning back with a despondent expression. Jin Yi Mei killed 2 of our brothers. Death is commonplace. What matters is that we obtain the item. Jin Qi planted his great axe at his waist and approached Ye Feng step by step. Hand it over. He extended his hand, assuming an air of entitlement. Brother Jin Qi, there's only one pill. If I give it to you, what will I eat? Ye Feng retorted, feeling somewhat displeased as he had initially thought it was holy water, only to discover it was merely a pill, leading him to stand his ground against Jin Qi. Are your ears deaf? Hand it over now. Jin Qi narrowed his eyes, his fury fueled by the loss of 2 brothers. Ungrateful, Jiao Ming roared, swinging the iron rod toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng had intended to endure, but this man was pushing it too far. Boom. With a powerful punch, he struck out, sending Jiao Ming flying 30 meters away. Simultaneously, the iron rod in Jiao Ming's hand bent and deformed, morphing from a straight line into a curve. You? Jin Qi was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. So Jiao Ming just exerted great force, allowing you to sneak attack him? Well then, now I shall test your strength. With that, Jin Qi drew out his great axe. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth, swallowing the pill in one gulp. You? Seeking death. Jin Qi, infuriated, swung the axe viciously at Ye Feng. Ye Feng took a step back, effortlessly evading the colossal axe. In the next moment, he crouched into a horse stance, his fists clenching tightly. Boom. 2 formidable bursts of energy surged skyward, the might of the dragon-elephant technique gradually revealing itself. A vast cloud of yellow sand rose, engulfing Jin Qi's form. The 4 women stepped forward in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Ye Feng. As the yellow sand slowly settled, it became evident that Jin Qi was kneeling on the ground, his mighty axe flung over 30 meters away. Puff! Jin Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring defiantly at Ye Feng. Damn it, I've endured for far too long. I've consumed the pill, what now? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ye Feng, fists still clenched, began to advance toward Jin Qi. The 4 women quickly huddled together, shock evident in their expressions. Strangely, no one rushed to assist Jin Qi, nor did anyone reprimand Ye Feng. Instead, they appeared to be relishing the spectacle. There's no choice now. It seems that if I do not unleash my true prowess, you might think Jin Qi relies solely on that axe. Jin Qi declared, as he clenched his right fist and shouted, "Stone fist." The moment these words left his lips, the 4 women widened their eyes in disbelief. The stone fist technique comprised 7 levels, and Jin Qi had reached the 4th level, indeed possessing the capability to annihilate a first-tier power master. Huh! Ye Feng echoed the battle cry, meeting Jin Qi's colossal fist head-on. The instant their fists collided, a deafening sound wave erupted, causing the 4 women to cover their ears in shock. In the next moment, Jin Qi stared in disbelief at his right fist, which had been mangled beyond recognition, his fingers contorted at grotesque angles. My hand. Ugh. Jin Qi rolled on the ground, clutching his injured fist. In stark contrast, Ye Feng's knuckles were merely scraped, showing no signs of distress. Is this the renowned stone fist? Jin Qi, do you possess any other abilities you wish to showcase? Ye Feng inquired with a calm demeanor. Me? Jin Qi glanced at the 4 beautiful women in the distance, then back at Ye Feng. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and bent his body low. Iron Mountain charge. Boom. His head was a mere meter away from Ye Feng. Yet Ye Feng firmly pressed his hand against Jin Qi's forehead. Slap. A resounding smack sent Jin Qi spinning in place, crashing into the sand with a thud, leaving only his legs sticking out in a comical scissor formation. I warned you not to provoke me. Ye Feng dusted off his hands, preparing to seek forgiveness from Zisong, as he would need his strength for the upcoming journey to the temple. However, Jin Qi's earlier insolence demanded a response. Otherwise, others would surely bully him all the way to the temple, and Ye Feng had no desire to endure such indignity. The 4 women rushed over. Ye Feng instinctively stepped aside, assuming they intended to help Jin Qi. Yet, Yao Bang was the first to approach, grasping Ye Feng's right hand. Your hand is scraped. Brother Ye Feng, allow me to bandage it. With that, Yao Bang gently retrieved a silk handkerchief from her bosom and began to tend to Ye Feng's injury. Thank you, he replied. Sister Chong, I must now seek forgiveness from Brother Zisong, having injured 2 of his subordinates. I would appreciate your assistance in speaking a few kind words on my behalf. Ye Feng turned to Chen Chong. As Chen Chong was about to speak, he was preempted by the demon clam. It's nothing at all. Those 2 are merely courting misfortune. Their strength is lacking, and yet they take pleasure in bullying outsiders. In truth, I have long harbored a disdain for those few. Well, thank you, but could we first extract Jin Qi from the sand? I fear he may suffocate. Ye Feng remarked. I shall do it. Mei Ji responded promptly, hurrying to follow Ye Feng's instruction. I will assist as well, Yu Sun declared, accompanying her. At that moment, Zhu Ming approached from the distance, brandishing his new weapon, the shape lock. However, in his gaze directed at Ye Feng, there was no longer any scorn, only a profound sense of apprehension. After a while, Jin Qi was pulled from the sand by the 2 women, unceremoniously discarded onto the ground as though he were refused. Zhu Ming, please carry Jin Qi. We must seek out Brother Zisong, Ye Feng instructed, leading the way forward. The demon clam quickly positioned herself on either side of Ye Feng, her soft touch brushing against his arm. Before long, the group stood before Zisong and 2 other strength practitioners. Are you saying that there is only one pill within the black box? Zisong's expression was grim. At this juncture, he did not yearn for the pill. His only desire was the holy water. After all, his lifespan was limited to just a few years. What value was there in elevating his strength to that of a 9th-tier practitioner? The holy water was far more tangible. Indeed, that is the case. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with them. Ye Feng gestured towards Chen Chong and the others. The 4 women nodded in unison. Jin Qi and Zhu Ming, however, hung their heads in silence, evidently still reeling from their earlier humiliation, unable to face the 4 beauties. Let it be. The holy water is not something that can be easily procured. Let us continue on our journey, Zisong declared, striding purposefully towards the location of the sand cart, holding no grudge against Ye Feng for the treatment of Jin Qi and Zhu Ming. In his perspective, the stronger Ye Feng became, the better, upon entering the temple. He would at least serve as valuable cannon fodder, capable of delaying the sand beasts long enough for him to secure the holy water and retreat unscathed. His thoughts were quite simple. Even if he were to find 100 portions of holy water, he would not share them with Ye Feng and the others, but rather, he intended to relish them all for himself. If only a single portion existed, there was no need for further discussion. The group swiftly arrived at the location of the sand cart. Chapter 694. Is it that your skin has been itching again recently? Brother Feng, I'm so relieved you're back. I was worried sick about you, Chunin exclaimed, embracing Ye Feng tightly, reminiscent of a child reunited with a long-absent parent. Let go. This is utterly embarrassing. If others see us, they might think we're engaging in that sort of thing. Ye Feng replied with a shudder, forcibly pushing Chunin aside. Let us depart. The sand cart, accompanied by 400 soldiers, continued its journey northward. After traveling for 20 kilometers, the fuel in the sand cart was exhausted once more, necessitating them to set up camp and await the sand beasts to come to their own demise. However, this time was different. The further north they ventured, the more stones littered the sandy terrain, resulting in a scarcity of sand beasts known as earthwalkers. After all, colliding with granite would not bode well. What shall we do? We have no fat left to burn. Zisong and the others emerged from the sand cart. We can only hunt the sand beasts nearby. But are there any oases in the vicinity? Manhanu, the seasoned veteran, has emerged as well. You ask me, but who shall we inquire? We have strayed far from the territory of our great stone city. Zisong's mood is quite grim. At this moment, he is unwilling to waste even a moment, for his lifespan hangs in the balance. The high priest has merely foretold that he has only a few years left, potentially 3 years, or perhaps just 3 days, which makes him more anxious than anyone else. What then? Should we retrace our steps to seek the sand beasts? Someone suggested. Surely, we cannot venture all the way to the Yellow Sand tribe for fuel. It is too far from here, another voice chimed in. The mercenaries, however, remain indifferent, as they have no desire to head to the temple. For now, they are simply following Ye Feng, as he is the only one leading them. Ye Feng, what do you think we should do? Zisong turned his gaze toward Ye Feng, the second strongest in the team. In the past, he would typically consult Jin Qi for his opinion, as they believed that strength dictated respect. Ye Feng nodded and surveyed the surroundings. How about this, Brother Zisong? We disperse the over 400 of us into groups of 10, forming 40 groups, and search in all directions for an oasis. Each group should be accompanied by a strong individual to ensure they can handle ordinary sand beasts, Ye Feng proposed. Zisong's expression softened, ready to respond. But what if one of our groups encounters a formidable sand beast, especially one ranked above level 9? It would take a powerful master to contend with that. A mercenary interjected. Then you shall perish, Zisong retorted coldly. The mercenary promptly fell silent. Very well. Chunin, come here. We shall form a duo. And who else wishes to join me? Ye Feng first called over his closest comrade. As for Nolan and Zhuai Ma, though equally dear, Ye Feng felt they should remain near the sand cart to avoid being taken advantage of by others. I will. A fragrant breeze swept by as Yao Bang stood beside Ye Feng. She had discerned that Zisong was in no position to protect himself. His time was short, and thus she sought a powerful man anew. Notably, Zisong hardly acknowledged her. In every place, women are drawn to strong men, regardless of time, space, or culture. Ye Feng neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply let it be. Brother Yi, I wish to accompany you as well. Mei Ji approached. Though she was not as forward as Yao Bang, the affection in her gaze toward Ye Feng was unmistakable. I will join you too. Yu Sun promptly stood beside Ye Feng. Chen Chong was about to speak when Zisong interrupted. You three are the strongest in the entire team. How can you all gather in one small group? Upon finishing, Zisong pointed to the other groups. Mei Ji, Yu Sun, Chen Chong. You three shall each lead a team to prevent these weaker ones from being devoured. The three women's expressions changed, pouting reluctantly as they joined other groups. Excellent. Brother Feng, I will be with you. Soon, a large crowd surged toward Ye Feng. Very well, within my team, I already have myself, Yao Bang, and Chunin, so I will select 7 more individuals. 7 of you, follow me, Ye Feng instructed as he selected his team. Zisong, I shall take my leave now. I will head northeast, and if I do not encounter an oasis after traveling 100 kilometers, I shall return the way I came. The same goes for the rest of you, Ye Feng declared. Zisong nodded solemnly in agreement. Let us depart. Ye Feng gestured forward, and the group of 10 set off. Barely a kilometer into their journey, Chunin could no longer contain himself. Miss Yao Bang, how fortunate I am to be on the same team as you. To be candid, Brother Feng already has a legitimate wife and numerous concubines. Furthermore, he has a penchant for domestic violence, administering a beating to his various wives every 3 days or so. So do not be fooled by his righteous facade. He is not a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Unlike me, Chunin, who remains a pure, innocent virgin, strictly speaking, I am quite the catch. Any woman who marries me will strike it rich, akin to discovering a diamond in the rough. Chunin boasted as he patted Ye Feng on the shoulder, aiming to impress Miss Yao Bang. Hey, why involve me in your attempts to woo women? Are you feeling particularly mischievous lately? Ye Feng playfully slapped him on the back of the head. Brother Feng, you have no shortage of women, but I do. Please, let me have this one, Chunin pleaded. She is not a mere item for your possession. If you have the capability, pursue her yourself. In any case, I have no romantic prospects with her, Ye Feng shrugged. To be fair, Yao Bang was indeed strikingly beautiful, her eyes radiating an alluring charm that would tempt any man. Yet, everyone was aware that Ye Feng was a principled individual, unlikely to engage in frivolous affairs. Yao Bang glanced at Ye Feng before turning her gaze to Chunin. The fact that Ye Feng remained unperturbed by Chun and S' earlier remarks indicated a strong camaraderie between the two. Thus, she covered her mouth and chuckled lightly at Chunin, recognizing the need to show respect to the brother of a formidable warrior. Brother Feng, I think I'm in love, Chunin exclaimed, bursting into tears of joy. Enough of this foolishness. Look ahead. Ye Feng pointed forward. Before them stood 5 menacing figures on horseback, their piercing gazes scrutinizing the 10 travelers. Sand bandits? Yao Bang's expression shifted slightly. The others quickly formed a defensive stance, some drawing their crossbows. So it's the people from Notching. If you have the guts, put down your crossbows, the leader of the bandits spoke coolly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His strength reached the 9th level, while the others at least possessed the prowess of 6th level warriors. Were it not for the threat posed by Notching's crossbows, they might have charged recklessly. Brother, let it go. They wield Notching's crossbows, and we risk annihilation. One of the bandits advised. Fear not. Crossbows have limited coverage, and they only have 7. 7 crossbows would barely graze us, Another retorted, emboldened. The leader of the sand bandits, however, remained unconvinced. Do you possess anything of value? Pills, high-grade elixirs, or perhaps sacred fruits? The ninth-tier bandit inquired. Ye Feng regarded the 5 men with an impassive expression. Do you have companions nearby? He countered abruptly. Oh, such bravado. Are you fearful that comrades will come to our aid? If I claim there are none, what do you intend to do? The leader of the bandits stepped forward. Several crossbows were immediately aimed at him. So, you do not have any formidable allies among you? Ye Feng reiterated, seeking confirmation. Huh, what a bold claim. Do you truly believe we require the assistance of a master to deal with a bunch of worthless fools like you? I glance at the woman beside you. She seems marginally stronger. How about we have some fun with her? Once we are done, we'll return her to you. Although I fear she may not be quite the same, he laughed heartily. Following his words, his 4 subordinates erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. The woman, Ye Feng, felt her face flush with anger. She was indeed attracted to strong individuals, but those with a tribe and a solid foundation. As for bandits, they had no moral compass. Even if women willingly approached them, they would eliminate them after use, for bandits believed women would only hinder their speed. They were averse to having offspring, as children would jeopardize their mobility, making them vulnerable to extermination by larger tribes during organized hunts. Well then, since you lack powerful companions, what do you have of value? Ye Feng echoed the bandits' earlier words. The 5 men ceased their laughter, their eyes narrowing, particularly the scar-faced leader. He sensed that Ye Feng's audacity indicated either madness or an exceptionally powerful backing. Clearly, Ye Feng could not be mad. Whose son are you in Nanching? The leader inquired. I do not wish to disclose that now. I have but one question. Will you surrender all your treasures? If you do, I shall spare your lives. Ye Feng's tone grew progressively frigid. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these petty bandits. The bandit glanced at the crossbows behind Ye Feng and smirked. If you're so bold, let them lower their weapons. Very well, lower your crossbows. I wish to test the might of the dragon-elephant technique, Ye Feng replied calmly. Yes, brother Feng, the 7 complied, setting down their crossbows. Ye Feng pressed closely against Ye Feng. Excellent. Now I shall teach you how to address a strong adversary. The bandit declared, swinging his saber toward Ye Feng. Clang. Ye Feng's spear met the attack without hesitation, sending the saber flying into the air. The bandit was taken aback, for he was a 9th-tier warrior, and Ye Feng's aura was evidently weaker than his own. Die! The leader suddenly slammed the ground, launching himself 20 meters into the air, akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey. Puff! The spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing the leader of the bandits through the tip. Ugh! The bandit emitted a continuous, wretched scream. Very well, you may proceed. With a sudden jolt of his wrist, Ye Feng unleashed a tremendous rebound from his spear, the force of which obliterated the bandits' internal organs. After dealing with the leader of the bandits, Ye Feng turned his gaze to the remaining 4. The quartet instinctively drew back their bows, fully aware that, having witnessed the swift demise of their chief, they stood no chance against Ye Feng, even if they were to unite. Trembling, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to mount their horses and flee. After locking eyes with these miscreants for a brief 5 seconds, Ye Feng abruptly inquired, where might I find an oasis nearby? Exhaling deeply, the 4 bandits felt a wave of relief, believing they had narrowly escaped death. My lord, allow me to guide you. There lies a small oasis over 70 miles from here. One of the bandits dismounted with caution, leading his horse towards Ye Feng, nodding in satisfaction at the bandit's compliance. Ye Feng decided to spare him this time. He mounted the horse and glanced at the other 3 bandits. Ah, understood. We comprehend, they hastily replied, dismounting and leading their horses to Ye Feng's 9 companions. Before long, 4 members of Ye Feng's team were mounted, while the 4 bandits jogged ahead to lead the way. Why were they not riding camels in the desert? Because camels are more drought-resistant. Should they traverse hundreds of kilometers without encountering a water source, the horses would surely perish from thirst. Ye Feng turned to the nearby demon clam, who was also mounted. Brother Feng, these are the unique desert horses, possessing 4 stomachs, 2 for storing water and 2 for digestion. The demon clam's demeanor shifted to one of respect, adopting a form of address akin to Chinan's. How fascinating, Ye Feng remarked, giving the horse a swift lash. In no time, a small oasis came into view. At the center of the oasis, a series of guttural sounds echoed. As Ye Feng approached, he beheld 2 sand beasts feasting upon the carcass of one of their own. Notably, both creatures were of the first tier. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. It is my turn to shine, Chunin exclaimed, feeling that he had absorbed enough medicinal potency from the crystal elixir. Now, I shall take on too. He cast a sidelong glance at the demon clam, eager to display his masculinity. Yet, in the next moment, his expression fell. The demon clam was gazing at Ye Feng with eyes brimming with affection. Hey, hand me the hand crossbow, Chunin declared, discarding his curved blade to seize the crossbow instead. Wait, these are 2 first-tier sand beasts. If we kill them, we will have to carry their fat back manually, which is quite laborious. Demon clam, among us, you possess the greatest strength. Do you have a way to ride the sand beasts and compel them to return the way they came? An idea struck Ye Feng. If we can tame the giant birds in the sky, surely we can tame these sand beasts, too. I've never considered such a notion before. However, sand beasts are notoriously irritable. Are you certain you can control them? The demon clam queried. I'll give it a try, Ye Feng replied, dismounting and cautiously approaching the 2 sand beasts. They simultaneously raised their heads, emitting vigilant growls. I leapt. Ye Feng soared 30 meters high, landing directly upon the back of a beast resembling a cross between a cow and a horse. The creature roared in fury, tilting its head, preparing to bite the rider on its back. With a resounding thud, Ye Feng struck its teeth with a powerful punch, sending a large tooth flying. The beast howled in agony, bounding and jumping in an attempt to dislodge Ye Feng. These desert creatures cherished their freedom and abhorred the burden of an unwelcome rider. Chapter 696. Is it her? Ye Feng squinted, suddenly drawing a meat cleaver and plunging it into the beast's back. Forward, he commanded, pushing the handle of the knife ahead. With a hiss, the beast emitted a pained cry and actually ran a few meters forward. However, after just a short distance, it twisted its head to bite at Ye Feng. With another thud, Ye Feng delivered another punch, causing the creature to stagger and its steps to falter. Reversal. Ye Feng yanked the knife handle back, and the intense pain elicited a thunderous roar from the beast. Failing to retreat, the beast leaped 5 meters high, its front hooves coming together and plunging into the sand with a loud thud. Damn it! Ye Feng quickly emerged from the gravel. Beneath the sand, 2 meters down, he unearthed its carcass. He dusted off the sand from his body. At once, 4 sand bandits hurried over to excavate the sand. Ye Feng turned his attention to another level 1 sand beast, advancing step by step while it retreated. Howling, the beast, after retreating 10 meters, unexpectedly turned to flee. Damn it! Ye Feng leapt onto its back. The creature promptly jumped 5 meters high, its front hooves once again coming together. To hell with you. Ye Feng slammed a shot onto its front hooves. Failing to burrow into the ground, the beast began to leap and bound in place, stirring up clouds of dust. Ye Feng struck its head with another shot. That'll teach you to pollute the air. Subsequently, Ye Feng spent a grueling 3 hours barely managing to control the remaining sand beast. Listen well. We are to retrace our steps and load the fat of the other sand beast onto the horse. Ye Feng clung tightly to the back of the creature, his cleaver poised for action. Should the beast dare to act out, he would ensure it learned its place. Homeward, Ye Feng urged the unruly sand beast forward. The creature's yellowish eyes darted left and right, ever ready to snap at Ye Feng. To the left, to the left. Ye Feng struck its right side, compelling the beast to veer left. To the right, to the right. He struck its left side. Indeed, it was akin to herding cattle. To make it go left, strike the right side, and to make it go right, strike the left side. It seemed rather easy to tame. Why did the desert dwellers not know how to train sand beasts as mounts? These creatures were the indigenous inhabitants of the desert, and once tamed, they could provide remarkable mobility. At that moment, the seated sand beast leaped 5 meters high once more, its hooves clasped together, attempting to burrow into the sand once again. Without hesitation, Ye Feng shot at its hooves, thwarting its teleportation yet again. You better behave as my mount, or I shall have no choice but to slay you. As Ye Feng rode the sand beast, he had already distanced himself significantly from the others behind him. Suddenly, the 4 sand bandits exchanged glances and shouted, "Kill!" With swift precision, they dispatched 2 individuals, seizing their horses and fleeing into the distance. Audacious! The demon clam seethed with fury, unleashing a powerful strike. One of the bandits, along with his steed, was obliterated. However, the remaining 3 scattered in different directions. With determination, Chunin picked up a hand crossbow from beside the fallen and aimed at the distant bandit. A tremor coursed through the bandit's body, and he toppled from his horse, A flurry of 3 shots rang out, and the bandit fell lifeless. Yet, the other 2 had vanished into the distance. Thinking of escaping? Ye Feng, undeterred, fired a decisive shot at the sand beast's rear. The creature dashed across the desert, leaving afterimages in its wake. Die. 1 shot later. The fleeing bandit heading south was unseated. Ye Feng quickly grasped the reins of the horse, steering it towards the main group. Brother Feng, has the last one disappeared? Chunin inquired, his face etched with frustration. Forget it. Let us head back. If the other teams locate the fuel, Zisong will not wait for us. He will undoubtedly depart in the sand vehicle at the earliest opportunity. With that, Ye Feng guided the sand beast forward once more. The beast's speed was astonishing. With each sprint, it covered hundreds of meters, leaving Chunin and the others struggling to keep pace. Reluctantly, Ye Feng had to pause intermittently to wait for them. Oh dear, this is exhausting. Chunin wiped the sweat from his brow. With the horse now required to carry supplies, he had effectively transitioned from cavalry to infantry. Ye Feng pondered. The sand beast, measuring over 7 meters, should be able to accommodate a few more riders. Just as he was about to speak, a figure emerged from the swirling sands ahead. Who goes there? Ye Feng instantly grew vigilant. An outsider, you have disrupted my plans. At last, I have cornered you. A sweet yet chilling voice echoed from the dust. Is it her? Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily grasped his spear. Through the sand, a woman clad in white, wielding a long sword, advanced step by step toward Ye Feng, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace that directly targeted him. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Chunin immediately sensed something was amiss. Do not shout. There is a formidable presence within the sands, the demon clam observed. Demon clam. You take them and go ahead, Ye Feng commanded coldly from atop the sand beast. He realized that although this woman was a 5th-tier force master, she bore grave injuries. If he unleashed all his might, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to defeat her. Then, you must be cautious. The demon clam recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly led the horses away from Ye Feng. Brother Feng, I will stand with you through life and death. Chunin readied 2 hand crossbows, ever poised to target the golden-leafed beauty shrouded in dust. Chunin, flee quickly. The hand crossbows are ineffective against her level. Unless hundreds of them converge to create a covering strike, Ye Feng urged anxiously, for Ye Feng had already drawn her long sword. In the next instant, a wave of sword energy surged towards Ye Feng. His expression shifted dramatically as he rolled off the back of the sand beast and onto the ground. With a pained howl, the sand beast was cleaved in 2. Ye Feng had no time to rise when a flash of white appeared, the sword's tip arriving before him. A glimmer of cold light preceding its strike. Hair scattering, Ye Feng was thrust backward by a fierce force. Such speed. He rolled again, propelling himself 20 meters away. Yet, the white figure flickered once more, the sword's tip now only 20 centimeters from him. In a fit of rage, Ye Feng grasped the blade with both hands. What choice did he have? Ye Feng's speed was simply too formidable. With a clang, the blade was yanked back, blood scales erupting from Ye Feng's hands. The sharp edges of the sword, crafted from the finest steel of Na City, were far beyond what flesh and blood could withstand. Ye Feng swung her sword, and with a clang, Ye Feng was sent flying 20 meters away. In a moment of clarity, he slammed his hand onto the ground. A massive cloud of sand and dust erupted, shrouding the area within a 20-meter radius in thick obscurity. Chapter 697. It's fine, I can tame again. Thinking to escape? Ye Feng dashed into the fog. In the next moment, she felt a hand grasp her wrist amidst the darkness, accompanied by a body pressing against her back. Die? With an elbow thrust backward, she gasped as a mouthful of blood sprayed onto her neck, staining her chest. The blood-sucking technique. Ye Feng, undeterred, seized 2 soft forms with his hands and activated the technique to its fullest. In an instant, Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. What is this power? Once more, she elbowed him in the chest. A crack echoed as Ye Feng felt 2 ribs break. Yet, the blood-sucking technique continuously healed his wounds and replenished his strength. Suddenly, Ye Feng seized his right hand and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! She cried out, though despite throwing Ye Feng forward, his hands seemed rooted to the ground, still grasping her soft forms. Let go. Ye Feng felt her energy surge uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst, flowing into Ye Feng's palms. I want to release you even in death. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, twisting his hands with all his might. Ah! Jin Yi Mei winced in pain and delivered a fierce kick to Ye Feng's abdomen. With a grunt, he expelled undigested food from his mouth. Let go, let go, let go. She stamped down 5 times, but by the 4th stomp, Ye Feng sensed her strength waning. In the 5th strike, Ye Feng felt no pain at all. Yet, Jin Yi Mei's complexion turned as pale as paper, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the gravel. Ye Feng recognized her formidable strength. He had to seize the moment to claim her life while she was weakened. Blood-sucking technique, draw deeply. He bellowed, gradually adjusting his posture to mount Jin Yi Mei. With a face twisted in agony, she extended a delicate, porcelain-like hand and struck Ye Feng's face with all her might. Unfortunately, her effort was utterly feeble. Akin to a mere scratch, Ye Feng's spirit soared, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he pressed down with both hands. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A torrent of energy surged into his body, while Jin Yi Mei's form began to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, this overwhelming suction, having drained her limbs of energy, began to creep toward her dantian. In an instant, terror seized her. The dantian was the core of her energy, and if breached, her entire cultivation would be rendered null. Let me go, alien. I will no longer hold a grudge over the pills, Jin Yi Mei stammered, her eyes brimming with fear. Under normal circumstances, had she not been gravely injured, Ye Feng wouldn't even have been able to approach her, let alone employ the blood-sucking technique. Yet now, he was on the verge of invading her energy core. Lady Jin Yi Mei, I would love to release you, but I fear that if I do, your dantian's energy will replenish instantly, and I shall meet my doom, Ye Feng replied with difficulty. He couldn't deny her resilience. No, don't do this. I know the location of the holy water in the temple. You and Zisong must be seeking it. If you know the precise whereabouts, Zisong will surely value you. She believed Ye Feng to be one of Zisong's subordinates. Ye Feng's expression shifted. This was precisely what he desired. Yet, he still could not relent. Blood-sucking technique. He intensified the technique to its utmost limit. However, the beauty beneath him was indeed a 5th-tier power master, her dantian remarkably fortified. For the time being, he could only graze the surface. To absorb from the core would require more time. Yet, he could not afford to wait. What if Zisong found the fatty before him? My apologies. Ye Feng leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. No, don't. Jin Yi Mei was both embarrassed and furious. Her exquisite face flushed crimson as she tightly pressed her lips together, determined to thwart Ye Feng's intentions. Forgive me. Ye Feng understood that the lips were one of the 7 orifices. Once his tongue entered, the blood-sucking technique would reach its zenith. Ultimately, his agile tongue unlocked the gateway to her energy. Ouch! Ye Feng cried out as his tongue was bitten, yet he refused to back down, using his lips to unleash the blood-sucking technique. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy flowed from his palms and lips. Before him, Jin Yi Mei's bosom withered rapidly. But just as it seemed she would completely desiccate, the energy from her dantian rejuvenated her. After a sustained 5 minutes, Ye Feng finally released Jin Yi Mei. Now, her dantian held but a mere trickle of energy. Yet, even with this scant energy, she was able to maintain the vitality of her 2 blossoms, preserving her beauty and grace. After all, she was well aware of the exact location of the holy water, and Ye Feng felt it unwise to engage in indiscriminate violence. After a considerable time, Jin Yi Mei regained her composure, rising from the gravel, brushing off the dust from her body, and wrapping her arms around her knees. A priestess must never engage with men, yet Ye Feng had just committed that repugnant act upon her lips. Lady Jin Yi Mei, I resorted to such desperate measures purely for the sake of survival. I hope you can overlook it. As for seizing your pill, I mistakenly believed it to be holy water. Had I known it was, in fact, a mere pill, I would never have taken it. Ye Feng stood before her, invigorated, extending his hand. This woman possessed a fierce spirit. Should he insult her further, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he chose to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Humph. Jin Yi Mei cast him a slow glance before rising to her feet. In the next moment, she turned her back and walked away in a particular direction. Hey, did you not intend to accompany us to the temple? Ye Feng quickly interposed himself in her path. The temple? You've drained all my energy, you foreigner. Without some fortuitous encounter, it would take me a decade to recover. Do you truly believe I would accompany you to the temple to meet my demise? There are hundreds of sand beasts there, each of them above level 10. Jin Yi Mei glared at Ye Feng, her fury palpable. She wished to retaliate. Yet she was acutely aware of her current disadvantage. Fortuitous encounter? Is not the holy water a fortuitous encounter? Ye Feng proposed with feigned sincerity. How about this? Let us proceed to the temple, and upon locating the holy water, I assure you, the first portion shall be yours as an apology. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? The first portion of holy water will undoubtedly belong to Zisong, and even the 10th will not be mine. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, upon finding the holy water, it would be the end of my days. Jin Yimei astutely discerned Ye Feng's ulterior motives. Smack. Ye Feng delivered a resounding slap, leaving Jin Yimei in a daze. Damn it. I was once a refined gentleman, yet you force me to be brutish. Come back with me at once, or I shall slap you into oblivion. After uttering these words, Ye Feng roughly shoved her forward. You? Jin Yimei was livid. Smack. Another slap landed, and Jin Yimei's expression turned blank as she obediently made her way towards the sand cart. Although they had lost a sand beast in the process, they had gained a living guide, which, in strict terms, far outweighed the value of a sand beast. Furthermore, they were bound to encounter more sand beasts along the way. It was of little concern, for they could tame another. Chapter 698. Not hidden in ordinary places. As the two of them walked in single file for a while, Jin Yimei suddenly had a thought. Your name is Ye Feng, is it not? Indeed. Ye Feng, how about this? I will sketch a map indicating the location of the holy water. You can take the map and find the holy water yourself, and then release me. What do you say? What if you were to draw it haphazardly? I prefer a living map. Ye Feng rejected outright. Jin Yimei's expression shifted. Ye Feng, do you not realize that going to the temple now would be tantamount to seeking your own death? The formidable 20-level sand beast, accompanied by over 110-level sand beasts that I could see alone, not to mention those exceeding 15 levels. Furthermore, do not be under the illusion that Zisong is a benevolent individual. Accompanying him to fetch the sacred water is akin to consorting with beasts. I can assure you he will undoubtedly slay you, and I shall be ensnared in the repercussions as well, declared Jin Yimei with indignation. Oh, surely, Brother Zisong is not of such character, remarked Ye Feng, shrugging his shoulders. He had indeed contemplated this notion beforehand. However, Jin Yimei was clearly exploiting the existing circumstances to sow discord. At least until the sacred water was procured, Ye Feng had no intention of severing ties with Zisong. Zisong was utilizing him, and he too was leveraging Zisong to his advantage. Do not presume yourself to be Zisong's equal. Your ability to capture me stems from my grievous injuries and your peculiar power that took me by surprise. Had I maintained my distance, you would never have had the chance to touch me. Jin Yimei lamented, her heart bleeding at the thought of having lost 9/10 of her energy. I am aware. Yet I still wish to accompany Zisong to the temple, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had refrained from employing many of his techniques against Jin Yimei earlier. If he had exerted his full strength, it is likely that even at her peak, Jin Yimei would have struggled against him. At that moment, Ye Feng caught sight of the sand cart and the figure of Meng Yi atop it. Look, Brother Feng has returned. Brother Feng is back. Chunin hurriedly rushed over. Brother Feng, I had Zisong come to assist you, but he refused, saying he would wait a little longer. If he did not return, he intended to drive the sand cart away himself, Chunin whispered in complaint. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Yet Jin Yimei's demeanor shifted, for she was vindicated in her suspicions. Zisong was indeed a selfish individual. She cast a sidelong glance at Ye Feng. Do not speak nonsense. Brother Zisong could never be that kind of person, Ye Feng admonished. Thus far, Zisong and he were allies, and even if Zisong exhibited some selfishness, Ye Feng could not display dissatisfaction in front of Jin Yimei. Often, teams are divided in such a manner. Enemies exploit minor discord within the group, persistently stoking the flames of contention. Initially, one may dismiss it, but over time, with constant whispers and subtle insinuations regarding the shortcomings of others, one may increasingly find oneself questioning the capabilities of a teammate, reaching a point where confrontation becomes inevitable. This is the timeless art of manipulation, an enigma without resolution. Ye Feng, you have returned. Zisong greeted him with a faint smile. Indeed, Brother Zisong. I have also brought her back. She knows the precise location of the sacred water within the temple. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before revealing the truth. He was astonished that this ancient stratagem of manipulation had so directly ensnared him. Had he concealed the truth, Jin Yimei would have undoubtedly informed Zisong of her knowledge regarding the sacred water's exact location, leading to mutual suspicion between them even before they reached the temple. However, He cannot simply kill Ye Feng now. The temple is vast, and searching for the holy water inch by inch would be akin to courting death. Excellent. Zisong scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe. At that moment, Zhu Ming abruptly charged forward with a heavy lock in hand. What are you doing? Zisong seized him. She has killed 2 of our kin. I intend to strike her. Zhu Ming retorted angrily. Do not lay a finger on her, understood? Zisong glared coldly at Zhu Ming. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Ming eventually released the lock. Let us depart, brother Ye Feng. You shall enter the sand cart, Zisong commanded. The situation had become clear. Ye Feng was the second strongest in the group, and he deserved ample respect. As for Jinshi, Zisong did not spare him another glance. Very well. Immediately, Ye Feng and the other senior members climbed into the sand cart. Jinshi dared not meet Ye Feng's gaze. He had yet to recover from his humiliation, but still managed to scramble into the cart. As the fat ignited, the cart's speed gradually increased, with 2 warhorses following behind, laden with more fat. Inside the cart, a small table could accommodate only 2 individuals, Ye Feng and Zisong, the 2 most formidable. The others, aware of their status, either crouched or stood in varying postures. Ye Feng nestled in a corner of the cart, her eyes scanning the interior structure, astonishment flitting across her features. Clearly, it was her first encounter with the sand cart, and she was taken aback by its modern craftsmanship. Ye Feng, your temple is divided into 4 major districts. In which district is the holy water located? Zisong inquired nonchalantly. Ye Feng bit her lip in silence. Rest assured, as long as you do not deceive me. Once I find the holy water, I shall restore your freedom, for we bear no deep-seated enmity, Zisong stated. But, brother Zisong, she has slain 2 of our kin, both of whom were 9th-tier warriors. Zhu Ming interjected hastily. Silence, Zisong bellowed, unleashing a wave of pressure. Zhu Ming could only obediently crouch back down. In the Iron Tower district, Ye Feng replied slowly. The Iron Tower district? Is that the area with 999 iron towers? Zisong's expression shifted. Having visited the temple in his youth, seeking divine favor and failing, he still retained knowledge of the 4 major districts. As far as I know, should it not be housed in the Sacred Site district? That area serves as your temple's treasury, containing many precious martial techniques, methods, and crystal pills, Zisong reasoned. Clearly not one to be easily deceived. Such a valuable item as the holy water would certainly not be hidden in an ordinary location, Ye Feng countered. That is a valid point. Allow me to ask you this. When that level 20 sand beast besieged the temple, how many sorcerers, priests, guardians, and saintesses survived? Zisong pressed on. Only 7 saintesses survived. The guardians are countless, the sorcerers likely all survived, and among the priests, perhaps half perished, Ye Feng responded. A flicker of sorrow crossing her face. The fate of the saintesses is inconsequential. After all, they are to be sacrificed upon reaching adulthood, which could be considered a form of tribute to the divine. Zisong shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Ye Feng huffed, falling silent. Meanwhile, Ye Feng listened intently, at least gaining a certain understanding of the temple. The temple harbors a multitude of tunnels, does it not? After all, that region was once rife with sand beasts, whose burrows crisscrossed in a dense network. I surmise that many clergy members are likely hidden within those passages, Zisong remarked with a hint of detachment. Chapter 699. Uncontrollably drawn closer to Ye Feng, Ye's lips twitched slightly, yet she refrained from speaking further. Very well, Miss Jean, if you are weary, please rest there. And refrain from engaging in any divisive antics, Zisong emphasized, his tone growing more serious. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, regarding Zisong with newfound respect. Truly, one who has lived for nearly 2 centuries possesses an uncanny ability to perceive the human heart. Brother Ye Feng, Zisong continued with a smile. Though I am significantly your elder, respect for strength prevails in the Green Sea Desert, hence I address you as brother. In that moment, Ye Feng felt a flicker of uncertainty within his heart. Very well, brother Zisong, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. To be candid, I initially intended to secure 2 portions of holy water, one for myself and one for Jinshi. Should we discover 9 portions, my priority would be to satisfy the 9th-tier warriors, namely a few from my clan, leaving no share for you. However, the situation has changed. You have demonstrated your prowess. Thus, if we find 2 portions of holy water, I shall take one, you shall take the other, and any surplus shall be distributed among others, Zisong stated matter-of-factly. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly, aligning with his own thoughts. Thank you for your generous consideration, brother Zisong, he acknowledged with a nod. Zasong had indeed sustained some injuries, and he estimated a 70% likelihood of defeating Zasong. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be complacent. After all, one could never know if the opponent had yet to reveal their life-saving abilities. Zasong wearily closed his eyes, seeking to recuperate. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted. He noticed that Zasong's brow appeared darkened. Could it be? Yet, it was reasonable. His lifespan was dwindling, and a darkened brow was to be expected. Ye Feng, now feeling a twinge of compassion, resolved that if he were to find 5 portions of holy water, he would offer one to Zasong, provided he did not act maliciously. As for the remaining 4 portions, he intended to consume one himself and take the other 3 back to save Tuba, Yongli, and Godshan. The sand cart advanced steadily, covering over 40 kilometers in no time. How much farther to the temple? Zasong suddenly inquired. Ye Feng opened his eyes, almost losing his temper upon seeing Zasong's bloodshot eyes, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Brother Zasong, we are nearing. Approximately 200 kilometers remain. The nearby Jumming responded hastily. 200 kilometers? Useless, worthless people, worthless sand cart. All of you are worthless. Zasong seemed to have lost all sense of reason, and suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The fist pierced through Jumming's chest, grasping a still throbbing heart. Uft. Brother Zasong. Jumming's body crumpled to the ground. The onlookers rose in alarm, their expressions filled with vigilance as they regarded Zasong. Ye Feng too placed his hand upon his spear, perplexed by Zasong's sudden bout of madness. Uft. Zasong withdrew his bloodied hand, releasing a long breath of rancid air. Apologies. I just had a rather unsettling dream, the first I've experienced in over a century, Zasong remarked, before casually resuming his seat. However, the others remained standing, their faces etched with vigilance. Feng, Brother Feng, shall we go for a run outside? Qianan tugged at Ye Feng's collar. Indeed. Ye Feng nodded, then turned to Zasong. Brother Zasong, my brother and I will go outside to encourage those who are lagging behind. Zasong remained silent, his face pale as a ghost. Let us go, step outside. Ye Feng promptly lifted the manhole cover, helping Qianan out first, before following suit. After a brief moment, Jin Shi and the others emerged one after another. Now, within the sand vehicle, only Zasong, Jin Yeme, the seasoned driver Manhanu, and Meng Yi, who was manning the machine gun, remained, along with a steed below, fueling the fire. Brother Ye Feng, I acknowledge my previous faults. I ask for your understanding, Jin Shi said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his voice notably frail. Clearly, he had been intimidated by Zasong, who had no qualms about taking lives. Well said, Ye Feng responded, his expression impassive. He then glanced at the other 4 women, who appeared equally shaken. Even a 9th-tier warrior would find themselves utterly defenseless against a force of such magnitude. Brother Ye Feng, once we reach the temple, you must look after me. Yao Bang gently leaned against Ye Feng. Ye Feng's words were interrupted. Fear not, fair maiden, I will ensure Brother Feng protects you. Qianan asserted with conviction. Yao Bang rolled her eyes, dismissing Qianan's comment. Though the other 3 women remained silent, they instinctively edged closer to Ye Feng. Clearly recognizing that Zasong had succumbed to an intermittent madness, Ye Feng was their sole anchor amidst the chaos. The drawback of team formations lies in the propensity for even the smallest groups to fracture into factions. Rest assured, as long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall do my utmost to care for you, Ye Feng stated resolutely. Thank you, Ye Feng, Qin Chong nodded, her gaze towards him softening. Brother Feng, could you allow Qianan to come in and assist me with the driving? I feel nauseous, Manhanu's trembling voice echoed from within the sand vehicle. Qianan, the sand vehicle continued its relentless journey forward, and by dawn the following day, half of Ye Feng's 400 soldiers found themselves unable to continue. Sand vehicle, halt, Ye Feng commanded loudly. Creak. The sand vehicle finally came to a stop. Brother Zasong, shall we allow everyone to rest at this spot for an hour before we set off again? Ye Feng called into the vehicle, yet there was no response from Zasong. No matter, we will rest here for an hour, Ye Feng declared with authority. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone as they sprawled out haphazardly in the sand. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly heard a crack from within his body. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of energy enveloped him. Remarkably, he had just broken through to the 9th-tier warrior level. It appeared that the effects of the pill had begun to manifest. The potency of the pill was relatively mild, and Ye Feng experienced little discomfort in the process. Unlike the crystal elixir, which causes one to feel pain and swelling throughout the body, albeit with rapid progression, there is an underlying sense of peril. In contrast, the crystal pill offers a different experience. Although the advancement is gradual, Ye Feng distinctly perceives that the crystal pill possesses minimal side effects. It appears prudent to preserve the crystal elixirs obtained from future hunts and seek the expertise of a master alchemist to refine them into crystal pills before consumption. Naturally, they could also be shared with Chun-Un and Shui-Ma, as their lack of vampiric techniques results in a sluggish energy absorption rate. Should the quantity be excessive, it would be feasible to return to Hot Springs Island and ensure that everyone there benefits from the crystal pills, thus alleviating the need for the cumbersome crystal elixirs. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he swiftly directed his gaze to the south. Boom! The cover of the sand cart was flung open, and Zisong promptly emerged, also casting his gaze toward the south. The others, including Jin Shi, appeared bewildered. Yet, within mere seconds, Jin Shi too reacted. Turning his eyes to the south, a rumbling echoed. Chapter 700. A roll in place a kilometer away, two sand carts were approaching, stirring up clouds of dust that soared 7 to 8 meters high. Behind the carts, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves could be heard. This was dire. Quickly, Ye Feng seized Chun-Un and hurriedly moved him towards the well cover. The pursuers from Na City were upon them. Everyone must hide. Instantly, chaos erupted among the 400 individuals. Some ran forward, others backward, while some dove directly into the sand. Alas, such attempts were futile. In the open terrain, the sand carts were an invincible force against all but the most skilled warriors. Puff, puff, puff. The two sand carts opened fire simultaneously, their iron nails raining down like a storm. Ugh, my leg. Quick, take cover behind our sand cart. Some astute individuals swiftly sheltered themselves behind the carts. Clang. Zisong also slipped into the sand cart, his sharp gaze fixated on the enemy vehicles. However, the two sand carts did not relent. One of them barreled directly towards Ye Feng's cart. Bang! Ye Feng and his companions were jolted violently as the two sand carts collided with tremendous force. Fortunately, the sand carts were only traveling at 20 kilometers per hour, resulting in minor deformation upon impact, rendering them still operable. Yet, the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. A crossbow bolt shot forth from the front of the sand cart, narrowly grazing Manhanu's scalp. They have brought crossbows as well, Manhanu exclaimed in terror. Ye Feng quickly scrambled to the driver's seat, peering through the gap. Indeed, trailing behind the sand carts were more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages, some laden with crossbows, others with fuel, accompanied by at least one squad of soldiers for protection. What should we do, Fengge? Manhanu inquired. Yes, Fengge. Please offer us your guidance, Chinen echoed. Yet, Ye Feng turned his gaze to Zisong. Brother Zisong, what do you propose? Ye Feng asked, and Zisong replied. What do I say? Zisong's gaze swept across the individuals in the sand vehicle. Brother Ye Feng, among us, we are the strongest. Why not abandon the vehicle and flee? These people are utterly weak and cannot keep pace. Taking them along would be futile. Impossible. I cannot abandon my brother, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. The purpose of this journey to the temple was partly for his good brother Tuba. He could not allow Chun-Un to perish here as well, forsaking the watermelon for the pumpkin. If that is the case, you shall wait here to meet your demise, Zisong declared, suddenly seizing Jin Yemai and forcefully pushing open the well cover, both of them soaring into the air. Clearly, he intended to take Jin Yemai in search of the holy water, for only she knew its precise whereabouts. You may leave, but leave her behind, Ye Feng exclaimed in alarm. Leaping out of the well, boom, Zisong, with Jin Yemai in his left hand, struck towards Ye Feng with an open palm. Ye Feng, not willing to yield, countered fiercely with a powerful strike. After a cloud of dust settled, Ye Feng found himself sliding back 5 or 6 meters before barely regaining his balance. In contrast, Zisong did not move an inch, but a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Seemingly fearful that Ye Feng would notice his weakness, he clenched his teeth and swallowed the blood that had surged to his throat. I never anticipated that after becoming a 9th-tier warrior, your strength could actually withstand my 3rd-tier power, Zisong remarked, his legs trembling slightly, yet he maintained his composure. Brother Zisong, you may go, but leave her. Ye Feng pointed at Jin Yemai. Leave her? That would imply you would find the holy water before me and perhaps leave a portion for me. I fear that cannot be the case, Zisong replied, shaking his head. Then, if you were to find the holy water first, You surely would not leave any for me. Ye Feng stepped forward slowly. Just then, a multitude of iron nails hurtled toward the two. Zisong leaped over 30 meters into the air, evading all the nails, while Ye Feng crashed into the sand with a loud thud. After a moment, he emerged from the rubble, only to see two shadows blocking Zisong's path. Ye Feng recognized one of them as Modwa from the Huangsha tribe, who had nearly terrified him before. Previously, he had perceived Modwa's strength as unfathomable, but after facing two powerful warriors, Ye Feng had gained a new understanding of his own abilities and found himself less intimidated by Modwa. In unison, Modwa and the other warrior turned their gaze toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng, it is you, isn't it? Modwa's eyes gleamed. Hey, I stole the sand vehicle from Naching. Why are you Huangsha tribe members meddling? Please, step aside, Ye Feng said. At this point, you still feign ignorance? The high priest has already deduced it. Ye Feng, you are the one who killed my little brother, Modwa declared, his form shifting as he appeared directly before Ye Feng, reaching out to grasp his collar. Despite Ye Feng now being a 9th-tier warrior, Modwa believed he was still far superior as a 2nd-tier warrior. To hell with you, Ye Feng retorted, seizing Modwa's wrist. The two began to grapple in a contest of brute strength. After a brief interval, Ye Feng felt an immense force compelling his body to topple sideways. Haha, how foolish you are, a mere 9th-tier warrior daring to compete with me in brute strength. You know nothing of my capabilities, do you? Wait, something feels amiss. Mo Duo, poised to utter further taunts, suddenly sensed the energy from his wrist surging uncontrollably outward. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's wrist began to exert pressure, pushing his body to the side. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Mo Duo exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Beads of sweat formed on Ye Feng's forehead as he gritted his teeth, ignoring Mo Duo, and elevated his blood-sucking technique to a higher level. Upon advancing to the 9th tier, he distinctly felt the suction of the technique intensifying. Mo Duo, alongside another warrior from the Yellow Sand clan, swiftly leaped into action, aiming his iron spear directly at Ye Feng. Damn it, I haven't even drained Mo Duo yet, and now another 2nd-tier warrior appears. Ye Feng could only send Mo Duo flying with a single palm strike, rolling in place. The spear crashed into the ground, creating a 7-meter-long trench. Mo Duo staggered to his feet, glancing at his chest, which was covered in frost that nearly froze his heart. Ye Feng, this explains everything. No wonder you could slay Mo He and his companions. Mo Duo stepped forward, unsheathing the curved dagger from his waist. Ye Feng noticed a small swastika symbol on the hilt, indicating it was a weapon produced in Na City. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, Ye Feng's 400 troops clashed with the mercenaries from Na City. 7th leader, be wary of Ye Feng's supernatural powers. Do not let his hands touch your skin. Use weapons against him, Mo Duo cautioned. Understood. The 7th leader positioned his spear horizontally, advancing towards Ye Feng step by step. However, Mo Duo cunningly maneuvered behind Ye Feng, executing a pincer attack in an instant. Die! The spear shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Ye Feng's face. Ye Feng, unyielding, swung his spear to parry the blow. Though he had mastered the 3rd level of the dragon elephant technique, he was still up against a 2nd-tier warrior. As their weapons collided, Ye Feng's body lowered significantly, both feet sinking into the yellow sand. Ha! The 7th leader laughed heartily, pressing down with all his strength. Pooh! Ye Feng was forced to kneel on one knee. Thunder! Ye Feng unleashed his newly acquired supernatural ability. The 7th leader felt a tingling sensation in his arm, involuntarily loosening his grip on the spear. Although the paralysis lasted only a second, it was more than sufficient for Ye Feng. He thrust his spear forward, the tip plunging into the 7th leader's abdomen. The 7th leader screamed in agony, his body retreating repeatedly. Ye Feng seized the opportunity to surge forward once more, finally pressing his palm against the 7th leader's abdomen. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The 7th leader's face contorted grotesquely, unable to utter a single sound. Simultaneously, the blood within him was instantaneously drained. Even the core of his energy in the dantian shattered. Clang! A curved dagger struck against Ye Feng's back. Ye Feng rolled forward and quickly felt his back. Fortunately, he had been absorbing energy moments ago, which heightened his sensitivity, allowing the blood scale to deflect the strike of the curved blade. After repelling Ye Feng, Mo Duo hastily helped the 7th leader to his feet. Are you all right? I feel as if my body has been completely drained. The 7th leader trembled all over, his lips pale, having lost all combat capability. Ye Feng. Mo Duo glanced at the incapacitated seventh leader and then at Ye Feng, his gaze flickering uncertainly. His strength was on par with that of the seventh leader. If Ye Feng could defeat the seventh leader in such a short time, it implied he could similarly vanquish Mo Duo. Ye Feng, I know you are heading to the temple. Await the vengeance of my Huang Sha clan, Mo Duo declared before darting backward with determination. I'm afraid I cannot afford to grant you that opportunity, Ye Feng said, positioning his spear across his shoulder and pulling back. Boom. The spear was instantly engulfed in flames, striking Mo Duo with tremendous force. Mo Duo cried out in agony, plummeting to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, Ye Feng had already seized the seventh leader's spear, launching it into the air. Thud! The spearhead pierced directly into Mo Duo's skull. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng had dispatched two second-tier power masters, seemingly having expended little energy. In the distance, Zisong, who had initially intended to flee, halted upon witnessing this scene. A smile gradually spreading across his face as he grasped Jin Yi Mei with his left hand. Brother Ye Feng, what a remarkable display. I have decided. Let us join forces. Those mercenaries behind us are weaklings. Together, we can eliminate them all or scare them off, thereby claiming the crossbows and fuel from the cart. Zisong proposed. Ye Feng, gripping his spear, cast a nonchalant glance at Zisong. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The two men surged into the enemy ranks. The mercenaries, having exhausted their crossbows, were surrounded by 400 foes and were frantically hacking away. However, the arrival of Ye Feng and Zisong disrupted their formation. In a matter of moments, Ye Feng had already slain over 30 adversaries, sweeping through them with his spear as several mercenaries collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zisong's methods were even more ruthless. With a flick of his spear, he impaled 5 or 6 mercenaries in one motion. Under the intimidation of the two masters, the aimless mercenaries fled in panic. Don't run, you cowards. Come back. A white guard shouted furiously from the rear. Return at once. Naturally, a guard unit would not consist of just one white member. Some held positions as leaders and squad captains. Within a short span, the mercenaries of one unit had fled entirely, leaving only 17 high-ranking white members behind. I do not wish to kill you. Flee for your lives. Ye Feng waved his hand. After all, the Yuanhai clan was relatively civilized in this savage land, having only one individual, Hyler, to blame. He still hoped to collaborate with the Yuanhai clan in the future to develop aircraft. However, Zisong leaped forward, sweeping his spear in a wide arc. In a mere flurry of moves, the lives of a dozen or so Caucasians were extinguished. You? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. It is better to eliminate them, to avoid further complications. Brother Ye Feng, we have 2 more sand vehicles. Let us seize them, Zisong suggested. I'll go, Jinshi declared, wielding a massive axe as he approached the well cover, striking it forcefully. Listen closely, your leader and captain are all dead. If you are wise, open the well cover, and I shall spare your lives. Jinshi's voice echoed into the sand vehicle. However, a series of iron nails were shot back as a response from within the vehicle. Jinshi quickly leapt to the vehicle's blind spot, his face paling in terror. These ruffians, they dare to shoot at me. What should I do? This vehicle resembles an iron shell. We cannot breach it at present. Jinshi pressed his back against the sand vehicle. Both sand vehicles were immobilized, their wheels trapped by countless corpses, their tracks buried in the yellow sand. Perhaps their fuel had run out, while the remaining reserves were on the outside carts, preventing them from moving. The two vehicles ceased fire, indicating that they had exhausted their supply of iron nails and fuel, a mere tortoise shell. Surely they could be dealt with easily, Zisong remarked. With that, he strode forward, grasping the sand vehicle and heaving it over with all his might. Boom! The vehicle toppled, eliciting cries of dismay from within. Ye Feng approached as well, managing to overturn another vehicle. Although he had cultivated to the 3rd level of dragon elephant skill, he was not as strong as Zisong, and in sheer physical strength, he fell short. Nonetheless, he managed to flip the second sand vehicle upside down. Brother Feng, isn't there fuel on those carts? We can directly ignite it and suffocate them in no time, Shannon excitedly suggested. Absolutely not. Fuel is far too precious to waste even a fraction. We can encircle the sand vehicle with corpses and ignite them, which will suffice to suffocate them as well. Zisong countered. Indeed, brothers, come quickly. Prepare to feast on some roasted swine, and it will be white-skinned. Shannon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Their contingent of 400 had dwindled to a mere 100 capable fighters, half of whom were injured and lying on the ground in agony. Soon, the bodies were piled high, and Shunan placed a small amount of fuel as an ignition source. The corpses began to smolder, and just as they reached mid-burn, violent coughing erupted from within. "Let us go. Kindly flip the sand vehicle. We surrender, we surrender," came the voices of the desperate captives inside. Ye Feng's spirit soared. He grasped a corner of the sand vehicle and heaved it with force. Boom. The vehicle righted itself, and the well cover swung open at an astonishing speed. 7 Caucasians hurriedly squeezed out, clutching their chests and coughing incessantly. Chapter 702. Did you not hear my words? After a few coughs, they found themselves confronted by a plethora of weapons aimed at their vital points. Meanwhile, Zisong successfully overturned the other sand vehicle, revealing 14 captured Caucasians. Their faces smeared with soot. "Eliminate them all," Zisong commanded mercilessly. However, the captives turned their gaze towards Ye Feng. Evidently, in their hearts, they only acknowledged Ye Feng as their leader. Did you not hear my words? Zisong narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of menace. Wait. Ye Feng interposed himself before Zisong. "Zisong, these individuals may still possess utilitarian value. They are Caucasians, even if they are not professional engineers. Having been nurtured in such an environment from a young age, they surely understand some fundamental metallurgical processes. Retaining them could prove advantageous. For instance, should our sand cart encounter a malfunction midway, we will require skilled hands for repairs." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the menace surrounding Zisong gradually dissipated. The 14 Caucasians, witnessing this, hastily bowed their heads to Ye Feng. "Thank you, Mr. Ye Feng. Henceforth, you shall be our savior. You are most welcome. Please rise. I would appreciate your assistance in maintaining the sand cart. We must be on our way in an hour," Ye Feng stated. "Certainly, we will begin immediately." The 14 Caucasians sprang into action, fearful that any delay might result in Zisong's wrath. Ye Feng approached the rear of the sand cart, observing the 12 wagons. 10 of these were laden with fuel, approximately 5 barrels per wagon. However, the remaining 2 wagons contained 2 exquisitely crafted ballistae. Remarkable. Such compact ballistae can even penetrate the sand cart? Ye Feng marveled. At that moment, a Caucasian approached. "Mr. Ye Feng, do not be deceived by the simplicity of this ballista's design. Its metallurgical requirements are exceedingly sophisticated. You may think that the power source is the core technology, but in truth, it is the bolts that represent the true essence of innovation. Observe the arrowheads. They are composed of a rare black stone blended with 7 metals, and it takes 20 failures to forge a single acceptable bolt." The Caucasian meticulously elaborated, striving to demonstrate his worth. He was astute, aware that the more value they could provide, the greater their chances of survival. "You possess considerable skill. Can you create such a device?" Ye Feng inquired. "Certainly, but I am not a specialist. It may take me 50 or 60 attempts before achieving success," the Caucasian replied candidly. "Very well, what is your name?" Ye Feng asked. "My name is Charlie." "Charlie, given that you can devise such intricate sand carts, why have you not developed artillery? Surely, you are familiar with what artillery entails. Your forebears must have informed you," Ye Feng remarked. "Of course, I am aware that artillery requires gunpowder, yet we are restricted. Other races refuse to provide us with the raw materials necessary for gunpowder. 40 years ago, we clashed with the Haizi tribe and several major clans. And as a result of our defeat, we were coerced into signing the Treaty of Versailles. First, it prohibits our Caucasian army from exceeding 3,000 men, forcing us to rely on these unreliable mercenaries. Second, we are restricted to manufacturing no more than 100 sand carts, and we are forbidden from utilizing gunpowder. They have also imposed limitations on our iron, ore, and high technology. Most crucially, as the vanquished party, we are obligated to compensate several major clans with 300 million arrows, 3 million large bows crafted in Nanxing, 10 million curved swords, 10 million long spears, and 10 million long swords, all produced in Nanxing, Charlie enumerated. Goodness, are they not driving you towards a certain doom? Given your limited population, how could you possibly produce such an arsenal? Ye Feng sighed. We have opted for a compromise, providing them with a batch of weapons annually. To be repaid over 3 centuries, Charlie explained. Is your productivity truly that low? How many curved blades can you manufacture in a year? Ye Feng inquired. The blades forged in our city are honed through relentless effort. Thus, even if we devote our entire clan's strength, we can produce no more than 1,000 curved blades each year, Charlie replied. Very well. Carry on with your tasks, Mr. Charlie, when time permits. I shall teach you the art of painting, Ye Feng said with a hint of compassion. After a short while, 3 sand carts were filled with standard fuel. This substance burns more efficiently than fat. Set forth. Eliminate all the injured and bury them on site, Zisong commanded coldly. Wait, there's no need for burial. The sand beasts will assist in clearing the bodies. Absolutely not. Ye Feng erupted in fury. Those 400 brothers defended against a 1,000-strong army. I cannot allow Zisong to execute these severely wounded men. Then what do you propose? Are you planning to load all these injured onto the sand carts? Do you believe we can carry such burdens to the temple? Zisong retorted indifferently. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he surveyed his remaining troops. Even Hobelai had sustained grave injuries, a steel nail having pierced his abdomen. Lacking Ye Feng's regenerative abilities, he could not heal instantaneously. Monty, I must trouble you to take the remaining 100 brothers and use 5 of the horse-drawn carts to transport them back, Ye Feng instructed, momentarily faltering. These men are mercenaries. They have no home. They cannot return to our city. Brother Feng, where should we be taken back to? Monty asked. Brother Feng, we have no home. Allow us to accompany you. Hobelai struggled to rise. Indeed, Brother Feng, we are without a home. Please let us follow you. The remaining 200 men gathered around, some even crawling towards him. Alas, chasing horse, I fear I must trouble you for a journey. You and Monty will escort these men southward. Chasing horse, you will lead the way back to Eternal Life City, then seek out Diamond. He will use a warship to transport you to New Hot Springs Island, where a hospital awaits to tend to their wounds and allow them to recuperate, Ye Feng declared. Brother Feng, I fear Diamond may not heed my call. Moreover, Director Wang is unlikely to listen to me either. I am but an inconspicuous figure, Chasing Horse lamented. Indeed, you have a point. Let us do this. I shall write a letter of blood. You need only deliver it to Wang Zhihai and Susan, Ye Feng concluded, attempting to pierce his own fingertip. Unfortunately, his blood scales automatically shielded him, preventing any blood from flowing. Brother, come here, Ye Feng beckoned to a bloodied mercenary. Shortly thereafter, the letter was completed, and Ye Feng solemnly entrusted it to Chasing Horse. I shall take my leave now, Brother Feng. Farewell. Ye Feng stood motionless, waving until the group disappeared from sight. Now we must depart as well. To my 14 white brothers, I shall disperse you among the 3 sand carts. Before long, 3 sand vehicles and 5 horse-drawn carriages set forth, heading northward. The temperature gradually began to rise, reaching around 0 degrees. Throughout the following day, Ye Feng and his companions encountered no peril. In Chapter 703, titled Avoiding Conflict Whenever Possible, they did, however, come across a level 15 sand beast, equivalent to a 6th-order force master among humans. Yet, as the crossbow was unleashed, it pierced the creature through and through. The advantage of the crossbow from Nansheng was unmistakably its indomitable power. Its disadvantage lay in the slow reloading speed. Thus, it was challenging to target smaller, swifter human beings or sand beasts. However, once aimed accurately, it was likely to achieve its purpose. At that moment, a small oasis appeared ahead, where a massive scorpion was partially obscured. They had now encroached upon the territory of the temple. Zisong's expression turned tense as the scorpion sand beast raised its formidable pincers, instantly spotting the 3 sand vehicles. From afar, the distant roars of beasts resonated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What is your plan, Zisong? Ye Feng inquired. Charge straight ahead into the Iron Tower area. If we encounter a siege from the sand beasts, we shall simply use the crossbow to eliminate them, Zisong replied, evidently pressed for time and lacking a well-formed strategy. Brother Zisong, I believe this approach is unwise. The sand vehicles should remain on the periphery. After we acquire the holy water, we might find ourselves pursued by numerous formidable sand beasts, potentially even that level 20 sand beast. Therefore, the sand vehicles should serve as our means of escape, rather than instruments of battle, Ye Feng stated with a steady demeanor. For reasons unknown, upon entering the temple's territory, Ye Feng felt his heartbeat quicken, as if something he had longed for was waiting within. Are you suggesting we enter the temple city alone? Zisong retorted. Indeed, our smaller stature makes us less conspicuous. The sand beasts may not fixate upon us. Even if they do, we can navigate through the buildings. No matter how powerful the sand beasts are, they cannot demolish every structure, Ye Feng responded. Zisong lowered his head in contemplation. All right, I shall organize the tasks. Chen Chong, you and Yu Sun will remain here to oversee the 3 sand vehicles, and the 14 white individuals, Zisong instructed. The two women hesitated, glancing at Ye Feng before nodding in unison upon receiving a signal from him. Chunen, you, Nolan, and Manhanu will stay here as well to watch over the sand vehicles, and those white individuals, Ye Feng added. Ah, Brother Feng, may I accompany you? Chunen asked nervously, grasping Ye Feng's arm. You are too weak. Once we enter the temple, powerful sand beasts will be everywhere. I cannot guarantee your safety. Ye Feng assured, patting Chun and shoulder. Very well, Brother Feng. As they say, the wind howls and the waters of the Yi River grow cold. You must prioritize your safety. Chunen replied, also patting Ye Feng's shoulder. You, at such a critical juncture, still have the energy for banter. You must rid yourself of this habit. Ye Feng remarked before slipping through the manhole cover. Roar. The scorpion sand beast charged toward Ye Feng. Fortunately, he had already attained the 9th order of force mastery. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy shot forth. The scorpion sand beast collapsed with a resounding thud as it fell. Brother Feng, bring the hand crossbows. They may at least suffice against the lesser sand beasts. Chunen secured 2 hand crossbows at Ye Feng's lower back. Indeed. Zisong, Jin Qi, Meiji Yaobang. Jin Yimei, let us proceed. With that, Ye Feng took the lead. Originally a mere supporting character, he had suddenly transformed into the protagonist. Zisong, however, was not overly concerned. He merely wished to utilize the holy water to prolong his life, daring not to ponder further. After advancing a while, the oases became increasingly frequent, appearing almost every 1,000 meters, each accompanied by a vast stone dwelling, stained with dark brown blood, occasionally revealing the carcass of a sand beast. The stronger sand beasts, being larger in size, typically roamed the broader streets. Thus, from this point onward, we shall endeavor to avoid the wide avenues, opting instead for narrow paths, tunnels, or traversing directly through the ruins, Jin Yimei remarked solemnly. She had endured considerable hardship, narrowly escaping from the temple city, only to be brought back by Ye Feng and his companions. Very well, let us proceed as such. Ye Feng nodded, gazing toward the expansive oasis ahead. Within the oasis, magnificent iron towers rose majestically, piercing the heavens. A sense of desolation, ruggedness, malevolence, and savagery permeated the air. Among the forest of iron towers, deep roars and the sounds of heavy footfalls resonated ominously. Into the city, Zisong declared, forging ahead into the heart of the metropolis. This oasis was boundless, devoid of walls, signifying the temple's unwavering confidence in its might. Yet misfortune struck as they encountered a level 20 sand beast. In terms of human strength, a level 20 sand beast equated to the prowess of a second-tier power king. No wonder it reigned supreme in this realm. Roar. Upon entering the city, Zisong's expression shifted dramatically. Before them stood more than 20 sand beasts, the leader boasting a formidable level 14. These sand beasts appeared well fed, digging into the ground with their forelegs and occasionally engaging in ferocious collisions with one another. In unison, the creatures lifted their heads, fixating their gaze on Ye Feng and his companions. Prepare for battle. Ye Feng raised his spear decisively. Zisong, you and I are the strongest. Charge ahead, while the rest provide cover. Jin Yimei, you. But as he turned to speak, he found Zisong and the others retreating into a nearby iron tower. What the? Retreat without a fight? Ye Feng exclaimed in disbelief, following them into the tower. Why do you flee without engaging? Ye Feng glared at the group in indignation. The temple is teeming with sand beasts. Although you possess the ability to annihilate that batch, the sounds of battle would attract others. Under normal circumstances, we must avoid conflict. Jin Yimei explained. Me? Ye Feng, feeling aggrieved, slumped into a battered chair. The iron tower leaned precariously, having been struck by a sand beast. However, as it was forged from iron, it would not collapse immediately. A thunderous rumble echoed as a horde of sand beasts swept past the window. Ye Feng and his companions swiftly crouched down, concealing themselves behind various pieces of furniture. However, one of the sand beasts unexpectedly returned. Pressing its head against the window of the iron tower, its enormous eye peering in and out. Simultaneously, its nostrils flared repeatedly. Damn it! Zasin could no longer restrain himself and fired his spear forward. With a thud, the spear embedded itself in the creature's eye. A long wail echoed for a kilometer around. Quick, to the other towers! Jin Yimei exclaimed, leading the charge towards another tower. The area was replete with numerous towers, interconnected by bridges, allowing access between them. Each tower boasted 4 exits, linking it to all surrounding towers. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, fearing that Jin Yi Mei might flee, and thus he was the first to follow her. Chapter 704. The collision finally reaching the second tower, Jin Yi Mei did not pause. Continuing her sprint towards the next tower. Trying to escape, Ye Feng swiftly positioned himself in her path. Hurry, listen to me. We must flee to a greater distance. Jin Yi Mei urged. No sooner had she spoken than a resounding boom echoed. Run. The 6 of them dashed past 5 towers, finally halting, breathless. Let us ascend to the top of the tower. The vantage point there will reveal if any formidable sand beasts lurk nearby. With that, Jin Yi Mei made her way to the stairs. The staircase was strewn with debris, alongside the bodies of several clergy members. Ye Feng noted that some had been stabbed, others had bled from their orifices, while some had seemingly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble, and Ye Feng felt the entire tower sway. After 3 minutes, the 6 of them finally reached the tower's highest level, the 7th floor, which stood over 60 meters above the ground. Surrounding the 7th floor was a vast platform. Jin Yi Mei rolled through the doorway onto the platform. The platform was bordered by steel railings about a meter high. Ye Feng followed suit, rolling onto the platform and lowering his body as much as possible. In the next moment, he widened his eyes in shock. They were now surrounded by nearly 100 sand beasts at the location where they had slain the first one. Notably, one beast towered over 20 meters tall, roughly a third the height of the tower itself, indicating it was a level 17 sand beast by its aura. The beasts were ramming their horns against the majestic iron tower, causing it to sway violently. Quick, cover your ears, Jin Yi Mei urged anxiously. The others hastily complied, their faces contorting with tension. Why cover? Ye Feng began to inquire, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his head. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the level 17 sand beast's maw. Bam! Bam! 2 wooden chairs on the platform disintegrated on the spot. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically as he too covered his ears. The roar persisted for about a minute before finally subsiding. After a while, Ye Feng lowered his hands from his ears. However, a trickle of blood was present in the palm of his right hand. Was this the might of a level 17 sand beast's roar? Ye Feng's expression darkened. If a level 17 sand beast's roar could cause blood to flow from his ears, what would happen with an 18th or even a 20th level sand beast? Would it not obliterate a person entirely? How could they possibly engage in battle? No wonder even the divine temple had fallen. It turned out that 20th level sand beasts were so terrifying. The others also released their ears. Since they had covered them in advance, they had not suffered any injuries. How is your hearing? Jin Yi Mei inquired. I feel that my right ear's hearing is not as sharp as before, but my left ear is fine, Ye Feng responded, as he was positioned facing the level 17 sand beast on his right. That's good. Next time we encounter a larger sand beast, tilt your head back and cover your ears immediately, Jin Yi Mei advised. Originally a captive, she was now the leader among them, a local native. I understand. Ye Feng nodded, still shaken. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. Stay down and don't move, Jin Yi Mei urged. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, switching from a crouch to lying flat while keeping his gaze on the sky. He noticed a large shadow darting through the dark clouds, causing the clouds to churn violently in its wake. What on earth? Are there sand beasts in the sky too? Ye Feng turned to Jin Yi Mei after the creature had flown past. That is a sandbird, not a sand beast. Just be cautious. That 20th level sand beast could appear in the Iron Tower district. Its speed is remarkable, able to cover 10 miles in a single breath, before you even realize it. It could be right before you, leaving us no time to escape, Jin Yi Mei warned. Understood. 6 heads emerged in succession, surveying the entire Iron Tower district from their elevated position. The number of sand beasts here was sparse, as it was not the center of the divine temple city. In the distance, the level 17 sand beast collided forcefully, causing the tower to sway perilously. Yet, it too was in a bad state, blood oozing from its head. Let us descend quietly, Jin Yi Mei instructed. Upon reaching the first floor, they proceeded toward the center of the Iron Tower district. After her words, she rolled from the platform into the 7th level of the tower. The others quickly followed suit. Once they exited the Iron Tower district, they walked cautiously, attempting to keep their backs arched. After traversing 20 towers, Ye Feng and his companions were over 10 miles away from the level 17 sand beast. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. He wielded an iron rod, draped in a cloak, with a face marked by rugged features. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. There were 4 individuals in total, one of whom carried a burlap sack on his back. The cloaked man fixed his gaze on Ye Feng and the others, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Which race are you from?" he inquired. "We are from the City of Giant Stones." Zisong stepped forward, scrutinizing the cloaked man. "City of Giant Stones? I haven't heard of it." The cloaked man shook his head. "And you?" Zisong asked. "Fire Dragon Bay," the cloaked man replied. "I have not heard of it either." "You must be from the region north of the temple. Otherwise, you would surely have heard of the Stone City." "Indeed. Are you here to gather crystal elixirs as well?" inquired the cloaked man. Yes," Zazen nodded. "Among us, only you and her seem formidable. What are the others doing here? Feeding the sand beasts, perhaps?" The cloaked man gestured towards Jin Yi Mei and Zazen, then cast a disdainful glance at Ye Feng and the other warrior-level team members. Although Ye Feng possessed the capability to vanquish 3rd or 4th-tier warriors, his aura still emanated that of a 9th-tier warrior, rendering the cloaked man oblivious to his true strength. "What is your objective?" Zazen asked. "There's a level 17 sand beast over there. Would you be interested in collaborating?" The cloaked man proposed. "Not interested." Zazen shook his head. His intentions were straightforward. He sought only the sacred water. "For a level 17 crystal elixir, we have a grand alchemist. She has a 30% chance of concocting 10 superior crystal pills, which can reduce absorption time by 5-fold. With 2 additional warriors, our chances would be significantly enhanced." The cloaked man elaborated. "Very well." Ye Feng nodded in agreement. A warrior speaks, and you, a mere fighter, interject? "Friend, you seem quite negligent in managing your subordinates." The cloaked man directed the latter remark at Zazen. This is Ye Feng. Perhaps his strength exceeds mere appearances. You shall soon find out." Zazen indicated towards Ye Feng. "Exceed mere appearances? I am aware that some warriors can slay foes of higher tiers, but how many levels can he transcend? Can he surpass 3 levels? The cloaked man chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 705. Other matters. Let us not waste words. You 4 are all 3rd-tier warriors. Yet you intend to vanquish a level 17 sand beast. A level 17 beast is equivalent to an 8th-tier warrior's prowess. I deem the success rate rather slim." Zazen remarked coolly. "Is that so? Come forth." The cloaked man beckoned to those behind him. In the next moment, 2 beautiful women emerged from behind cover, each wielding a bow. "Indeed, you are quite cautious. I initially thought there were only 4 of you, but it turns out there are 6. However, those 2 ladies are merely 2nd-tier warriors. You cannot possibly intend to pierce the skin of a level 17 sand beast with such bows." Zazen continued to express his reluctance. "Fear not, the arrowheads are quite unique. They contain a special powder that will explode upon impact, creating a significant breach in the level 17 beast's hide. Once a large hole is made, we will target its weaknesses and gradually slay the sand beast," the cloaked man explained. "Gunpowder?" Ye Feng's expression brightened. "What gunpowder?" "We refer to it as thunder powder." "Very well, thunder powder it is, as long as it can explode. That suffices," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "Brother Ye Feng, shall we undertake this venture?" Zazen sought Ye Feng's opinion. The cloaked man's expression shifted, and he regarded Ye Feng with renewed interest. It was indeed unusual for a distinguished warrior to seek the counsel of a 9th-tier fighter. Evidently, there was a hint of respect in Zazen's tone. "I believe we could give it a try, but on the condition that we block our ears," Ye Feng stated. "Oh, so you are concerned about that? Soon, we shall discard this item known as soul-severing incense. Any ordinary sand beast that comes into contact with it will perish instantly. Even a 15th-level sand beast would find itself disoriented and incapable of emitting a loud roar in its presence," the cloaked man concluded, producing a bamboo tube from behind. "Is it truly that remarkable? Allow me to take a look." Jin Shi stepped forward eagerly. However, the cloaked man promptly withdrew his hand. "This soul-severing incense is exceedingly precious. Were it not for the necessity of confronting a 17th-level sand beast, I would hesitate to part with even a fraction of it," he stated coolly. "Very well." Jin Shi retreated obediently, recognizing that the individual before him was a power wielder of approximately 3rd tier. "Since we are to collaborate as a team, might we introduce ourselves? By the way, I am Ye Feng, this is Jia Sang, and this is Jin Yi Mei. She has sustained grave injuries and is merely a guide at present, thus unable to assist." Ye Feng spoke softly. "Our cooperation will involve myself and Jia Sang alongside your 6 companions. Is that so? But you, a 9th-tier power wielder, Are you truly capable? What if your footsteps are too heavy and alert the beasts? The cloaked man regarded Ye Feng with skepticism. In their realm, respect was reserved for the strong, and they did not hesitate to express doubt towards the weak. I assure you, my brother Ye Feng's prowess will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Jia Sang interjected confidently. The cloaked man scrutinized Ye Feng from head to toe, as if appraising merchandise. He finally nodded. I am Imona Lu Dao, and this wielder of the horse-slaying sword is Ku Jun, our team's second strongest. Imona Lu Dao promptly concluded his introductions, omitting the two women. He deemed the beauty of the two female power wielders too exquisite to share, considering them his private treasures. Have the two lovely ladies not been introduced? Ye Feng inquired. With your demeanor, do you dare harbor thoughts about them? Imona Lu Dao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain and mockery crossing his gaze. The two beautiful archers narrowed their eyes, their expressions resembling that of someone who had swallowed a fly. Clearly, in their world, charm offered no advantage. Not at all. I merely believe that since we are to fight side by side, should the need arise for them to shoot arrows, I ought to know whom to call upon. It would be rather absurd to refer to them as number 1 and number 2, Ye Feng sighed. Imona Lu Dao's expression darkened as he approached Ye Feng with a stony demeanor. What do you intend? Mei Ji and Yao Bang stepped protectively in front of Ye Feng. They were astute enough to recognize that Ye Feng's displayed strength was on par with a 5th-tier power wielder, while Imona Lu Dao was merely of 3rd tier. In light of this, it was prudent to seize the opportunity to curry favor with Ye Feng and assert their allegiance. It seems you hold considerable status in Giant Stone City. Your father must be an 8th or 9th tier power wielder. Else how could these two beauties be so devoted to you? Imona Lu Dao remarked nonchalantly. Please be cautious with your words. The two of us are solely devoted to Brother Feng due to his noble character, and it has nothing to do with his status, they retorted in unison, their words betraying their true sentiments. With a hearty laugh, it seems you possess a certain charm when it comes to dealing with women. Very well, let us embark on our quest to confront the level 17 sand beast. Brother Zisong, I shall take the role of commander. Do you have any objections? Monalu spoke directly to Zisong, deliberately bypassing Li Feng, as their strengths were comparable. Zisong hesitated for a moment, glancing at Li Feng. Brother Li Feng, what are your thoughts? Monalu frowned slightly at the exchange. Indifferently, Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, granting Monalu the authority to lead. After all, the objective of this venture was to acquire the level 17 crystal pill, which could potentially shatter the formidable barrier between the strength of a warrior and that of a master. He had heard that to transcend such a significant threshold, one must utilize crystal pills of a level exceeding their own by at least 3 tiers. Using a crystal pill that was too weak could not only fail to break through the barrier, but also impose a greater burden on the body. Then let us set forth, Monalu declared, bowing slightly as he retraced their steps. The 3 men from Fire Dragon Bay followed suit, while the 2 female archers maintained a considerable distance from their companions, a tactical decision to avoid being caught in a devastating ambush. After traversing past 15 iron towers, Li Feng caught sight of the level 17 sand beast once more, feasting upon the remains of its kin. Observing closely, his breath quickened involuntarily. The beast possessed a slender neck adorned with tightly packed, palm-sized scales. Its lower half sported 2 legs, hind legs ending in hooves and forelegs equipped with sharp claws, each boasting 4 razor-like talons. The 8 of them crouched atop the 7th level of the iron tower, surveying the level 17 sand beast from their elevated position. Beneath it roamed nearly 100 sand soldiers, with the 3 strongest among them being level 14, while the rest posed lesser threats. I intend to utilize this soul-binding incense to ensnare the other sand beasts, but the 3 level 14 beasts, along with the level 17, will undoubtedly resist. At best, they may experience a decrease in speed and strength, Monalu explained. Chapter 706 concludes here. Once I deploy the soul-binding incense, the 6 of us men will move in unison, while the 2 of you remain poised with your bows on the rooftop, ready to alert us should any stealthy sand beasts lurk nearby. Monalu systematically orchestrated their ambush. The 2 female archers nodded in agreement, demonstrating their compliance. Li Feng noticed that their gazes towards Monalu were filled with admiration, reminiscent of the way the seductive clam had once looked at Moza. Why did we not prepare more of this soul-binding incense? With a few barrels, we might even be able to vanquish the level 20 sand beast, Li Feng suggested suddenly. A collective scoff echoed among the group. Do you have any idea how much raw material is required for just this small quantity of soul-binding incense? And how long the apothecary guild would take to refine it? Not to mention the numerous failures before a successful concoction? Monaloo retorted without reservation. I am unaware, Ye Feng admitted, his expression tinged with embarrassment. 17 years. 30 skilled apothecaries dedicated their efforts to successfully concocting the medicine. Not to mention the preliminary phase which required dispatching tens of thousands to gather a rare ingredient known as the black tuo flower. Monaloo sighed. Well, let us proceed. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters, he said. Ye Feng, being an outsider and unversed in medicine, naturally found himself in a state of bewilderment. Prepare. With a clatter, everyone brandished their weapons, their gazes fixed intently upon the formidable level 17 sand beast. At that moment, the sand beast suddenly directed its chilling gaze towards Ye Feng's position on the rooftop. Roar! A powerful sonic wave surged forth. Bang! 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 All wooden objects on the platform shattered. Buzz! The bowstrings of 2 female archers snapped simultaneously. This is bad. Monaloo immediately stood, hurling the soul-severing incense. Boom! A large cloud of dark red smoke erupted, rapidly dispersing in all directions. Quick! Cover your mouth and nose. Monaloo hastily crouched down, shielding his face with his hands. A cacophony of cries echoed from below as countless low-tier sand beasts collapsed. Another furious roar resounded. Before Ye Feng could take cover, the entire iron tower trembled, and the bodies of the 8 individuals were propelled upwards like grains in a sieve, soaring 7 or 8 meters high. Ouch! A man, caught off guard, plummeted downwards from the iron tower. Quick! The soul-severing incense has dispersed. Prepare for action, Monaloo exclaimed, leaping down with a metal rod in hand. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and followed closely behind with his spear. In midair, he swept the spear with all his might. A gust of energy surged forth. Unfortunately, the force met the sand beast's hide and left not even a mark. Help! A man wielding a staff screamed as he was brutally torn in half by a level 14 sand beast. The others turned pale with fear. Die! Monaloo struck with all his strength, landing a powerful blow atop the sand beast's head. With a resounding clang, the creature collapsed, and after a moment, a mist of blood erupted from its skull. Inner strength unleashed? Ye Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Perhaps Monaloo could not surpass him. Yet his staff technique was undeniably proficient. Now, only 3 sand beasts remained, 1 large and 2 small. The 2 smaller beasts shook their heads vigorously, ensuring they remained conscious, while the level 17 sand beast held its head high, coldly regarding Ye Feng and the others. Do not fear. It must also be affected by the potion. Attack! Monaloo urged as he engaged one of the smaller sand beasts. Why aren't you confronting the level 17 beast? Zisong, shrewd and cunning, was not easily deceived. You? Roar! The level 17 sand beast flickered and suddenly appeared before Ye Feng. Puff! With a swift swipe of its sharp claws, Ye Feng hurriedly positioned his spear across his chest. Clang! The spear was instantly deflected, sending Ye Feng flying 20 meters away, crashing heavily against the iron tower. Fortunately, he possessed not only the protective scales of blood, but had also mastered the 3rd tier of the dragon elephant technique. Otherwise, such a blow could have rendered him utterly incapacitated. The 17th level sand beast, equivalent to an 8th tier force master among humans, was indeed extraordinary. Atop the 60-meter-high iron tower, 2 enchanting female archers were diligently restringing their bows. They were utilizing exceptionally advanced bowstrings, which required considerable time to prepare. Hurry, Huan Shuang, Huan Li. Have you not yet readied your bows? Monaloo anxiously directed his gaze toward the summit of the tower. Creak! The 17th level sand beast followed his gaze, locking its eyes on the tower above. This is bad. This creature possesses remarkable intelligence. We must prevent it from reaching the tower. Monaloo leapt into the air, brandishing his long staff and striking fiercely at the sand beast. However, in the next instant, the creature swung its claw, distorting the very fabric of space before him. A segment of the staff was sent flying 5 meters away, accompanied by one of Monaloo's hands. Good heavens! We cannot defeat it. We must flee. The faces of 2 men turned pale as they dashed toward the tower's interior. Ye Feng, run! Zisong exclaimed, his expression filled with dread as he too sprinted towards another iron tower, dragging his long spear behind him. What about you? Ye Feng's complexion flushed as he too grasped his spear, fleeing toward another tower. No, don't run, don't run. Moranlu desolately rose to his feet, drawing his short sword with a sharp sound. Yet, as he completed his motion, the sand beast soared toward him, its claws radiating a blinding light. Moranlu's eyes widened, the glimmer of a blade flashing within his pupils. Above the tower, the two sisters finally managed to wrestling a bow. She swiftly drew a special arrow, aiming for the sand beast's back. Thud! The sound of iron-piercing flesh echoed. Subsequently, the arrowhead erupted, creating a bloodied crater with a diameter of 1 meter on the beast's back. Roar! The 17th level sand beast writhed in agony, suddenly raising its head to the sky. Thud! Another arrow was loosed. This time, however, the sand beast was prepared. Its speed surpassed that of the humans, and with a mere flick, it evaded the arrow. It then clawed at the iron tower, shaking it from side to side. The two sisters lost their footing, tumbling to the ground. Quick! Wrap your legs around the railing to secure your bodies, Huan Shuang instructed. With that, her long, strong legs entwined around the railing as she drew her bow once more. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and one of the creature's eyes was obliterated. Howl! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The sisters momentarily lost consciousness, their vision darkening. Ye Feng, concealed on the 3rd level of a nearby tower, beheld the gaping wound on the sand beast's back. At that moment, he found himself torn between indecision. If he were to leap into the bloodied cavity now and employ the blood-sucking technique, could he possibly subdue the 17th level sand beast instantaneously? Yet, if he failed, his life would be forfeit. By heavens, how many opportunities does one have in life to take such risks? If not today, then when? This very wound was aligned perfectly with him, as if fate itself was beckoning him to unleash the blood-sucking technique. Chapter 707. Just give it to him. No, Ye Feng, cannot go against the heavens. With this thought, Ye Feng retreated 10 steps within the iron tower, took a running leap, and charged towards the blood pit. Boom! As he soared through the air, he had already activated the blood-sucking technique to its maximum potency. At that moment, the level 17 sand beast had taken a few steps forward. Bang! Ouch! The fierce collision with the beast's scales nearly shattered his bones. Crash! Ye Feng was propelled to the ground, just in time to catch sight of the beast's hind hooves. Roar! At that instant, 2 thunderous roars echoed. 2 level 14 sand beasts had locked onto Ye Feng, their forms shimmering as they descended from the sky. Damn it! Ye Feng rolled swiftly, narrowly evading their stomp. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a shadow flashed before him, and his body was sent flying 20 meters, crashing once more against the iron tower. Puff, puff! 2 arrows shot forth from the tower, striking one of the level 14 sand beasts. The beast's side erupted in a gory explosion, causing it to leap in pain. Ye Feng struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is it my turn now? He leapt 10 meters into the air, grasping the edge of the blood pit. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A wave of satiation washed over him. The injured level 14 sand beast was thrashing about, colliding with the surrounding iron tower, causing it to sway perilously. Too slow. Ye Feng bent his arm, plunging his entire body into the blood pit, using every inch of his skin to draw blood. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. A minute later, the sand beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Even then, Ye Feng was not satisfied. He drew a short sword and plunged it into the wound, penetrating straight to its energy core, the crystal core. Another minute passed, and the level 14 sand beast's body shrank, lifeless and utterly defeated. Ye Feng's blood-sucking technique had not only drained its bodily fluids, but also consumed the energy within its crystal core. As for the other level 14 sand beast, it was in hot pursuit of the one-armed hero, Imonalu. At this moment, only the level 17 sand beast remained. Every time it attempted to leap towards the iron tower, an arrow would meet it, infuriating its roars. Ye Feng slowly rose, fixing his gaze upon the level 17 sand beast. Its back was approximately 12 meters above the ground. I shall jump. Boom. Ye Feng leaped into the air, perfectly landing in the blood pit just as the sand beast had touched down. Otherwise, with the speed of a level 17 sand beast, even a slight movement would cover hundreds of meters, making it impossible for Ye Feng to jump with such precision. Blood-sucking technique. Unleash your full power. Ye Feng roared, submerging his entire body into the blood pit. Simultaneously, he clawed at 2 scales, ensuring he would not be thrown to the ground. Roar! The level 17 sand beast thrashed about, charging forward and trampling the disoriented sand soldiers into a pulp. Its body continued to rub against the surrounding iron tower, creating a shower of sparks. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. The massive 17-tiered sand beast knelt, supporting its colossal body with its 2 claws. After 5 more minutes, it emitted a reluctant roar and collapsed to the ground. Burp. Ye Feng, having satiated his hunger, rose from the blood-soaked pit. He felt a tremendous surge of energy swirling violently within him, causing him immense discomfort. In a brief moment, this energy propelled Ye Feng to the pinnacle of a 9th-tier warrior. However, upon reaching this zenith, his body found no means to assimilate the energy. Thus, the overwhelming force began to surge chaotically, each jolt sending tremors through his very soul. Boom. After an indeterminate period, Ye Feng sensed a contraction in his dantian. The vast energy finally discovered an outlet, rushing towards that very spot. Ye Feng's limbs straightened, and his eyes rolled back. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures landed beside the corpse of the 17-tiered sand beast. Is he about to transcend from warrior to master? Mana Lu Dao exclaimed in astonishment. What? He can't be more than 30. A master at the scene exclaimed, filled with envy and resentment. To think I took a full 70 years to reach the master level, and he has accomplished it before 30. After an undetermined time, Ye Feng finally sat up. He waved his arms slightly, and his muscles contracted as if they could rip through iron towers. His strength had more than doubled, and his reaction time and vision had improved by nearly 50%. Most importantly, Ye Feng sensed that something within his soul had been replenished. It was this essence that empowered him, sharpening his senses. Truly remarkable. Ye Feng slowly rose to his feet, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Upon glancing up, he saw Jin Shi and the others had arrived at the battlefield, harvesting the fallen sand beasts. They merely sliced open the beasts' abdomens to extract the crystal cores, discarding the flesh as waste. Brother Feng, you're awake. Yao Bang, busy collecting crystal cores, rushed over to support Ye Feng, her face adorned with a flirtatious smile. Brother Feng, Meiji also approached. Don't mind me. Hurry and collect the crystal cores, or those individuals from Fire Dragon Bay will seize them all. Ha ha ha, oh my. Mana Lu Dao cackled, holding a 17-tiered crystal core. However, moments later, his expression shifted as he pressed the core to his nose. How can this be? The potency of this 17-tiered crystal core is less concentrated than that of a 10th-tier core. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng had not only drained the 17-tiered sand beast, but had also depleted its crystal core. Brother Mana Lu, perhaps that is just the nature of the 17-tiered crystal core. You may take it back and study it at your leisure, allowing the alchemist to examine it, Ye Feng advised. Indeed, I am not a professional apothecary. It would be prudent to have the pharmacist examine it. The 17th grade elixir undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities, and my inability to discern them is quite normal. After Mana Lu Dao finished speaking, he beamed as he stowed the 17th grade elixir into his sack. Wait, Jia Seng approached. Are you intending to keep the 17th grade elixir all to yourself? My brothers and I, Ye Feng, have exerted considerable effort. You ought to at least share half with us. Jia Seng coldly remarked, resting his hand on his spear. Jia Seng, he has already sacrificed a hand for the 17th grade elixir. Let him have it. How about this? We will take the 14th grade elixir. Ye Feng recalled that he still had a 14th grade sand beast that he had not fully drained. Clever. Chapter 708. Not your concern. Mana Lu Dao chuckled and rummaged through his sack, retrieving the 14th grade elixir. He brought it to his nose for a sniff. Indeed, it was slightly more potent than the 17th grade elixir, leaving him perplexed. Never mind. One cannot monopolize all the benefits. Thus, he tossed the 14th grade elixir to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you are quite a commendable partner. How about it? Would you be interested in hunting another 18th grade sand beast? Its lair lies in the altar region. Mana Lu Dao inquired. Ye Feng carefully placed the 14th grade elixir into his sack and shook his head slowly. Dealing with this 17th grade sand beast resulted in 1 dead and 1 injured, and given that you have now transformed into a middle-aged Yonghua, you are certainly not in a position to confront it. It would be wise to refrain from further risk and know when to withdraw, Ye Feng replied. Huh. What middle-aged Yonghua? Mana Lu Dao sighed. You are correct. With this 17th grade elixir, I have recouped my losses. Once I attain the strength of a king, this hand shall regrow. However, I, Mana Lu Dao, cannot allow you to suffer excessively. He then rummaged through his sack once more and produced 3 12th grade elixirs. These 3 12th grade elixirs are my compensation to you, Emo Na Lu Dao stated. No. You have been injured. It is only right that you take a larger share. It is nothing to worry about, Ye Feng insisted, his face reddening with modesty. Emo Na Lu Dao regarded Ye Feng with suspicion, assessing whether he was genuinely noble or perhaps lacking in intellect. Refusing a free benefit? What is wrong with this lad? Never mind. Emo Na Lu Dao reclaimed the elixirs. As for the remaining sand beasts, we shall no longer harvest elixirs. They will all be left for your people. If you find the time, feel free to visit me at Fire Dragon Bay. You are a decent person, and I would like to consider you a friend. Emo Na Lu Dao stated candidly. Perhaps another time, Ye Feng replied, clasping his hands in farewell. Farewell. Emo Na Lu Dao returned the gesture and walked towards another district, seemingly still unwilling to give up, as if preparing to seek his fortune elsewhere. Ye Feng. I am Han Shuang. At that moment, the beautiful archer approached, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother Ye Feng, I am Han Li. When you have the time, do visit Fire Dragon Bay. They possess the finest thunder powder in the world. Another beautiful archer joined in. Both of them were clad in loose, flowing robes, and occasionally, the wind would part the fabric, revealing a glimpse of their snow-white legs. All right, my lovely ladies, it is settled then, Ye Feng declared solemnly as he clasped his hands together. Moments later, the group vanished from sight. Brother Feng, we're in trouble. Jin Yimei has slipped away while we weren't paying attention, Jin Shi lamented. What? Are you utterly useless? How could you allow her to escape? Without her, we will have to search for the holy water inch by inch. Ye Feng glared at Jin Shi. Though she is gravely injured, she is still a 5th-tier power master and is well acquainted with the terrain of the divine city. However, I do know which tunnel she entered, Jin Shi replied, his head hanging low like a chastised schoolboy. Then let us hasten our harvesting of the crystal cores and follow the tunnel to pursue her. We must find her. Ye Feng insisted impatiently. Yes. The others obediently set about collecting the crystal cores. Zasa, now confronted by Ye Feng, also began to act more subdued. After all, he had just witnessed Ye Feng slay a 17th-tier sand beast, despite the aid of the beautiful archer and the soul-severing incense. It still proved Ye Feng's superiority over him. 10 minutes later, everyone had slung a sack over their shoulders, having only harvested crystal cores of level 10 or above. Let us proceed into the tunnel to find Jin Yimei. We cannot allow her to steal the holy water first, Jin Shi declared, leading the way as Ye Feng and the others followed closely behind. This is the place. I never expected the Iron Tower district to contain so many secret passages. Perhaps it is precisely because of these passages that she managed to escape the divine city. Jin Shi pointed to a concealed door. Jin Shi, you go in first. All right. Jin Shi hefted his massive axe and leaped into the tunnel. Ye Feng followed suit. Inside the tunnel, a damp, earthy scent filled the air, accompanied by wisps of smoke wafting from within. Could there be magma or something similar down below? Ye Feng pondered anxiously. After burrowing deeper for several dozen meters, Ye Feng was taken aback. The tunnel branched off in numerous directions, and venturing further could lead to becoming lost, potentially trapped within. Brother Feng, should we continue deeper? Jin Shi inquired from the front. Perhaps we should turn back. Jin Yimei may not even know the location of the holy water. Her words were likely just a means of self-preservation, Ye Feng decided, preparing to retrace their steps. Just then, the sound of a child's wailing echoed through the passage. It seemed close, yet with the multitude of paths, even if Ye Feng felt it was near, finding the source could require navigating many twists and turns, risking disorientation. Brother Feng, why have we stopped? Jin Shi asked. Let us follow the sound of the crying, Ye Feng replied, an inexplicable feeling stirring within him upon hearing the wails. All right, let us proceed. It seems to be emanating from the left passage, Jin Shi stated, striding confidently toward the left. The child's cries grew increasingly distinct, causing Ye Feng to swallow hard. Brother Feng, the crying seems to have ceased. What should we do? Jin Shi questioned once more, noting the change in Ye Feng's expression. Brother Feng, there are too many passages here. We should leave, or we risk getting lost, Ye Sun urged. All right, let us depart, Ye Feng replied with a nod. Striding forward, however, he abruptly halted, unleashing a forceful punch without warning. With a resounding crash, a stone wall was obliterated, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The ceiling of the passage began to shed small stones incessantly. Ah! Several women quickly shielded their heads with their hands. Jinchi hesitated for a moment before positioning his massive axe above Ye Feng's head, providing protection from the falling debris. Yet, Ye Feng brushed him aside, waving away the swirling dust as he advanced toward another passage. Upon rounding a corner, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a group of refugees, among whom was a breathtaking woman. She was covering a child's mouth with her hand, her vigilant gaze fixed on the exit. With her other hand, she pointed towards Ye Feng, a red worm coiling around her finger. Their eyes met, and Ye Feng trembled violently, nearly collapsing. "Brother Feng, are you injured?" Jinchi quickly supported him. "No, it's nothing to worry about," Ye Feng replied, feeling a haze clouding his mind as he slowly approached the enchanting woman. Duo and Hina looked at Ye Feng, equally startled. In the next moment, the worm retracted into her sleeve, and she released her grip on the child's mouth. "Hina, Ye Feng." The two gradually closed the distance between them. Without hesitation, Ye Feng enveloped Duo and Hina's delicate form in his embrace. Her arms hovered in the air for a long while, and after a fleeting expression of hesitation, she finally wrapped her arms around the back of Ye Feng's neck. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Feng gently released Duo and Hina. "When did you arrive at the temple?" he stammered. "A long time ago. But the divine relics of my ancestors have been sealed beneath the altar, preventing anyone from breaching their protective barrier," Duo and Hina replied, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Indeed, she had lost her innocence under duress from Ye Feng and had subsequently conceived a child. Now, however, Ye Feng had traversed countless miles from Chongqing City to the temple. Perhaps his sincerity was sufficient. Most importantly, they had already conceived a love-born child. It was time to shed their reticence. "Yi Xing, come here," Duo and Hina beckoned to a little boy, just over a year old. The child, with a round face and bright black and white eyes, scrutinized Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly crouched down, opening his arms wide for the boy. Yet, as the child was still 2 meters away, he leaped back into Duo and Hina's embrace, maintaining his wariness towards Ye Feng. "Are you Yi Xing? I'm Ye Feng. Pleased to meet you." Ye Feng spoke in the gentlest tone imaginable. "Yi Xing, he is your father. Quickly, shake hands with your father," Duo and Hina urged. The young boy hesitantly extended his hand, briefly touching Ye Feng's palm before quickly retracting it. Having been born into the vast desert and spending so long within the temple's tunnels, surrounded by the relentless threat of sand beasts and the daily brutality of survival, he had developed a timid disposition. "My son, you are my son, Ye Feng." In that moment, Ye Feng felt a profound sense of emotion. Duo and Hina had managed to raise their child in such perilous circumstances, with the ever-present danger of sand beasts lurking nearby. This woman was truly remarkable, despite her occasional petulance. One could understand her plight, especially considering the unpleasantness of their first encounter. "Yi Xing, will you call me father?" Ye Feng asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Little Yi Xing shook his head, instead clinging tightly to his mother's leg. With a resigned smile, Ye Feng stood up, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. Such happiness! The three of them together, even amidst the chaos of the sand beasts in the temple, filled Ye Feng with immeasurable contentment. "Come, my dear wife. I shall take you both away from this temple," Ye Feng said softly. "But there are sand beasts outside, so many of them," Duo and Hina replied. "Fear not, my love. I have now attained the strength of a first-tier power master, and ordinary sand beasts pose no challenge to me. Trust in me," Ye Feng assured her, guiding Duo and Hina towards the exit. Meanwhile, the refugees within the tunnel exchanged glances, still too fearful to move. "Congratulations, Fenggu, on reuniting with your family," Jinchi remarked, clasping his hands together. "Thank you. Truly," Ye Feng replied with a warm smile. "Allow me to clear the path ahead." Zisong, having glanced at Ye Feng's family, volunteered to lead the way. The group gradually made their way towards the tunnel's exit. Ye Feng had resolved to place Duo and Hina and their son onto the sand cart first, before returning for the sacred water. It was no small feat to come to the temple, and he was determined to save Tuba at all costs. After a strenuous climb, they emerged from the tunnel one by one. Dust clung to Duo and Hina's exquisite features, yet for some reason, Ye Feng found her no less beautiful. Her grace was unparalleled. In both civilized and primitive societies, he realized that no woman could compare to her. Yi Xing had fallen asleep in her embrace, his mouth slightly ajar as if he had suffered some grievance, even in slumber. "Let me hold him," Ye Feng said, cradling their son in his arms. He had resolved to ensure that the two of them would lead a joyful and secure life, free from constant fear. Though his attempts at atonement came late, Ye Feng was confident in his ability to fulfill this promise. Why are there no sand beasts outside? Duoyen Hina brushed her hair from her forehead, her bright gaze scanning the vicinity of the Iron Tower. We just vanquished a level 17 sand beast, effectively clearing the area of any nearby threats, making this vicinity temporarily safe. Let us proceed outdoors. There are sand carts waiting, and you will be safe aboard one, Ye Feng concluded, cradling their son in his left arm while holding Duoyen Hina's hand with his right. Behind them, Yu Sun and the demon clam had reddened eyes, as if tears were on the verge of falling. They had believed that by following Ye Feng through thick and thin, they would eventually become lovers. Yet, the reality was that Ye Feng's purpose for coming to the temple was to search for his wife and child. What a farce. In the center of the temple city, in the altar area, a wooden spear floated atop a towering altar. Its tip was somewhat damaged, but within a radius of 1,000 meters from it, golden threads danced erratically. At that moment, a roar erupted from beneath the altar. An 18th-level sand beast prowled around the golden threads. In the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and with a powerful leap, it jumped into the spear's domain. With a swift motion, two of the golden threads accelerated and sliced through the body of the formidable 18th-level sand beast. Before it could emit a cry of agony, the dense golden threads converged upon it. In an instant, this powerful sand beast was dismembered into atoms. After finishing their grim task, the golden threads resumed their languid dance around the spear. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law. It's wonderful that you're finally back. Who is this? Is this my nephew? Shinnen exclaimed, bouncing around Duoyen Hina, his face contorted with joy. He had already regarded Ye Feng as an elder brother, and with the family reunited, his happiness was palpable. Greetings, sister-in-law. Zhui Ma, Nualan, and others approached, nodding at Duoyen Hina. She acknowledged with a soft sound and handed her child, Yi Xing, to Chunin. I didn't expect Ye Feng to bring you along wherever he goes. He truly regards you as family. Give your nephew a hug, Duoyen Hina said. All right, I'll hug him. Chunin quickly lifted Yi Xing upside down. Chunin. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. This fellow seemed perpetually in a state of disarray. Oh, right, Brother Feng. I've never held a child before. Chunin hastily flipped Yi Xing the right way, a hint of affection gracing his face. Nephew, when you grow up, Uncle will teach you how to woo girls. Chapter 710, Brother Feng, will you help or not? All right, Chunin, Zhui Ma, Nualan. Take good care of Hina and your nephew here. I have unfinished business to attend to, Ye Feng declared, turning his gaze toward the temple city. Are you going to find the holy water to revive Tuba? Duoyen Hina suddenly inquired. How do you know? Ye Feng looked puzzled. Don't ask how I know. I just do. Now let me tell you the location of the holy water. It is beneath the tallest altar in the altar area. Only on the 15th of each month can the clergy enter the altar's center to retrieve the holy water, and a significant sacrifice of life is required. Otherwise, all creatures within the spear's domain will be eradicated, Duoyen Hina explained, sketching a rough map in the sand with her finger. You mean that one cannot enter the area covered by the spirit will? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Correct, unless your cultivation reaches the realm of the Strength Emperor. There may be a glimmer of hope to enter, Duoyen Hina stated. Strength Emperor? Who is stronger, the Strength Emperor or the Strength King? Ye Feng asked. Certainly, it is the Emperor of Strength. However, thus far, within the vast expanse of the Green Sea Desert, the emergence of such a formidable being is exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 in a billion. Duoyen Hina delicately parted her lips. My lady, it seems you possess a deeper understanding of the hierarchies of this world than I do. Please, elucidate further. Ye Feng opted to sit cross-legged beside the sand cart, cradling Yi Xing in his embrace. The ranks of strength are categorized into 9 tiers for strength warriors, strength masters, strength kings, and strength emperors alike. Following these are the true martial realm, which is divided into early, mid, and late stages. As for the subsequent realms of the void realm, demigod realm, and divine realm, they are somewhat ethereal. It is said that my ancestor vanished from this world upon reaching the divine realm, although his spear remains preserved here by the temple's guardians. Duoyen Hina explained. This world harbors such a plethora of ranks. I had thought being a first-tier strength master was quite impressive. If I were to encounter a strength emperor, wouldn't I'd be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Brother Feng, it's not merely a matter of being obliterated in an instant. It's more like being obliterated in every second, Chunin interjected. At this juncture, Sasang spoke up. Brother Ye Feng, you need not be concerned. South of the temple, a strength king has not been seen in decades. Your level as a strength master is already considered quite formidable. Even if beings of higher ranks exist, they generally do not engage with those they deem insignificant, as they lack both the interest and the time. Of course, this is contingent upon us not provoking such entities. Sasang spoke slowly. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Just as one might encounter an ant, they typically lack the time to crush it, unless they are idly bored and decide to toy with it. But they generally want to kill it. Very well then, Hina, you shall wait here while I prepare to infiltrate the temple and lurk near the altar, ready to retrieve the holy water when the moon reaches its zenith, Ye Feng declared. Go if you wish. I shall fully support you, Duoyan Hina nodded. Unlike other women who, upon hearing of their men venturing into peril, would cling, weep, and wail in fear of becoming widows, she remained resolute. Yet, Ye Feng secretly yearned for her to grasp his clothing, pleading for him not to embark on such a venture. Such an act would allow him to feel her affection. Chunin scrutinized Ye Feng's countenance and quickly nudged Duoyan Hina. Sister-in-law, in our society, you ought to hold on to Brother Feng, preventing him from undertaking such risks, and express sentiments like how you cannot live without him. This would surely instill a sense of belonging in him, and upon returning, you would be the primary wife, leaving Sister Susan as the second. Ye Feng's face flushed crimson. This little rascal truly has a firm grasp on my thoughts. A man should embody the spirit of adventure. If he were to cower at home like a woman, how could he ever aspire to reach divinity? Duoyan Hina retorted dryly. Ye Feng, let us proceed to the temple. He gestured forward with his curved blade. As for the long spear, it had transformed into a mere relic, rendered unusable. Brother Feng, your complexion appears rather unwell, Jin Shi observed, gazing at Ye Feng with concern. No, my complexion is quite good. Ye Feng felt a surge of pent-up frustration within him. At that moment, Duoyan Hina stepped forward and said, Wait. Ye Feng's body tensed, and he slowly turned around. Duoyan Hina approached him, adjusting his collar. Go. Do not let Yi Xing grow up without a father, and do not let me become a woman without a husband. As she uttered the last words, her delicate face flushed slightly. Rest assured, I shall return safely. My dear wife, my child, await my return. With a spirited resolve, Ye Feng strode towards the temple city, akin to a proud rooster ready for battle. The group successfully infiltrated the Iron Tower district. It seemed that these sand beasts were territorial. The level 17 sand beast was undoubtedly the overlord of the Iron Tower district, even if it were to fall. No stronger sand beasts would encroach upon its territory. However, they occasionally encountered lower-level sand beasts scurrying and roaring around. To avoid unnecessary complications, Ye Feng led his party through various narrow paths. If they encountered a solitary sand beast, he would swiftly dispatch it with a single strike. When faced with a large group of sand beasts, they would take refuge within the Iron Tower. Time passed, and they arrived at an expansive plaza. This was the central location of the Iron Tower district. However, in the middle of the plaza stood several figures surrounded by hundreds of sand beasts. Notably, the leading sand beast had reached level 15. Brother Feng, it's Jin Yi Mei and Imo Na Lu Dao, Jin Shi remarked. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. To be honest, he was not particularly inclined to rescue Jin Yi Mei. However, Imo Na Lu Dao had fought alongside him and was relatively dependable. The surrounding sand beasts were not overly formidable, so he deemed it necessary to lend this comrade a hand. Moreover, he would undoubtedly need to venture to Fire Dragon Bay for thunder powder in the future. He could not allow them to perish entirely. With a roar, the sand beasts surged forward like a tidal wave towards the group. Imo Na Lu Dao swung his staff, sending 2 sand beasts flying. Yet, more sand beasts closed in. Although Jin Yimei's strength had diminished to that of a warrior, her battle experience as a fighter remained, allowing her to assist from the sidelines. Brother Imo Na, we can hardly hold on, Han Shuang cried out. Being a ranged shooter, she had been forced into the role of a shield and could barely withstand the initial onslaught. Just as she spoke, a sand beast sent her flying 20 meters away, nearly landing amidst the horde behind her. Brother Feng, will you help? Jin Shi inquired, bypassing Zisong. Kill that beast, Ye Feng shouted, brandishing his curved blade as he plunged into the throng of sand beasts. His blade swept left and right, cleaving some beasts in half. while others were inexplicably frozen solid. Upon becoming a first-tier warrior, Ye Feng's various abilities surged, rendering him nearly invincible against those below the 5th tier. Brother Ye Feng? Mo Na Lu Dao exclaimed joyfully, mustering his spirit to wield his staff. Chapter 711. You two take turns. Boom. The level 15 sand beast lunged forward, sending Mo Na Lu Dao hurtling 20 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. You beast, seeking death. Ye Feng swung his curved blade with a sweeping motion, dispatching 2 sand beasts with ease, before propelling himself into the air. Thud! The head of a level 15 sand beast sank, a stream of blood erupting from it. At that moment, Ye Feng alighted upon the beast's crown, grasping its scales with one hand while plunging the other into its wound. The sand beast let out a thunderous roar, its legs buckling as it collapsed to the ground. Yet, Ye Feng's vampiric technique did not cease. He delved deeper. A minute later, he leaped down from the carcass of the level 15 sand beast. Witnessing their leader's demise, the other sand beasts turned tail and fled in disarray. Ye Feng strode towards Monoluto, extending his hand. Monoluto grasped Ye Feng's hand to rise. Brother Ye Feng, I have failed to recognize your might. Your friend Zisong was indeed correct. Your strength transcends the superficial. After speaking, he offered a slight bow to Ye Feng. To be candid, I too am uncertain of my true capabilities and the levels of sand beasts I can vanquish, Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile. Thus far, he was only assured that the level 15 sand beast posed no threat to him. As for the level 17 beast he had previously slain, that victory was largely due to the assistance of his comrades. Sisters Huan Shuang and Huan Li approached, bowing in respect. Greetings, Brother Yi. There's no need for formality. Why have you not departed from the temple city? Hasn't the level 17 crystal already been secured? Ye Feng inquired, concerned for their safety. He preferred not to lose acquaintances when he ventured to Fire Dragon Bay for gunpowder. We initially planned to hunt for more crystals. As the journey from Fire Dragon Bay to the temple spans over 3,000 miles, making each trip a rare opportunity, Huan Shuang explained. And what of now? Do you still intend to harvest crystals here? Ye Feng asked, since Brother Yi has advised our return. Huan Shuang glanced at Monoluto. Brother Monol, let us heed Brother Ye's counsel. It is unlikely he will fortuitously rescue us again. Indeed, Brother Ye Feng. Here is a topographical and route map from the temple to our Fire Dragon Bay. Please accept it. You are welcome to visit my humble abode. I assure you I will extend my utmost hospitality, Monoluto concluded, handing a piece of beast hide to Ye Feng. Very well. Ye Feng accepted the hide. Perhaps one day, I shall indeed pay your esteemed place a visit. Farewell. Monoluto clasped his hands, retreating slowly with his companions. Goodbye. Ye Feng waved until they disappeared from sight. Golden Leaf May, what a surprise to encounter you again, Ye Feng remarked, casting a sideways glance at the disheveled Golden Leaf May. Ye Feng. It seems this is divine will. Very well, I shall no longer flee, but will gladly serve as your guide, Golden Leaf May declared. A guide? I believe that won't be necessary, as I am already aware of the precise location of the holy water. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Golden Leaf May. Kill her. Zisong stepped forward, leveling his weapon at Golden Leaf May. Startled, she recoiled. Forget it. Miss Jean, I have seized your belongings. And there is no need for me to take your life. You may leave. Ye Feng gestured dismissively. Proceed to the altar area and find a place to hide until the full moon. He stowed the animal hide into the sack and strode forward with purpose. Wait. At that moment, Jean Yi Mei hurried after him. What do you want, Miss Jean? Ye Feng inquired. May I accompany you? With the temple gone, I find myself a homeless and pitiable soul. Would your tribe accept me? Jean Yi Mei's voice grew fainter as she spoke, a captivating blush gracing her cheeks. Welcome. Ye Feng extended his hand, and their palms met in an embrace. Zisong frowned, his lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately he remained silent. Just then, a level 14 sand beast emerged before them. Die! Ye Feng leaped into the air, wielding his curved blade with precision, initiating the blood-sucking technique. In mere moments, the sand beast collapsed to the ground. Ye Feng felt a surge of energy within him reaching a critical threshold. Suddenly, a cracking sound resonated through his body. Feng, Brother Feng, your aura seems to have intensified. Jin Qi and the others stared at Ye Feng in astonishment. At this point, Ye Feng had ascended to the rank of a Tier 2 Force Master. Let us proceed. Ye Feng hoisted the curved blade onto his shoulder and continued onward. Just then, a level 15 sand beast appeared ahead. Ye Feng swung his blade, sending a gust of icy energy toward it. In an instant, the beast's head was encased in ice. With a decisive strike, Jin Qi's massive axe cleaved into the beast's frozen skull, and Ye Feng seized the opportunity to plunge his hand inside. The level 15 sand beast fell to the ground with a resounding crash. This spectacle caught the attention of several smaller sand beasts lurking behind. They widened their eyes, locking gazes with Ye Feng for 3 seconds before they turned tail and fled, demonstrating their instinct to avoid danger. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, ever since that level 17 sand beast was slain, it seems there are no more formidable beasts in the Iron Tower area. Jin Qi chuckled, his rugged face alight with joy. They had initially navigated through narrow paths or the ruins to evade the throngs of sand beasts. However, Ye Feng's displayed prowess allowed them to traverse the Iron Tower area with confidence. Hence, they now walked directly along the main thoroughfare. Yao Bang and Yu Sun trailed closely behind Ye Feng, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they surveyed the towering structures. The sensation of following a strong ally was exhilarating. To stride through the perilous Iron Tower area amidst the sand beasts felt like living a legend. Ye Feng empathized with their exhilaration. It reminded him of his past gaming experiences, where being in the company of skilled players could save one in critical moments or even turn the tide of battle. The feeling of being cared for was undeniably delightful, and secretly, Ye Feng wished to experience it himself. He was weary of always being the one to shoulder the burden, as he looked around at the many who required his protection. Thus, from this moment forth, he is determined to develop and expand the Hot Spring Island, using crystal essence to forge crystal pills, elevating everyone into the ranks of masters. The Iron Tower district boasts 999 towering structures. Ye Feng and his companions traversed for an entire day, yet they barely covered half the distance, primarily hindered by the intermittent assaults of sand beasts that impeded their progress. As twilight descended, the sand beasts, adept at nocturnal vision, posed a significant threat. Although Ye Feng's eyesight was formidable, cultivated through rigorous training, it paled in comparison to the innate prowess of the sand beasts. Let us rest within this Iron Tower tonight. Zasa, Jin Qi, you shall take turns keeping watch. Ye Feng said slowly. Yes, Brother Feng. All right, Brother Ye Feng, they replied in unison, nodding their heads in agreement. Chapter 7:12. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself. Yu Sun and the demon clam hastily began to tidy up, preparing to rest on the 7th level of the Iron Tower that night. This level housed approximately 5 rooms, encircling a circular hall at its center. Brother Feng, our beds have been laid out, the demon clam announced, gesturing toward a large beast hide beside them. Our beds? Ye Feng turned a glance. Indeed, during these extraordinary times, it is preferable to huddle together for warmth. Although we are not fearful of the cold, sharing a bed will conserve body heat. The demon clam said with a glimmering gaze directed at Ye Feng, causing his expression to shift awkwardly. In the past, such matters would not have bothered him. However, after just reuniting with Duoyan Hina, he was reluctant to create unnecessary complications. How about this? You two can use the beast hide, and I shall make do by leaning against the wall for the night, Ye Feng proposed with a smile. The demon clam's countenance immediately fell, her lips pouting in discontent. Such a lack of romance. Humph. With that, she sashayed over to the bed. Ye Feng settled against the wall, gazing out through the tower's window at the sky. The desert sky was an exquisite blue, adorned with a multitude of stars. The stars appeared so large that, with Ye Feng's current vision, he could even discern the craters upon their surfaces. In the distance, the howls of sand beasts echoed, occasionally interspersed with the anguished cries of humans. It seemed that many individuals were hiding within the underground passages of the temple city, unable to withstand hunger and venturing out to seek food, only to fall prey to the sand beasts. Time passed, and Ye Feng eventually closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. Despite the rapid recovery afforded by his blood-sucking technique, after vanquishing so many sand beasts, he required rest. The hidden dangers of the blood-sucking technique remained unclear to him, yet he sensed certain issues arising within his body. For instance, he experienced vivid dreams and a growing sense of unease, despite having attained the strength of a warrior. This feeling, once mild during his time as a warrior, now intensified. Indeed, the universe thrives on balance. While slow endeavors may lack swift success, they foster a sense of stability. Conversely, rapid achievements, while seemingly advantageous, often yield unforeseen side effects. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a hand slip into his collar. gently caressing him. Alas, Ye Feng sighed softly and gradually opened his eyes. Jinqi, what on earth are you doing? Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise, initially thinking it was a demon clam or Yu Sun, only to discover it was Jinqi. Brother Feng, you have sustained a grave injury to your chest, and I am applying medicine, Jinqi explained. Having witnessed Ye Feng being struck by the sand beast multiple times during the day, particularly to his chest, he felt compelled to assist Ye Feng in regaining some strength, hoping that in the future, Ye Feng would be able to elevate him. Get away, I'm fine. Ye Feng shivered at the thought. Come on, let me help you. This medicine is excellent, a holy remedy for external wounds, and I usually hesitate to use it myself. Jinqi said earnestly. Leave, Ye Feng gestured dismissively. All right, Brother Feng, do you dislike me? Why do you speak so harshly to me? Jinqi inquired. It's not that. However, you suddenly reached into my chest in the dead of night. Do you think I wouldn't react harshly? Ye Feng retorted. Jinqi obediently went to keep watch. Ye Feng leaned against the wall, wrapping his arms around his chest, and drifted back into slumber. He found himself in a peculiar dream, one that transported him to a desolate temple. In this dream, the temple lay in ruins, with heavy snow falling from the sky, nearly engulfing the lower 3 tiers of the Iron Tower. The entire world was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly sensed a hand reaching toward his abdomen. Are you seeking death? He elbowed backward. Ouch! Came a delicate cry from behind. Ye Feng turned to see the demon clam caressing her chest, her face contorted in pain. How is it you? Ye Feng quickly approached to assist the demon clam. You were asleep, yet your reaction is so intense. Look, you've bruised my chest. You owe me. The demon clam grasped Ye Feng's collar. Keep your voice down. Don't wake them. Ye Feng glanced at Jin Yi Mei and Yu Sun, who lay on the fur bed, pretending to be asleep. Having reached a silent agreement to test Ye Feng and discern whom he favored. What are you doing awake at this hour? Ye Feng asked. Isn't it because I can't sleep thinking of you? The demon clam replied. Apologies, but I, Ye Feng, am a married man. He declined, shaking his head. That's impossible. I can sense your feelings from the way you look at me. I have feelings for you as well. Since we both have mutual interest, why not pursue it? The demon clam stated, slightly loosening her collar to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin. Ye Feng recalled having glimpsed the demon clam's neckline once before, only to receive her disdainful glare in return. Indeed, in a world where strength reigns supreme, reason holds little weight. If one is strong, women yearn for their attention. If one is weak, even their breath can be deemed a fault. Miss Demon Clam, it would be wise for you to retire and rest, Ye Feng sighed. He truly wished not to squander his energy on such distractions, especially with a formidable battle looming ahead. Before obtaining the holy water, he resolved to abstain from indulgence. Brother Feng, it seems you do not comprehend my prowess. Do you know why I am called the Demon Clam? At this, a seductive smile graced her lips. Ye Feng quickly covered himself. You see, I knew you had feelings for me. Don't hold back. What is the purpose of cultivation if not to attain immortality and indulge in all the worldly pleasures? He spoke as the enchanting mollusk gracefully wrapped its alabaster arms around his neck. But there are others here, Ye Feng protested, unable to contain himself any longer. There are plenty of rooms on the 7th floor, aren't there? That's where the crossbows are stored. Let's go there. With that, the mollusk took his hand and led him away. After a long while, Ye Feng emerged from the room, his face crimson with embarrassment. He wished he could slap himself. They had just reunited as a family, and here he was, embroiled in such an incident. He felt he had let Duo Yin Hina down, and certainly, he owed an apology to Susan as well. Brother Feng, don't feel too pressured. I'm going to sleep now, the mollusk said, settling between Jin Yi Mei and Yu Sun. Ye Feng leaned against the wall, closing his eyes once more. Chapter 713. Had he discovered it? He vowed never to touch a woman again, at least not until he acquired the holy water. This time, he rested for 2 hours. Suddenly, a slippery little hand slipped into his clothing. Ye Feng opened his eyes in haste, only to find Yu Sun blushing as she clung to his waist, her hands inside his shirt. This is troublesome, Yu Sun. Could it be that you? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike the mollusk, Yu Sun was more subtle. She gazed at him with her tear-filled eyes, as if on the verge of overflowing. Brother Feng, the mollusk has already been with you. I feel that I also want to, otherwise. I fear I won't measure up to her. You wouldn't let me feel inferior, would you? She said. Let us go to the armory, Ye Feng decided. As a leader of a small team, He believed in fairness. Otherwise, it would hinder future collaboration. Half an hour later, Ye Feng and Yu Sun stepped out of the armory. Inside, they found a crossbow, visibly damaged, yet its arrowhead bore a swastika symbol. It seemed that the steel produced in Na City was universally recognized in this world, at least renowned south of the temple. A night devoid of events passed swiftly, and the next day arrived. Upon opening his eyes, Ye Feng saw 3 women tidying the bedding. Then it was time for Zesong and Jinqi to rest. They collapsed onto the fur and fell into a deep sleep, only to find themselves entwined moments later. "Brother Feng, are we to wait here until the full moon?" Yu Sun inquired, her arm wrapping around one of Ye Feng's. "You all rest here for a while. I need to scout the altar area to see where the powerful sand beasts are lurking," Ye Feng replied, inadvertently withdrawing his arm. "Then let's fetch some sand beast meat to eat, and we must also address the water supply issue," Jin Yimei suddenly suggested. "Is there no water source in the temple?" Ye Feng retorted. "Indeed, there are, but all the wells have been destroyed by the sand beasts. If we wish to fetch water, we must venture to the nearby small oasis," spoke Jin Yimei. "What a hassle!" Ye Feng exclaimed as he tapped his forehead. In truth, with their prowess, going 10 days or half a month without water would pose no issue. However, this would inevitably add strain to their bodies. "How about this? You, Yao Bang, stay here and keep an eye on Jin Qi and Jia Sang. Jin Yimei and Yu Sun, you two go fetch water. And take more than usual. I have other matters to attend to," Ye Feng said nonchalantly. "Understood." The 2 women nodded and followed Ye Feng towards the base of the iron tower. Upon reaching the first floor, the 3 parted ways. Ye Feng strolled alone down the street, and after walking a mere 200 meters, he encountered a level 10 sand beast. Unfamiliar with Ye Feng's formidable capabilities, it let out a roar and charged at him. 2 minutes later, Ye Feng sliced open its abdomen, retrieving a bloodied crystal core. In the next instant, the blood-sucking technique was officially activated. However, after absorbing this crystal core, Ye Feng was left dumbfounded. He could not feel any energy emanating from it. Could it be that low-grade crystal cores have become ineffective for me? Ye Feng cast the crystal core aside and continued onward with his curved blade. The ground was littered with various remains, some human, some sand beasts, and even the carcass of a gigantic sand bird. Ye Feng quickly inspected the bellies of these sand beasts. Indeed, their abdomens had been violently torn open, and their crystal cores had vanished. It seemed to be the work of their kind. When the number of sand beasts becomes excessive, they resort to cannibalism. As Ye Feng advanced further, he encountered mostly low-level sand beasts, which he could not be bothered to slay, as their crystal cores held no value for him. At this juncture, he was nearing the edge of the Iron Tower district, faintly perceiving another area nearby. That region was dotted with houses constructed from massive stones, and some sand beasts were leaping about above them. Ye Feng hastily climbed to a higher level of the Iron Tower, concealing himself behind the railing, and then retrieved the blueprint that Duoyan Hina had given him. Is this the Divine Sight District? Within it lie various pills, techniques, and martial arts? An expression of excitement spread across Ye Feng's face. He had finally found his objective. The blueprint provided by Duoyan Hina was quite detailed, with meticulous annotations indicating the purpose of each room and the items contained within. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from 10 kilometers away, causing the clouds in the sky to churn. He observed 7 or 8 sand beasts leaping onto the stone houses, howling angrily at the heavens. Ye Feng widened his eyes, pushing his vision to its limits. In the distance, he discerned a young man clad in burlap moving nimbly amidst the sand beasts. It should be noted that those 7 or 8 sand beasts were all at least level 15, with the strongest one exuding an aura that Ye Feng felt surpassed even that of a level 17 beast, indicating it could be level 18 or even 19. Yet, in the face of that young man in burlap, they were utterly powerless, collapsing one after another. After a while, the young man came to a halt, standing solitary amidst the carcasses of the sand beasts. Is it him? Ye Feng recognized him. Was this not the weary-eyed youth he had encountered in a small oasis? The prowess he had just displayed must surely belong to the strength of a king. Only a king possesses such might to vanquish the sand beasts entirely. After rummaging through the horde of sand beasts for a while, the youth skillfully eviscerated the most formidable among them and placed a crystal core into a sack. As for the other cores, he hardly spared them a glance. At that moment, the robed youth suddenly paused and directed his gaze towards Ye Feng's location. Ye Feng's heart raced, and he quickly ducked his head behind the railing. After all, they were separated by a distance of 10 kilometers. Had he been discovered? Did he leave? After 2 minutes of waiting, Ye Feng cautiously peered out from behind the railing. However, as soon as he did, he found a face merely 10 centimeters from his own. A ghost. Ye Feng instinctively threw a punch. In the next instant, his wrist was firmly grasped. The robed youth effortlessly leaped onto the platform, holding Ye Feng's wrist. You, an outsider, are quite intriguing. The last time I saw you, you were merely a strongman. And in less than a month, you've transformed into a second-tier strength master? Speak, have you obtained the holy water? The robed youth inquired. With a gentle push, Ye Feng stumbled backward for several meters before colliding with the wall. Senior, are you the Strength King? Ye Feng asked, rubbing his back, his expression grave. I am the one asking you. Have you acquired the holy water? What is its precise location? The robed youth locked his gaze onto Ye Feng's eyes, and Ye Feng could sense his urgency. No, I haven't found the holy water. Senior, your haste in seeking it. Are you nearing the end of your lifespan? Ye Feng countered. Who would seek the holy water in the temple if not for the impending expiration of their life? The robed youth scrutinized Ye Feng deeply before turning his attention back to the distant sacred site. Chapter 714. A robust figure, Ye Feng sensed that this individual was likely older than Jia Sang, surely over 200 years. His demeanor betrayed an air of exhaustion and apathy akin to the weary elders of the village. You have never received divine favor. How do you explain your cultivation? Even an unparalleled genius absorbs the potency of crystal cores merely tenfold faster than an ordinary person. Yet you have shattered several realms. By what means have you digested that potency? The robed youth inquired, hands clasped behind his back, not turning to face him. I am not certain. Perhaps it is due to ingesting a crystal pill, a high-grade one at that, Ye Feng replied, fabricating a response to conceal his true trump card. His secret was the blood-sucking technique. A crystal pill? I doubt that. You possess at least 3 distinct abilities. Who is your master? He may bring you to ruin. The robed youth remarked matter-of-factly. What of having 3 abilities? Why would that lead to my demise? Ye Feng felt a weight descend in his heart. He had long realized that in this world, the strongest individuals typically possessed at most 1 ability, while he alone bore many. The young man in the tattered garments spoke. Your body requires a full year to digest the potent essence of the crystal elixir. This hard-earned power is primarily intended for your ascension. However, if you possess an excess of extraordinary abilities, these too demand growth. Consequently, these powers will siphon off the precious energy you have labored to assimilate, rendering you quite foolish in the process. Ye Feng began to comprehend the situation. An ordinary person can absorb only a limited amount of crystal elixir throughout their lifetime, a mere span of a century. Yet, should this energy also be devoted to nurturing extraordinary abilities, it would undoubtedly hinder the timeline for advancement. If one fails to break through to the level of a force master before the age of 100, all extraordinary abilities become irrelevant. Similarly, if one does not ascend to the rank of Force King by the age of 200, even possessing unparalleled skills among Force Masters renders them meaningless. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. May I inquire about the nature of your extraordinary ability? Ye Feng asked politely. In the past, I had the opportunity to awaken my extraordinary ability, but I extinguished it, choosing solely to pursue ascension. Even so, I have experienced several fortuitous encounters that allowed me to cultivate to the level of Force King. Yet, I have remained stagnant in this realm for over 2 centuries, unable to advance further. Do you understand? There is a force at play, manipulating us from the shadows. It grants us hope, allowing us to step into the stage of Force Masters, yet denies us the time needed, leaving us to languish in anxiety until our demise. Based on the rate at which the body assimilates energy, even with daily refinement of the elixir, an ordinary person would require 110 years to reach the realm of a Force Master, precisely missing that crucial decade that prevents your ascension. Even upon achieving the status of a Force Master, relentless cultivation would still necessitate 220 years to attain the rank of Force King. Is it not ironic? From my 4 centuries of experience, it is evident that we practitioners are being toyed with. As the young man spoke, his previously upright posture suddenly slouched. Elder, what troubles you? Ye Feng felt a sudden jolt of concern. He sensed that this Force King bore no malice towards him and was willing to share such profound secrets. My time has come, the young man declared, settling onto the ground in a meditative posture, drawing forth a piece of animal hide from his garment. Upon it, 3 figures were depicted: a man, a woman, and a child. Ye Feng hurriedly leaned in for a closer look, recognizing that the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man before him, right down to his attire. As for the woman and child, he instinctively knew their identities. "What is your name?" the young man inquired, gazing at Ye Feng. "My name is Ye Feng," he replied earnestly. "Ye Feng, I sense you are a novice in this path of cultivation. If there is anything you wish to ask, now is the time. I shall answer each query." "Elder, I am uncertain of what to ask. Could you share everything you know with me?" Ye Feng knelt before the young man. Having observed the deepening shadows under his eyes and the gradual loosening of his once taut skin, revealing the weary countenance of age. "My name is Baixia, and I am the sole individual from the Tianqing clan to have cultivated to the realm of the Power King in a millennium. In pursuit of this pinnacle, I have been ceaselessly seeking treasures, to the extent that my wife and children have only seen me thrice in this lifetime." At this juncture, Baixia suddenly coughed, arching his back as if his lumbar spine had vanished. "Senior," Ye Feng hastily supported Baixia. "Ye Feng, someone is toying with us cultivators. I can sense it. They present us with hope only to watch it shatter before our eyes, filling us with anxiety and weariness. If you have family, cherish your time with them, and do not relentlessly pursue power." A murky tear trickled down Baixia's cheek, landing upon the beast hide. "Jingmei, Jingmei, Jingmei." Baixia began to murmur incessantly, his consciousness appearing increasingly nebulous. A flicker of sorrow crossed Ye Feng's face as he witnessed the Power King-level expert nearing his end. The emotional impact profound. For the next half-day, Ye Feng remained steadfastly by Baixia's side, witnessing his once raven hair turn to white, his skin sagging toward his chin, and his eyes becoming clouded. By nightfall, Baixia's body lay still, cradling the beast hide. "Senior, thank you for imparting your wisdom." Ye Feng bowed deeply to the remains of the Power King and then gently carried him to the 7th level of the Iron Tower. Soon after, a great fire ignited. Ye Feng placed the beast hide into the flames, while simultaneously retrieving a crystal pill from his bosom. This was undoubtedly the crystal of an 18th level sand beast. Grasping the crystal pill, Ye Feng gazed upon the body engulfed in flames. "Senior, you were right. Time should be spent with family. Yet, without formidable strength, how can one protect their loved ones?" With this thought, Ye Feng unleashed the blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A torrent of powerful energy surged into his body, crashing violently within. In a brief moment, this energy found its threshold. Crack! Ye Feng's face flushed crimson as his power surged, breaking through to the 3rd tier of strength mastery. "I, Ye Feng, have become a 3rd-tier strength master." Elated, Ye Feng surveyed his surroundings, contemplating whether he could withstand a strike from the formidable Meng Yanlai if they crossed paths. Unable to contain himself, he burst into a fit of laughter, nearly frenzied. At that moment, a familiar yet hollow voice echoed from within the Iron Tower's cannon room. "Ah Feng, have you found Lily?" "Huh." Ye Feng slowly turned and stepped toward the small room. Upon entering, he beheld a voluptuous, mature woman with her back to him, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Chapter 7:15. "Brother Feng, I have 3 sisters at home." After a moment, the woman gradually turned to face him. By Guafen, Aunt Bai, what are you doing here?" Ye Feng shook his head in disbelief. By Guafen rose, her garments slipping away one by one, and soon she was openly embracing Ye Feng, her snowy arms entwined around his neck. On a pitch-black night, a radiant glow seemed to envelop Bai Guafen, illuminating her for Ye Feng to see clearly. "Ah Feng, how is it that you have returned?" Ye Feng's heart raced with unease. "Ah Feng, have you found Lily for me?" Bai Guafen suddenly inquired. "Me? Did you not assist in the search?" The playful smile vanished from her face, replaced by a deep-seated malice in her gaze. "I searched." Ye Feng began to respond. But Bai Guafen's mouth opened and closed with increasing fervor, her eyes shining brighter. "You did not search, you did not search, you did not search." Her voice crescendoed into a piercing shriek. Ye Feng clutched his head and scrambled to his feet. Turning around, he found no trace of Bai Guafen. Damn it! He quickly grasped his curved blade, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Despite having reached the 3rd tier of strength, an unshakable chill coursed through him. This is bad. Have the malevolent beings come for me. By Auntie, Lily's demise is not my fault. Please, cease your pursuit. Ye Feng called out to the heavens. After a lengthy silence, the dreadful sensation gradually faded, and tranquility returned to the world. After such a fright, He ignited 3 torches and finally succumbed to a deep slumber amidst his terror. As dawn broke, Ye Feng awoke with a start. No longer daring to venture alone, he soared towards the designated meeting point, yearning for companionship. Even the presence of Chun and would suffice. After an hour's journey, he arrived at the iron tower where Yao Bang and the others resided, promptly ascending to the upper levels. Upon entering, a strong metallic scent of blood assailed his senses. This is not good. Ye Feng kicked the door open and peered inside. There, he found Zisong and Jin Shi cradling a woman's lifeless body. Brother Feng, you have finally returned. Yao Bang. Jin Shi pointed at Yao Bang's corpse, where a bloom of blood had formed upon her brow. Yao Bang, what has happened? Ye Feng grasped Yao Bang's hand, feeling its warmth, indicating her demise had been recent. What transpired? Ye Feng demanded angrily. It was a group of beast-hunting teams. Among them was a formidable warrior, at least of the 7th tier. His strikes were swift and deadly. Yao Bang could not evade, and we were not awake to assist, so. Jin Shi stammered, helpless. Zisong remained silent, his gaze cast downwards, fear still lingering in his eyes. As a mere 3rd-tier warrior, he was utterly powerless against a 7th-tier master. Ye Feng rushed to the platform, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surrounding kilometers. However, the intricate architecture obscured any visibility. Anyone on the ground would be hidden from view by the dense iron towers. Damn it! Ye Feng turned back, cradling Yao Bang's body in his arms. Zisong, Jin Shi, if we encounter that group again, will you be able to recognize them? Ye Feng asked, his eyes burning with intensity. Regardless of the circumstances, he had shared a fleeting intimacy with Yao Bang. He was resolute in avenging her. Certainly. They were easily recognizable, 7 individuals in total, led by a young bald man, the very one who had vanquished the demon clam. However, Feng Ge, perhaps it is best to reconsider. That bald man is a 7th-tier force master, and one must wonder how formidable his companions might be. Even you may find it a daunting task to eliminate all 7 of them. Jin Shi sighed, a hint of despondency evident in his voice. Although he was considered a renowned expert in Giant Stone City, his confidence had been shattered since arriving at the temple. Everywhere he turned, he encountered powerful sand beasts and formidable humans. His mere 9th-tier strength felt insignificant, akin to that of an ant. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from below the iron tower. It was Jin Yimei. Ye Feng's form flickered as he leapt down from the lofty platform. Indeed, Jin Yimei and the demon clam were struggling with a cart that bore several wooden barrels filled with drinking water. Yet behind them, a dozen sand beasts were hot on their heels, with one possessing an alarming 15th-level strength. Vile creature, perish. Ye Feng's curved blades slashed through the air, unleashing a wave of deadly energy. In less than 10 minutes, he had dispatched the sand beasts, leaving none alive. Feng Ge, your prowess has reached astounding heights. Yu Sun exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Ye Feng. She recalled their first encounter when he was merely a novice, a mere 8th-tier force master. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a formidable force. Let us proceed, Ye Feng declared, lifting 2 water barrels and leading the way upward. The 2 women followed suit, carrying their own barrels until they reached the 7th level of the iron tower. Soon, they beheld the lifeless body of the demon clam. After a moment of mourning, a great fire ignited within the tower, consuming the demon clam in its flames. Ye Feng bowed respectfully to the pyre before casting a piercing gaze toward the distant divine site. He suspected that the group was headed there in search of martial techniques. Feng Ge, you must avenge the demon clam, Yu Sun said, the remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks. Indeed, but for now, you too shall remain here. Zisong, you will accompany me, Ye Feng replied. Are you going to confront that group for vengeance? Zisong asked, eyeing Ye Feng with caution. Fear not. I will devise a strategy to eliminate them without putting you at risk, Ye Feng asserted with resolve. I believe it's best to avoid conflict with them. While you may escape unscathed, I, as you know, have little time left. I cannot withstand a fierce battle. Should it escalate too violently, I may perish on the spot. Zisong lamented. Ye Feng sighed. Very well, brother Zisong, you shall stay here. Jin Yimei, your strength should have returned to the 1st-tier force master level, has it not? I have yet to fully recover, but in terms of combat capability, I should not be inferior to a 1st-tier force master, Jin Yimei replied, sharing in the sentiment of the demon clam's tragic demise. Perfect, you are familiar with the temple's terrain. Let us seek them out. Upon locating them, we can avenge the demon clam and, Additionally, they are likely to possess valuable items that we can reclaim. Some we shall keep for ourselves, and the rest we will take back to Giant Stone City to give to the Demon Clam's family, Ye Feng proposed. Zesong and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their eyes brimming with admiration for Ye Feng. No wonder that Chun-In, Chasing Horse, and Nolan, despite knowing your weak prowess at that time, chose to follow you with such determination. Brother Ye Feng, you possess the demeanor of a true king, Zesong remarked gravely. Brother Feng, if I manage to return safely, may I bring my family to your tribe? Jin Shi inquired unexpectedly. Of course, as long as you are willing to forsake your homeland, Ye Feng nodded. Brother Feng, I have 3 sisters. Our parents passed away long ago. I too wish to join your tribe. Yu Sun stepped forward. Indeed, you are most welcome. Ye Feng nodded once more. Chapter 7:16. Let them stay. Jin Yi bit her lip. Ye Feng, you would surely accept me as well? Is that even a question? As long as you do not mind the humble origins of my hot spring island, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Ye Feng replied earnestly. Jin Yi nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate face. Previously, she had wished for Ye Feng's demise, yet after witnessing his charismatic persona, her sentiments had drastically shifted. Let us proceed and ascertain the strength of that 7-member team, Ye Feng declared, making his way to the first floor. Jin Yi hurried to follow, feeling inexplicably secure walking behind him. At the edge of the Iron Tower district, 7 figures advanced cautiously. Their formation was quite strategic. 2 crossbowmen lingered at the rear, while 2 burly men wielded shields and curved blades at the forefront. Behind the shield bearers stood 2 spearmen, and in the center was a bald man. Despite his shaven head, his features were quite refined, hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of gentility. Young master, ahead lies the sacred site. Once we reach there, we shall return home. There is no need to provoke that level 20 sand beast, one of the spearmen advised. And what if we do provoke it? Black Iron and Uncle Chongfeng are just outside the temple. We have journeyed 1,000 miles to reach the temple. We must take our chances, the bald man replied nonchalantly, as though the temple were his own abode. Young master, I believe you should keep Black Iron and Uncle Chongfeng close. With their presence, hunting that level 20 sand beast would be effortless. However, we are all merely strength practitioners. If we truly confront that sand beast, we could be in grave trouble. Another spearman asserted, revealing himself to be a 9th-tier strength practitioner, the strongest among them. If I bring them along, how could I take any risks? That would be far too dull. Ah, there's a level 15 sand beast ahead. You shall merely observe. No one is to act without my command. With that, the young master stepped towards the sand beast. Meanwhile, on a tower behind the 7, Ye Feng and Jin Yi lay on the platform, their icy gazes fixed upon the group. These are the individuals in question. To my surprise, a 9th-tier strength practitioner is among them. Ye Feng mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He quickly assessed the 2 spearmen, noting that one was a 9th-tier strength practitioner, while the other was an 8th tier. Regarding the 2 female archers, their prowess merely equates to that of a 6th-tier power master. The 2 shield bearers, however, possess the strength of 7th-tier power masters, comparable to that of the elegant bald man. Ye Feng is acutely aware of his capabilities. Against 2 7th-tier power masters, he might stand a chance. Yet, should all 7 of them choose to attack simultaneously, his prospects would dwindle to none, potentially costing him his life. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng raised his hand crossbow, carefully aiming at the slender bald man. However, the distance was too great. Although the hand crossbow from Na City could slay 7th-tier power masters, Ye Feng was uncertain of its accuracy. At that moment, the bald man engaged in fierce combat with the sand beast, exchanging blows. Yet, after a brief interval, he suddenly flicked his finger at the sand beast. A powerful gust of air pierced through the beast's skull. With a roar, the sand beast collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the slender bald man drew a short sword from his waist, seemingly intent on personally extracting the crystal core. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed with opportunity. He quickly lowered his hand crossbow, aiming cautiously at the man's back. Just then, 2 figures positioned themselves behind the slender bald man, their expressions alert as they scanned the area where Ye Feng was concealed. Simultaneously, the spear-wielding fighter took a few steps towards Ye Feng's position, brandishing a long spear in his right hand while holding a white circular disc in his left. Who is inside the Iron Tower? Ye Feng's heart sank. How did this individual discern his location? What should he do? It appeared they had noticed their presence. Jin Yi, anxious, tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. Shall we not emerge? The spear wielder scrutinized a bug within the disc, then suddenly hoisted his spear over his shoulder. Whoosh! The spear shot forth with precision, aimed directly at Ye Feng. Quick evade! Ye Feng enveloped Jin Yimei's soft form in his arms and rolled away just in time to dodge the spear. In the next instant, the two female archers aligned their arrows towards the rooftop of the iron tower, swiftly closing in on Ye Feng, effectively surrounding the tower from both sides. The spear wielder glanced back, stating calmly, "Old Fourth, protect the young master. I will investigate the tower." With that, his body transformed into a blur, rushing into the iron tower with a swift whoosh. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and promptly pulled Jin Yimei down from the tower's upper level. Squeak! The two female archers kept their arrows trained on the descending pair, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. Boom! The spear wielder burst forth, landing directly in front of Ye Feng and Jin Yimei. "Who are you?" inquired the 9th-tier Power Master. "I am merely a hunter passing through, and this is my wife," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, his gaze warily scanning the formidable adversaries. The two shield-bearers continued to guard the slender bald man, while the two spear-wielders and female archers encircled Ye Feng and his companion. "What were you attempting to do just now?" The 9th-tier Power Master pressed. "Nothing of consequence. I was merely observing you," Ye Feng replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "Is that so?" The 9th-tier Power Master had undoubtedly sensed a trace of murderous intent earlier, coupled with the alarm from the warning bug, allowing him to swiftly pinpoint Ye Feng's and Jin Yimei's location. The alarm beetle is a species of beetle remarkably attuned to the human scent, capable of detecting it from a kilometer away with astonishing precision. However, these beetles are exceedingly rare, now nearly extinct. "Young master, how should we deal with these two?" inquired the 9th-tier Power Master. The slender, fair-headed man approached slowly, flanked by two shield-bearers who guarded him vigilantly. "Eliminate them," he stated flatly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "You?" Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment, drawing his blade with a sharp sound. At that moment, Jin Yimei stepped forward, saying, "Sir, may we join your party? You have only 7 members. With our addition, there will be 9. Although our strength is limited, we could assist in clearing out some lower-tier sand beasts, thereby alleviating your burdens." "Impudent! How dare you defy our young master?" The 9th-tier Power Master narrowed his eyes, preparing to take action. "Bing Mu, hold on. She makes a valid point. Some lower-tier sand beasts do require a few subordinates to handle them. Let us keep them both. If they serve us well, we can take them back to the giant tree city when we depart," the fair-headed man decided. "Yes, young master." Bing Mu obediently lowered his spear. "You too, proceed ahead, and hand over that crossbow. It is a ranged weapon," Bing Mu instructed cautiously. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, but ultimately relinquished the crossbow. Chapter 717, It's Getting Late. Let us rest. He discerned that this Bing Mu, the 9th-tier Power Master, was quite loyal. Nevertheless, once he joined their ranks, he was certain there would be a means to eliminate the primary threat. "What are you standing there for? Move to the front, and remember, no tricks, otherwise we will shoot arrows from behind," a female archer commanded. She bore a doll-like face, yet her gaze was chilling, and her physique was remarkably robust, resembling a fierce warrior. The other female archer was tall and frost-faced, equally casting a warning look at Ye Feng. As seasoned fighters, they could vaguely sense the hostility emanating from Ye Feng. "Rest assured," Ye Feng responded, leading Jin Yimei to the forefront. He had devised a plan. Since this group aimed to hunt a level 20 sand beast, he would wait for their confrontation with it and strike from behind. This would present the opportunity to eliminate them. Furthermore, the peculiar disc that could lock onto 1's location was something he intended to acquire. At that moment, 7 level 10 sand beasts appeared ahead. "Useless, you two. Go clear away those lower-tier sand beasts," commanded the young master. Ye Feng and Jin Yimei exchanged glances and nodded silently. "Kill." Ye Feng was the first to charge in, followed by Jin Yimei. Ye Feng encircled 5 level 10 sand beasts, striking them without delivering fatal blows, initially feigning weakness to avoid revealing his formidable strength. Otherwise, this group would surely take extra precautions against him. Jin Yimei, originally a 5th-tier Power Master, had been severely drained by Ye Feng and was now left with only the strength of a 1st-tier Power Master. However, based on her years of combat experience, dealing with 2 level 10 sand beasts was more than sufficient. Surrounding the battlefield, the young master coldly scrutinized Ye Feng and his companion. "So weak," he remarked, Although level 10 sand beasts correspond to a first-tier human strength master, humans possess weapons, techniques, and intellect. Yet, these two evidently had none of those advantages. Relying solely on brute force, the young master continued. Of course, how could they possibly compare to me? Gangmu quickly flattered. There's no need to be overly cautious around them. Let them serve as cleanup crew, dealing with the lower-tier sand beasts. As for the higher-tier ones, allow me to practice. I am currently a 7th-tier strength master, and I must at least surpass 2 tiers to be considered competent. The young master declared boastfully. Young master, perhaps we should summon the esteemed Black Iron and Long Feng to provide you with personal protection. We cannot bear any mishap, Gangmu suggested. If they come, will I have any chance to showcase my abilities? The fair-skinned young master firmly shook his head. Despite being the heir of Tree City, he was proud and never willing to concede defeat. Very well. Ye Feng engaged a few more sand beasts, sensing the timing was right. With a swift motion of his curved blade, 2 of the sand beasts were cleaved in half. He then leaped 5 meters into the air, striking down another beast. Witnessing this, the remaining sand beasts retreated in fear. A howl echoed as the last of them fled in panic. Ye Feng, expressionless, sheathed his blade, only to suddenly clutch his stomach, gasping for breath. All the theatrics must be executed flawlessly, if I am to feign weakness. It must be convincing enough to deceive even the discerning eye of a 9th-tier strength master. Jin Yimei glanced at Ye Feng's demeanor and quickly covered her own thigh wound, also pretending to be utterly exhausted. Sir, I have driven off those sand beasts. Ye Feng panted. Humph. Let us press onward. You are utterly useless. Understood. Ye Feng nodded, striding ahead. As they traversed, they encountered several waves of lower-tier sand beasts. And once more, Ye Feng and Jin Yimei engaged in a grueling battle. Time flew by, and soon night fell. Ye Feng found himself locked in combat with a level 14 sand beast, exchanging blows. With a swift stroke of his curved blade, the beast let out a defiant roar before collapsing heavily to the ground. Ye Feng sensed that when he first joined this 7-member team, at least 6 individuals had been closely monitoring him. Now, only 2 pairs of eyes were still watching, indicating their vigilance had waned. Sir, I have just, Ye Feng began. But his expression suddenly changed. The young master's visage had inexplicably transformed into that of Wang Tao. You? Ye Feng recoiled in terror. Wang Tao? Impossible. You were supposed to be dead. Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, brandishing his curved blade. The 7 members quickly stepped back, warily observing Ye Feng. Gangmu, what is wrong with this fellow? The young master inquired. It appears that the invasion of the heart demon has occurred. He has undoubtedly advanced too rapidly, leading to an unstable foundation that the heart demon has exploited. However, this young man seems to harbor some secrets. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to madness immediately. With a stoic expression, Garaki remarked, so this is the invasion of the heart demon. Individuals from smaller locales are truly different, impatient and short-sighted, unaware that cultivation requires steady, incremental progress. Such recklessness will render him incapable of progressing further once he reaches the realm of the mighty king. The young master nodded, his gaze towards Ye Feng tinged with a hint of pity. After a considerable time, Ye Feng ceased wielding his curved blade, for the illusion conjured by Wang Tao had vanished. Yet, his countenance was grim, although he had been ensnared in the heart demon's illusion. Ye Feng had overheard the conversation between Garaki and the young master. It turned out that the side effect of advancing too swiftly was indeed the invasion of the heart demon. Did this imply that in the future, he would hesitate to consume higher-grade crystal pills? Otherwise, the madness he experienced for a minute this time could extend to 2 or even 5 minutes next. During such a period of insanity, even a first-tier strength master could take his life. Ye Feng, are you all right? Jin Yimei, startled by Ye Feng's earlier bout of madness, inquired. And no, I'm fine. Ye Feng replied slowly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As night falls, let us rest within this iron tower, the young master declared, leading the group inside, without permitting Ye Feng and his companion to walk ahead. In his heart, he had completely lost respect for the two, viewing them as hailing from a lesser place and looking down upon the practitioners from smaller locales. Exchanging a glance with Jin Yimei, Ye Feng followed suit. He could not afford to lose track of vengeance for the demon clam. Upon reaching the 7th floor of the iron tower, a female archer promptly removed her cloak and spread it on the ground, meticulously brushing off the dust. Young master, please rest, she said respectfully, her hands folded over her abdomen. The fair-headed youth reclined upon the cloak immediately. Ye Feng, too, laid down his cloak in preparation for sleep. You two are not permitted to sleep. Go outside to the small room and keep watch. If sand beasts attack and you fail to sound the alarm, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Garaki ordered coldly. Yes. Ye Feng ultimately swallowed his indignation and, along with Jin Yimei, proceeded to the small room outside. Chapter 718. Killing two birds with one arrow. The wind howled within the small room, compelling him to refrain from lying down to sleep. Instead, he wrapped himself in his cloak and crouched in a corner, trying to avoid the window. Jin Yimei settled in another corner, leaning against the window, and closed her eyes. Yet, after a brief moment, Ye Feng opened his eyes once more. He first retrieved his handwritten notes on the 4th level of the dragon elephant technique, laying it flat on the ground. Then, he produced 2 13th grade crystal pills from his pocket. In the next moment, he absorbed the pills without hesitation. Ye Feng, are you courting death? If you continue cultivating, you will fall under the control of the heart demon and become a mere shell of a person, Jin Yimei exclaimed, hastily opening her eyes. Who said I intend to cultivate? Ye Feng smiled faintly as he simultaneously absorbed the essence of 2 crystal pills. A powerful surge of medicinal energy coursed through his body. With his eyes closed, he directed this energy into the meridians of his limbs, aiding the cultivation of the 4th level of the dragon elephant technique. The potency of the 3rd level of this technique was already formidable, should he reach the 4th level. It was likely that even an 8th-tier force master would not stand as his opponent. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved another 2 crystal pills from his sack. Jin Yimei sighed, perplexed by why Ye Feng did not consume the pills directly, but she decided it was not worth her concern. Some matters were beyond her influence. Thus, she closed her eyes once more. As time gradually passed, remnants of 20 crystal pills accumulated around Ye Feng. At this moment, the dragon elephant technique finally showed signs of progress. He could feel his marrow boiling, and his bones had become denser and more resilient than before. Although they had yet to match the density of iron, with continued absorption of the crystal pills, the medicinal energy would eventually radiate from the bones to the meridians, then from the meridians to the muscles, and finally from the muscles to the skin. The dragon elephant technique was indeed the most challenging martial art in the world. Despite consuming so many crystal pills, Ye Feng had only made a slight advancement, still far from breaking through the bottleneck to the 4th level. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when footsteps approached from outside. The door of the small room was forcefully kicked open. Have you two not risen to serve the young master, even with the dawn upon us? Do you wish to court death? Ye Feng and Jin Yimei quickly stood up, brushing off the dust from their cloaks. Have you been cultivating again? Inquired the shield-bearer. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. Humph, you truly have no regard for your life. He scoffed before departing from the small room. Ye Feng followed Jin Yimei into the larger chamber. There, they found the young master already awake, seated upon a dilapidated chair, attended by 2 female archers who were tidying his hair and clothing. Today, we shall depart the Iron Tower district and proceed directly to the Divine Sight district, the young master stated without turning back. The temple houses the weapons of the spear god. Perhaps it also contains the cultivation techniques he left behind. For a being of his divine realm, even a cup of water he has sipped would be imbued with extraordinary divine power. Indeed, young master, replied Gang Mu gravely. The pet left behind by the spear god has now transformed into a level 100 sand beast. Therefore, the instruments he used and the techniques he practiced must also possess remarkable supernatural attributes. By the way, is that pet still residing in the Dragonfire Bay? The young master asked. It should be resting in the depths of the Dragonfire Bay. After all, a level 100 sand beast can stir the very fabric of the universe with a single breath, under normal circumstances. It would not interfere in the conflicts of low-tier cultivators, Gang Mu explained. Indeed, 100-level beasts can easily annihilate cities and nations. However, I have heard that he left behind a burrowing dragon, also level 100, correct? The young master inquired further. Haha, young master, what do you call that dragon? It is merely a worm. Yet, once any creature reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, it naturally assumes the form of a dragon, Gang Mu chuckled heartily. The young master ceased his speech, directing his gaze towards the starry sky, his eyes brimming with yearning. How splendid it would be if one day I could attain the realm of the god of spear. I aspire for the ants of Giant Tree City to become level 100 sand beasts, he mused leisurely. The others fell silent, exchanging awkward smiles. In this world, for nearly 10,000 years, only one god has emerged, The young master truly dares to dream. Let's set off. The individual finally finished his preparations and led the way towards the towering iron structure. Young master, do not walk ahead. The others were startled and hurried to shield him. Ye Feng and Jin Yimei exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. The 9 traversed past the tallest iron tower and finally entered the sacred area of colossal stone edifices. The structures resembled homes for giants, making even the towering sand beasts, over 10 meters tall, appear diminutive. At that moment, a dark figure flickered before them, revealing an elderly man with graying hair. Upon his emergence, Ye Feng and the others were taken aback, for a formidable gust of energy enveloped the old man, swirling relentlessly around him. He, the spawn of the Lord of Giant Tree City? I have awaited this moment for years, and now you act alone, the old man proclaimed, striking out with a powerful palm aimed directly at the young master. Quick, protect the young master. The 2 shield bearers' expressions changed drastically as they positioned themselves before him. Boom. Their shields shattered into fragments, and their bodies were hurled 20 meters away, crashing against the stone structure. Send a signal for the 2 lords to provide support in the divine city. Barmu roared, brandishing his spear in front of the young master. One of the female archers nodded, swiftly drawing her bow towards the sky. Whoosh! A fire arrow soared upwards. Yet, in a flash, the old man leapt into the air, seizing the arrow and hurling it back at the archer. The arrow returned at tenfold speed, and within Ye Feng's line of sight. The space surrounding it seemed to distort slightly. Not good. The 2 female archers instinctively dropped to the ground. Unfortunately, the old man had anticipated this move, and the arrow struck precisely where they had taken cover. Thud! A double strike. Both archers cried out in agony, one clutching her abdomen and the other her thigh. Ye Feng's face turned ashen, and he grasped Jin Yimei, retreating 10 meters away. Barmu, taken aback, charged forward with his spear. Boom. He clashed with the old man, but after only 3 exchanges, Barmu was sent flying back, his spear splintered into 2. Ye Feng and Jin Yimei, hidden behind the colossal stone, stared in shock at the scene. So formidable. This adversary was at least of the Strength King caliber, and certainly not a first-tier Strength King. A first-tier Strength King could not wield such lethal prowess. The remaining spear wielder's expression shifted dramatically. Young master, you must flee towards the city outskirts. We will handle things here. With that, he hurled his spear forward with great force. Thud! The blazing spear hurtled directly towards the elder. 2 female archers, straining their bodies, rose to their feet, simultaneously drawing their bows. Ha ha ha, those who obstruct me shall perish. Chapter 719. Tremors throughout the body, a shadow darted past the spear wielder's head, and in the next instant, the spear wielder was cleaved in 2. The shadow, with hands transformed into claws, lunged towards the young master. Stop! Chiu Wu, you seek death. 2 voices thundered in unison. 2 figures swiftly approached. One of them seized the young master and soared to the top of an iron tower. Meanwhile, the other shadow unleashed both palms. Boom! A deafening sonic explosion echoed, and the ground around the 2 collapsed simultaneously. Changfeng, you truly are a loyal hound to your master. The elder retreated a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Chiu Wu, you are quite relentless, having pursued me all the way to the temple city? The one named Changfeng clasped his hands behind him, perfectly positioned within Ye Feng's line of sight. Ye Feng noticed that Changfeng's hands trembled slightly. The middle-aged man standing atop the tower was none other than He Tai. He held the young master's collar, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Young master, remain at the tower's summit for now. It seems Changfeng cannot subdue him. He Tai said, releasing the young master's collar. Yes, Uncle He Tai, do not kill him. Just beat him to a pulp, and then I shall practice my skills, the young master declared. Very well, He Tai replied, and with a resounding crash, he landed on the ground. Ye Feng observed that upon landing, faint blood scales appeared on his body. This indicated that He Tai possessed abilities akin to his own. It was no small feat to cultivate to the realm of a Strength King while also feeding one's powers. While Ye Feng could not discern the exact level of He Tai's prowess, he estimated it to be either the 2nd or 3rd tier. Such terrifying strength could almost dominate the southern expanse of the temple. 2 against 1, Chiu Wu's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, we would never employ numbers to overwhelm a single opponent. However, this is in defense of the young master. The 2 formed a rapid encirclement, one in front and the other behind. Let it begin. The three figures swiftly intertwined, causing nearby stone dwellings to collapse one after another. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he grabbed Jin Yimei and leapt 100 meters away, positioning themselves just behind the young master. Young master. The remaining 5 surrounded them, all sustaining varying degrees of injury. As for the other spear wielder, he had already succumbed on the spot. Do not speak. Watch their fight closely. The young master gazed eagerly at the distant battle. The three engaged in a tumultuous clash, battling from east to west, the battlefield constantly shifting. Along the way, they encountered several formidable sand beasts. Yet, upon witnessing the scale of the conflict, these sand beasts fled in terror. Ye Feng's gaze narrowed as he observed the young master's back, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade. No. Jin Yimei quickly grasped his wrist. Release me. Ye Feng pushed Jin Yimei aside, his eyes fixed intently on the young master's back. In the next instant, the blade flashed like lightning. Uft. A blade of energy swept past the back of the young master. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He observed the leather armor on the young master's back fall to the ground, revealing a thin linen garment beneath. This is bad. The others simultaneously turned their sharp gazes toward Ye Feng. He began to retreat, filled with rage. How dare this foreigner attempt to take my life? Fortunately, I have the protection of my linen armor beneath the leather. The young master's face darkened in fear, his voice turning shrill. How dare he lay a hand on the young master? He must be eliminated. The group sprang into action, with all but 2 female archers charging forth. Ye Feng forcefully pushed Jin Yimei aside and surged into the crowd. Clang! The curved blade clashed with the spear. Ah! The man wielding the spear paled, stepping back as his hand trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that Ye Feng, merely a third-tier power master, possessed such formidable strength. Die! A curved blade swung toward Ye Feng's head. He sidestepped, deflecting the blade upward. Thud! The shield-bearer's arms went numb as the blade soared into the air, and Ye Feng's edge came crashing down from his chin to the crown of his head. A fragment of skull flew 3 meters high. You? The shield-bearer staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Ah! Xiaojiu. The other shield-bearer, enraged, thrust his shield forward, pressing it against Ye Feng's chest. In the next moment, his curved blade swung toward Ye Feng's shoulder. Hi! Ye Feng charged forward, causing the shield-bearer to stagger back 2 steps. Clang! Ye Feng's curved blade descended. Clash! A sound of metal tearing filled the air. The shield-bearer's blade shattered, and the sharp edge of the steel knife cleaved through from his shoulder to his chest, splattering blood across Ye Feng's face. Ah! Seeking death? Thud! 2 arrows flew toward Ye Feng. The first was deflected by his blade, but the second pierced his abdomen. Fortunately, the arrowhead only penetrated an inch before being lodged by his bloodskin. Grasping the curved blade with one hand, Ye Feng removed the arrow from his abdomen and advanced step by step toward the young master. Quickly, shoot him, shoot him. The young master finally felt fear. His 2 elite guards had vanished amidst the chaos, unaware of Ye Feng's rampage. Ye Feng was equally surprised by his own strength. His eyes narrowed as he aimed the curved blade at the young master's head. Clang! A spear intercepted, blocking Ye Feng's blade once more. This time, the spear could no longer withstand the might of the steel blade, snapping in 2. A thread of blade energy grazed the young master's face, instantly causing flesh to tear. Ah, my face, my eyes, ah, kill him. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the young master was hurled backward by the spear wielder, who narrowed his eyes and threw the broken spear at Ye Feng. What are you 2 still doing? Signal for the adults to come back. Barked Garaki at the 2 female archers. Ah, yes. They both drew their bows towards the sky simultaneously. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng flicked his curved blade. With 2 sharp cracks, their bowstrings snapped at once. How could you be this strong? You can't possibly be a third-tier power master. Have you been concealing your true strength? Garaki retreated incessantly, shielding the young master behind him with both arms. Ye Feng had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He needed to conclude this swiftly, for if the 2 power kings arrived for reinforcement, even his remarkable abilities would not save him from defeat. Die! The curved blade swept through. Yet Garaki braced himself with his arms. Thud! Garaki's body was cleaved in 2, his innards splattering across the young master's face. At that moment, the young master was trembling in fear, his gaze filled with terror, utterly stripped of his composure. Boy, do you remember the woman with a mole at the corner of her brow? I have come to avenge her, Ye Feng proclaimed, raising his blade high. Wait. I am the young master of Giant Tree City. If you kill me, my father will raise the entire southern temple to the ground. You can never escape. Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng's blade descended. The young master's head was cleaved in half, one defiant eye gazing up at the sky. After dispatching the young master, Ye Feng cast a sharp gaze towards the two female archers. They had been repairing their bows, but sensing Ye Feng's murderous intent, they froze in place. Ye, kill them. Leave no evidence. The two power kings have already penetrated deep into the sacred area. They cannot witness your slaughter. Jin Yimei screamed from behind, seemingly aware of the significance of Giant Tree City. My dear ladies, I apologize, Ye Feng said, raising his blade. No, please don't. Master, spare us. We are willing to submit to you. Ye Feng paid no heed, exerting force with his arm. Ah! The two women screamed, one darting to the left and the other to the right. Thud! The blade's edge swept through, claiming one of the female archers' lives. Ye Feng leapt into the air, soaring more than 10 meters high, and delivered another strike. Thud! The second archer ran several meters forward before feeling a chill at her waist. In the next instant, her body was severed in two. Unsettled, Ye Feng delivered another blow, cleaving her head. After eliminating this group, Ye Feng crumpled the golden robe of the young master into a fist-sized ball, surprisingly able to withstand the blade's edge. Meanwhile, Jin Yimei held the circular disc in her hand. Ye Feng then removed the backpack from the shield-bearer, discovering it filled with high-grade crystal pills. Run! Ye Feng grasped Jin Yimei's hand as they fled towards the Iron Tower district. After running approximately 5 kilometers, an enraged roar echoed from behind. Mad young master! The sound reverberated, causing Ye Feng's ears to ring. Gritting his teeth, he increased his speed another notch. After running 30 kilometers, Ye Feng finally pulled Jin Yimei into an iron tower, gasping heavily for breath. After a moment, Jin Yimei looked back at Ye Feng and said, Lord Ye, are you perhaps the concealed power king? Do you intentionally feign the strength of a third-tier power master to maintain a low profile? Ye Feng's eyes flickered. He initially contemplated affirming his identity as the power king in response to Jin Yimei's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Jin Yimei had mentioned her intention to become a citizen of Hot Spring Island in the future. While he could deceive outsiders, he could not lie to a potential citizen. No, I am merely a third-tier power master, Ye Feng stated earnestly. A third-tier power master? Yet, you just vanquished a 9th-tier power master, not to mention the numerous power masters above 7th tier. Jin Yimei gazed at Ye Feng in disbelief, as if observing a creature of myth. In truth, Ye Feng was equally perplexed by the extent of his own strength. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he could never stand against the Power King. At that moment, Jin Yimei unexpectedly produced a handkerchief from her garments. Gently dabbing away the blood from Ye Feng's face, her movements tender as a devoted wife. Previously, while Ye Feng was formidable, he was merely at the level of a third-tier power master. To be candid, the aloof Jin Yimei did not hold him in high regard. However, upon witnessing Ye Feng's capabilities that rivaled the Power King, her perspective shifted. Lord Ye, she said softly, Giant Tree City is a formidable clan, presided over by the Power Emperor. Therefore, what transpired today must remain a secret. Otherwise, those powerful beings will undoubtedly uncover the location of your tribe. The mention of the Power Emperor nearly overwhelmed Ye Feng. Rest assured, I would never disclose it. After I procure the holy water, I intend to accompany you. The temple has been destroyed, and I have no home. Thus, you are my family, and you can trust me completely, Jin Yimei assured him. Ye Feng did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the curved dagger nearby. He understood that he could never defeat the Power King, and if it were a matter concerning the Power Emperor, he might not even be able to escape. Jin Yimei, I hereby officially declare you a citizen of my realm. Upon our return to my territory, I shall inform all citizens of the situation, allowing you to become a citizen without the need for a vote, Ye Feng declared gravely. Citizenship? Voting? Jin Yimei looked perplexed. Herein lies the matter. In Hot Spring Island, authority does not solely rest with me as the island lord. Once one attains citizenship, each individual possesses a modicum of power, enabling them to appoint or dismiss the island lord and deputy island lord. In that realm, there is no hierarchy or superiority. Ye Feng elaborated on the regulations of Hot Spring Island. After a prolonged silence, Jin Yimei's eyes widened in astonishment. If that is indeed the case, what kind of governance would that be? Would there not be a complete absence of hierarchy? She expressed her discontent. After all, she had long been accustomed to a world with rigid social stratification, and she found it difficult to accept such a progressive concept. Do you believe this system is flawed? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace in his tone. No, it's not that it's flawed. It's just that without a hierarchy, what motivation would other citizens have? Jin Yimei queried. Do you wish to live your life in perpetual toil? There are no ranks. The purpose is to allow everyone to live effortlessly in the present. Each day consists of merely 3 hours of tasks, leaving the rest of the time free for whatever one desires. Should one wish to delve into the study of techniques, so be it. If fishing on an island entices you, then go forth, and if romance beckons, indulge in it without restraint. This embodies the philosophy of my warm springs island, to alleviate the burdens of life, Ye Feng remarked. But do you not aspire to longevity? Do you not seek immortality? Jin Yimei inquired further. Longevity? That is a distant dream. Let us focus on cherishing the present. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with difficulty. Thus, while striving for it, one must also learn to relax the mind and body. Otherwise, one may toil tirelessly until death, only to realize that immortality remains elusive. What then is the significance of this life? Ye Feng chuckled. Jin Yimei paused for a few seconds, seemingly grasping Ye Feng's perspective. You speak truthfully. We, from the temple, incessantly offer our devotion to the deities, hoping they might descend from the heavens and guide us toward the path of immortality. Yet, over thousands of years, not a single individual has ascended to divinity. Instead, we remain ensnared in incessant busyness. Jin Yimei nodded, a sweet smile of relief illuminating her face. Ye Feng was taken aback. Her smile revealed a beauty reminiscent of the renowned Yanhina. Let us return and reconvene with Sisang and the others, he said, taking Jin Yimei's hand as they made their way toward the ruins. However, after taking a few steps, a melodious sound resonated from the sky. A large shadow soared through the clouds. A sandbird. How splendid it would be to tame one, Ye Feng mused, gazing dreamily at the sky. Unbeknownst to him, 2 masters were seated upon the back of that very sandbird, Chang Feng and He Tai. What shall we do? The young master is dead. How shall we report this to the city lord? Chang Feng exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. If we can identify the culprit, perhaps the city lord's wrath will shift to another, allowing us to survive. He Tai replied, equally anxious. Chapter 721. Let us not repeat this, then let us hasten our pace. I believe I have seen that man and woman below before, during our battle with Chiu Wu. They were hiding behind the giant rock house. Could they be the ones responsible? He Tai queried. Brother Chang Feng, I fear your anxiety has clouded your judgment. What level do you think they are? We are in search of formidable masters at the King of Strength level. As they spoke, the sandbird glided over the entire temple city. Yet, unwilling to relent, they urged the sandbird toward the altered district. Brother Feng, you have finally returned. Jin Qi exclaimed, rushing forward and hugging Ye Feng's leg. What are you doing? Let go. Ye Feng recoiled, feeling a chill. This fellow, once so proud, now resembled Chun An in his demeanor. In truth, Jin Qi, witnessing the close camaraderie between Chun An and Ye Feng, believed that by emulating Chun An's approach, he too could become a close friend of Ye Feng. Brother Feng, a level 16 sand beast appeared earlier. Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation, Zisang remarked, looking earnestly at Ye Feng. Brother Feng, why is your face covered in blood? Allow me to help you clean it. Yu Xuan produced a pristine handkerchief and gently wiped the corners and crevices for Ye Feng. Just moments ago, without Ye Feng's presence, they felt utterly helpless. Even a mere 15th level sand beast passing by made them hold their breath, fearing an encirclement by the sand creature army. Yet, when Ye Feng was around, they could stroll boldly across the expansive streets. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Ye Feng suggested they rest for a few days until the night of the full moon, when they would venture to the altar district for the holy water. However, he felt a pang of hesitation. Having slain the young lord of Giant Tree City, he should logically be fleeing at once. Yet, having come this far to the temple, he was reluctant to leave empty-handed. He needed to find the holy water to revive Tuba and his companions. Brother Feng, let me wash your feet. Yu Haven Tea had a proper wash during this journey. Jin Yimei suddenly changed her tone, addressing him as Brother Feng. No. I'm not that old. Please just call me by my name. Ye Feng hastily waved his hands. In our realm, strength is revered. I initially considered calling you my lord, but it felt inappropriate. So, let me call you Brother Feng. Jin Yimei replied, squatting down to assist Ye Feng in removing his boots. Step aside. I shall handle this myself, Yu Xuan interjected, swiftly moving to help Ye Feng with the other boot. Women can be possessive. Previously, Ye Feng's weaker status kept jealousy at bay, but now the situation was clear. Ye Feng had emerged as the strongest among them, igniting rivalry between the two women. I don't want either of you. I'll wash my own feet, Ye Feng declared, pushing both women away. A prudent choice, for favoring one over the other could invite conflict. Jin Shi observed enviously, devoid of jealousy this time. Initially, when Ye Feng had bested him, he felt a mix of admiration and envy, but as Ye Feng's prowess vastly surpassed his own, jealousy faded, leaving only admiration and acceptance. Brother Feng, I'll fetch some water for you, Jin Shi said, hastening to the small cabin to fill a bucket. They had 7 water buckets stored there, of which 4 had already been used. Jia Song sighed deeply and spoke slowly. Brother Feng, do you truly believe the holy water lies in the altar district? Could it be that sister-in-law has made an error? Brother Jia Song, at nearly 200 years of age, please refrain from calling me brother. I fear it may shorten my lifespan. Ye Feng replied, his face contorted in distress. He had no desire to age prematurely. Then what would you prefer I call you? I shall comply with your wishes, Jia Song said sincerely. You may refer to me as Brother Feng. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before opting for a more subtle form of address. Very well. Brother Feng, do you think sister-in-law might have misidentified the location? It is well known that the temple houses valuable items, typically found within the divine area, where countless techniques, martial arts, and even artifacts used by deities are stored, Jia Song remarked. Artifacts used by deities? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Even the wooden stick once used by the god of spear for personal hygiene has become a revered artifact, now enshrined by a prominent clan, Jia Song added. Is it truly that exaggerated? Ye Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After a while, Jin Shi heated the water and brought a metal basin to Ye Feng. He immersed his feet in the warm water, immediately displaying a look of pure bliss. It had been ages since he last soaked his feet. He suspected they might turn the water into a murky yellow. Suddenly, Yu Sun and Jin Yimei rushed over simultaneously, each grasping one of Ye Feng's feet. What are you doing? Ye Feng felt a surge of tension. We're here to help you, the 2 girls said, and without hesitation, they cradled his foot in their arms, meticulously wiping it with clean handkerchiefs. Their earnestness was such that an onlooker might have thought they were engaged in chip manufacturing. Please don't do this in the future. There are rules on my hot spring island about maintaining decorum. Consider this a one-time exception. Ye Feng sighed, resigning himself to their assistance. At that moment, 2 hands settled on Ye Feng's shoulders, gently kneading the muscles. Brother Feng, let me massage your shoulders. Don't mind me. You can chat with Zisong, Jin Shi said with a charming smile. Zisong, standing nearby, felt a pang of discomfort. He remembered how Jin Shi used to address him as Brother Zisong. But now she called him by his name directly. Indeed, when one's strength pales in comparison, all accolades are stripped away. Zisong, having lived for so long, share everything you know with me, particularly about the concept of the heart demon. The mere thought of the heart demon sent a shiver through Ye Feng. The moment it invaded, he felt his body slip from his control, as if all the deceased were resurrected within illusions. The heart demon? I have heard of it, though seldom seen. It typically manifests when one levels up too quickly. Yes, I nearly forgot to warn you. Your rapid advancement is the cause of the heart demon. Therefore, Brother Feng, you must exercise restraint and avoid leveling up too fast. Otherwise, the essence of the crystal elixirs will remain undigested in your body, leading not only to an invasion by the heart demon, but also to significant physical issues in due course, Zisong said earnestly. Little did he know that Ye Feng's vampiric technique could instantaneously absorb the elixir's potency, rendering him unconcerned about physical ailments. His primary worry was that damned heart demon. How terrifying! If the heart demon were to invade during a battle with an enemy, wouldn't that spell imminent doom? Brother Feng, do not despair. If you are unable to level up in the short term, you can utilize that essence to enhance your skills and abilities. I possess several techniques. However, for us, the amount of essence absorbed is barely sufficient for leveling up, so I have merely scratched the surface of these techniques. Now, I can offer them all to you. Zisong concluded, retrieving several pieces of animal hide from his garment. What is this? Ye Feng inquired. This is the cultivation method for the Shura Eye. When practicing the first level, It will grant you clarity of vision and enhanced sight, but it requires a significant amount of crystal elixir essence. I abandoned it before even reaching the first level, as I needed that precious essence for my own advancement. Furthermore, upon reaching the third level, your gaze will become as sharp as blades. Once you unleash the Shura eye, few would dare to meet your eyes. At the seventh level, a vertical eye will split open in the center of your brow. Once this eye is opened, it possesses the power to eradicate all living beings in the world. The Shura eye, at the ninth level, as indicated in the records above, allows one's gaze to curve, penetrating any object, and even transcending the void to strike down enemies across realms. Naturally, these are merely the accounts recorded above, and thus far, no one has ever cultivated to the fourth level of this power. Zasan earnestly elucidated the might of the Shura eye. How much medicinal energy does this consume? Ye Feng inquired. Oh, don't even mention it. Even the medicinal energy refined over a millennium would scarcely suffice to cultivate the Shura eye to the third level. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to attempt such a feat? An ordinary person would take about a year to completely absorb the medicinal energy of a crystal pill. This energy is, of course, intended for upgrades. No one would be foolish enough to use it for cultivating techniques. Zasan chuckled. Now I understand. Ye Feng instantly grasped the analogy. It is akin to laboring diligently for an entire year, saving up 50,000, only to spend that money on gaming equipment. An ordinary person would naturally use that money to sustain their livelihood. How could they possibly divert it elsewhere? Ye Feng tucked the Shura eye's beast skin into his bosom and turned his gaze to another piece of beast skin. What is this? Brother Feng. This is the method for cultivating the Chongyang technique. At the first level, it bears no significance for you. However, from the second level onward, its effects gradually manifest. For instance, if your foundational punch strength is 10 tons, upon reaching the second level of the Chongyang technique, you could unleash 20 tons of force with a single punch. At the third level, it would be 30 tons, and at the 10th level, a staggering 100 tons, Zasan carefully explained. This technique has 10 levels? I thought there were only 9, Ye Feng remarked while examining the beast skin for the Chongyang technique. This one is not limited by levels. As long as your physical body can withstand it, you may cultivate it to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 levels. However, under normal circumstances, the strength of a human body is finite. If you truly manage to amplify your punch strength to 20 times, I fear that your body would explode before you could even land the blow, Zasan clarified. Are you suggesting that as long as the body is strong enough, this technique can be perpetually cultivated? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, this technique employs the principle of resonance generated by the joints of the body, enabling your punch strength to be extraordinarily manifested. The first level elucidates that when you throw a punch, the rotation of the fist, the force from the waist, the stability of the horse stance, and the power from the arms must all synchronize at the moment of impact, achieving resonance that doubles the punch strength. Subsequent cultivation requires the utilization of over 100 joints in the body, and further still, the resonance of every muscle must be engaged. Ultimately, even every molecule in your body will be employed in resonance, allowing your punch to unleash hundreds or even thousands of times the force, Zasan elaborated, gesturing toward the beast skin. Such an incredible technique. But how strong must one's body be to endure such damage? Ye Feng exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. He was diligently practicing the dragon-elephant technique, a discipline designed to strengthen the physical body. Should he refine this technique to the 9th level, it might enable him to unleash a 10-fold amplification of his strength. With his current power, such an amplification could allow him to contend with the king of strength in a test of might. What is this? Ye Feng inquired, gesturing towards the next piece of animal hide. This is the Tranquil Heart Mantra, established by the priests. It is said that reciting the Tranquil Heart Mantra over a prolonged period can invigorate one's spirit and fortify the soul, seemingly linked to concepts of innate and acquired attributes, somewhat ethereal in nature. However, whenever I recite the mantra, I experience a profound sense of inner peace, Zasan explained. I see. This is a form of health cultivation. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Brother Zasan, Ye Feng said, clasping Zasan's hand. Just then, a sudden cry escaped Ye Feng. It turned out that Yusun was providing him with a foot massage. Is it comfortable? She asked. It's tolerable. This blend of pain and pleasure is a rare experience for me, Ye Feng replied, only to cry out again moments later. Soon, Yusun had prepared the bedding in the small cabin and, shedding her garments, slipped beneath the animal hide quilt. "Come here," she beckoned, playfully displaying her fair, delicate foot. "I must clarify, we shall share the bed, but not the body," Ye Feng stated, before promptly joining her under the covers. Outside, Zisong and Jinqi also snuggled into a shared quilt. The cold wave had spread from the vast grasslands to the green sea desert, causing temperatures to drop by a degree each day. It would not be long before the temple transformed into a city of ice. "Do not move," Ye Feng called from under the covers. "I shall," came the teasing response, and soon the cabin was filled with soft, alluring sounds. The following morning, Ye Feng and his companions refrained from further risks, choosing instead to remain within the Iron Tower, awaiting the arrival of the full moon. Naturally, Ye Feng did not squander this time. Each day, he absorbed the medicinal power of the crystal pills to cultivate 3 techniques: the Chongyang technique, which he valued most, along with the supplementary dragon elephant technique and the Shurai. However, as he consumed the crystal pills, he noticed an unusually slow progress in these 3 techniques. Once he depleted the pilfered crystal pills, Ye Feng had no choice but to venture into the Iron Tower zone, engaging in a slaughter. The sand beasts that once roamed freely within the tower, devouring anyone they encountered, now found themselves in a precarious situation. Without their formidable leader, the 17th level sand beast, they were relentlessly pursued by a formidable creature. Each day, Ye Feng would return with crystal pills for his cultivation, occasionally encountering small hunting parties, typically consisting of 5 or 6 individuals, all of whom were at the Strength Master level. After all, those of King of Strength caliber were too disdainful to hunt sand beasts below level 20. 10 days later, within the Iron Tower, Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, guarded by Zisong and Jinqi at the entrance. At that moment, plumes of white smoke billowed from his head, and his face flushed crimson. With a fierce roar, a beastly cry erupted from within him. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes slowly. "I have achieved it. The 4th level of the dragon elephant technique." Ye Feng, with a look of astonishment, caressed his own skin. He felt that his current skin was brimming with resilience, even without the protection of blood scales. It could withstand ordinary arrows. "Congratulations, Fengge. Your skills have reached a remarkable level," Jinqi and Yu Sun exclaimed in unison. "Ha ha, what remarkable level? I still have a long way to go," Ye Feng replied with joy as he stood up. Chapter 723. A change in expression. He discovered that after strengthening his physical body, the sense of instability due to rapid cultivation gradually diminished. "You all stand back a bit. I shall attempt to unleash the 2nd level of the Chongyang Gong," Ye Feng declared, clenching his right fist and leaning forward. As he leaned, he propelled his fist forward, allowing it to rotate in midair. When the force of his punch reached its zenith, Ye Feng harmonized the strength of his waist and legs, achieving resonance with the blow. Boom! The wall of the Iron Tower was indented by the impact. Ye Feng glanced at his fist, noting that only the tip had broken the skin slightly. "Ha ha! It seems to have succeeded. The force I just unleashed is indeed about twice my foundational strength, which means I have already mastered the 2nd layer of the Chongyang Gong." Ye Feng trembled with excitement. "Fengge, then why not try the 3rd level of the Chongyang Gong?" Jinqi urged joyfully. At this moment, he felt no trace of jealousy towards Ye Feng. Instead, he was filled with admiration and an inexplicable sense of collective honor. If Ye Feng grew stronger, he would undoubtedly protect himself well. Thus, Ye Feng's strength equated to their own. This sentiment was shared by both Yu Sun and Jin Yimei, who were also eager to join Ye Feng on the Hot Spring Island. If their island leader grew stronger, it would imply an enhancement in their collective power, ensuring that no foreign tribes would dare to bully them. As for Zisong, he was not as elated. Unable to find the holy water, he faced a grim fate within 3 years, leaving his mind consumed with thoughts of the sacred liquid. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted. Ye Feng stepped upon the corpse of a 16th level sand beast. "Fengge, you are incredible," Jinqi applauded. Just 2 days prior, Ye Feng had begun to hunt sand beasts in the Iron Tower district without restraint. "Fengge, this is a crystal elixir," Yu Sun said, handing the elixir to Ye Feng. For those in the vast desert, crystal elixirs were not scarce. However, it would take them several months, even years, to fully digest a single one. Ye Feng counted the crystal elixirs in his sack, estimating there were over 40. Perhaps there was a chance to break through to the 5th layer of the dragon elephant skill, which would enable him to amplify his power 3-fold. "How many days remain until the full moon night?" Ye Feng inquired. Approximately 7 days, Zha Sang replied respectfully. Over the past few days, he had finally witnessed Ye Feng's prowess, which could only be described as invincible, truly the strongest beneath the king of strength. Let us hunt 2 more sand beasts of level 15 or above, then we shall return and see if we can cultivate the dragon elephant skill to the 5th layer. Ye Feng stated. Yes, Feng Ge. Understood. Indeed, brother Feng. I shall heed your words, the 4 responded with reverence. Please, do not treat me with such formality. It adds to my pressure, Ye Feng sighed. How much pressure could there possibly be? At that moment, a voice emerged from the ruins behind them. Ye Feng and the others swiftly turned around, grasping their weapons with urgency. Is it the beast hunting team again? You inquired. After a brief pause. 4 figures emerged from the debris, 2 men and 2 women. However, one middle-aged man caused Ye Feng's expression to shift dramatically. His prowess evidently reached the level of a first-order power king. Ye Feng was astonished that the temple city could attract such a multitude of power king-level experts. It was evident that they had a singular purpose. There's no need to be anxious. We mean you no harm, the middle-aged man said, his gaze sweeping over Zha Sang and the others before settling on Ye Feng. I've observed you for 2 days. Though your strength is that of a third-order power master, the abilities you have demonstrated would likely leave even a 9th-order power master at a disadvantage. What do you say? Shall we collaborate? Although I have a 60% chance of vanquishing that level 20 sand beast in the altar area, it would be prudent to have a formidable ally by my side. What do you think? The middle-aged man regarded Ye Feng, dismissing Zha Sang and the other 4 entirely. My lord, he is the only one worth considering. The rest would merely be a burden. A young woman gracefully approached the middle-aged man. Indeed, madam, my interest lies solely in him. The others would be a liability. And I lack the energy to protect them, the middle-aged man replied. Ye Feng then turned his attention to the other pair, the younger couple, who, despite their youth, were equally formidable, both at the 9th-order power master level. Furthermore, Ye Feng discerned that the younger couple were also married. Forgive me, but I don't believe we've met, which makes it difficult for me to trust you. More importantly, even if we slay that level 20 sand beast, there is only one crystal core. Who shall it belong to? Ye Feng inquired. Ha ha ha, the crystal core will be yours, the middle-aged man chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Lu. And this is my wife, as well as my daughter-in-law, Chang'e. Over there is my brother, Bai Ku, and his wife, Chu Hong. The introduction was swiftly concluded. Yet Ye Feng found himself perplexed by the tangled relationships presented. With all due respect, why do you refer to your wife as your daughter-in-law? Ye Feng asked. My second son passed away 7 years ago, and naturally, I must bring his wife into my family. Otherwise, my clan would lose a capable woman, Hong Lu stated nonchalantly. Well, I suppose I cannot presume to understand your tribal customs. However, I would like to know what you desire in exchange for the crystal core. Surely, you do not expect me to work for nothing? Ye Feng queried. Simple. Once the altar is opened, I want the spear of the divine. Beyond that, you may keep everything else, Hong Lu declared, a flicker of reverence crossing his face. I understand. You seek a weapon once wielded by the divine. Very well. It's a deal, Ye Feng thought with a sense of elation, relieved that this individual did not covet the holy water. Then let us set forth. Hong Lu suggested with a smile. No, we must wait for the night of the full moon to depart. At that time, the power of the spear of the divine will be at its weakest. Otherwise, our strength would not even allow us to enter its radius, Ye Feng countered, shaking his head. The night of the full moon? Where did you hear that? Hong Lu retorted. Evidently, he too lacks understanding of the intricacies within the temple. This matter need not be questioned. I am simply aware of it, and the one who divulged this information to me would never wish me harm. Ye Feng asserted resolutely. After all, Duoyan Hina is the mother of his child. She would never allow her offspring to become an orphan, would she? Are you implying that we must wait for another 7 days? Hong Lu pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps we may not need to wait the full 7 days. As long as the moon is sufficiently full, it will suffice, Ye Feng replied. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then let us indulge in merriment over the next 7 days. I propose an exchange. I shall offer my wife in return for the 2 beautiful women by your side. What do you say? Hong Lu inquired nonchalantly. Yu Sun and Jin Yi Mei exchanged wary glances, stepping back cautiously. Jin Shi instinctively placed a hand on his formidable axe. I'm afraid that's not possible. Ye Feng shook his head. Ha ha, I understand completely. Not every clan is as liberated as our Mangu tribe. We typically gather beneath the starry sky. and upon finding a suitable partner, we engage in our affairs under the celestial expanse, Hong Lu explained. Chapter 724. Will you sleep with me tonight? Ye Feng sensed that this individual harbored no lewd intentions towards the two women. Rather, it was merely the cultural norm of their tribe. Your tribe's traditions may not align with those of my people, Ye Feng acknowledged, maintaining an expression devoid of anger or disdain. After all, they possess their own cultural heritage, which ought not to be recklessly disrupted. To some, tradition holds paramount significance, even surpassing the value of life itself. By the way, you have yet to introduce your companions, Hong Lu continued. My apologies for nearly forgetting. I am Ye Feng, he is Jia Sang, and she is. Ye Feng swiftly completed the introductions. Ye Feng, my young friend, although the two lovely women of your tribe may be unwilling to engage with me, fret not. I, Hong Lu, am a magnanimous man. My dear wife, why don't you accompany young Ye Feng tonight? This exotic individual is sure to pique your interest. Hong Lu suggested as he turned his gaze. Chang'e nodded, swaying elegantly as she approached Ye Feng. Her eye makeup was applied heavily, and her gaze bore a sharp desire, unmasking her inner thoughts without reservation. Soon, she stood before Ye Feng, extending her lithe arms to embrace the nape of his neck. Do not be alarmed, foreigner Ye Feng. This is merely a customary greeting in our tribe. Do not feel too constrained, Chang'e reassured him. Initially, Ye Feng intended to push her away, but upon hearing her words, he remained rooted in place. However, in the next instant, Chang'e unexpectedly reached into Ye Feng's trousers. Startled, Chang'e withdrew her hand, shock etched upon her face as she covered her mouth. Subsequently, she turned to Hong Lu and spoke rapidly in their native tongue. What? Hong Lu glanced towards Ye Feng's trousers. I apologize, your wife is simply too playful, and I found myself unable to control my actions, Ye Feng remarked, addressing the situation with bemusement. I am sorry, being so youthful, my body reacts vigorously. Let us find a place to stay for now. On the night of the full moon, we shall venture to the altar area to procure the sacred water. Oh no. I mean to hunt that level 20 sand beast, Ye Feng concluded as he led the way, moving with an unsteady gait. After a while, a group of 9 entered the Iron Tower district, where they found the daily necessities of Ye Feng and his companions. Ye Feng, you are too shy. I like you. Will you sleep with me tonight? At that moment, another woman from the Manga tribe, named Chu Hong, spoke up. Ye Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Yu Sun and Jin Yimei, both of whom were glaring at Chu Hong with their brows furrowed in anger. To be honest, Ye Feng had never been intimate with a beauty of the 9th rank, and it would be a lie to say he had no desire. However, one must uphold certain principles. They were now a team, and fostering good relationships among themselves was essential. As an outsider, he could not be overly exclusive. He needed to integrate into their traditions so that they could work together effectively in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Feng nodded. Later, Ye Feng sat in his small room. It was still early in the evening, and he decided to take advantage of the time to absorb all 40 or so crystal cores, aiming to elevate the dragon elephant skill to the 5th level. Time flew, and before he knew it, morning had arrived. Looking at the remnants of the crystal cores scattered around, he sensed his physical condition. He should have reached the peak of the 4th layer, but he might need a high-grade crystal core to break through to the 5th layer. Cultivation techniques, like leveling up, have their bottlenecks at every stage. Once one encounters a bottleneck, it is impossible to break through with low-grade crystal cores. Only high-grade ones with potent medicinal properties can suffice. Outside the small room, Hong Lu was chatting amicably with Jia Sang. They appeared to be enjoying their conversation, although the manga people seemed bold and somewhat foolish. Ye Feng listened closely and discerned a profound wisdom embedded within their straightforward way of life. It seemed that every race, upon reaching a certain level of evolution, cultivates its unique wisdom. Jia Sang, since you are destined to die, you can live in another world where there is a forest, and within it, your dearly departed relatives. Do not fear death. It is merely a different beginning, Hong Lu was counseling Jia Sang. Thank you, Lord Hong Lu. After hearing you speak, I feel much less anxious. Jia Sang replied, a rare smile gracing his face. Observing this, Ye Feng stepped outside with purpose. Suddenly, 2 fiery gazes fixed upon his trousers. Ye Feng, your trousers are the largest I have ever seen. At last, I can indulge myself. I hope you do not disappoint me, Chu Hong said unabashedly. Let us hope so, Ye Feng murmured as he settled by the campfire. Ye Feng, have you ever tried it on horseback? Or how about jumping off a cliff while we're connected? Came the voice of Chang'e. Ye Feng's trousers felt even more conspicuous at that moment. It seemed the manga people spent their days consumed by such thoughts after their meals. Perhaps they had long since come to terms with these matters. What if she gets pregnant? Ye Feng asked dryly. If she gets pregnant, then she gives birth. What is the problem? Chu Hong responded. I'm afraid that if I am not strong enough to give birth to a child, what will I provide for the child? Said Ye Feng. Shouldn't having a child be a mutual desire between a man and a woman? Moreover, it seems that after giving birth, it is always us women who take care of the child. You men can simply seek out others to have children, can't you? Chu Hong replied. Jin Shi's hair stood on end with excitement. Are you saying that after giving birth, the woman is left to care for the child while the man can go on to have more children with other women? To live as a carefree bachelor, the happy master of his own fate? Jin Shi's voice trembled. Of course, but you are not an option for me. I like Ye Feng. If it weren't for this foreigner, perhaps I would consider you. However, in a few days, who knows, I might come to like you, Chu Hong said bluntly. All right, I understand. May I ask how to get to the manga tribe? Is there a chance for me to visit? Jin Shi inquired. Just keep walking straight from here. Cross the Dead Sea, and in 300 days, you will reach the manga tribe, Chu Hong explained. 300 days? Are you implying that even with my strength, it would take 300 days? Jin Shi asked, incredulous. He was a 9th-tier warrior. Surely, traveling 300 miles a day was not beyond his capabilities. If he needed that long, how far was the manga tribe? No, I'm in at my pace, Chu Hong clarified. Then perhaps I shall forego that journey. I hope that in a few days, you will come to like me, Jin Shi said, returning to his seat obediently. Night soon fell, and Ye Feng lay restless in his bed, unable to sleep. Chapter 725. It's up to me. Uncertain how much time had passed, Ye Feng suddenly heard footsteps outside the small cabin, sounding like the steps of 2 individuals. His heart tightened. If it were just one person, he could manage, but 2? How could he withstand that? After all, he had just advanced to the 4th level of the dragon elephant skill and was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th. He certainly did not want to jeopardize his progress due to fatigue. After a while, Ye Feng, illuminated by the starlight, finally spotted Chu Hong and Chang'e. They had shed their outer animal skins and wore only sheer veils. Ye Feng, come here, the 2 women said as they slipped into the bed beside him. Ye Feng quickly got into the mood. However, after a short while, his expression changed drastically. Not good. I feel my essence leaking away. You need to get off me. Ye Feng trembled, looking at Chang'e. Yet, she remained unfazed, pressing down on his arms, while Chu Hong held his legs in place. You? Are you practicing an evil technique? Are you siphoning my energy? Ye Feng suddenly realized the situation. Such fortune was too good to be true. It turned out these 2 women intended to utilize his vital essence to cultivate some malevolent technique. Foreigner, you are not so bad. After absorbing your energy, my lifespan will increase by 3 months, Chang'e said, her grip unyielding as a powerful suction began to draw from Ye Feng. You? Ye Feng's face flushed. On one hand, he felt his vitality swiftly draining away, and on the other, he was overwhelmed with pleasure. 2 conflicting feelings left him in a state of indecision, even tempting him to indulge in the moment. There was no denying it. The comfort was overwhelming. Fear not. To perish beneath the blossoms is a fantasy many men yearn for, and I am precisely capable of fulfilling that desire. Chang'e chuckled softly. Beside them, Chu Hong restrained Ye Feng's legs, exclaiming, Sister, this fellow possesses several extraordinary abilities. Your sucking technique might just absorb those powers as well. What? Ye Feng roared, suddenly snapping out of his indulgence. Are you 2 seeking death? Quickly, restrain him. It seems he is regaining his senses. Upon hearing this, Chang'e intensified the absorption technique. Ye Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through his spine, almost propelling him into the heavens. Blood-sucking technique. Ye Feng instinctively reversed his grip, seizing Chang'e's arm. In the next moment, a powerful suction manifested in his lower abdomen and hands simultaneously. What? This alien? Chang'e uttered, feeling her internal energy shatter instantly. The yuan yang she had painstakingly acquired was snatched back by Ye Feng, the immense suction now shifting towards dominance. Sister, Chu Hong gasped. Stop him. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back. Ye Feng had already penetrated her dantian, and as the blood-sucking technique activated, even Chang'e, a 9th-tier power master, could not endure for half a minute. In a brief moment, her energy core was breached. She swayed, collapsing onto the animal hide. Sister? Chu Hong shrieked, but soon felt Ye Feng's grip tighten around her wrist. You dare. Just then, an enraged roar echoed from outside the cabin. Hong Lu stormed in, swinging his curved blade towards Ye Feng's arm. In a critical moment, Ye Feng lifted Chu Hong, shielding himself with her. Blood splattered as she fell lifelessly. Ah! I will kill you, you alien. Hong Lu kicked Chu Hong's corpse aside and lunged at Ye Feng with his blade once more. Ye Feng hastily wrapped himself in animal hide and retreated several steps. Clang! The blade struck the iron wall with a resounding crash. Outside the cabin, footsteps grew denser. Ye Feng's allies and Bai Ke from Hong Lu's side burst in simultaneously. This damned alien. Bai Ke fumed, thrusting his spear at Ye Feng. Unfortunately, his strength paled in comparison to Hong Lu's. Ye Feng sidestepped, grasping the spear's tip. Seeking death. Bai Ke attempted to slice Ye Feng's palm with the spear, but a layer of frost spread from the tip to his hand. Hiss! Bai Ke gasped in shock, gripping the spear with both hands. However, Ye Feng yanked back, causing Bai Ke to collide with him. As Ye Feng was about to unleash the blood-sucking technique, Hong Lu's curved blade came slashing once more, forcing Ye Feng to relinquish Bai Ke. Boom! The two clashed palms. Ye Feng was sent back 10 meters, crashing against the iron wall before finally halting. Although Hong Lu did not retreat, his hands were encrusted with frost, undoubtedly causing him considerable discomfort. After all, Ye Feng had mastered the 4th level of the dragon elephant skill, and with his exceptional physique, coupled with the 2nd layer of the Chongyang skill and his innate blood scales, his physical prowess could rival that of an ordinary power king. With a sputter, Ye Feng expelled a small mouthful of blood, casting a cold gaze at Hong Lu's Bai Ke. Brother Feng, we are here to assist you, Jin Shi declared as he brandished a massive axe and charged towards Bai Ke. Merely a brute? Bai Ke scoffed, executing a palm strike towards the rear. Boom! The forceful gust from his palm sent Jin Shi flying 10 meters away, the giant axe clanging against the iron wall. The residual force of the strike did not diminish, impacting the others behind, including Jia Sang. Hey! Jia Sang exclaimed in shock, quickly adopting a horse stance and shielding his face with his hands. Being a 3rd-tier power master, he remained unharmed by Bai Ke's attack. However, Jin Yimei and Yu Sun fared poorly, both sent tumbling 10 meters back, each spitting blood. Especially Yu Sun, who nearly found herself smashed through the 1st floor by Bai Ke's casual strike. Jia Sang, take them away from this room. Do not interfere, Ye Feng urged urgently. Yes, Brother Feng, Jia Sang replied, seizing Jin Shi's body and swiftly retreating from the room. Now, within the confines of the small room, only Ye Feng stood to face the two formidable foes. Hong Lu maintained his composure, but Bai Ke was visibly rattled. Just moments ago, he had believed that with his 9th-tier power master strength, he could easily subdue Ye Feng. However, after their initial exchange, had it not been for Hong Lu's intervention, he would have likely faced a swift demise. This compelled him, a 9th-tier power master, to regard Ye Feng, a mere 3rd-tier power master, with newfound seriousness. Hong Lu glanced at the two fallen bodies on the ground, his heart bleeding internally. It was crucial to note that Chang Yi's lineage was no trivial matter. Her family belonged to the foremost clan of the barbarian ancient tribe, and particularly, her patriarch was a power emperor-level expert. Having brought Chang Yi out with him, failing to return her would spell dire consequences for his own fate. Otherworldly being Ye Feng, you have brought upon yourself a calamity of monumental proportions, Hong Lu exclaimed, unleashing a dual-handed strike. Boom! In the confined space, Ye Feng found no means of evasion and clashed fists with Hong Lu. Boom! His body once again made intimate contact with the iron wall. Uft! A mouthful of blood erupted from Ye Feng's lips, and even his aura dimmed to half its original strength. Brother Hong Lu, leave it to me, Bai Ke said, narrowing his eyes as he brandished his spear, aiming directly at Ye Feng's face. Chapter 726. You must not do this. Summoning his remaining strength, Ye Feng suddenly charged toward the spear. Grasping Bai Ke's shoulder, he declared, "What do you intend to do, boy?" Bai Ke exclaimed in astonishment. "What do I intend to do?" Ye Feng chuckled, seizing Bai Ke's collarbone as he employed the blood-sucking technique directly on his body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bai Ke felt the energy within him rapidly depleting, akin to a person laboriously saving for a decade, only to see their hard-earned wealth tossed into flames, one bundle at a time. The essence of Bai Ke was utterly terrified, his spirit seemingly soaring into the ether. "No, alien, you must not do this." Bai Ke stammered in fear. "Release him." Hong Lu exclaimed in shock, preparing to rescue Bai Qi. However, Ye Feng swiftly positioned Bai Qi in front of him. Do not approach. If you do, I shall end his life, Ye Feng declared coldly. In his life? A faint smirk appeared on Hong Lu's face. With a swift motion, his curved blade was drawn, unleashing a wave of lethal energy towards Ye Feng. Do you care nothing for your comrade's fate? Ye Feng gasped, leaping 3 meters high just in time to evade the deadly arc of the blade. As he landed, however, he discovered that Bai Qi had been severed in half by that very energy, his upper body writhing on the floor, casting a vengeful glare at Hong Lu. Brother Hong Lu, why must you do this? Despite being bisected, a master like Bai Qi possessed an extraordinary will to live. Humph. With a flick of his curved blade, Hong Lu cleaved Bai Qi's head in two. At that moment, only Ye Feng and Hong Lu remained within the confines of the small room. Hong Lu positioned himself strategically, blocking both the window and the doorway. Should Ye Feng wish to flee, he would have to carve a hole through the iron wall. Alas, his dragon elephant skill had only reached the 4th tier, insufficient to breach a true iron barrier. Alien, today is not your day to perish. I intend to take you alive back to the Mangu tribe and present you to the Chang family. You certainly have a knack for attracting formidable foes. Do you know who Chang is? Her clan is protected by the powerful Emperor of Strength. No one shall come to your rescue this time. Even if you escape from me today, it will not be long before the Chang family drags you back. As he spoke, Hong Lu advanced towards Ye Feng, setting his curved blade aside. To capture Ye Feng alive, he could not afford to wield a weapon. Should he inadvertently kill Ye Feng, the Chang family would undoubtedly consider him the prime suspect. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He had unwittingly provoked a formidable power. What misfortune! Senior Hong Lu, let me be honest with you. It was Chang Yi who sought to absorb my essence, and I was left with no choice but to retaliate. I could not simply allow her to take my life. Ye Feng's explanation rang hollow. Such words are of no use to me. You should speak directly to the Chang family. Upon finishing his statement, Hong Lu thrust his right hand forward, aiming for Ye Feng's throat. Damn it! You are forcing me to become a desperate man. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, swinging his right fist forward. Boom! His body was propelled 5 meters back, crashing into the iron wall, leaving a dent in its wake. Yet, as he was flung backward, a flicker of flame erupted from his left fingertip. Hong Lu squinted as the flame struck his body directly. Ye Feng rejoiced, fully aware of the flame's destructive power. Any creature that came into contact with it would either perish or suffer grievous harm. However, his elation was short-lived as his expression soured. The flame had inexplicably passed through Hong Lu's form, igniting the wall behind him. Boom! The iron wall burst into flames, causing the temperature within the room to soar dramatically. Before long, Hong Lu's body began to take on a translucent quality. In an instant, Ye Feng was enveloped in darkness, and suddenly, this fellow materialized before him, extending his right hand to grasp Ye Feng's throat. What kind of extraordinary ability is this flame? It can even ignite iron? Hong Lu inquired. Extraordinary ability? A fierce glint flickered in Ye Feng's eyes as he retaliated by seizing Hong Lu's wrist. With a series of rapid movements, he activated his blood-sucking technique to its maximum potential. You? Hong Lu's eyes narrowed as he delivered a powerful punch to Ye Feng's chest. The impact caused Ye Feng to bend forward, leaving an imprint of a fist on the wall behind him. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng disregarded the blood spewing from his mouth and clutched Hong Lu's wrist with all his might, simultaneously channeling his blood-sucking technique along with his icy true energy. Something feels amiss. Hong Lu's expression shifted as he lifted Ye Feng overhead and hurled him towards the ground. Yet, Ye Feng stubbornly maintained his grip on Hong Lu's wrist. Let go, let go, let go. With each command, Hong Lu slammed Ye Feng into the ground, causing the entire room to reverberate with a resounding thud. However, Ye Feng was resolute, determined to drain Hong Lu's life force. The energy of the Power Master had solidified immensely, and Ye Feng realized that even with his blood-sucking technique at its zenith, he could only absorb the energy from Hong Lu's arm. Penetrating his chest remained just out of reach. Quite intriguing, reminiscent of Chang Yi's seductive arts, yet regrettably, your foundational strength is merely at the level of a 3rd-tier Power Master, far too lacking. After making this pronouncement, Hong Lu seized Ye Feng by the hair and violently smashed his head against the iron wall. Thud! The wall bore the imprint of Ye Feng's anguished visage. At this moment, Ye Feng was dazed, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, He could not afford to lose consciousness. That would spell his doom. In a crucial moment, he summoned his electric current technique. Ouch, what is this? Hong Lu's entire body went numb, and within him, the energy that had been solidified found a slight breach. It was this minuscule opening that allowed Ye Feng's blood-sucking technique to penetrate into Hong Lu's chest. Hong Lu let out a wail, feeling as though his heart was close to ceasing its rhythm. Let go, let go. His iron fists landed blow after blow upon Ye Feng's chest. Yet, Ye Feng gritted his teeth, refusing to release his grip. Just then, a bucket of cold water was unexpectedly doused over Hong Lu from behind, soaking him thoroughly. In mere moments, ice began to form upon his body. Hurry, give him another bucket of cold water, Yu Sun urged anxiously. All right. Jin Shi promptly retrieved another bucket of cold water. Splash. Hong Lu shuddered violently, feeling an overwhelming suction emanate from his chest, targeting his dantian. Panic-stricken, he felt his spirit flee. Let go, let go, let go. With each punch he threw, the strength within him diminished. After a dozen strikes, although Ye Feng's face was smeared with blood, the force of Hong Lu's punches had waned to the level of a mere power master. Conversely, thanks to the effects of the blood-sucking technique, Ye Feng's injuries were healing rapidly. Once it was Hong Lu who had Ye Feng pinned to the ground, but now, Ye Feng slowly rose to his feet, while Hong Lu's body began to bend downward. Crack! Hong Lu struck Ye Feng's face with a slap. Regrettably, this blow lacked any force, akin to a gentle fist tapping one's chest. Clang! Jin Shi swiftly extracted his massive axe from the iron wall and swung it fiercely at Hong Lu's back. Thud! A gaping wound split open from Hong Lu's shoulder to his chest, blood gushing forth abundantly. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's blood-sucking technique infiltrated Hong Lu's core. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Ye Feng's body. In an instant, Hong Lu's arm shrank to half its size, followed by his chest, neck, and chin. Ugh! Hong Lu, summoning an inexplicable strength, managed to break free from Ye Feng's grasp, pulling a bone tile from his pocket and hurling it into the sky. Boom! The bone tile disintegrated into a cloud of bone powder. Die! Ye Feng picked up the curved blade and struck at Hong Lu's back. Jin Shi was not to be outdone, bringing his axe down upon Hong Lu's head. Boom! The mighty king of strength collapsed, his body twitching lightly. Ye Feng discarded the curved blade and surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. He immediately opened several backpacks, spilling their contents into a heap. The 3 9th-tier strength masters possessed 7 crystals of level 17 or higher, along with a vial of crystal pills. Ye Feng rummaged through Hong Lu's backpack. This fellow had no crystals, but possessed a vial of crystal pills. Ye Feng uncorked the vial and inhaled. The mild scent indicated the pills were of high quality. The more advanced the crystal that produced the pills, the gentler the aroma and the easier they were to absorb. Ye Feng felt a surge of delight. To him, crystal pills and crystals were of little distinction, but for ordinary individuals, the pills were 100 times superior. As they lacked the blood-sucking technique to directly absorb the medicinal power, he resolved to take these crystal pills back to the higher-ups of Hot Spring Island, thereby elevating the overall strength of the island. Quick, pile all the bodies together and burn them, Ye Feng instructed calmly. The group hurriedly complied, stacking the corpses into a mound. With a flick of his finger, a burst of flames erupted, igniting a towering inferno. Brother Feng, I didn't anticipate the Mangu tribe would be so formidable. Where shall we go next? Jin Shi inquired. Jin Shi, you witnessed my perilous moment, and yet chose to assist me knowing the enemy was a strength king. Thank you, Ye Feng said earnestly. No problem. Honestly, I used to harbor some resentment towards you, but seeing you in danger stirred something in me, and I rushed to help without considering the consequences. Jin Shi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. I shall remember this favor. From now on, you will accompany me to Hot Spring Island. By the way, open your mouth, Ye Feng fed a crystal pill into Jin Shi's mouth. He then turned his gaze towards Zasa and his companions. Understanding that Zasa had limited time left, Ye Feng could comprehend his lack of proactivity earlier. Let us go. We cannot linger here. We shall head to the divine site. With that, Ye Feng hoisted the daily necessities onto his back and strode purposefully towards the base of the iron tower. After taking only a few steps, a horde of sand beasts suddenly appeared ahead, the strongest among them barely reaching the 15th level. Ye Feng, feeling indifferent about the need to slay them himself, signaled to Jin Shi and the others. Attack! The group promptly charged forward. However, they managed to eliminate only 2 sand beasts before being forced to retreat continuously. "Let me handle this," Ye Feng declared, drawing his curved blade. The blade's aura surged across 30,000 miles. Its brilliance cutting through the air like a cold light piercing 19 states. One by one, the sand beasts fell lifeless at Ye Feng's feet. Jia Sang nearly knelt in awe. "Brother Feng, your prowess is likely on par with a Power King. Just now, even without our assistance, you could have prevailed over Hong Lu," Jia Sang remarked gravely. If Ye Feng were a 9th-level Power Master, Jia Sang could have accepted it. After all, a 9th-level Power Master could still have a chance against a 1st-level Power King. Yet, Ye Feng was merely at the 3rd level, and he could annihilate a Power King. This was utterly absurd. "Collect the crystal cores swiftly," Ye Feng instructed. Such trifles did not require his direct involvement, and the 4 busily gathered the crystal cores, stuffing them into sacks and backpacks. "Let us proceed into the Divine Sight District." With that, Ye Feng vaulted over an iron wall and entered the Divine Sight area directly. This place was filled with enormous stone houses and scattered sand beasts. With a sweep of his curved blade, 2 sand beasts collapsed to the ground. The further he ventured into the center of the temple, the higher the level of the sand beasts became. Ye Feng noted that none of the sand beasts here possessed strength below the 10th level, with the 15th level beasts being quite commonplace. "Let us enter this stone house," Ye Feng suggested, and with a swift horizontal motion of his blade, a 15th level sand beast fell with a resounding crash. The 5 of them slipped into the stone house. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. The hall of the stone house was vast, approximately 20 meters high, and covering at least 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the central hall were numerous small rooms, interconnected by 7 staircases resembling a beehive. "Let us find a small room to hide in, and wait until the night of the full moon to procure the holy water." After stating this, Ye Feng led the way up the staircase. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he paused. A thick layer of dust covered the floor. Yet several fresh human footprints marred the surface. "Never mind, we shall rest in this small room," Ye Feng decided, stepping toward one of the rooms. This small room featured 2 windows and a door. One window offered a view of the outside of the stone house, while the other faced inward, allowing a glimpse of the hall. "You 4, go to the adjacent small room and guard me," Ye Feng instructed calmly. "Understood, Brother Feng," they replied, complying. "Good. Agreed." Except for Jia Sang, the other 3 performed gestures of respect toward Ye Feng, acknowledging his seniority. Once the 4 departed, Ye Feng settled into a cross-legged position, pouring the collected crystal cores before him. He sensed that the moment had come to attempt breaking through to the 5th layer of the Dragon Elephant skill. As for elevating his strength to that of a 4th-level Power Master, Ye Feng dared not take the risk, fearing he might be overtaken by inner demons and succumb to madness. Contemplating this, he grasped the crystal core in each hand. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood-sucking technique was officially initiated. As time passed, the afternoon of the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a white mist rose from Ye Feng's head, and his skin was enveloped in a faint golden glow. Surrounding his body lay the remnants of dozens of crystal pills. It was unclear how long had elapsed when Ye Feng suddenly became silent, and a beastly roar emanated from within him. The entire small room began to tremble, and after half a minute, the roar gradually subsided. It was accomplished. Ye Feng opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He had finally reached the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant skill, achieved through the accumulation of countless crystal pills. Without the blood-sucking technique, he was certain it would have taken at least a millennium to attain such a level, but for an ordinary person who possesses such a lengthy lifespan. Ye Feng slowly rose, stretching his body. The sound of cracking bones resonated as each movement radiated with immense power. Simultaneously, his skin felt remarkably taut, and with just a slight motion, a creaking sound could be heard. At that moment, Zisong and his 3 companions entered the small room. "Brother Feng, was that beastly roar from you?" Jin Qi asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I have perfected the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant skill," Ye Feng replied with a subtle smile. "Congratulations on mastering your skills, Brother Feng," Jin Qi quickly exclaimed. "Congratulations, Brother Feng. Congratulations." His companions chimed in. Faced with their accolades, Ye Feng maintained an impassive expression. He pondered how the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant skill would fare against Hong Lu from the past. Chapter 728, Brother Feng. "I will follow your lead with this thought." Ye Feng approached the wall, assuming a horse stance, and threw a punch. As he struck, his knee joints, waist, and elbow all exerted force simultaneously, merging their strengths at the moment his fist made contact with the wall. Boom! A massive hole was created in the 2-meter-thick stone wall. The third level of the Chongyang skill? Zisong gazed at Ye Feng with a mix of envy and admiration. The third level of the Chongyang skill meant Ye Feng could unleash 3 times his inherent strength. What a terrifying prospect! Ye Feng took a moment to assess his body. Having just exerted 3-fold amplification, he felt a noticeable strain. Were it not for the foundation of the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant skill, he feared that executing the triple Chongyang skill would have inflicted some injury on his body. However, now, although he felt a bit unwell, it was manageable. He could fully endure it. Indeed, everything in the world is fair. To harness power beyond oneself, one's physical constitution must keep pace. Of course, one could force it, but that would be akin to the 7 injuries fist, injuring oneself before harming the enemy. Brother Feng, have some water. Yu Sun sweetly offered a wooden cup. Ye Feng lifted the cup and drank it in one go. Brother Feng, let me help you wipe your mouth. Jin Yimei extended her sleeve to assist him. There's no need for such formality. We are a team. There's no need to stand on ceremony, as it would only make me feel awkward, Ye Feng replied. During the period of Feng Ji's cultivation of the Dragon Elephant skill, a vast horde of level 11 sand beasts passed by, numbering at least over 2,000, with a formidable level 19 sand beast leading them. Jin Qi, his face pale, inquired, "What are they doing?" "They appear to be rushing towards a certain direction. It seems a major event has occurred in the divine site area," Feng Gu replied. Could it be the emergence of the holy water? A sense of urgency gripped his heart. If the holy water truly had manifested, he would undoubtedly seek to involve himself. There's a possibility. Perhaps I should venture out to gather some intelligence? Jin Qi hesitated. Given his current abilities, venturing out alone would likely lead to his swift demise. No, you 4 should remain here. I will go out myself. Until I return, maintain a low profile and avoid raising your voices. Even if you encounter humans besieged by sand beasts, do not recklessly reveal yourselves. Otherwise, you may endanger your lives, Feng Gu advised with meticulous care. Understood. As you command. The 4 replied in unison, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall take my leave, Feng Gu stated, moving to the window before leaping down to the ground several dozen meters below with a resounding crash. As dust swirled around him, he rose to his feet, shouldering his curved blade and hastening towards the source of the commotion. However, after running less than a kilometer, he encountered over 40 sand beasts ahead. The leading beast was approximately level 13, while the others hovered around levels 10 and 11. With a fierce roar, the sand beasts charged without hesitation. Feng Gu swung his curved blade, felling 6 or 7 of them in an instant. He leapt 10 meters into the air, scanning the surroundings. The clamor of the battle had attracted more sand beasts from different locales, their numbers swelling. With no alternative, Feng Gu landed and opened his mouth. Diamond roar. A wave of sound energy radiated from him. One by one, the sand beasts collapsed, with those around level 10 suffering from bleeding ears and exploded eyeballs, perishing on the spot. Although the higher-level beasts did not burst, the diamond roar had shattered their brains, sealing their fate. Only the level 13 sand beast remained, shaking its head unsteadily as it charged at Feng Gu. Quickly, Feng Gu raised his blade. Yet in the next moment, the level 13 sand beast fell heavily to the ground. It seemed that such beasts could withstand more than their ordinary counterparts. Feng Gu sheathed his blade, satisfied with the power of the diamond roar. In future encounters with numerous lower-level sand beasts or humans, this technique would serve him well. However, the range of the diamond roar, given his current strength, could only eliminate level 10 sand beasts within 60 meters. Its potency diminished with distance. With a few swift movements, Feng Gu vanished from sight. On Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai, clad in thick animal pelts, stood on the deck of Hot Spring number 18, accompanied by a group of newly promoted senior officials. Look at how beautifully the snow falls, Wang Zhihai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Deputy Island Master. The snowfall is truly magnificent. Yes, the snow is remarkably beautiful. A group of senior officials hastily offered their flattery. Oh, that pig looks quite robust. Wang Zhihai pointed at the little sycophant fishing by the riverbank. Everyone was taken aback. Isn't that clearly a bear? How did it become a pig in Wang Zhihai's words? Mr. Wang, that seems to be a bear, doesn't it? A straightforward senior official remarked. Oh, your name is Pula, correct? What position do you currently hold? Wang Zhihai's expression suddenly turned frosty. I am presently serving as the leader of 1,000. Puller replied. You are quite old. Let your deputy take over your position, Wang Zhihai said nonchalantly. But I am only 29 years old. Yet you appear to be 92. There's no need for further discussion. From now on, consider yourself an ordinary citizen, Wang Zhihai coldly asserted. Yes, indeed. That is a pig, such a plump pig. Another senior official chimed in. Oh. Wang Zhihai's eyes lit up as he turned to the official who agreed with him. What is your name and what position do you hold? Mr. Wang, I am Pike. Currently the vice president of the Southwest branch of Hot Spring Bank, Pike responded. Vice president? So you are akin to a president then? Wang Zhihai said with an enigmatic smile. Ah, thank you for your support, Mr. President. Thank you. Pike hurriedly knelt and bowed. By the way, how many prisoners are currently detained in the jail on Hot Spring Island? Wang Zhihai inquired further. In response to the president, there are presently over 4,000 inmates. They are individuals whose visas are about to expire, and they caused a disturbance, prompting us to detain them. These folks are not citizens of Hot Spring Island. It appears they wish to remain here indefinitely, not wanting to return to Chongqing City. After all, being imprisoned here at least provides food and drink, whereas in Chongqing City, they might struggle to even fill their stomachs. I believe we should revise the laws, a senior official suggested. Good. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. Adjacent to the southern shore of Hot Spring Island, a series of jails have been constructed. Each cell houses 8 inmates, complete with private restrooms. And a charcoal fire burns in the center of the cells to maintain a temperature above 20 degrees. Strangely, the doors of these cells are not locked. And there is only one guard overseeing 4,000 prisoners. At this moment, the sole guard of Hot Spring Island sequentially opened the cells. Chapter 729, What do you want? The prisoners promptly lined up obediently, looking politely at the guard. With Feng Gu absent, Mr. Wang amended the laws and issued a partial amnesty from now on. You may return home. You are free, the guard exclaimed with excitement. Ah, are we really going home? The prisoners' faces fell instantly. Yes, congratulations. You can finally reunite with your families, the guard smiled. No, I do not wish to go home. It is too far from Chongqing City. We cannot return. Let us stay here in prison instead. Do not worry. We have prepared 3 warships to take you home. What? Please, President Wang, retract your orders. Let us continue to remain here in confinement, laboring merely 8 hours a day, with meat at every meal. Who would wish to return home? Indeed, dear guard. We would be willing to toil 10 hours daily, as long as we could remain imprisoned. Chongqing City has transformed into a hell, devoid of sustenance. What is there to return to? The guard's expression darkened immediately. What do you take our Warm Spring Island for? The law is the law. If you work 10 hours a day, the labor ambassador de Fu will bring trouble to my prison. Pack your belongings, bid farewell to your comrades, and return home, he stated before departing. After a while, the prison resonated with the sounds of sorrowful weeping. At the moment, at the docks of Chongqing City, a small segregated area encircled by stone walls had been established. Above the entrance to this division, several large characters were inscribed. Warm Spring Island-esque concession in Chongqing City. Indeed, Wang Zhihai had no desire to govern Chongqing City. Otherwise, he would be burdened with the responsibility of feeding its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Thus, he established this concession, allowing for the transportation of laborers from Chongqing City to Warm Spring Island as needed, shipping them across on vessels. Upon the conclusion of their contracts, they would return with Warm Spring currency. However, these craftsmen were quite cunning. As the expiration of their contracts approached, they would instigate disturbances on Warm Spring Island, engage in fights, or insult Ye Feng, leading to their subsequent incarceration. At this moment, a long queue had formed at the concession's entrance. Some were there to apply for labor positions, while others sought residential permits within the concession. The sudden influx of nobility into the concession had driven land prices to exorbitant heights, reaching 100,000 Warm Spring coins per square meter. Moreover, the concession housed a branch of the Warm Spring Bank and various trading exchanges, alongside numerous small labor firms. Currently, Demond served as the ambassador of the concession, with the brothers Ma Guobai and Ma Luobai acting as vice ambassadors. With the continuous support from Jingdan, both Demond and Ma Guobai had attained the status of second-tier warriors, while Ma Luobai had also reached first-tier warrior levels, rendering the trio the apex of combat strength on Warm Spring Island. At this juncture, within the concession office, Demond was receiving a visitor, a Captain de Boury. Do you truly wish to immigrate to Warm Spring Island? Demande inquired. Indeed, given our long-standing acquaintance, I beseech you to assist me. Winter is approaching, and remaining in Chongqing City is tantamount to a death sentence. I cannot bear to see my family perish from cold and hunger, Debu re-implored. Sitting across from Demande, cautiously perching at the edge of his seat, his face a mask of supplication. I regret to inform you that my authority is confined to the concession. Acquiring citizenship on Warm Spring Island is not a simple endeavor. First, you require a letter of recommendation. Following this, you must secure the approval of 1,400 Warm Spring citizens. With a majority needed to accept you for you to qualify as a citizen, Demande responded, shaking his head. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult. How can one possibly attain citizenship? Debu re-questioned. Given our old friendship, I shall share a strategy with you. Endeavor to win the favor of the Warm Spring citizens. From time to time, present them with gifts. As long as a significant portion of the populace holds you in good regard, you will merely need to focus on the recommendation letter. Demande suggested with a smile. Well then, I shall disclose the composition and deployment of my army to you. Please relay this to the citizens of Hot Spring Island, citing it as my revelation. By the way, the Heavenly Khan has been frequently convening meetings within the pyramid, attended solely by members of the Mengyan family. Perhaps they are concocting some conspiracy. The Great Sun has thought of something anew. I understand. Duomon nodded and gestured to the outside. Come in and escort our guest out. After a brief interval, another individual from Duoyen entered. What brings you here? Duomon inquired. My lord, I am a laborer from the miscellaneous department of Eternal Life City. However, the department has been exploiting us too harshly, providing merely 3 hot spring coins in daily wages. I can scarcely sustain myself, let alone support my wife and 7 children. Therefore, I wish to inquire if your foreign enterprises are hiring, the Duoyen individual asked eagerly. Indeed, there are vacancies. Currently, the Hot Spring Bank's branch in Eternal Life City requires 2 bodyguards and 1 cashier. The Hot Spring Real Estate Company is in need of a toilet cleaner. Furthermore, Hot Spring Mining, Hot Spring Natural Gas, Hot Spring Shipyard, and Hot Spring Arms Factory are all seeking personnel, with wages generally around 15 hot spring coins per day. However, there is a prerequisite. One must at least graduate from Hot Spring Primary School to qualify for these positions. Have you ever attended Hot Spring Primary School? Duomon queried. That? No, came the reply. Then I regret to inform you there is little I can do. I suggest you earn more money and consider sending your children to Hot Spring Primary School. Upon graduation, countless good job opportunities will await them. Unfortunately, for your generation, the prospects seem bleak. You must place your hopes in the next generation, Duomon stated confidently. But, as it stands, I cannot even afford to feed them, let alone support their education. The exploitation we endure from local enterprises is unbearable. 12-hour workdays without meals and no weekends, with monthly earnings barely reaching 1,000 hot spring coins. Your foreign enterprises, in contrast, offer a mere 8-hour workday for 5 days with 2 days off, coupled with various holiday benefits, yielding almost 4,000 to 5,000 coins a month. It's a veritable paradise compared to our hellish existence, the Duoyen individual lamented incessantly. There exists a Hope Primary School within the concession, which does not require tuition. Fill out the necessary forms to apply. Now, please escort the guest out and let the next individual enter. A robust Duoyen woman entered, her demeanor somewhat restrained. What brings you here? My lord. Do not call me my lord. Such formalities are not customary on Hot Spring Island. Address me as Mr. Duomont. Mr. Duomont. I have heard that if a child is born to a citizen of Hot Spring Island, both the child and I automatically become citizens. Is there truth to this? There is indeed such a proposition. What are your intentions? Mr. Duomont, do you find me appealing? The woman smiled alluringly, slightly adjusting her collar. I apologize, but I already have a mistress. However, there is a Mr. Shi Zhongliang on our island who has a penchant for robust women like yourself. Chapter 730, Alone? At the entrance of the concession, a tumultuous clash was unfolding between a group of individuals and the soldiers stationed there. Damn it, even I no longer recognize myself. I possess a blood letter written by Feng Gu, and I am known as Zhuaima. I summoned those capable of speech to step forth. Zhuaima held the blood letter aloft. Ye Feng scrutinized the trio of men and women before him, who were equally assessing him in return. Are you alone? Inquired the leading man with flowing hair. Wielding an iron rod, his forehead adorned with a faint golden flame tattoo. My master and grandmaster are elsewhere, Ye Feng fibbed, for among these 6 The long-haired man was a first-tier power king, while a strikingly beautiful woman was a second-tier power king. The others were all ninth-tier power masters, and Ye Feng believed he could not contend with them. Thus he began to embellish his status. What is the strength of your master and grandmaster? The long-haired man pressed on. My master is a fifth-tier power king, and my grandmaster is a ninth-tier power king. Ye Feng replied, cautious not to exaggerate further. Is that truly the case? The long-haired man expressed disbelief. Of course it is true. They are on the way to join me, Ye Feng asserted. Humph. Are you afraid I might take something from you? Rest assured, as a mere third-tier power master, what could you possibly possess of value? Though I must admit, your physical form appears quite formidable. Would you be interested in venturing to the center of the divine land? Since it is a temple, one might uncover the martial arts and techniques left behind by the god of spear, the long-haired man proposed. Ye Feng remained silent, warily scanning the 2 men and 3 women behind the long-haired man. Are they your companions or merely recruited along the way? Ye Feng inquired. Fear not. Only my junior sister and I are aligned. The others are temporary allies. Once we acquire the martial arts and techniques, I shall not keep them all to myself. Each of you shall receive a copy, the long-haired man assured. Ye Feng nodded slightly. If this individual's aim was the martial arts, there was no need to worry about conflict, as such things could be replicated. Very well, Ye Feng replied. Are you not waiting for your master and grandmaster? At that moment, a stout man derisively gazed at Ye Feng. I shall not wait, Ye Feng replied. The others raised their eyebrows, a smirk playing on their lips. Having clearly seen through Ye Feng's bravado, since we are all acquainted, should we not introduce ourselves? Ye Feng turned to the 6 individuals. I am Wu Tian, and my junior sister and I hail from the Holy Fire sect. As for the others, they should introduce themselves, Wu Tian stated. I am Zhu Yu, from Tianqin Lake Island. I am Mei Song Yang, from the Cloud Sea Oasis. Humph, I have no need to share my name. We shall part ways once our collaboration is complete. The stout man coldly regarded Ye Feng. He was a 9th-tier power master, certainly entitled to such arrogance. The other man, equally grim-faced, chose to remain nameless. I am Ye Feng, from the Huangsha tribe. Ye Feng casually assigned himself a tribal origin. Excellent, Ye Feng. Let us set forth, Wu Tian declared, leading the way ahead. It appeared that the divine land lacked high-tier sand beasts. They encountered a few scattered sand beasts along the way, but these were swiftly vanquished by the combined efforts of the group. Ye Feng surmised that the level 20 sand beast had only just established its territory around the temple, unchallenged until now. However, as time passed, formidable power kings began to arrive one after another. It is estimated that it will not survive beyond 10 days, destined to be slaughtered by these formidable beings. Ye Feng, I sense that your prowess must extend beyond mere appearances, for there are several auras of divine abilities emanating from you. Pray, enlighten us as to the extraordinary powers you possess, the rotund man inquired suddenly. His words immediately captured the attention of several onlookers. To cultivate multiple extraordinary abilities simultaneously is considered a grave taboo among practitioners. After all, the energy they can absorb daily for enhancement is scarcely sufficient, leaving no surplus to elevate additional powers. You flatter me. I possess no divine abilities. Even if I did, they would pale in comparison to those of you present, Ye Feng replied, displaying a rare moment of humility. The rotund man's brows lifted in surprise, quite modest. It seems your strength is at least capable of vanquishing a 5th-tier force master, which is rather intriguing. Zhou Yu and Mei Sang Yang, initially eager to hear about Ye Feng's extraordinary powers, turned away, their expressions devoid of emotion, resuming their position behind Wu Tian. Only the strikingly beautiful woman remained silent. Ye Feng sensed that her standards were exceedingly high, as she appeared to regard everyone present, including her senior brother Wu Tian, with disdain. This was not surprising. Given her youthful appearance, having attained the 2nd-tier force king level at such a tender age, she indeed had the right to be proud. As they continued their journey, the bodies of sand beasts gradually multiplied, with scarcely any low-tier sand beasts remaining. Be cautious, everyone. The low-tier sand beasts here may have been slain by other powerful sand beasts or by formidable humans, Wu Tian warned, placing his hand on the hilt of his blade. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, similarly resting his hand upon his weapon. The others immediately straightened their expressions, silently observing the path ahead. Junior sister, should we encounter humans, we shall claim that we are here to acquire martial techniques and invite them to join our ranks. This will minimize the likelihood of conflict. If we face sand beasts, let us confront the strongest among them, while the weaker ones can be dealt with by them, Wu Tian concluded, gesturing towards Ye Feng and his companions. The rotund man's expression soured, evidently displeased, for being belittled in the presence of a beautiful woman is uncomfortable for anyone. The coldly beautiful woman emitted a sound through her nostrils, seemingly unimpressed by her senior brother. Junior sister, regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure your protection. My master has entrusted me with the duty of guarding you closely while we are outside, Wu Tian declared, his face flushing with emotion. Ye Feng could see in him a reflection of his younger self, once infatuated with Chun-Li. He yearned to approach Wu Tian and advise him against being a sycophant, for strength alone would attract numerous admirers. You, a mere first-tier force king, aspire to pursue the beauty of a second-tier force king. Even if you succeed, she will undoubtedly hold you in contempt. However, he reconsidered, pondering the potential repercussions of such an intervention. The rotund man seemed similarly affected, directing his gaze towards Mei Sang-Nyang. Sang-Nyang, I shall protect you, though I am also a ninth-tier force master. My combat prowess will surely rival that of a force king. Oh, Mei Sang-Nyang nodded expressionlessly, her countenance reflecting a slight discomfort, as though she had just swallowed a fly. The portly man and she were of the same rank. Even if she felt displeased internally, she refrained from raising her voice. Observing this, the dark-faced fellow approached Ju Yu, declaring, I shall protect you. Although his words were blunt, they were delivered with a sincerity that earned him a radiant smile from Ju Yu. However, after smiling, she quickly turned her head away, a hint of disdain crossing her face. Yet, when Ju Yu's gaze fell upon Wu Tian, a flicker of shyness appeared on her countenance. Ye Feng perceived all of this with keen eyes. Indeed, women in this world are more pragmatic than in civilized societies. They are drawn to the strong. At that moment, the portly man turned his attention to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, all three of us men have women to protect. What about you? Do you have a woman in need of protection? Chapter 731. A rather unpleasant feeling upon hearing this. Ye Feng felt a surge of anger. This insufferable portly man, perhaps envious of Ye Feng's superior looks, was subtly undermining him. What was his intent? However, after some contemplation, Ye Feng decided to let it go. After all, he was blessed with the most beautiful Du Yin He Na in the world. Why engage in a petty rivalry with this annoying, portly fellow? I am merely a third-tier power master. I hardly possess the capability to protect you all. It would be more fitting for you to protect me, Ye Feng humbly replied. Huh. Ju Yu and Mei Sang exchanged glances, a flicker of disdain evident in their eyes. They detested weak men, although Ye Feng appeared quite handsome. He now seemed less appealing than the greasy, portly man. The disparity between him and Wu Tian was striking. At that moment, the aloof woman cast a glance at Ye Feng. Her gaze was promptly caught by Wu Tian nearby. Wherever the icy beauty roamed, men vied for her attention, boasting of their strengths. Those lacking in rank flaunted their unique abilities. Those devoid of both resorted to showcasing their lineage, while others sought to impress in alternative ways. Only Ye Feng seemed unfazed by the competition, which piqued her curiosity, though it did not amount to any genuine affection. However, Wu Tian misconstrued her gaze. In the eyes of a sycophant, a goddess's mere glance towards someone is perceived as interest. Exotic one, Ye Feng, your physique is rather intriguing. Henceforth, you shall lead the way. Wu Tian maintained a calm tone, striving not to reveal his jealousy before the goddess, as that would be too unrefined. Ye Feng mused. Women are indeed perilous. The ancients do not deceive. Yes, Ye Feng, you shall go ahead, the portly man hastily concurred. He had also noticed the icy woman's glance and felt an equal pang of jealousy. In truth, his affections lay not with Ju Yu, who had just professed her feelings, but rather with the more alluring icy beauty. Yet, with the formidable King Li pursuing her, he felt he had no claim. Nevertheless, he found satisfaction in undermining Ye Feng. Senior brother, this person is merely a third-tier power master. Allowing him to lead is unjust. I should take the lead instead, the icy beauty remarked coolly. Junior sister, you possess a body of unparalleled worth. How can you dare to venture forth? It would be prudent for Ye Feng to lead the way, a being of another race. I trust you have no objections, do you? As Wu Tian spoke, a hint of menace glimmered in his gaze. Alas, very well. Ye Feng's sole desire at present is to acquire the martial techniques of the Divine Temple. He harbors no wish to engage in rivalries. The group continued their journey. Suddenly, A furious roar pierced the air ahead. Before them sat a towering gorilla, 5 meters in height, surrounded by the lifeless corpses of sand beasts. Judging by their size, these sand beasts were at least of the 15th tier. Yet, despite the gorilla's height of merely 6 meters, it emanated an aura of formidable strength. Could this be the 20th tier sand beast? Ye Feng's countenance shifted, instinctively retreating. No, the 20th tier sand beast is a earth dragon. This must be the singular 19th tier sand beast, a subordinate of the 20th tier beast. Wu Tian's expression turned grave. A 19th tier sand beast equates to the prowess of a first-tier power king. Ye Feng's face darkened as he stealthily withdrew into the crowd. A power king level sand beast? However, the stout fellow stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the gorilla. What is this? Are you intrigued? Wu Tian inquired. I could give it a try. If I fail, I would request Lord Wu Tian to intervene, the stout fellow replied. Very well. Go ahead and try. If it proves too much, call for me. And my junior sister and I shall respond promptly, Wu Tian replied nonchalantly. Excellent. With that, the stout fellow swiftly positioned himself before the 19th tier sand beast, and the battle commenced. However, he underestimated the sand beast. Among sand beasts, even those of the same tier can vary in strength. As the gorilla was closer to humanity, its combat prowess surpassed that of serpentine or scorpion-like sand beasts. Most importantly, its intelligence exceeded that of those cold-blooded creatures by a considerable margin. Within mere exchanges, the stout fellow found himself dodging desperately, clearly at a disadvantage. Alas, just as the stout fellow uttered those words, he was sent flying with a resounding crash. Midair, he spat 3 mouthfuls of blood before crashing to the ground. At that moment, the sand beast suddenly turned its gaze towards Ye Feng. It pounded its fists against its chest in a frenzied display before charging directly at Ye Feng. Cursed be this fate. With no retreat left, Ye Feng grasped the hilt of his sword. Clang! The blade shimmered as he deftly evaded the sand beast's arm, simultaneously freezing its wound with his icy true energy to hinder its rapid healing. With a second strike, Ye Feng leaped into the air, his curved blade slicing cleanly above the gorilla's head. Clang! The curved blade returned to its sheath. Boom! A colossal head tumbled to rest at Ye Feng's feet. Ye Feng was both astonished and elated, never anticipating that even a power king-level sand beast would now prove no match for him. Perhaps this was attributable to his cultivation reaching the 5th layer of the dragon elephant technique, along with the 3rd layer of the Chongyang skill. With each swing of his blade, he could unleash thrice his physical strength, which explains why this 19th tier sand beast was utterly incapable of withstanding his might. As I glanced back, I noticed the 4 individuals, including the portly figure, gaping in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Even Wu Tian cast a perplexed glance towards Ye Feng. Meanwhile, the icy beauty furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend how Ye Feng, a mere 3rd-tier force master, could have slain a sand beast comparable to a force king. While it is generally true that sand beasts are not formidable opponents for humans of the same rank, Ye Feng's effortless victory, merely 2 strikes, was astonishing. After a prolonged moment, the group emerged from their shock. Yet, no one offered praise to Ye Feng, nor did anyone engage him in conversation. Continue forward, portly one. You shall lead the way, Wu Tian suddenly proclaimed. Me? Lead the way? The portly man's face flushed a deep, oily hue. Otherwise, shall we allow Ye Feng to take the lead? Wu Tian replied nonchalantly. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Ye Feng's displayed prowess was now on par with his own. Respecting the strong is an immutable law of this world. Very well, the portly man nodded, reluctantly grasping his weapon and moving ahead. The group pressed onward. At this juncture, they were not far from the library of the divine sight, and Wu Tian halted, dropping to the ground to perform a listening technique. After a brief interval, he rose. Junior sister, brother Yi, just ahead lies the library. Yet there are no signs of sand beasts. Something is amiss. Thus, what are your plans? Wu Tian inquired, directing his gaze towards Ye Feng and the cold beauty. I am but a humble 3rd-tier force master, Lord Wu Tian. You may take the lead, Ye Feng modestly replied. Brother, as the leader of our party, the decision rests with you. Should the need arise, I will lend my assistance, the cold beauty added, her words somewhat aligning with Ye Feng's humble tone, which left Wu Tian feeling rather uneasy. Very well, let us proceed, Wu Tian declared, striding forward at a rapid pace. Indeed, the cold beauty easily kept up with him. Following closely were the 4 ninth-tier force masters. However, Ye Feng lagged behind. Having never practiced any extraordinary techniques like flying on grass, it was only natural for a 3rd-tier force master to struggle to keep pace. Nevertheless, his aura remained the most composed among them. Time passed, and they leaped over 2 enormous structures, arriving before a peculiar stone edifice. Surrounding the stone building was a faint halo of white light. Within this structure, there must be divine artifacts, for such a barrier would not exist without reason. However, compared to the intense glow emanating from the spear in the altar area, this was significantly weaker. Let us each rely on our abilities to breach this barrier, Wu Tian concluded, his muscles tensing in anticipation. In the next moment, he forcefully collided with the white light, effortlessly penetrating the barrier. The cold beauty emitted a soft huff, delivering 2 powerful strikes against the white light. After a brief period, she too managed to slip through the barrier amidst the force of her strikes. The 4 ninth-tier force masters found the task considerably more arduous, taking almost 5 minutes to finally breach the white light, and even then, the portly man spat out a mouthful of blood, having sustained minor internal injuries from his earlier battle with the level 19 sand beast. Ye Feng, how do I get in? Ye Feng inquired from outside the white light. Simply force your way through. If you cannot break in, you are unworthy of the martial skills within. The cold voice of Wu Tian echoed from within the brilliance. No, I must acquire the martial skills. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. In the next moment, several of his bones began to mobilize. When the strength from his joints surged into his fists, Ye Feng unleashed a powerful strike. A hole appeared in the white light, and seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng swiftly darted inside, faster than the 4 ninth-tier power masters, yet slightly slower than Wu Tian and the enchanting woman. Excellent. This is intriguing. Now, let us commence our search, Wu Tian declared, rushing towards the nearby racks. Countless towering iron shelves stood before them, each adorned with a box at intervals. Wu Tian opened the first box, revealing a scroll of warped characters, which he promptly discarded. Senior brother, look higher. The martial techniques at elevated heights must be more formidable, the alluring woman remarked, climbing up the iron shelves. The others quickly followed suit, ascending rapidly. Ye Feng also hurriedly opened box after box. In the next moment, his gaze was captured by one particular box. Witchcraft? Ye Feng rejoiced. Duoyan Hina had been practicing this art, and bringing it back might prove beneficial for her. With this thought, Ye Feng tucked the animal skin scroll into his bag. Are there any fire manipulation techniques? Wu Tian called out from the 11th level of the racks. Yes, I have one here. Mai Sangni raised a piece of animal skin. Excellent. Keep it for now, and later, lend me a copy. Wu Tian exclaimed with delight, continuing his search for fire manipulation techniques. At that moment, Zhuyu suddenly began to knock repeatedly on a section of the floor, striking it dozens of times in various directions. After a brief moment, a stone slab sprang up, revealing an iron box within. The space within the restriction was quite limited, and 6 pairs of eyes turned toward her simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Tian and the others landed directly before Zhuyu. This technique is hidden so discreetly. It must be a remarkable treasure, far superior to the more obvious items. Hand it over. Wu Tian commanded without hesitation. Me? Zhuyu hesitated for merely a second before dutifully passing the animal skin over. The venerable Saint Demon technique. Wu Tian exclaimed in jubilation, hastily handing the animal skin to the enchanting woman. Junior sister, this is the legendary foundational technique of body refinement. The very technique once utilized by the spear god. The dragon tortoise elephant technique, the diamond formula, the iron mountain strike. These martial arts all stem from the venerable Saint Demon technique, and they are all derivatives of its first layer. Due to the immense medicinal energy it consumes, direct cultivation is impossible. Thus, the body refinement techniques practiced in our world are merely simplified versions. Wu Tian's speech faltered with excitement, clearly signifying the extraordinary nature of the venerable Saint Demon technique. Ye Feng's expression shifted. When he practiced the dragon elephant technique, he had sensed numerous flaws within it. For instance, while the dragon elephant technique could enhance the physical body, it lacked any restorative abilities. The authentic body refinement technique should inherently possess restorative capabilities, should it not? Lord Wutian. Since the Brahmin Saint Devil art necessitates a substantial amount of medicinal potency for sustenance, what utility do we derive from acquiring this technique? The stout man could not restrain his curiosity. What do you understand? This is a technique left behind by the divine, even if we glean merely a fraction from it. The benefits are immense. The Brahmin Saint Devil art comprises 9 levels. Just the first level has spawned numerous body refinement techniques that endure to this day. Is this something to be taken lightly? Wu Tian retorted, his gaze fixated intently upon the animal skin scroll. Lord Wu Tian, might I request a copy? Ye Feng stepped forward eagerly. This? Wu Tian hesitated. After all, it was a unique technique in the world, and truth be told, he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Senior brother, let us adhere to our previous agreement. Each of us shall make a copy, remarked the cold and elegant woman with a calm demeanor. Very well. I shall heed my junior's counsel. Let us depart now. Within this entire library, the Brahmin Saint Devil art is the only treasure. All else is mere refuse. Upon concluding his statement, Wu Tian prepared to break through the barrier. However, at that moment, a sinister voice echoed from above. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I knew my patience would not be in vain here. The voice reverberated as a young man descended from atop the shelves, empty-handed, with eyes as blue as the ocean. A formidable aura radiated from him. 5. A fifth-tier power king. The cold and elegant woman's expression shifted for the first time. Hand it over. The young man extended his hand, speaking without a trace of courtesy. Wu Tian's breath quickened. He was certain that this youth could dispatch all 7 of them effortlessly with a single hand. Yet, the Brahmin Saint Devil art was an unparalleled treasure. He was loath to surrender it so easily. Esteemed brother, how about this? Allow me to copy it, and once completed, I shall return the original to you. Retaining only a duplicate for myself, Wu Tian proposed. Ha ha. The youth scoffed, his form flickering. In the next instant, he vanished. Wu Tian barely had time to react before the scroll in his arms had disappeared. Moments later, the youth reappeared behind them, discarding several ordinary animal skins, yet clutching solely the scroll of the Brahmin Saint Devil art. Incredible. So this is how one cultivates? The Diamond Sutra truly leads one astray, the youth murmured to himself, seemingly entranced. You. Wu Tian seethed with rage, ready to confront him, but was restrained by the cold and elegant woman. Senior brother, let it go? After speaking, she turned to the youth. Esteemed brother, the technique is yours. We shall take our leave. With that, she began to move towards the barrier. Wait. The youth called out to them. What is it? The cold and elegant woman slightly turned her body. You have all perused this animal skin. I apologize. But I am someone who prefers to indulge in solitary enjoyment. Should you disseminate the knowledge you've retained in your minds, the Brahmin Saint Devil art would likely become commonplace. Thus, for the sake of my exclusive possession, I must impose upon you, remarked the youth, as he tucked the scroll into his garment, his murderous intent flickering ominously. Chapter 733. Let me deal with you first without hesitation. Wu Tian stepped back a few paces, drawing his sword with a sharp sound. The others swiftly armed themselves, casting vigilant glances at the fifth-tier power king. The cold and alluring woman hesitated for a moment before suddenly unfastening her belt, gripping a slender whip that bore a flame-shaped tip. Ye Feng inadvertently retreated several steps, his gaze sweeping across the restricted space. He intended to seize the opportunity to break through the barrier and escape while the youth engaged in combat with the others, confident that the youth would not pursue relentlessly. At that moment, the dark-faced man abruptly retreated a dozen steps, brandishing his iron sword as he charged toward the barrier. As the sword pierced through the restriction, his body followed suit, landing outside. It turned out that he had not exerted his full strength when he initially struck the barrier. Now, at the brink of life and death, he unleashed his true power. Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. However, the next instant, the dark-faced man's body halted, and he exploded into a mass of flesh. You! Wu Tian exclaimed in shock, hurriedly shielding his junior sister behind him. The youth let out a chilling laugh, gesturing toward the barrier. It was then that Ye Feng realized this individual had set a delicate net within the confines of the barrier, crafted from an incredibly resilient material capable of shredding the dark-faced man into pieces. In a flash, Ye Feng reached into the sack he carried. After slaying that young master, he had seemingly acquired a golden hemp garment. He wondered if it could withstand the cutting power of that net. Split up and flee. His net is small and cannot encompass the entire barrier, Geo declared, swiftly darting toward the rear of the barrier. Yes, disperse, the rotund man responded, sprinting to the left side of the barrier. The youth remained expressionless, suddenly raising his hand. Boom. Half of the rotund man's body exploded, and he plummeted from midair. "Ah, my shoulder, my shoulder," he cried out in a shrill wail. Behind the barrier, Geo felt a surge of hope and hastened her speed, attempting to exploit the opening to escape beyond the barrier. As long as she reached the outside, the youth would undoubtedly prioritize dealing with Wu Tian and the others within the barrier, granting her a twofold chance of survival. However, in the next moment, a faint glimmer caught her eye ahead. Not good. At a crucial juncture, Geo abruptly halted, her body swerving slightly. Yet, it was too late. A shriek escaped her lips as an arm fell to the ground. Beside her, a thread as delicate as a spider's web trembled slightly, a droplet of blood sliding down to the earth. Geo's eyes widened in horror as she discovered that the restricted space behind her was densely woven with myriad threads. Had she not braked in time, she would have suffered the same fate as the dark-faced man, reduced to a pile of dismembered flesh. "Why don't you all take your own lives? I have no desire to dirty my hands, for you are simply too weak," the youth remarked coolly, his gaze fixed intently on the group. However, when his eyes passed over Ye Feng's form, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. As an ancient being who has lived for over 4 centuries, he possesses an acute sensitivity to certain matters that are obscured by fate. Could it be that the situation involving my junior sister, Ye Feng, and Mei Seng-Yang has become increasingly evident? This individual has arrived here ahead of time and has already laid an intricate web of traps. There is no escaping now. Our only hope lies in the unity of the 4 of us, engaging in a desperate struggle against him. This may grant us a slender chance of survival. Do not entertain thoughts of relying on others to delay him while you flee. Such actions would only lead to our collective demise. Wu Tian fixed his gaze firmly upon the youth, speaking without turning his head. "All right, let us join forces. That is our only opportunity." The others nodded in agreement. "Attack!" Wu Tian leapt into the air, his fingers releasing a surge of blazing flames that raced towards the youth. Alas, the flames merely passed through the youth's form. Shadow shifting. Wu Tian had scarcely uttered the words when the youth had already circled behind him, seizing him by the throat. Boom! The flames struck the barrier, spreading throughout the spherical confinement and causing the temperature within to soar. Suddenly, a slender whip lashed out from a distance, aimed at the youth's neck. However, with a casual flick of his hand, the youth deftly caught the whip's tail, yanking it back with considerable force. The coldly beautiful woman found herself propelled towards the youth. Die! Mei Seng-Yang swung her curved blade, targeting the youth's back. "Haha, too slow." The youth chuckled, abruptly lifting Wu Tian's body and using it as a shield. "What?" Mei Seng-Yang was taken aback, managing to halt her strike at the critical moment. Bang! The youth retaliated with a swift kick, sending Mei Seng-Yang crashing into the barrier, blood spewing from her mouth as she flew 10 meters away. In the next instant, flames engulfed Mei Seng-Yang. "Aya!" Mei Seng-Yang screamed in agony amidst the flames, frantically flailing her arms. "Ye Feng, why are you still standing there?" Wu Tian glared at him. "Why aren't you joining the fight?" The coldly beautiful woman, whose whip had been seized, also glared at Ye Feng. Sighing heavily, Ye Feng lamented. "I initially intended to escape amidst the chaos, but this youth is far too powerful. In less than 3 seconds, he has defeated 3 formidable opponents." Bang! Wu Tian's head was brutally crushed, his headless body swaying, as if performing Tai Chi within the barrier. The youth withdrew his bloodied hands, surveying the remaining 4. The stout man, half of his body missing, understood that today's battle was one of life and death. Thus he stood resolutely behind Ye Feng despite his grievous injuries. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Yu, having lost an arm, retreated obediently, standing side by side with Ye Feng and the others. Puff! Mei Seng-Yang's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, reduced to nothing more than charred remains. With a single strike, Wu Tian had swiftly dispatched a Power King and a 9th-tier Force Master. Even the coldly beautiful woman displayed a flicker of terror upon witnessing this. "I shall deal with you first." The youth's scrutiny of Ye Feng deepened, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he thrust his palm forward. Sigh. It appears that there is no way to pass this challenge. Ye Feng clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. The full force of his golden roar struck the young man, who, despite being a 5th-stage Power King, merely felt a slight heaviness in his head. In the next moment, Ye Feng's body surged forward, a wave of icy true energy sweeping towards him. "Ha ha! A trivial skill." The young man boldly charged into the frost. The icy energy struck him, yet he showed no signs of faltering. However, in the following instant, he suddenly felt a numbness throughout his body, as if time had momentarily halted for him. Die. With a surge of electrical energy, Ye Feng grounded himself, rhythmically mobilizing the bones throughout his body. Chapter 734. The Cold and Elegant Woman. As the power of all his bones was unleashed, Ye Feng simultaneously struck with both fists. Boom. The young man staggered back several steps, astonished as he gazed at Ye Feng. You're merely at the third stage Power Master level, yet you possess such strength? Ye Feng remained silent and charged forward once more. This time, he circled behind the young man, thrusting his arms beneath his ribs and gripping his neck, a definitive lock in close combat. What are you waiting for? The cold and elegant woman, filled with joy, picked up the iron sword from the ground and aimed it at the young man's chest. Bang! The young man countered with a powerful palm strike, sending the sword flying 10 meters away, the sheer force whipping the elegant woman's hair back. Ah! The stout figure roared in fury, lunging at the young man's feet, using his own legs and one arm to ensnare him, preventing any movement. Die! The young man was utterly enraged. He struck the stout man's back with a fierce palm. Bang! A gaping wound appeared in the stout man's chest, yet fueled by sheer determination. He refused to release his grip despite the grave injury. Blood-sucking technique. Ye Feng activated the technique to its maximum capacity. At this moment, Jiu also rushed over, delivering a palm strike to the young man's chest. You insignificant insects! The young man bellowed, sending both Jiu and the stout man reeling backward. The stout man rolled several times upon landing, his body remaining motionless. Yet Jiu, gritting her teeth, charged at the young man again. The situation had escalated to one of life and death. Everyone was compelled to exert their utmost effort. Bang! The young man's elbow connected with Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng opened his mouth, spitting blood onto the young man's neck. Bang! Another elbow strike, and Ye Feng coughed up more blood. Release me, release me, release me. The young man was furious, astonished that such a minor third-stage Power Master could exhibit such resilience. A normal person would have long lost their strength from a blow like that. Yet Ye Feng's power seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of waning. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's blood-sucking technique began to penetrate the young man's skin, slowly spreading into his muscles. Something is amiss. What kind of ability is this? The young man instantly sensed that something was wrong. Ye Feng let out a cold snicker, remaining silent as he concentrated all his energy on the blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At last, the technique took effect deep within the young man's reserves, rendering his throat hoarse and nearly speechless. Nonetheless, being a fifth-tier power king, the magnificent energy within his dantian was continuously replenishing his body. Yet, with each bit of energy regained, it was swiftly drained away by Ye Feng. Release me, you bastard! The young man seethed, angrily elbowing backward once more. Thud! Jiu struck the young man's calf with her blade, though it penetrated merely half an inch. It still caused him to leap in pain. The cold beauty seized a spear, thrusting it fiercely toward the young man's chest. Thud! It proved ineffective, as the spear was thwarted by some leather armor protecting his torso. Pierce his abdomen, Ye Feng urged with great effort. Oh, very well. The cold beauty lowered her spear tip and thrust it down hard, a flame erupting from its point. Boom! The force was akin to an explosion. The young man screamed as fire engulfed his abdomen. Ye Feng rejoiced, feeling the core energy field of the young man shatter, allowing the blood-sucking technique to act upon him at an accelerated pace. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. In but a moment, the young man's eyes began to roll back. However, his elbows continued to batter against Ye Feng's chest, though his strength had diminished significantly compared to before. In stark contrast, Ye Feng's grip remained unwavering, as resilient as ever. Thud! The cold beauty withdrew her spear and once more lunged at the young man's abdomen. Boom! The blood-sucking technique finally breached the young man's energy core. In an instant, his nape began to wither, transforming into a slender, desiccated form, and ultimately, his entire chest caved in. His once plump cheeks morphed into those of a mummy. Yet, Ye Feng did not dare to relent, pushing the blood-sucking technique to its utmost limits. After all, he was a fifth-tier power king. Unless the energy within his dantian was completely drained, a mere trace could allow him to recover instantaneously. Hi! Jiu swung her curved blade once more. Thud! The young man's legs were severed at the knees, leaving no energy to impede the blade's passage. The cold beauty rejoiced, thrusting her spear into the young man's abdomen again, twisting it to amplify his agony. Hee. The young man emitted strange sounds from his throat, as it had been drained of energy, rendering him unable to speak normally. Yet, the cold beauty discerned from his terrified gaze that this fifth-tier power king was pleading for mercy. Die! She thrust forward with all her might, the spear piercing through his eye socket and emerging from the back of his head, nearly striking Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng sensed that the young man had no energy left to absorb. Cautiously, he released his grip, staggering back a few steps. What remained was merely a mummy. After swaying a couple of times, it collapsed onto the stone floor with a crack, its skin completely desiccated, transformed into a mere specimen. Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. The coldly beautiful woman and Juyu also exhaled deeply, falling to the ground as well, gasping for air without any semblance of decorum. After a moment, Ye Feng struggled to his feet and tore open the young man's chest garment, retrieving a scroll of the sacred demon art. To his astonishment, he realized that his previous application of the blood-sucking technique had been too excessive, leaving half of the sacred demon art in tatters. This is disastrous. Ye Feng quickly placed the remaining half gently on the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon the inscriptions. Only the first 4 levels of the technique remained intact. The subsequent 5 levels had completely disintegrated. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he spoke. The coldly beautiful woman and Juyu approached, their faces reflecting regret as they gazed at the fragmented scroll. Never mind, Ye Feng. No ego. Having half of the technique is still quite commendable. After all, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate the sacred demon art to the 9th level. Even reaching the 2nd level is a daunting task, given the immense energy required. An ordinary person simply lacks the time to dedicate to such cultivation, Juyu murmured softly. Sayu. Ye Feng sighed heavily. While it is true that you cannot reach the 9th level, I certainly can, for I possess the blood-sucking technique, which allows me to refine energy without constraint. However, I no longer dare to advance, fearing the return of my inner demons. Juyu, you are utterly lacking in decorum. Do not stare at the sacred demon art. This technique will belong solely to Ye Xiong from now on. The coldly beautiful woman suddenly interjected. Chapter 735, Brother Feng. You are truly impressive. Having witnessed Ye Feng's formidable strength, she felt a jolt of alarm, fearing that Ye Feng might be selfish. If the two of them were to glimpse the sacred demon art, they could very well be silenced. Ye Feng regarded her with curiosity. I seem to recall you have yet to introduce yourself, he said. I am Cold Flame, the coldly beautiful woman replied earnestly. Greetings, Cold Flame. Let us adhere to our prior agreement and each copy the sacred demon art. You two shall take the respective duplicates, Ye Feng suggested. Cold Flame's expression shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing with caution as she scrutinized Ye Feng, uncertain of his intentions. As far as she was aware, cultivators were typically quite selfish. Could Ye Feng truly be so fair-minded? In a position of overwhelming strength, he chose not to monopolize the sacred demon art. If it were an ordinary technique, it might be understandable, but this was the only technique left behind by the divine. I apologize, but as a woman, I am not suited to cultivate the sacred demon art, and I lack the necessary energy for such an endeavor. Any energy we cultivators possess is dedicated solely to advancement. Leaving no room for waste, Cold Flame replied, shaking her head. Ye Feng was generous, yet she could not turn a blind eye to such an opportunity. Ye Go. I too am ill-suited to cultivate the sacred demon art. You should keep it for yourself, and rest assured we will not divulge your acquisition of it. Juyu said sincerely. Cold Flame shot a glare at Juyu, thinking, is this foolish woman trying to provoke Ye Feng's wrath? Do you truly not wish to cultivate this technique? Ye Feng regarded the two women with suspicion. Truly, indeed. Upon receiving a positive affirmation from the two women, Ye Feng could only tuck away the half-completed Brahma's sacred demon technique into his bosom. Thus resolved, he bid them farewell with a slight bow. Having narrowly escaped death, he decided to return home for rest, intending to recuperate until the night of the full moon before seeking the sacred water. Brother Ye, your purpose this time must be to find the sacred water, correct? Perhaps I could assist you. Cold Flame suddenly interjected. That could be agreeable. Ye Feng nodded, then turned to Juyu. What do you think? Brother Ye, I have lost an arm, and thus I plan to leave the shrine and return to my tribe immediately. I cannot remain here any longer, Juyu replied. Very well, do take care on your journey. Ye Feng said with a slight bow. After Ji Yu spoke, she forcefully broke through the barrier and vanished from Ye Feng and Cold Flame's sight. Cold sister, we should also take our leave, Ye Feng remarked, picking up the burlap sack from the corpse. As this was a 5th-tier strength king, it must hold valuable items. Indeed, Brother Yi, Cold Flame responded with exaggerated politeness, making Ye Feng feel somewhat uncomfortable. He longed for the return of her former proud demeanor. Once they breached the barrier, the two made their way back to the stone house. Cold Flame followed closely behind Ye Feng, her earlier arrogance dissipated. It seemed that regardless of how aloof a woman may appear, her demeanor has its limits. In the presence of those she considers beneath her, she exudes an air of superiority. However, when confronted with someone whose power instills fear, that aloofness vanishes instantaneously. Entering the stone house, Ye Feng glanced towards the 4th floor. There lay his arrangements, untouched, confirming that Jia Sang and the others were safe. Brother Feng, Jin Qi exclaimed as he flung open the door, energetically waving at Ye Feng. The 4 of them were vigilantly watching the 2 windows, one facing the hall, the other overlooking the exterior of the stone house. Come up quickly. Who is that behind you, Jin Qi's expression altered as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Cold Flame. Was she truly a strength king? Have you encountered any dangers recently? Ye Feng inquired, leading Cold Flame towards the 4th floor. Fortunately not, Brother Feng. Who is this? Jin Qi pointed at Cold Flame. Oh, she is a companion I met. She intends to accompany us in a few days to seek the sacred water, Ye Feng replied casually. At that moment, Jia Sang and the others emerged, equally awed by Cold Flame's powerful presence, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not be afraid. She is my companion, Ye Feng assured them. Wow, Brother Feng, you are truly impressive to have found a strength king level companion. Moreover, she does not appear to be an ordinary strength king. Her power seems to exceed the 2nd tier. Jin Qi expressed, utterly in awe of Ye Feng. All right, enough of that. Let us prepare to kindle a fire and roast some meat. For both Cold Sister and I are famished, Ye Feng declared. Right away, Jin Yi Mei and Yu Sun hurried off to attend to the task. After the meal, Jia Sang respectfully arranged for Cold Flame to stay in a small chamber, laying down beast skins for her comfort. Meanwhile, Ye Feng returned to his own quarters. Close the door. I do not wish to be disturbed, Ye Feng instructed Jin Qi. Understood. Jin Qi hastily secured the door, serving as the guardian of the entrance. Once assured of solitude, Ye Feng unfurled the hide. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dragon elephant technique indeed misled many disciples, omitting numerous fundamental steps. Ye Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally acquired the authentic body refinement method. However, a moment later, a sense of clarity washed over him. If every step were to be meticulously followed, the medicinal energy consumed by the dragon elephant technique would be excessively demanding. For an ordinary person, such resources would be prohibitively wasteful. After all, the medicinal energy one could absorb over a lifetime was finite. Yet, his situation was distinct. He had no need to forego any steps. Ye Feng then opened the sack belonging to the 5th stage Power King. To his surprise, the sack contained 3 high-grade crystal pills. Just the scent of their medicinal power revealed their potency exceeded level 20, with none below that threshold. Additionally, he found 3 or 4 small vials, alongside an object resembling a sleeve arrow. Upon examining the small vials, he discerned they contained crystal pellets crafted from crystal pills. Undoubtedly high-grade, suitable for distribution among the citizens of Hot Spring Island to enhance their strength. Next, Ye Feng scrutinized the mechanism that resembled a sleeve arrow. With a soft click, a layer of webbing shot forth, swiftly ensnaring a stone. In the blink of an eye, the web rapidly contracted, reducing the stone to fragments with minimal effort. Such resilient threads. Ye Feng approached, grasping the released webbing. It exhibited remarkable toughness, yet was exceedingly fine, nearly invisible unless inspected closely. Intriguingly, it could be utilized by those of weaker strength among his loved ones, such as Hina, who, though skilled in curses, possessed little personal power. Contemplating Du Yen, Hina, and their child, a gentle smile of happiness graced Ye Feng's face. He thought to himself, I, Ye Feng, now have offspring and a wife of unparalleled beauty. Life is indeed fulfilling. Nevertheless, he resolved to elevate his strength first. With this in mind, Ye Feng clasped a crystal pill in each hand. The Brahma's sacred demon technique began to circulate slowly within him. Time seemed to blur. It felt as though 2 or 3 days had passed. Chapter 736. Sister Lung, you are too extravagant. Ye Feng's eyes were tightly shut, yet at that moment, he could perceive the inner workings of his body. He noticed a faint golden hue emerging upon his once white bones. Simultaneously, the color of his bone marrow transitioned from white to a delicate lavender. Boom! A powerful surge of energy coursed through Ye Feng's entire being. Roars erupted from within him. Had he succeeded? The first layer of the Brahma's sacred demon technique was complete. Ye Feng was elated, astonished by the remarkable efficiency with which his physique adapted to the Brahma's sacred demon technique. Perhaps it was linked to his blood scales. Or maybe it was the result of his prior cultivation of the dragon elephant technique. Regardless, he had successfully reached the first layer of the Brahma's sacred demon technique. Unlike the inferior dragon elephant technique, the completion of the Brahma's sacred technique bestowed upon Ye Feng an unprecedented sense of stability, akin to constructing a wooden house upon solidly compacted earth. Previously, the dragon elephant art he practiced resembled erecting a 7-story edifice upon a foundation of mere mud, precariously poised to collapse at any moment due to its insufficient grounding. Moreover, the venerable holy divine demon technique bestowed enhancements in various aspects. For instance, his eyesight sharpened, his speed quickened, and even within his soul, something was completed, instilling Ye Feng with the confidence to elevate his prowess to the 4th tier of Power Master without succumbing to the temptations of inner demons. With renewed determination, Ye Feng grasped the crystal elixirs and endeavored to break through the bottleneck to become a 4th tier Power Master. With the foundation provided by the venerable holy divine demon technique, he effortlessly transcended to the 4th tier with merely 2 level 20 crystal elixirs. The absence of any dreamlike sensation in his mind confirmed the solidity of his advancement from the 3rd to the 4th tier. As Ye Feng caressed his skin and glanced at a stone by the door, he flicked his finger, sending a stream of energy through the stone. 3 seconds later, it exploded with a resounding crack, disintegrating into powder. He sensed that, with this newfound grounding and the remaining crystal elixirs in his possession, he could certainly strive for the 5th tier of Power Master. However, he reconsidered. It was paramount to proceed with caution, lest he inadvertently provoke inner demons. He could not ascertain if he would emerge unscathed next time. It was conceivable that he might be ensnared for millennia, reduced to mere bones. Ye Feng then retrieved the beast hide of the dragon elephant art from his bosom. After a brief moment of hesitation, he obliterated it. It was a misguided pursuit. In comparison to the venerable holy divine demon technique, the dragon elephant art was akin to a primary school essay juxtaposed against a literary masterpiece. The former could stand on its own merit, exuding an inexplicable profundity even in its obscurities. In stark contrast, the dragon elephant art was riddled with contradictions, leaving him too apprehensive to continue its practice, fearing potential missteps. While I may not ascend to the 5th tier, I can certainly attempt to cultivate the 2nd layer of the venerable holy divine demon technique. Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy as he turned his attention to the 2nd layer. As time gently flowed, he introspected within his being. The faint golden hue upon his bones became increasingly pronounced, while the purple of his bone marrow deepened slightly. Furthermore, the energy contained within his bones began to permeate through his tendons, muscles, and skin. This sensation was marvelous, akin to a battered and bruised body gradually undergoing a meticulous restoration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Brother Feng, today marks the 9th day. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon. It was Jin Qi's voice calling from beyond the door. Ye Feng was startled, realizing how swiftly time had passed. He quickly withdrew his technique and rose slowly. Although he had yet to master the 2nd layer of the venerable holy divine demon technique, he believed that with a few more high-level crystal elixirs and an additional 10 days, he could certainly reach that level. Coupled with his foundational strength as a 4th tier Power Master, he would likely be able to easily contend with that 5th tier Power King. He could feel the formidable might contained within the venerable holy divine demon technique. Each move flowed seamlessly, imbued with the essence of the very cosmos. Ye Feng gently pushed open the wooden door, revealing a small room where Lung Yan was seated. Surrounding her were Jia Sang and others, either sitting or standing. Upon noticing Ye Feng, they simultaneously rose, gazing at him with a hint of surprise, particularly Lung Yan, who sensed that although Ye Feng's aura was only at the level of a strength master, it inexplicably emanated an aura of extreme peril. Jia Sang and the others remained in awe, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his presence. "Brother Feng, are we to make our move tonight?" Ye Sun approached him, leaning softly against him. "Indeed, tonight is the night of the full moon. After our dinner, we shall depart, traversing the divine site area and entering the altar region." Ye Feng replied calmly. "Excellent." Jin Yi Mei and Ye Sun hurried off to prepare the meal, while Jin Shi dusted off the chair for Ye Feng to sit. Opposite him sat Leng Yan. "Brother Yi, your strength seems to have progressed significantly. Have you advanced again?" Leng Yan inquired. "Yes, I am now a level 4 strength master." Ye Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. With the enhancement of his power, he felt an overwhelming surge within him, a wild vigor he struggled to suppress. "Indeed, with your capabilities, should you advance to a level 4 strength master, many strength kings would no longer stand as your equals," Leng Yan remarked gravely. "Sister Leng, you flatter me. My current strength is negligible on this continent. Yet you, at such a young age, have achieved the level of a level 2 strength king." Ye Feng feigned humility. "Brother Yi, you are quite young as well. I wonder how your wife is faring. With your strength, I presume you have quite a few ladies at home?" Leng Yan asked seemingly casually, yet her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Ye Feng's expression. "Haha, all is well with my wife and child," Ye Feng replied, his heart swelling with joy at the thought of his family. However, he failed to notice a flicker of disappointment cross Leng Yan's face. Though she hailed from a tribal society, Leng Yan was a proud woman, unwilling to share her partner with others. Upon learning that Ye Feng already had a wife and child, she reluctantly dismissed that notion. It was an understood truth that powerful individuals were never short of female companionship, a fact Leng Yan could comprehend. "Brother Feng, the meat is ready." Along with a pot of soup, the two women announced as they brought the food to the table. Having gone several meals without sustenance, Ye Feng eagerly sank his teeth into a generous piece of sand beast meat. The Brahma sacred demon art not only consumed crystal cores, but also had high demands for food. Ye Feng was particularly craving meat at this moment. In a short span, he devoured over 10 pounds of meat. His internal organs had long since developed extraordinary capabilities, allowing his stomach to compress food infinitely, far surpassing the digestive abilities of an ordinary person. Once satiated, Ye Feng stood up. "Let us retrieve the holy water." With that, he led the way downstairs. Chapter 737. The utterly devoted woman. The others quickly gathered their belongings and followed closely behind him. However, as the 6 of them stepped out of the stone house, a colossal creature rose before them. Before them stood a colossal sand beast towering over 20 meters, classified at level 17. "Brother Yi, your energy should be devoted to confronting that level 20 sand beast. Allow me to handle this one," Cold Flame asserted, stepping forward and grasping the slender whip firmly. "No, I intend to take action myself." After attaining the first layer of the sacred demon art, Ye Feng wished to test the limits of his physical prowess. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Brother Yi." Cold Flame retreated a step back. Ye Feng unsheathed the curved dagger from his waist and tossed it to Jin Shi. "Brother Feng, it would be prudent to use the knife. It ensures greater safety," Jin Shi advised. "Absolutely not," Ye Feng declared, taking a running leap, akin to a hammer, and collided fiercely with the level 17 sand beast. Boom. The impact caused the sand beast to shudder and stagger back several paces. Ye Feng, having descended from the air, promptly sprang back up, charging toward it once more. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of 4 consecutive impacts, the beast's brow was stained with crimson. Howling in distress, this formidable level 17 sand beast turned tail and fled. It had not anticipated that its renowned physical might could be bested by a mere human. Should the assault continue, its brow would surely shatter. Attempting to escape, this time, Ye Feng did not use his shoulder to ram. Instead, he leaped atop the beast's head, raining down blows with his iron fists. With each strike, the sand beast's stature diminished. After delivering a dozen punches, the creature could no longer withstand the onslaught of the sacred demon art and collapsed with a resounding thud. Amidst the swirling dust, Ye Feng leapt from the beast's body, his keen gaze scanning every corner. The smaller sand beasts, which had been lurking in the shadows, immediately bolted, their hooves pounding the ground as they fled in panic. Forward. Ye Feng reclaimed the curved dagger and continued onward. Jin Shi and the others, eyes alight with astonishment, quickly gathered around him. The exhilaration was palpable. In this perilous temple, they could stride confidently along the broad thoroughfare, untroubled by the threat of sand beasts. This sense of security was chiefly attributed to their formidable ally. "Brother Feng, You are perspiring, Yu Sun remarked, her sparkling eyes fixed on Ye Feng as she used her sleeve to wipe away his sweat. Brother Feng, you are covered in dust. Jin Yimei chimed in, eager to assist by patting his back. Once, she had been a proud woman, but upon witnessing Ye Feng's astonishing rate of advancement, her pride was shattered, transforming her into a devoted admirer. Please, do not treat me this way. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Just act normally, Ye Feng responded, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, Jin Yimei nodded obediently. Cold Flame, observing from behind, felt a twinge of discomfort. These two women were certainly belittling themselves. While Ye Feng was undeniably powerful, there were many who surpassed him, such as the 9th-tier Power King and even the Power Sovereign. These individuals were no less formidable than Ye Feng. Although he possessed numerous tactics and great abilities, he would find himself retreating if faced with the 9th-tier Power King. Jin Shi hoisted a massive axe upon his shoulder, confidently striding ahead of Ye Feng to safeguard him from potential dangers. A flicker of pride danced across his face, for he was now the protector of a truly formidable individual. It was akin to the royal guards surrounding an emperor, although they were mere dogs in the emperor's service. They were nobility among canines, engendering a sense of superiority. As they continued, they encountered several waves of sand beasts, all below level 14. Ye Feng refrained from intervening, allowing Jin Shi and the others to hone their skills. I slayed a 13th level sand beast. I did it all on my own, Jin Shi exclaimed, gazing at the fallen creature with tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Resuming their journey, Ye Feng shifted his gaze toward the periphery of the divine site. There lay the altar district, where numerous pyramid-shaped altars rose majestically. Though these pyramids lacked the height of those in Eternal Life City, their sheer abundance was impressive, each topped with a small platform. A deafening roar erupted from the altar area, reverberating through the air and numbing the ears of all present. Jin Shi and his companions hastily covered their ears, while only Ye Feng and the 2nd-tier Power King, Lung Yan, remained unaffected. That must be the sound emitted by a level 20 sand beast, Lung Yan remarked nonchalantly, showing little regard for the creature's strength. Let us proceed, Ye Feng declared, vaulting over a crumbling stone wall and landing in the towering altar district. Here, the number of sand beasts was markedly diminished, with human and beast corpses strewn across the ground. A sharp cry pierced the air. Ye Feng looked up to see several large dark shapes soaring through the clouds. Sandfowl, Jin Shi, hand me the axe. Of course, Jin Shi replied, promptly passing the axe. Ye Feng swung the axe in a wide arc before launching it skyward with a forceful flick. With a whoosh, the axe soared 100 meters before igniting in flames. A pained screech echoed from the clouds, and moments later, blood rained down from the sky. A colossal shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground before Ye Feng. It was a sand fowl, resembling both an eagle and a chicken, but with a gaping wound in its belly from the axe. It was clear it would not survive. Ye Feng estimated that this sandfowl's power far surpassed that of the colossal birds from Warm Springs Island. Yet, even this formidable creature could not withstand the might of a 4th-tier Power Master. It seemed wise not to have summoned the giant birds after all. As they rounded a pyramid, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Ahead, 10 individuals appeared, 4 women on the left and 6 men on the right, all exuding an aura of impending conflict. Instantly, 10 pairs of eyes fixated on Ye Feng and his companions. A Power King? One of the women gasped, quickly casting a respectful glance toward Lung Yan. Ye Feng scanned the group, noting that the 4 women were all below 3rd-tier Power Masters, while the 6 men were all Power Masters, with 1 man standing as a 9th-tier Power Warrior. In the past, Ye Feng might have been startled by such matters, but now he calmly addressed the esteemed elderly Wang, requesting justice. This formidable 16th-level sand beast was slain by the collective efforts of 10 individuals. Yet these 6 insisted on claiming 80% of the crystal cores. The woman approached Lung Yan, who remained impassive and turned her attention to Ye Feng. Brother Feng, shall we seek the sacred water now? She was disinclined to engage in trivial disputes. Yes, let us proceed. Obtaining the sacred water is of utmost importance. Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. Brother Feng, since we have encountered this situation, allow me to administer justice, Jin Shi declared as he hefted his massive axe, stepping forward to confront the group. Since you collaborated to slay this sand beast, the crystal core shall be divided into 10 equal shares, 1 for each. I trust you have no objections? Jin Shi proclaimed with an air of authority. The group fell silent, comprised largely of strength practitioners, and they were taken aback that a mere strength warrior like Jin Shi would dare to arbitrate their affairs. The woman ignored Jin Shi and turned her gaze back to Leng Yan. "Elderly Wang, we beseech you to intervene on our behalf." Leng Yan slowly shook his head and once more turned to Ye Feng. "Jin Shi, feel free to distribute the course. We must continue our journey." Ye Feng sighed, expressing his reluctance to involve himself in such trivial matters. However, since the situation had arisen, he decided to lend a hand, adhering to the principle that with greater power comes greater responsibility. "Isn't he merely a ninth-tier strength warrior?" A man murmured disdainfully. "Do you have an objection?" Zisong stepped forward threateningly. "No, no objection." The man quickly retreated, cowed by the strength practitioners. Before long, Jin Shi had completed the distribution of the crystal cores. He was internally elated, reveling in the prestige of associating with Brother Feng, relishing the ability to assert himself without fear of repercussions. Had Ye Feng not been present, he would have undoubtedly fled from the sight of these strength practitioners. "Esteemed elders, are you on your way to retrieve the sacred water?" After the distribution, the four women approached once more. Ye Feng glanced back to see the 6 men trailing closely behind. "With your limited abilities, do you truly intend to seek the sacred water? You likely wouldn't even breach the area guarded by the spear's restrictions," Leng Yan remarked coolly. "Well, we wish to try our luck. It is said that the sacred water can bring the dead back to life and enhance the body's absorption of crystal cores. It is truly the most extraordinary elixir." The woman responded, casting a brief appraisal of Ye Feng. She noted the queen's gaze frequently drifting toward him, leading her to ponder 2 possibilities. Either Ye Feng possessed a remarkable background, or the queen harbored affection for him. Regrettably, her deductions were entirely erroneous. "If you are not afraid of peril, then follow us. I have no objections. However, I must make it clear that should you encounter danger, neither I nor Brother Yi will come to your aid. You must rely on yourselves," Leng Yan stated matter-of-factly. "Rest assured, we require no assistance," the 4 women replied in unison, casting another lingering look at Ye Feng. Yet, they could not fathom why this mere 4th-tier strength practitioner seemed to be the focal point of the queen's attention. Did he possess some extraordinary talents? The 6 men trailed behind timidly, halting abruptly and donning faintly submissive smiles whenever Leng Yan glanced back. Clearly, these individuals were contemplating the acquisition of the holy water. "Brother Yi, how much holy water do you think lies beneath the altar?" Leng Yan inquired. "I am uncertain, but it should be a considerable amount," Ye Feng replied. "If there is only one portion, it is undoubtedly yours alone, Brother Yi. However, if there happen to be 2 portions, might I be granted the second?" Leng Yan asked in a conciliatory tone. The 4 women regarded Leng Yan with curiosity, casting another scrutinizing gaze at Ye Feng. "I apologize, but should there be a 5th portion, I would certainly bestow it upon you. The first 4, however, I require for my own survival," Ye Feng stated, a look of remorse upon his face. "For portions? Very well. I can only hope there is a plentiful supply of holy water beneath the altar." Leng Yan nodded in disappointment. She had anticipated that her beauty might inspire a degree of chivalry from Ye Feng, yet he insisted on hoarding the initial 4 portions for himself, a rather disheartening outcome. At that moment, 2 dark figures darted past them with lightning speed. A king of strength level? Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, the holy water had attracted such formidable king of strength warriors. As soon as he spoke, the 2 shadows abruptly reversed course, crashing down before Ye Feng and the others with a resounding thud. "Is it you?" Leng Yan's countenance altered. Ye Feng sensed the aura of the 2 figures and similarly paled. For their strength had reached the 3rd tier of king of strength. 2 individuals of such caliber could nearly dominate south of the temple. The others were equally shocked. However, the woman who had approached earlier took a step forward, her eyes glimmering with allure. "Esteemed kings of strength, I am Qing. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." With that, she performed a graceful curtsy before them. Ye Feng then observed the other 3 women. Though they were not as forward as Qing, their gazes toward the 2 kings of strength were filled with burgeoning warmth. Alas, the sentiment was unreciprocated. The 2 men remained fixated on Leng Yan. "Sister Leng Yan, I did not expect to encounter you here. Where is your brother Wu Tian?" inquired the figure on the left. Leng Yan maintained a stern expression and remained silent. Ye Feng took a cautious step back and whispered to her, "Sister Leng, do you know them?" "Of course. They are the notorious sand bandits from north of the temple, known for their nefarious deeds, particularly against women," Lung Yan's voice was audible enough for all to hear. Qing Qing's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly retreated behind Ye Feng. It was important to note that sand bandits differed from other experts. While the latter might bestow some favors after a fleeting romance, the sand bandits were known for their ruthless combination of seduction and theft, often resulting in violence, a truly demonic presence. Could that rascal Wu Tian have fallen? Otherwise, with his infatuation for you, he would surely be trailing behind you like a devoted dog. The figure to the left continued. Hey Mo, do you truly believe that in the absence of my brother, you can act against me? Lung Yan placed her hand on her belt, ready to draw her whip at a moment's notice. Cold Flame, how could I possibly lay a hand on you? You are unaware of the depths of my admiration for you, which far surpasses that of your senior brother. Regardless, your first time will eventually be given to another. Why not bestow it upon us, your two brothers? Fear not. Our skills are exceptional, ensuring you an experience unlike any other. Once you have tasted it, you might find it hard to part with us, ha ha ha. The black demon seemed to have confirmed that Wu Tian had perished, his gaze growing increasingly unrestrained. Cold Flame's face flushed crimson with humiliation, her silver teeth clenched tightly, yet she dared not act rashly. After all, Ye Feng had not promised to assist her. Should she act alone, she would likely struggle against even the black demon, let alone his brother, the black monster, who stood nearby. Why the silence? Are you waiting for yourself to become overwhelmed first, unable to withstand the onslaught from the two of us? The black demon taunted as he advanced toward Cold Flame. Ye brother. Cold Flame quickly cast a desperate glance toward Ye Feng. Fear not. Ye Feng nodded, resting his hand on the hilt of his blade. These two brothers were utterly shameless. Initially unwilling to intervene, he could not suppress his urge to act. He was eager to see if his divine prowess could indeed contend with the two formidable foes. This lad, a mere fourth-tier force master, dares to play the hero? The black monster raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with unabashed disdain. With a clang, Ye Feng unsheathed his curved sword, casting a cold glare at the two. Oh, lacking in strength yet possessing a fiery temper. Very well, today I shall offer you as a sacrifice for my blade. Chapter 739. Save me, save me. The black monster also unsheathed his sword. At that moment, a white figure descended with a resounding thud between the two factions. A young man clad in white, exuding elegance, emerged. As he landed, he swept his sleeve, dispersing the dust to reveal a visage that incited envy in men and madness in women. Brother you sure? Cold Flame rejoiced, unable to restrain herself from stepping forward. Cold Flame, little sister, what a surprise to find you here. Where are the others from the Sacred Flame Division? Surely, you did not come to the temple alone? Yusher inquired with a smile. Ye Feng had to concede that this fellow possessed an irresistible charm. Were he a woman, he too would be smitten. My brother has already perished. Cold Flame's expression flickered with sorrow. Alas, junior brother Wu Tian was too hasty. I had foreseen that his temperament would lead to his downfall. Please accept my condolences, little sister. Yusher spoke, then turned his gaze toward the black demon brothers with a hint of coldness in his otherwise calm voice. Black demon, black monster, do you intend to stir up trouble? We would not dare, with brother Yusher present. How could we act with impunity? The black demon stepped back obediently. It is worth noting that Yusher was the young lord of White Wall City, with a cultivation level reaching the 7th tier of force mastery. A renowned figure within a 3,000-mile radius. Even if they conspired to eliminate Yusher, it would not be long before White Wall City employed incredible means to apprehend them alive. Yusher nodded, assessing both parties. Yusher, may have a modest reputation, but you too, for my sake, should apologize to Cold Flame, little sister. Ye Feng has come to a realization. This individual not only possesses formidable strength, but also cherishes his reputation, making him a notable figure in a savage society. Sister Lung Yan, I apologize for our earlier indiscretion. Please forgive our impetuosity. It is quite astonishing that the two bandits have genuinely offered their apologies. Ye Feng observed with a detached demeanor. Not only were the four women captivated, but even Yu Sun regarded Yusher with an admiring gaze. Clearly, they were enchanted by his charismatic presence. At this moment, a mere beckon from him would surely entice them to shed their garments willingly. Yusher, are you also drawn here by the sacred waters? Lung Yan could not restrain herself from stepping forward, her demeanor revealing a hint of youthful charm. This indicates her fondness for Yusher. A woman exhibits such girlish behaviors only when she holds a special affection for a man. Indeed. You sure? In the chill of winter, produced a fan and gently waved it toward himself. Shall we proceed? By the way, allow me to introduce. This is Ye Feng, and these are his subordinates. Lung Yin quickly introduced Ye Feng and his companions, albeit casually, as if to convey to Yushur that her acquaintance with Ye Feng was not particularly close. Oh, Yushur glanced over Ye Feng and his companions. You possess quite an intriguing aura, radiating several forms of extraordinary prowess. However, I advise you, young brother, with such diverse abilities, you may one day regret it. For we cultivators seek an unending lifespan, not these fanciful powers, Yushur admonished with a preachy tone. What abilities my brother Feng cultivates are of no concern to you. Master Yushur, Jinqi boldly retorted, stepping forward without hesitation. Jinqi, Ye Feng scolded, wishing to protect him. Ye Feng sensed that while Yushur appeared magnanimous, such individuals could easily transform into malevolent beings upon encountering slight displeasure. Sure enough, a flicker of malice flashed across Yushur's previously clear gaze upon hearing Ye Feng's words. However, after a moment, he nodded slightly in approval of Ye Feng. Let us move forward, Yushur declared, and in an instant, he appeared 50 meters away. The others hurried to keep pace with him. After traversing 5 or 6 pyramids, they arrived at an expansive flat area, surrounded by the remains of various divine personnel. Currently, the temperature near the temple lingered around -5 to 6 degrees Celsius, and some corpses had begun to decay completely, with maggots crawling in and out of the grotesque remains. Ugh, Yusun retched slightly. Meanwhile, Yushur fanned himself a few times before stepping over the corpses toward the center of the altar. Suspended in the air was an ancient spear nearly 5 meters long, enveloped in a faint white light. Aside from the altar, the surrounding area was devoid of anything, not even dust. Strands of golden silk shimmered within the white light, creating an eerily enchanting sight. The expression on the jade-faced man grew increasingly grave as he suddenly extended his foot, kicking a human corpse into the radiant white light. In the next instant, a multitude of golden threads surged forth, swiftly reducing the body to nothingness. What a formidable restriction! One could only fear that even the mightiest of emperors would hesitate to plunge into its depths. The gravity of the situation reflected solely in his countenance, erasing the earlier nonchalance. Not only he, but the faces of those around him also turned exceedingly serious. Boom! At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the edge of the altar. The crowd erupted into chaos, yet a few power kings and Ye Feng remained composed. In the next heartbeat, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, seizing a man in its grasp. Ah, save me, Lord Yushur. The man cried out in anguish, only to be flung into the encroaching darkness by the giant hand. In an instant, a pitch-black monstrosity burst forth, its fierce gaze fixed intently upon the gathered crowd. A level 20 sand beast. It was Ye Feng's first encounter with such a creature. Its form was robust, yet possessed an eerie agility. Brother Yushur, allow us to handle this sand beast, Hei Mo declared, and the two shadows dashed toward the level 20 creature. Yushur unfurled his fan once more, a smile gracing his features as he observed the brothers' retreating figures. Jinqi, keep your distance, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Jia Sang, Yusun, and Jin Yi Mei hastily retreated several hundred meters away. After all, the clash between a level 20 sand beast and 2 third-tier power kings would undoubtedly be ferocious. Their meager strength could easily render them collateral damage. Without Ye Feng's urging, Qing and the others had already distanced themselves, hiding behind a massive boulder, peering cautiously. Soon enough, the battle commenced. The two sand marauders, formidable in their might, swiftly gained the upper hand against the level 20 sand beast. Lung Yin glanced at Ye Feng and then at Yushur, unable to resist edging closer to Yushur. In her mind, while Ye Feng's prowess was undeniable, he could not compare to the poise and strength of the jade-faced brother, who was also the young lord of Bai Bai City. Chapter 740. Can one be resurrected? Sister Lung Yan, I find it rather peculiar that the sand beast bears a decorative circle upon its horn. If I am not mistaken, it must be a pet raised by a notable figure, which inadvertently escaped. Pray tell, who possesses the capability to tame a level 20 sand beast? Yushur inquired nonchalantly. What? This sand beast is a pet of humans? Lung Yin stepped forward, scrutinizing the creature's horn closely. Indeed, it appeared adorned with a chain. Could it possibly be a pet of a power emperor? Her complexion shifted. Not quite, but I suspect it is at least a pet raised by a 9th-tier power king. It is rather intriguing, Yusha replied calmly. Boom. He Mo leaped 30 meters into the air, his curved blade striking down with ferocity. A massive horn plummeted from the sky. He Yao's form flickered as he darted directly through the level 20 sand beast's eye. A woo. The formidable level 20 sand beast finally emitted a thunderous wail, raising a colossal hand to shield its eyes. The fusion of man and blade was complete. Seizing the moment, the dark demon gripped his sword with both hands. With a swift motion, a tangible wave of blade energy sliced through the beast's neck. In the next instant, blood cascaded from above like a torrential flood. The sand beast let out a final, reluctant howl before its massive body collapsed with a resounding thud. With laughter, the two collected the crystal cores and returned to the side of the precious jade. In the distance, others hurried over, particularly 5 men who circled the carcass of the level 20 sand beast, their faces alight with joy. Clearly, this was their first encounter with such a creature's remains. One among them began meticulously carving away a tougher piece from the beast's body, stowing it away in a burlap sack. Humph, do they truly desire such refuse? The dark demon couldn't help but scoff. Jade raised his gaze to the heavens, where the sky had turned completely dark, yet a faint, round moon gradually emerged. On this night of the full moon, Jade's brow arched in anticipation. As the moon fully ascended, all eyes turned towards the barrier. Indeed, the quantity of golden threads within had significantly diminished, and their movement was no longer as fluid as before, as if some force was impeding their speed. Jade, should we rush into the barrier now? Lung Yin couldn't suppress her inquiry. Deep down, she understood that it was not the opportune moment to enter. Yet she relished in the act of feigning ignorance. Playing the fool before the man she adored would surely evoke his protective instincts. Lung Yin was well versed in this art. Previously, her aloof demeanor stemmed from a lack of worthy men to indulge in such antics. Ha ha, my naive junior sister. We must wait until the moon is at its fullest before we proceed. At that moment, the barrier's power will be at its weakest, thus minimizing our risks. By the way, if there are 2 vials of holy water, one will be for me and one for you. If there are 4 vials, dark demon and dark enchantress, you shall receive your share as well. Jade spoke with a calm demeanor, appearing rather pleased. He perceived that his junior sister Lung Yin was not only beautiful, but also endearing. Senior, may I have the 5th vial of holy water? At that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted the conversation. Jade slightly turned his body, not bothering to glance back, his posture revealing a hint of displeasure. How laughable. A mere 4th-tier force master dares to covet the holy water? Even if there were a 5th, 6th, or even 20th vial, none would be for you. Your only purpose here is to observe what holy water looks like, spoke the dark demon. Though the dark enchantress remained silent, a cold smile lingered on her face. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Ye Feng, a 4th-tier force master, audaciously sought to negotiate with someone of royal force level. Jin Shi, filled with rage, prepared to confront him, yet was restrained by Jia Sang. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jade slowly inquired, Lung Yin, is he one of your kin? Not exactly. But Lung Yin was about to elaborate when she was ruthlessly interrupted. Alas, it appears there is no alternative, dear young brother. I perceive that your capabilities extend beyond mere appearances. However, you remain a mere 4th-tier force master. Here's the deal. Should the 100th portion of the sacred water emerge, I shall certainly reserve a portion for you. The seemingly gentle Yusha spoke, yet it ultimately meant that Ye Feng would receive nothing. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yusha's silhouette from head to toe. When the sacred water truly manifests, he would disregard any rules and seize it without hesitation. Among those present, the only individual he held any reservations about was Yusha. As for the Black Demon and Black Monster brothers, after Ye Feng mastered the Brahma Saint Demon art, he no longer regarded a 3rd-tier force king with any seriousness. Senior Yusha, it is said that for ordinary individuals, after consuming the sacred water 5 times, it no longer aids in extending lifespan. I believe it would be reasonable to allocate a portion to Ye Feng. Lung Yin hesitated, glancing at Ye Feng. Yet her tone lacked conviction. Evidently, her relationship with Ye Feng was limited to that of comrades, devoid of any deep emotional ties. As for the slaying of that 5th-tier force king, while Ye Feng had rescued her, he was also acting in self-preservation, thus it could hardly be considered a significant favor. At least, this was how Lung Yin perceived it. Junior sister Lung Yin, it seems your understanding of the sacred water is rather superficial. Indeed, The first consumption of the sacred water can double one's lifespan. For instance, if you were to live for a century, after consuming the sacred water, your lifespan could extend to 2 centuries. However, with the second consumption, your lifespan would be halved, yielding only 50 additional years. The third would grant you 25 years. And by the fourth, it becomes essentially ineffective. Nonetheless, the sacred water possesses a unique ability. When ample amounts are used to soak the body, the absorption of its medicinal properties accelerates. The longer one soaks, the quicker the absorption occurs. Do you understand? Yusher explained patiently. Originally, he had no intention of divulging such secrets, but having been rather pleased by Long Yan's flattery, he found himself somewhat loquacious. Ah, I see now. That explains it. Considering the human body's capacity to absorb the medicinal properties of crystal elixirs, even with countless fortuitous encounters, it would be impossible for one to attain the level of a Force Emperor. It is indeed the sacred water that facilitates their cultivation, Long Yan mused, gently covering her mouth. Her family, too, harbored a Force Emperor, yet that individual was not a direct relative, as she belonged to a collateral branch of the family. Thus, her ignorance of such secrets was entirely understandable. The others, including the Black Demon and Black Monster brothers, were equally astonished, indicating that even those of their caliber had been unaware of such attributes of the sacred water. However, if one were to truly bathe in the sacred water, how many portions would be required? Would 100 be sufficient? Lord Yusher, I wish to inquire, can the sacred water bring the deceased back to life? Ye Feng's voice trembled slightly. Yusher turned slowly to face him. Has someone in your family passed away? He asked. Yes, it is a dear brother of mine. I humbly request your enlightenment, Lord Yusher, in pursuit of Tuba's resurrection. Ye Feng maintained a respectful demeanor, driven by his desire for his friend's revival. There exists a notion that such a scenario holds true, albeit contingent upon the individual having passed away from natural causes. Should one suffer decapitation or endure severe bodily harm, not even holy water, let alone divine intervention, could offer salvation. Yusher remarked with a hint of indifference. His head remains intact, and his body is presumably whole. Ye Feng responded. How long has he been deceased? Yusher inquired further. Me? It has been approximately over a year, Ye Feng confessed, a hint of guilt lacing his words. Though I have not conducted any experiments, you must apply some common sense. A person who has been dead for over a year would have experienced a complete deterioration of bodily functions. Do you truly believe holy water could resurrect him? Yusher chuckled, shaking his head. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, a fleeting sorrow crossing his face. Deep down, he should have recognized this truth long ago. Yet his profound attachment to Tuba, his obsession, had compelled him to journey to the temple. What if the corpse were immersed in holy water? Is there any chance of revival? Ye Feng posed another question. Well, there exists a glimmer of hope, perhaps 2 or 3%. But do you comprehend what holy water truly is? It is a rare commodity, scarcely obtainable even for the average person, let alone for an indulgent bath. It would be best to relinquish such hopes. However, I commend your determination to traverse mountains and rivers in search of holy water for your brother. Yusher finally turned to face Ye Feng, though he held no admiration for him, merely perceiving him as a fool. Yet, to maintain a facade of virtue before his beautiful junior sister, he had to feign appreciation. The celestial sky twinkled with stars as the night deepened, the moon casting a luminous glow that illuminated the altar area vividly. Ye Feng cast his gaze once more toward the heart of the restriction. The movement of the golden threads had noticeably slowed, and their numbers appeared to have diminished by at least half. Yusher gradually approached the edge of the restriction. In the next moment, he forcefully kicked a massive stone into the confines of the barrier. With a series of muffled thuds, countless golden threads surged forth, instantly disintegrating the stone into nothingness. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. How long could they endure if they were to breach the restriction? Yusher narrowed his eyes, unleashing a flurry of kicks. 7 or 8 large stones hurtled toward the barrier. Without a hint of surprise, the golden threads once again obliterated the stones into oblivion. However, the astute observers noted that the thread's response was slightly slower this time when faced with multiple stones. Excellent. Everyone gather here and stand at the edge of the restriction. Yusher's voice turned abruptly cold. Under the pressure of his formidable rank as a 7th-tier power master, the others complied obediently. If the number of individuals charging into the restriction were sufficient, the golden threads would be unable to respond in time. Do you see the center of the restriction? As long as we reach that point, we shall be safe, and from there, we can enter the inner sanctum of the altar, where the holy water is stored. Yusher gestured toward the altar's center. The expressions of all present paled. Are you all afraid? Yusher slightly tilted his body. Sir, we are merely force practitioners and cannot withstand the indomitable golden threads. Thus, we, the four sisters, have resolved to abandon our pursuit of the holy water and return home. Qingqing stated. Indeed, we 5 brothers share the same sentiment. We lack the confidence to traverse the restricted area, hence we too plan to return home, echoed the 5 men. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before cupping his hands in respect. Master Yusher, my companions lack the ability to traverse the forbidden zone. Therefore, I kindly request that you allow them to observe from the sidelines while I accompany you through the barrier. A sly smile curled at the corners of Yusher's mouth. So, you all wish to abandon the fray at the last moment? As his voice faded, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him. The expressions of the 4 women and 5 men shifted dramatically, retreating several steps in response to the oppressive threat. Only Ye Feng, endowed with formidable strength, managed to maintain his ground. I shall inform you, Yusher declared. Now that you have arrived here, there is no turning back. I will count to 3, and anyone who fails to charge forward shall face my ruthless wrath. With that, Yusher suddenly struck a nearby stone pillar lightly. Boom! The pillar trembled and disintegrated into dust. A pall of dread fell upon everyone, compelling them to stand resolutely in their positions. Yusher nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Feng, the unspoken threat evident in his gaze. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Zisong and the others. Brother Zisong, when the moment comes, you must charge in without hesitation. The longer we linger within the barrier, the greater the number of golden threads that will emerge, he instructed. His enhanced strength and keen vision now allowed him to perceive secrets only visible to those of the Power King level. Indeed, the 4 Power Kings exchanged glances with Ye Feng before quickly averting their eyes. Prepare yourselves, Yusher commanded sharply, prompting everyone to bend their bodies, ready to breach the forbidden zone at maximum speed. 1. Ye Feng slightly spread his arms. 2. The onlookers widened their eyes, brows furrowing in concentration. Notably, the girl named Qingqing appeared particularly troubled, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. 3. Swish. A multitude of figures surged into the barrier. However, as Lung Yan prepared to rush forward, she felt Yusher's grip on her arm. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Lung Yan paused momentarily, swiftly grasping the situation. The first to enter the barrier would bear the brunt of the golden threads onslaught. Even a brief delay of a second could result in significantly fewer threads to contend with. The girl named Qingqing dashed into the barrier, only to be met by a flash of golden threads that cleaved her body in 2. The others barely had time to scream before a torrent of threads surged forth. Ye Feng watched helplessly as her form was reduced to nothingness. All right, now we can proceed, he declared, pushing Zesong and the others forward. Indeed, he had harbored the same intention as Yusher, intending to hold back his 4 teammates when counting to 3. Yusher's eyebrows arched in fury, but time was of the essence. He gritted his teeth and charged into the forbidden zone alongside Lung Yan. As Ye Feng entered the barrier, he felt the surroundings transform into an emptiness, as if he had stepped into another dimension. Swish! A golden thread sliced toward him. Not good. Ye Feng swiftly positioned his curved blade across his chest. Clang! The golden thread left a mark on the blade, but simultaneously spared Ye Feng's life. Clang! Another light sound echoed. The steel blade of the city was abruptly severed in 2. This is bad. Ye Feng, akin to a swimmer, swiftly surged towards the center of the altar. 2 piercing screams echoed behind him, yet Ye Feng had no time to glance back. He swung his arms with fervor. Another scream erupted. It was Yu Sun. Ye Feng was instantly engulfed in terror, his spirit nearly fleeing from his body as he darted several times. Arriving directly at the heart of the altar, just as he steadied himself, he noticed a figure behind him. Yusher. He had reached the altar even faster than Ye Feng. Chapter 742. Let us not discuss this now. Yusher gazed at Ye Feng with evident astonishment. It is worth noting that he was a 7th-tier strength king, and it was reasonable for him to be the first to breach the barrier. Yet, Ye Feng, merely a 4th-tier strength master, had outpaced even the He brothers and Lung Yan. This was indeed perplexing. Boom! He Mo landed in the center of the altar, his face shrouded in darkness, clearly frightened. Boom! He Yao also descended into the center of the altar, but one of his curved blades had vanished, evidently reduced to nothingness by the golden threads. Ye Feng hurriedly peered through the luminous veil, searching for the other figures trapped within the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Several more silhouettes rushed forward. The 4 women had perished completely, none surviving. Among the 5 men, only one remained. Brother Feng, Yu Sun, Jin Qi, with half of his massive axe severed. Choked out. Let us not dwell on that now, Ye Feng sighed. He shifted his gaze back to the surviving man. Strangely, this man possessed only 9th-tier strength, the weakest among them, yet he had been among the first to breach the barrier. How had he survived? Could it be that he possessed some treasure? Yu Shi also cast a glance at the man. Among them, only Ye Feng and Yu Shi emerged unscathed. The He brothers bore traces of blood. As for Leng Yan, she had a faint cut upon her brow. Had her agility not been swift enough, she would have been cleaved open by the golden threads. The others bore varying degrees of injury, presenting a dismal sight. After entering the center of the altar, the man had shrunk back to the rear of the group, adopting a notably low profile. For reasons unknown, Ye Feng felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon seeing this man. Your physical cultivation is commendable, brother Ye Feng, Yu Shi remarked gravely. Earlier, he had counted to 3, yet Ye Feng had taken 2 seconds longer to charge forward, initially intending to settle scores later. However, witnessing Ye Feng's prowess, Yu Shi altered his perspective. No matter how strong the physical body was, it could not compare to that of brother Yu Shi. Ye Feng too had shifted his address from lord to brother. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Let us proceed. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yu Shi made his way towards the highest point of the altar. There lay a staircase leading into the altar's interior, surrounded by countless luminous pearls that illuminated the space brilliantly. The group hurriedly followed, their faces alight with joy as they surveyed their surroundings. However, Leng Yan persistently glanced back at the divine spear suspended above the altar. It appeared her true objective was not the holy water, but rather the divine spear. After a 5-minute descent along the staircase, the group finally reached the base of the altar. There lay 7 stone beds, each a deep brown hue, emanating a pungent scent of blood. This is the place for sacrificing the living, Yu Shi remarked. Ye Feng cast another glance at the man, a 9th-tier warrior, feeling an ever-growing sense of unease. The man remained silent, his gaze fixated on the surrounding walls. It seemed there was neither an exit nor a door. Could there be a hidden mechanism? Just as the song finished speaking, the wall ahead suddenly cracked open, revealing a stone door. Within, 2 bodies of clergy lay lifeless. One of the corpses grasped a translucent vial tightly in its hand. A black jade bottle. It may contain holy water. Yu Shi exclaimed with delight, hastily picking up the vial to inspect its opening. A drop of clear liquid fell from the spout, landing on the stone slab. Clearly, these clergymen had intended to steal the holy water, but met their demise here instead. With a sigh, Yu Shi tucked the black jade bottle away. Upon entering the small chamber, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The enclosed stone room was overrun with various small trees, each adorned with heavy white fruits, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Ye Feng maintained a stoic expression, but a tempest brewed within him. Quick, over here, Yu Shi exclaimed, swiftly opening an iron chest. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and rushed over as well. Inside the chest, 7 black jade vials lay side by side. Elated, Yu Shi lifted one of the vials and gently shook it. It contains holy water. He removed the cork and brought it to his nose to inhale. This is indeed holy water, without a doubt. Ha! With that, Yu Shi lifted all 7 black jade vials. Suddenly, several piercing gazes turned toward him. Yu Shi squinted and retrieved a vial from the chest. Sister Leng Yan, this one is for you. Thank you, senior brother. Leng Yan hurriedly accepted the black jade vial, carefully tucking it into her embrace. Yu Shi then turned his gaze toward the He brothers, his eyes narrowing slightly. You 2 brothers may each receive 1 vial. He handed over a small bottle. But, senior brother Yu Shi, we only get 1 vial each? He Mo protested slightly. Are you implying that I am being unfair? Yu Shi's expression darkened, and he exuded a formidable aura. And no, I wouldn't dare. He Mo gritted his teeth and accepted the vial. Then, Yu Shi's gaze swept over the others, finally resting on Ye Feng's face. Brother Yi, this vial is for you. After saying this, he extended his hand forward. Ye Feng nodded, accepting the vial and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. A refreshing aroma reminiscent of herbs wafted forth. purer than the fragrance of crystal elixirs by an order of magnitude. Now, 4 vials of holy water remained in the iron chest. But Yushir showed no intention of distributing them further. Instead, he placed all 4 into his satchel. Let us proceed. After Yushir finished speaking, he strode towards the exit. Ye Feng let out a long sigh and could only follow closely behind. Initially, he had hoped to acquire several more vials. But to his dismay, the entire temple contained merely 7 vials of holy water. As they took a few steps, Ye Feng suddenly turned around, only to find that the enigmatic man had not followed but was instead groping aimlessly along the surrounding walls. "Hey, what are you doing? There is no more holy water." Yushir's cold voice rang out. However, the strange man did not respond, continuing his exploration. Yushir's expression darkened. With a sudden snap, one of the stones popped out, revealing an iron box hidden within. For the first time, a smile appeared on the enigmatic man's face. He opened the box and retrieved a scroll of beast hide, tucking it into his garment without any intention of sharing it with the others. "What is written on that beast hide?" Yushir inched closer to the man. "It's nothing," the man replied nonchalantly, showing no fear of Yushir's imposing presence. "If it's truly nothing, then show it to us." Yushir extended his hand forward. "I assure you, it is indeed nothing," the man said, attempting to sidestep Yushir and exit. In a flash, Yushir blocked the man's path. "Your disobedience is quite vexing. I must insist, one final time. Produce the beast hide for everyone's inspection." The man's expression stiffened as he let out a slow sigh. Chapter 743. Here again? Sigh. "I had hoped to avoid confrontation. But since you insist, I have no choice." With that, he struck without warning. There was no wind from the punch, nor any visible force emanating from it. The fist landed solidly on Yushir's chest. Poof! Yushir coughed up blood, staggering backward a few steps. Yet, in merely 3 seconds, his white robe erupted, revealing his muscular upper body. Yushir swallowed the blood, staring in shock at the man. At that moment, the man's aura began to rise gradually. First a level 1 Force Master, then a level 5, followed by a level 1 Force King, and finally resting at the pinnacle of a level 9 Force King. "What method did you use to conceal your aura?" Yushir stepped forward, suppressing the discomfort in his chest. "There is no need to divulge that to you. Yushir, I have no desire to know you or to create enmity with your city. So let us leave it at that. Allow me to depart." "And we shall not meet again," the man replied calmly. "I recognize him. He is Du Yunfei, the leader of the Northwest Sand Bandits." Hayamo suddenly pointed at the man. "What? He is Du Yunfei?" Yushir exclaimed, involuntarily taking a step back. Not only him, but Lung Yin also stepped back, as though Du Yunfei were a figure of great significance. "You 2 traitors of the Sand Bandit realm dare to reveal my true name. Since you have seen my face, I have no choice but to eliminate all of you weaklings." Upon finishing his words, Du Yunfei's figure flickered, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Before Hayamo could react, his body was sent flying 5 meters away. He sprang up from the ground, suddenly tearing apart his clothing. A dark handprint appeared on his chest. Strangely, something seemed to writhe within him, as if it were burrowing around his belly. Ugh! The dark sorcerer's abdomen swelled increasingly, and in no time, his entire form transformed into that of a giant. Boom! The dark sorcerer's body burst apart, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. Inner strength palm. Yushir glanced at his own chest. Fortunately, his formidable power allowed him to digest that inner force within his organs. "Brother!" the dark demon roared, suddenly launching both fists forward. "Come forth." Du Yunfei mirrored his action, unleashing a dual punch. Boom! The dark demon remained unmoved. Yet, just 3 seconds later, boom! The dark demon's form also erupted into a mist of blood. "What should we do, Feng?" "Brother Feng." Jin Qi trembled as he inquired. "Brother Feng, this sand bandit seems intent on silencing us. We cannot escape," Jin Yimei whispered. Zasa held his long spear across his chest, warily watching Du Yunfei. Ye Feng remained silent, his expression stoic as he regarded this formidable foe, a flicker of deep apprehension crossing his eyes. "Let us go." Yushir grasped Lung Yin and swiftly made for the staircase, vanishing in a few flashes. Trying to flee? The man's figure flickered, and a cacophony of battle erupted outside. The faces of Ye Feng and his companions changed. "Quick, search for other exits. We must seize this chance to escape," Ye Feng urged, and the group began to feel around the walls in a frenzy. However, lacking expertise in mechanisms, they fumbled for quite a while without success. The sounds of combat outside were accompanied by anguished cries. "Brother Ye Feng, I know your strength is formidable. Bring your people out to assist us, or we shall all perish here today." Just as Yushi's voice faded, a scream erupted from Lung Yan. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, reluctantly making his way upwards. Upon reaching the staircase, Ye Feng was taken aback. He beheld Yushi with one arm severed, while Lung Yan bled profusely from her thigh. How could so little time have passed? The battle was nearly over. Yushi and Lung Yan braced themselves at the altar's edge. The spear in the sky buzzed ominously, maintaining the surrounding barrier. "Perfect timing. Let us resolve this together," Du Yunfei declared, suddenly launching a palm strike toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, grounding himself firmly. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Ye Feng staggered back 5 steps, while Du Yunfei retreated 3. Du Yunfei was taken aback. "You two have concealed your strength?" Ye Feng did not respond, solidifying his stance once more, as dozens of bones within him began to rhythmically adjust. The 3rd level of the Chongyang skill. Boom! The two exchanged another palm strike. Yet this time, Du Yunfei retreated 7 steps, while Ye Feng only stepped back 5. Such formidable physical prowess. This is not akin to the dragon elephant skill. It is far more powerful. Du Yunfei clasped his hands behind him, gently massaging them. Moments ago, he had felt as if striking an iron plate, nearly dislocating his wrists. Splendid. Jade and Cold Flame stepped forward simultaneously, astonished and delighted as they gazed at Ye Feng. "Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Jin Shi, equally filled with surprise. Yet, Ye Feng's expression remained impassive. He felt as though his hands were no longer his own. Nevertheless, he could not show weakness and maintained his stance firmly. With a resounding crash, the two clashed again. But this time, Ye Feng was sent flying 5 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In stark contrast, Du Yunfei did not budge an inch. "Ha ha ha. Your physical prowess is indeed impressive, but alas, your follow-through is lacking." After uttering these words, Du Yunfei leaped forward, aiming another strike at Ye Feng. "Do not let him succeed," cried Jade and Cold Flame as they rushed to intervene. With a thunderous impact, Jade was hurled 10 meters away, his body crashing into the barrier. In the next instant, a multitude of golden threads surged toward him. "No!" Jade screamed in agony as one of his ears was severed. Gritting his teeth, he hastened back toward the altar's center. "Die!" Du Yunfei had already seized Cold Flame and hurled him at Jade with great force. Boom! Jade's body was once again smashed back into the barrier, ensnared by the relentless golden threads. Puff! Both of his legs were severed. Puff! His other arm was also cut off. Puff, 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 puff. Jade's body quickly dissipated into nothingness. "Brother Jade." Cold Flame suppressed his sorrow, darting back to the center of the altar. At this moment, Ye Feng had regained his composure, extending both palms once more. Again, Du Yunfei sneered, meeting Ye Feng's palms with his own. Boom! However, this time, Ye Feng did not retreat. A surge of electricity erupted from his palms, causing Du Yunfei's entire body to go numb for half a second. In combat, a mere half-second could be decisive. The 4 hands were tightly pressed together, unable to be separated. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The blood-sucking technique was officially activated. Your palms?" Du Yunfei was taken aback, suddenly delivering a kick to Ye Feng's abdomen that lifted him off the ground. "Die!" Jin Shi swung his remaining axe at Du Yunfei's back. "Jin Shi, no? Quickly retreat!" Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, but it was too late. Du Yunfei's leg kicked back at an unnatural angle. Boom! Chapter 744. "Brother Feng, you must drink." The massive axe in Jin Shi's grasp exploded, and his entire body collided with the enormous statue, rebounding back to the ground. Puff! A great spurt of blood erupted from Jin Shi's mouth, and he immediately fell unconscious. Goldleaf, Mei, and Zisong, who had intended to assist, halted in their tracks. The blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Ye Feng clenched his teeth, unleashing the blood-sucking technique to its fullest extent. With the aid of the sacred demonic art, the power of the blood-sucking technique grew increasingly formidable. In mere moments, the technique transferred from Du Yunfei's palms to his shoulders. What sort of sinister ability is this? Du Yunfei attempted to break free from Ye Feng's grasp, but could not escape. Puff! Just then, Du Yunfei felt a chill creep down his back. A long spear pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Du Yunfei seethed with rage, attempting to turn around, but Ye Feng held onto him tightly, rendering him immobile. Another thrust, Ye Feng struggled to utter. With a swift motion, Leng Yin extracted the spear but redirected it towards the back of Du Yunfei's head. "You scoundrel, perish!" Du Yunfei roared, his right leg striking Leng Yin at an odd angle. However, Leng Yan's spear also found its mark at the back of his head. A simultaneous scream echoed through the air. Leng Yin was sent flying 20 meters, crashing back into the barrier, while Du Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy becoming chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng unleashed his vampiric technique upon Du Yunfei's dantian. Die! The spear thrust brutally into Du Yunfei's dantian. Gurgle, gurgle. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into his body, nearly causing him to burst. "I can't take it any longer," he gasped, forcibly halting the vampiric technique as blood spilled from his mouth. Meanwhile, Du Yunfei, wounded in several vital areas, continued to spin in place, his mind utterly in disarray. Leng Yin returned from the barrier, her chest drenched in blood. "Beast, die!" With a single thrust, half of Du Yunfei's body was obliterated. The once mighty 9th rank Power King finally succumbed upon the altar, overwhelmed by the combined efforts of all. "Brother Feng, I found this holy water from the corpse of the Black Demon, but the other 4 vials were shredded by golden threads on the jade body," Jin Shi said, handing over a vial of holy water. Jia Seng quickly glanced at Ye Feng, his eyes seemingly pleading. After much contemplation, Ye Feng decided to place the holy water into his bag. Although Jia Seng was a teammate, their bond was tenuous. It would be more practical to return and save Tuba and Yongli. "Brother Ye Feng, please accept this vial of holy water." Leng Yin suddenly offered her own. "You give it to me? What will you do?" Ye Feng inquired. "It's fine. I've consumed holy water twice already. My lifespan is more than sufficient." "I see how desperately you need it," Leng Yin said, delicately presenting the vial with both hands. "Thank you. What do you need in return?" "I am willing to trade anything I possess," Ye Feng replied. "No need. Brother, you are a powerful one. These treasures rightfully belong to you," Leng Yin said sincerely, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. If not for her reservations, given Ye Feng's strength, he could do anything to her, and she would be powerless to resist. As Jin Shi and the others were also Ye Feng's companions, he suggested, "Here, take a look at the Sanskrit sacred demon technique. How much you can remember depends on your own fortune." With that, Ye Feng retrieved the technique from his robes. "This, come on, don't refuse," he insisted, forcefully handing over the animal skin. "Thank you, Brother Yi," she replied. Just then, Jin Shi suddenly rummaged through Du Yunfei's belongings and produced another piece of animal skin. "Brother Feng, we struck gold. This is the secret to refining holy water," Jin Shi exclaimed, waving the skin triumphantly as he rushed over. "What?" Ye Feng was filled with ecstatic joy. He hastily spread out the beast's skin for a meticulous examination. Zisong hesitated for a moment before squeezing in beside him. Ye Feng promptly extended the beast's skin towards Zisong's position. While he could not offer Zisong the holy water, he could certainly share the method of its refinement. "What?" Upon glancing at the first page, Ye Feng was taken aback. The requirement for such an abundance of crystal cores from sand beasts was astonishing. They were to be of varying levels, from the 1st to the 10th, and specifically from turtle-like sand beasts. Crystal cores from other exotic creatures were utterly ineffective. Ye Feng then cast his gaze downward. The items listed after the centenary Yin water and the supreme yang flower were completely foreign to him. With just the first page containing hundreds of peculiar herbs, Zisong's expression darkened. Was this meant to challenge me? By the time I gather these materials, I would have long since perished. "Senior Brother Yi, here is your technique back." Leng Yin returned the beast's skin. "Ah." Ye Feng retrieved the beast's skin, then looked up at the divine spear that hovered in the sky. This spear, capable of producing such formidable barriers, had initially tempted him to take it down for his own use, but that hope now seemed futile. Ye Feng suddenly shook his head. He noticed Zhang Yin squatting before him, gazing at him with a flirtatious smile. "Brother Yi, could you teach me? I've always been on the receiving end and have never shot anyone myself." Zhang Yan. "No, you are not Zhang Yan." At that moment, Zhang Yan's face morphed into that of Chun-Li. "Senior Brother Yi, you must drink the holy water quickly. You have sustained grave injuries, and your inner demons are taking advantage of your vulnerability." The voice of cold flame emanated from Chun-Li's lips. Ye Feng hastily began to search his surroundings, but could not locate the holy water. "Brother Feng, you must drink." Jin Shi, noticing the urgency, hurriedly opened the holy water and poured it directly into Ye Feng's mouth. Ye Feng felt a fragrant essence rush down his throat, swiftly ascending to his mind. In that instant, clarity enveloped his thoughts. The environment morphed back into an altar, and Chun-Li transformed into cold flame. Oh, this is not good. Just as Ye Feng regained his composure, a sudden warmth surged through his bones. As if they were about to ignite, he sat cross-legged and slowly began to operate the Vedic holy demon art. Suddenly, Zisang's eyes narrowed. He lunged toward Ye Feng, seizing 2 vials of holy water in his grasp. Impertinent. Cold Flame's countenance darkened, and with a swift motion of the spear in hand, she struck. Bang! Zisang's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. No. Ye Feng's attempt to intervene came a moment too late. Zisang had merely sought to survive. In fact, he had been preparing to offer Zisang a vial of holy water himself. A powerful surge of heat enveloped Ye Feng. Mere moments later, his body was shrouded in a faint white light. Simultaneously, a Vedic script flashed across the surface of his being, swiftly circling around him. Following the manifestation of the script, Jin Shi then heard what seemed to be the sound of a monk chanting from within Ye Feng's body. Initially, there was but one voice, but soon, the chants coalesced into a harmonious chorus. Ye Feng's form became ethereal, as if a layer of rippling water surrounded his body. Chapter 745. Do you still not understand? Jin Shi could not resist extending a finger to touch Ye Feng's body. In the next moment, ripples emanated outward in all directions, resembling a protective shield. Do not disturb him. Senior Brother Yi is currently breaking through to the second layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. Let us guard him and ensure that nothing interrupts his progress, Long Yin declared, settling into a meditative position directly in front of Ye Feng. Indeed, Jin Shi and Jin Yi Mei exchanged glances, then took their places at the other 2 sides of Ye Feng. As time flowed from the depths of night to dawn, and from morning to afternoon, a full 7 days passed. The sacred sounds emanating from Ye Feng grew increasingly vibrant, while a faint golden light radiated from within him. It is done. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his features as he regarded his own body. To his astonishment, as long as he refrained from using the holy water to extend his lifespan, its medicinal properties would naturally cultivate his extraordinary abilities and techniques. Turning his head, he noticed Jin Shi sprawled upon the altar, fast asleep. Though Jin Yi Mei was not asleep, the dark circles under her eyes revealed the toll of her vigil. Long Yin fared slightly better, given her status as a second-tier power master. Congratulations, Senior Brother Yi, on successfully breaking through to the second layer of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. Long Yin said weakly. Are your injuries serious? Ye Feng inquired, glancing at Long Yin's chest and thigh. They are nothing, Senior Brother. I did not expect your progress with this divine technique to be so swift. It seems you are innately suited for physical cultivation. Long Yin managed a faint smile. The first and second layers of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique are indeed manageable. But the difficulty of the third layer escalates tenfold, and the fourth layer increases 100-fold. I fear I may only reach the fourth layer in this lifetime. Ye Feng replied candidly. Long Yin retorted, I was merely being polite. Did you truly believe you could cultivate to the third layer? Even if you were supplied with all the holy water in the world, reaching the third layer would be your utmost limit. As for the fourth layer, it is practically impossible. Ye Feng continued to explore his body, finding that the injuries he had sustained had long since healed under the restorative powers of the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. Not only were his external wounds healed, but his internal injuries had also mended. The authenticity of this technique was unparalleled, far surpassing any counterfeit like the dragon elephant technique. Let us depart. You must have gone 7 days without food or water, Ye Feng stated. His tone was light, yet carried an undeniable authority that commanded respect. Yes, Senior Brother Yi. Long Yin nodded obediently. Although she addressed him as a senior brother, her tone and demeanor reflected the deference of a junior. Ye Feng nodded and suddenly charged into the barrier. Quickly, while I attract so many golden threads, you must hurry and break free, he urged. Understood. The trio gasped in astonishment and simultaneously dashed toward the barrier's exit. Jin Shi sustained another injury, yet managed to break free. However, Ye Feng faced a grim fate, besieged by a multitude of golden threads that relentlessly sliced at him. A strange scene unfolded, as the golden threads cut into Ye Feng's body. A ripple of water patterns emerged on his skin. These water patterns enveloped him completely, and within their midst, a Sanskrit character shimmered faintly. I will charge forward. As Ye Feng witnessed the three individuals successfully breach the confines of the barrier, he too refrained from allowing his body to be incessantly sliced by the golden threads. Once the quartet had safely emerged from the restriction, they collectively turned their gaze towards the corpse at the center of the altar. In that moment, they felt as though they were in a dream, having finally survived. Brother Ye, you have now ascended to the second tier of the Brahma's sacred demon art. Coupled with your other abilities, I dare say facing a ninth-tier power king alone would no longer be as arduous as it was earlier, remarked Long Yin earnestly. Perhaps not. After all, they are still ninth-tier power kings. What am I in comparison? After his visit to the divine temple, Ye Feng began to adopt a more humble demeanor. He recalled hearing his wife, Duoyin Hina, mention that above the power kings existed the power emperors, along with a myriad of other realms. Thus it was wise to maintain a low profile. At that moment, two groups of individuals appeared outside the altar, all of whom were masters at the power master level. Upon seeing Leng Yan, the leader of one group changed countenance and turned to flee, showing no inclination to linger. The other group followed suit, hastily retreating. After all, this was the wilderness, not their home. A disgruntled power king could obliterate them at a whim. Let us return home. However, prior to that, we must reap our rewards. Ye Feng declared with a smile. Are we harvesting crystal pills? I wonder, can I assist you, senior brother? Leng Yin replied, revealing her pearly white teeth in a grin. That would be most welcome. In the days that followed, Ye Feng roamed the divine temple, hunting down sand beasts. The once perilous temple had transformed into Ye Feng's garden. Not a single sand beast could withstand the force of his punch. Strange, I had expected the temple to be teeming with experts. Yet there isn't even a power king. What do you think, Sister Leng? By the 9th day, Ye Feng had amassed a considerable number of crystal pills, and his address for Leng Yin had shifted from Sister Leng to Junior Sister Leng. Brother Ye, the temple is filled with charlatans who, relying on a few divine artifacts, have established their so-called divine temple here. Based on my experience, the more grandiloquent the name of a place, the weaker it tends to be. Conversely, those with unassuming names, such as Sword Valley, Green Meadow Tribe, and Birch City, are often presided over by power emperors of 5th tier or higher. Nearby, we have several small tribes, such as the Blood Sea Tribe, the 10,000 Corpses Clan, and the Thunderbolt Tribe. While their names sound impressive, they house merely a few power masters. And due to their weakness, they resort to ostentatious names to bolster their spirits. Leng Yin explained diligently. It seems quite similar to my world. Those corporations like the Oceanic Group and the Tianyu United Group I inquired about possess assets of merely several million. In contrast, the more unremarkable names, such as Zhongshi and Zhongran, boast assets of at least several trillion. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Well, Brother Ye, I've nearly harvested enough crystal pills for you. By the way, do you have time to visit our Sacred Fire tribe? Leng Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she broached the subject. I will certainly make time. Ye Feng replied with a nod. Indeed. Cold Flame lowered her head and suddenly removed a crystal-clear pendant from around her neck. This pendant has been passed down through 16 generations in my family. Please, Master Ye, accept it, she said, her face blushing deeply, unable to meet Ye Feng's gaze. No, I cannot accept such a precious gift. Ye Feng hurriedly declined. Master Ye, do you not understand? This is the most cherished item to me, yet as a girl, I am willing to give it to you, Cold Flame said as delicately as she could. How can I accept? This pendant holds great significance for you, yet it is of little value to me. Please take it back. If you have any valuable crystal pills or something akin to holy water, I would be more inclined to accept. Ye Feng replied earnestly. What? Cold Flame suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at Ye Feng. Do not look at me. Just take the pendant back. It may appear exquisite, but it offers me no aid in my cultivation. If it must be, see if there is something better than holy water in your tribe. Ye Feng insisted with sincerity. Humph. Cold Flame snorted lightly. I want it. I will keep it. At that moment, Jin Shi rushed over and snatched the pendant from her hand. Give it to me. This is a family heirloom. How can it be given away so easily? Cold Flame swiftly reclaimed it. But why can you give it to Brother Feng? It is worthless anyway. Please, let me have it. This is a piece of jewelry worthy of a king-level warrior. Once I return to Giant Stone City, I can boast about it for half a year. Leave. Jin Shi received a sharp slap across the face and sulked away, fuming silently. Cold sister, all good things must come to an end. Let our collaboration conclude here. I hope one day to visit the Holy Fire clan, Ye Feng said, bowing slightly. Then let us part ways here, Master Yi, Cold Flame replied, turning away. However, in that fleeting moment, Ye Feng distinctly saw two glistening tears fall from her eyes. Sister, it is not that I, Ye Feng, lack romance. It is simply that I have already accumulated a collection at home, and with my first wife having returned. I am a man of principle. Alas, Ye Feng sighed deeply. Brother Feng, then how come you can be with that demon clam? Jin Qi suddenly inquired. You truly have a knack for the inappropriate. Come, let us finish our work, leave the city, and take the sand cart back to my homeland, Ye Feng said. His spirits lifted. The three of them pushed forward, and the sand beasts scattered upon seeing them, for these 9 days had been a nightmare for the creatures. Ye Feng had eradicated all sand beasts above level 12 to gather more crystal pills for the people of Hot Spring Island to enhance their strength. The smaller sand beasts had witnessed it all and now harbored a psychological fear of beings resembling the Tai character. After half an hour of travel, the desert came into view. Ye Feng swiftly leaped onto a sand cart. Ah, Brother Feng, it's wonderful. Brother Feng is back. Chunin shouted towards the 2 sand carts behind them. Before long, others began to appear as well. Brother Feng, I missed you so much. Nolan exclaimed, embracing Ye Feng tightly. Brother Feng, it's good to have you back, he replied warmly. Ye Feng patted Nolan and Manhanu on their shoulders. Yet his gaze was fixed on the last sand car. Meiji and Xinchang also emerged, shedding a few tears upon hearing the news of Zesong and the other's demise. After all, they were kin from the same tribe, and bonds of affection lingered among them. Shortly thereafter, Duoyen Hina stepped out, cradling her son. My lady, Ye Feng's heart fluttered. His wife seemed to be the most exquisite woman in the world. Throughout his extensive journeys in this foreign realm, he had indeed never encountered anyone more beautiful or graceful than her, especially those calm eyes of Duoyen Hina's, which evoked a desire to see her lose that poise. You've returned, Duoyen Hina said, holding Yi Xing, who gazed up at Ye Feng with his dark, innocent eyes. Son, Ye Feng exclaimed, swiftly embracing Yi Xing and planting a hearty kiss on his cherubic face. Don't kiss me like that. I'm a respectable person, you know, Yi Xing protested, delivering a playful punch to Ye Feng's cheek. My dear, a hug, please. Ye Feng opened his arms wide. However, Duoyen Hina sidestepped his embrace. Did you acquire the holy water? Indeed, I obtained 2 bottles in total, Ye Feng replied excitedly. Excellent. Hand one to me, Duoyen Hina instructed. All right, Ye Feng, without a second thought, passed her a bottle. Yet, in the next moment, Duoyen Hina flipped the bottle upside down, pouring its contents over Yi Xing's head. What are you doing? That is holy water. You cannot waste it. Ye Feng's initial impulse was to scold her. But remembering that Duoyen Hina had nurtured their son to this age, he restrained himself from voicing his ire. This is a divine blessing. It seems you are following the same method as others, consuming it. The divine blessing begins from the crown, a process known as opening the innate, Duoyen Hina explained, gently caressing Yi Xing's little head. Before long, Yi Xing's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into slumber. Let us depart. Time to return home. Ye Feng settled into the sand car, and Duoyen Hina followed suit, cradling Yi Xing in her arms. Manhanu, displaying great consideration, hung a beast skin curtain in the driver's compartment, ensuring privacy for Ye Feng and Duoyen Hina. At that moment, the lower hatch opened, and Chunin poked his head out. Sister-in-law, after such a long separation from Brother Feng, you must have much to share. Pass my nephew to me. I shall take good care of him down here, Chunin said. No need. Duoyen Hina shook her head, her heart racing. She understood what it meant to be alone with Ye Feng. My lady, you cannot always hold the child, can you? Come, let me take him, Ye Feng insisted, disregarding her hesitation and forcibly taking Yi Xing from her, handing him over to Chunin. Haha, Brother Feng, I'm heading below now, but before I do, I have a question. Why does your aura feel so? Chun-An's words trailed off as Ye Feng swiftly closed the hatch. Now, the upper level was left with only Ye Feng and Duoyen Hina, while Manhanu focused intently on driving from the other side of the beast skin partition. Hina. Ye Feng gazed deeply into Duoyen Hina's eyes. Duoyen Hina slowly lowered her head, her delicate shoulders gradually shrinking. Hina, it has been far too long since we last met. I miss you dearly, do you know that? Ye Feng felt his heart racing almost to the point of escape. Hina remained silent, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, a charming blush creeping onto her fair face. Ye Feng was almost entranced. He had not anticipated that his wife possessed not only an elegance of calm, but also a captivating innocence. "My dear, the day is waning. Perhaps we should retire for the night?" Ye Feng suggested, gesturing towards the brightly lit sky outside. "But it's still daylight," Hina murmured softly, her tone indicating a reluctance that was not entirely resistant. Ye Feng's heart soared with joy as he grasped her delicate shoulders. "I apologize, but my days and nights have become reversed. Let us rest, my wife." With that, he suddenly pressed Hina against the table. "No, please, you can't do this." A flicker of terror flashed in Hina's eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. "What troubles you?" Ye Feng asked, growing impatient. "I have traversed countless mountains and rivers to find you. You wouldn't toy with me, would you?" I am not ready yet. Please, grant me a moment," Hina replied, pulling her garment to cover her chest. What a disappointment. Ye Feng, bursting with frustration, climbed out from his reverie, feeling an unsettling fire within him. Chapter 747. Protect your sister-in-law here in Chongqing City. Today was a day of celebration. The walls brimmed with the emaciated figures of the Doyan people, while outside the gates stood a formidable army of 20,000 Doyan soldiers. The heavenly Khan, Meng Yanmingxin, perched atop the city wall, surrounded by several commanders and elders from the council. Within the inner city, some Doyan individuals busied themselves preparing fish porridge. Yet, above Meng Yanmingxin, a few notable figures were seated: Ma Lebi, Ma Gobai, and Duo Mengda. At the pinnacle sat Wang Zhihai, who had seized the opportunity to indulge his imperial whims in Chongqing City during Ye Feng's absence. Today, he was to oversee a grand military review. The Doyan people bore no ill will towards Wang Zhihai's display of ostentation, for he had brought along several tons of frozen fish to distribute as porridge. Once the review concluded, every Doyan warrior would savor a hearty meal of fish porridge. Below, several soldiers, visibly cold and irritated, cast furious glances at Wang Zhihai atop the wall. If he wishes to conduct his review, let him do so swiftly. After that, we can return home. It is far too cold. Others echoed similar sentiments, expressing their discontent at having to endure the frigid weather for half an hour for a mere meal. Hurry up with the review. Some could hardly bear the weight. At that moment, Wang Zhihai rose from his seat and placed a hand on the wall. Below, over 200 formations lined up, each consisting of 100 men, creating an imposing spectacle. What a thrill! I, Wang Zhihai, can finally conduct a military review in Chongqing City, he exclaimed. Heavenly Khan, we may begin. Wang Zhihai slightly turned to Meng Yanmingxin beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement to the commanders nearby. All the formations passed along the base of the city wall, paying their respects to Commander Wang. The synchronized sound of marching echoed as the first formation approached, led by a centurion. Hail, Commander Wang! Long live Commander Wang! Greetings to you all. Your efforts are commendable. Wang Zhihai responded with a beaming smile. Truly, it was as if his ancestors had smiled upon him. One day, he too could ascend to the throne of this land. Strictly speaking, he was not the supreme leader of Chongqing City, but it was not due to a lack of capability to govern. Rather, he was disinclined to manage this unruly rabble. The second formation advanced, and beside him, Ding Tuanchuan pouted, visibly displeased as she began to announce. Marching forth was the bow and infantry camp, with Captain Billy Bing leading his soldiers in a spirited salute to the bald commander. As Ding Tuanchuan's voice faded, Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow, casting her a sharp glance. Were it not for Ye Feng's favor, he would have considered expelling Ding Tuanchuan from Hot Spring Island. In truth, Wang Zhihai could no longer be called bald. Thanks to the nourishing properties of the crystal elixir, his former Mediterranean hairstyle had transformed into a bald crown, and he was confident that soon he would restore a rich mane of dark, lustrous hair. Brothers Ma Ding and Ma Gobai exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. If Brother Feng did not return soon, Wang Zhihai might ascend to the heavens. Susan chose not to attend the military parade, remaining on Hot Spring Island to oversee affairs. For Wang Zhihai had now gained absolute power over the island. This included authority over personnel appointments and the command of the land, sea, and air forces. Most significantly, he controlled the lifeblood of Hot Spring Island, the hot spring currency. He printed as much as he pleased, and with a touch of embezzlement, he had caused the currency to depreciate rapidly. Previously, under Ye Feng's leadership, one hot spring coin could buy a pound of frozen fish. Now, it required 10 coins for the same amount. Greetings, valiant soldiers. Your hard work is appreciated, Wang Zhihai said. one hand resting on his ample belly while the other waved toward the soldiers below. After a 10-day journey, Ye Feng and his convoy of sand carts slowly arrived at the gates of the Yuanhai tribe. The soldiers atop the walls swiftly adjusted the angles of their crossbows, watching Ye Feng and his companions from a distance of 1,000 meters. "Do not fire. I come to negotiate," Ye Feng declared, raising both hands as he emerged from the sand cart, followed closely by Chun and others. "Ah, Ye Feng, you dare return? Prepare for judgment." A commander laughed heartily from the wall. In the next moment, the city gates swung open, and a battalion of soldiers from Naching burst forth. Crossbows aimed directly at Ye Feng. Alarmed, Chun quickly stepped in front of Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, you have killed many of our Naching. Bind him and take him to the Elders' Council for trial," several soldiers commanded, gripping their crossbows in one hand while brandishing shackles in the other as they advanced on Ye Feng. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, allowing the soldiers to restrain him. Given his current strength, their crossbows posed no threat to his skin. Only the siege crossbow could inflict harm, yet its firing rate was dreadfully slow, requiring time to adjust its aim. With that time, he could have already stormed the walls and unleashed a massacre. However, it is entirely unnecessary for this time. He arrives with goodwill. "Chunin, safeguard your sister-in-law here. I shall attend to a matter," Ye Feng declared, turning to Chun and brother Feng. "Take care," Chunin replied, nodding. Over the past 10 days, he had witnessed Ye Feng's formidable defensive capabilities. Even the machine guns mounted on the sand vehicle could not breach Ye Feng's defenses. Thus, he felt no concern for Ye Feng's safety against a crossbow attack. As for crossbows, they are costly, and only a few were deployed atop the outer city walls, with none present in the inner city. "What? Are you two bidding farewell?" exclaimed a voice. "Capture this Chunin as well. He is a deserter." Boldly, Chun drew his blade. Instantly, several crossbows trained their sights upon him. At that moment, Charlie emerged from within the sand vehicle. Charlie, I thought you were dead." "Thank God you're still alive." The director rushed over to embrace Charlie. "Director, please do not harm Ye Feng's companion. Throughout our journey, I have spoken with Ye Feng. He belongs to a civilized society and has promised to assist us in acquiring iron ore from Giant Rock City, as well as fuel from the Huangsha tribe, and even gunpowder. He has means to procure it from afar," Charlie explained patiently. "Really? Is that true?" The director's face displayed disbelief. Were it not for the raw materials being choked off, they would have already unified the territory south of the shrine. If Ye Feng could indeed secure these resources, he might have to petition the F-Rare for a special pardon for him. Indeed, it is true. Furthermore, Ye Feng has greatly evolved. Our weapons may be of little consequence to him now. All our arms are merely sufficient to deal with the level of a 9th-tier force master. Of course, a crossbow could fell a force king, provided our crossbowman can keep pace with his speed, Charlie elucidated. "Very well, Charlie, I trust you. I shall now take him to meet His Excellency the F-Rare." Thus, Ye Feng was escorted by a contingent of white soldiers into Na City. He observed that there were no longer any mercenaries at the city gates. All had been replaced by white soldiers. A moment's reflection made it clear to him that the mercenaries, lacking allegiance, had been entirely dismissed. Chapter 748. "All right, I have consented." As he walked along the familiar streets, Ye Feng found himself in a stupor. Na City posed no threat to him any longer. Thus, despite being shackled, he felt no sense of captivity and occasionally greeted the beautiful women beside him. "Ye Feng, you are a criminal now. Do you truly believe you are here for a vacation?" The director could not help but admonish. "All right, I understand. I am currently a criminal." Ye Feng acknowledged with a nod. After more than 20 minutes, he was led into a circular building, where 2 soldiers secured him to the central prisoner's chair. Shortly thereafter, several white individuals arrived, surrounding Ye Feng with curious gazes. Ye Feng fixed his eyes upon the 3 prominent figures, awaiting the F-Rare's approach. After approximately an hour of waiting, he finally beheld the 3 individuals. The leader was an elderly white man, his eyes radiating authority. Yet his prowess was only that of a 4th-tier force master, akin to his own. However, should a confrontation arise, with my myriad of extraordinary abilities, I could easily take on 10 adversaries. Ye Feng, you have slain our commander Darren, as well as Director Sheila, along with nearly 1,000 soldiers from our city. Do you plead guilty?" The leading elder, a white-haired man, inquired. "Are you the esteemed F-Rare?" Ye Feng retorted. "Indeed. Even a criminal has the right to know my identity and name. I am Adolf, the current F-Rare of this city. Do you acknowledge your guilt?" Adolf asked. "How remarkably civilized, I confess," it was indeed I who committed the act. However, it was Sheila who acted unethically first. He sought to exploit my life and that of my brother in exchange for fuel from the Huangsha tribe, even confining us in a bunker with the intent to suffocate us. Thus, my actions were wholly justified. Furthermore, I, Ye Feng, am capable of providing you with fuel, as well as iron ore from the giant stone city, and even gunpowder, but with one condition: the inventions you develop must first be supplied to me. And I shall send a few technical supervisors to oversee your research process, Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. Adolf regarded Ye Feng with skepticism. Criminal Ye Feng, it appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. I am the one judging you, yet you dare to negotiate terms with me. Just as he finished speaking, Adolf was momentarily blinded, as Ye Feng appeared suddenly at his side. How did you escape the shackles of our city? Adolf gasped in astonishment. The guards nearby raised their crossbows, nervously aiming at Ye Feng, fearful that he might harm the Frere. Your Excellency, I mean no offense. Since we are all civilized individuals here, allow me to reason with you. In exchange for fuel, iron ore, and gunpowder, you will be responsible for developing various weapons for me. Should you agree, we may proceed. If not, I shall take my leave at once, Ye Feng stated coolly, placing a hand upon Adolf's shoulder. You, Ye Feng, do you believe I am one who fears death? Should you kill me, the guards will execute you on the spot. Do not doubt it. I am willing to exchange my life for yours, Adolf asserted defiantly. Ye Feng released Adolf's shoulder and gradually approached one of the guards. The guard, with his crossbow raised, looked at Ye Feng with palpable tension. Criminal Ye Feng, quickly put your hands on your head and crouch down, or else I shall shoot. Go ahead and shoot, it matters not. Come forth. Ye Feng raised his hands, shielding his eyes. His physical form could certainly withstand the crossbow, but his eyes were vulnerable. Thwack! The crossbow bolt struck Ye Feng's body. Yet, in the next moment, all present were left in astonished disbelief. A shimmering layer of water rippled across Ye Feng's form, and as the bolt made contact, this water-like barrier expanded to envelop his entire being. Simultaneously, an enigmatic script of Sanskrit danced around Ye Feng. What? You can withstand the crossbows of our city? Adolf sank back into his chair. The pride that once adorned his countenance vanished, leaving him appearing years older. Previously, despite facing sanctions from several powerful clans, he had held firm in the belief that acquiring raw materials would allow them to dominate the world. However, upon witnessing Ye Feng's formidable defensive capabilities, all his confidence and pride were utterly shattered. The expressions of the other high-ranking members of the hateful child clan also darkened. Ye Feng carefully extracted the crossbow bolt and gently placed it upon the table. Your Excellency, he stated, as you can see, no matter how powerful this crossbow may be, it pales in comparison to firearms. The mechanisms you currently possess may instill some deterrence against practitioners of lower levels, but should you encounter a Force King, you would scarcely have time to aim before being eliminated. Your only viable path forward is to develop firearms, cannons, or even aircraft. However, lacking raw materials, your only option is collaboration with me. I will procure gunpowder, iron ore, and fuel, while you will handle the research and development. Should you choose to collaborate, I will appoint a supervisor to oversee your progress. If you are amenable, we can commence this partnership now. If not, we can part ways without further ado. Ye Feng spoke with an air of calmness. Adolf remained silent for a considerable duration before engaging in hushed discussions with several vice-chancellors, seemingly seeking a unified stance. Ye Feng, unperturbed, pulled up a chair and seated himself before them. 5 minutes later, the trio of elders concluded their deliberation. Ye Feng, if you provide us with raw materials, we can keep you apprised of our development progress. However, we cannot allow a supervisor to interfere with our research. Otherwise, we would be perpetually under your thumb. And that would leave us in the same predicament as before, Adolf articulated. Rest assured, I have no intention of stifling your efforts. I merely seek first-hand access to the latest information and the most advanced weaponry. Ye Feng responded earnestly. That is still unacceptable. However, we can guarantee that whenever there is a new research project, we will send you the relevant data. In return, you will supply us with raw materials for our development. We will also meticulously record daily research expenditures for your approval, Adolf continued. Research and development are notoriously costly, which is why many companies only maintain engineering departments and forego dedicated R&D divisions. Ye Feng understood this well. For instance, a sand vehicle may appear straightforward now, but during its initial development, Thousands of prototypes had to be discarded before a satisfactory model was achieved. Ye Feng hesitated, reluctant to apply excessive pressure. After all, the descendants of these Germans were invaluable. Losing even one of their researchers was a significant loss, more precious than a forced king. Mr. Ye Feng, if you agree now, we will immediately provide you with 10 sand vehicles and 5 crossbows. In return, you will supply us with fuel, iron, ore, and gunpowder for our future collaborations. Adolf proposed once more, making a concession. Very well, I accept your terms, Ye Feng nodded. He resolved to momentarily acquiesce to these individuals. But once they successfully produced the artillery, he possessed the strength to seize it forcefully and subsequently enhance its power and rate of fire. Chapter 749. The Master of Hot Spring Island, Mr. Ye Feng. If you consent, let us formalize our agreement with a contract, Adolf suggested. Agreed, I shall sign. Ye Feng replied. Ye Feng commenced the process, fully aware that these Germans were incapable of resistance. However, in the pursuit of a civilized society, it was essential to adhere to the necessary protocols. After a half-day's journey, Ye Feng emerged from the gates of Nanching alongside Charlie, their camaraderie evident as they shared laughter and conversation. Trailing behind them were 10 sand carts and 5 crossbows. Mr. Charlie, should you be inclined, I would like to extend a lucrative offer for you to join me on my hot spring island, Ye Feng proposed with a smile. I shall ponder it. For Nanching is my home, Charlie replied thoughtfully. Very well, then it is settled. Chenin, why are you still standing there? Come over and operate the sand carts. I did not expect Nanching to be so generous as to provide us with such treasures, Ye Feng called out, waving towards the distance. Of course, Chenin exclaimed, delighting in the opportunity as he hurried to gather the others to man the sand carts. Once aboard the sand cart, Ye Feng's head popped up from the hatch, gazing towards Charlie in the distance. Mr. Charlie, allow me to return and settle my family before I venture back into the great desert to assist you in retrieving the raw materials. Farewell. Goodbye, Charlie waved back. The two groups exchanged amicable gestures as they parted ways, and soon the sand carts vanished from Charlie's sight. After traversing for half a month, the 13 sand carts continued onward, the temperature steadily declining, and flurries of light snow began to fall. As they approached the desert's edge, remnants of crumbling walls began to emerge. Brother Feng, Green Sand City. We are finally returning to the vast grasslands. Nolan exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Ye Feng also emerged from the hatch, his eyes alight with anticipation as he beheld the expansive grasslands. At last, we are home. Despite the perilous journey, it has been immensely rewarding. Not only have we acquired a substantial quantity of high-grade crystal pills, but we have also recruited several formidable masters to return with us, such as Jin Yi Mei, Mei Ji, Chen Chang, and Jin Qi. While these four may not be considered top-tier in the Great Desert, they will undoubtedly be esteemed figures upon our return to the Hot Spring Island. In the Iron Tower district of the temple, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Boom! A tower was obliterated by this radiant column. Amidst the swirling dust, a middle-aged man in a black robe slowly rose to his feet. A piercing cry echoed through the sky as a sandbird soared past, followed by 2 shadows that descended precisely beside the middle-aged man. These 2 were none other than Black Iron and Long Wind, 2 formidable power kings. Master, this is the place. The young master met his demise here, Black Iron reported, his face betraying profound dread. My dear Kwang. The middle-aged man shut his eyes in anguish. Yet, mere seconds later, he reopened them, a flicker of deep-seated hatred igniting within. Disseminate orders to search the entire temple's perimeter, focusing particularly on the sand bandits to the north. Any power kings or above must be closely monitored to ascertain whether they have visited the temple. Furthermore, send individuals to eavesdrop on their slumber. Even their dreams must be recorded, regardless of how trivial, the middle-aged man declared through gritted teeth. Yes, master, Black Iron and Long Wind replied, trembling in fear. The middle-aged man nodded, and with a sudden forceful punch, he struck down. Boom! Towers crumbled as if heralding the apocalypse. President Wang, I believe that it is nearly sufficient. You have been presiding over this military parade for nearly half a month now. On the city wall, Damon could not help but offer a suggestion. What do you know? This is called domestication. It allows me to control these Duoyan people like sheep. This is a principle known as the weakening of the people in the 5 techniques of governance. Do you understand? Wang Zhihai forcefully sought to justify himself. There was no other option. The exhilaration of overseeing the parade was too intoxicating. In that moment, He felt as though he had ascended to the status of an emperor. Yet, Warm Spring Island still requires someone to oversee the broader situation. What if something were to go awry on Warm Spring Island while you remain in Eternal Life City? Damon remarked. Damon, do you harbor any grievances against me? Wang Zhihai squinted his eyes. It is not you that I oppose. I merely wish to preserve what Brother Feng has painstakingly built. I do not want to see it squandered in this manner, Damon replied. How absurd. Although Warm Spring Island was established by Brother Feng, I, Wang Zhihai, am its greatest contributor. Now that the realm is settled, I certainly intend to indulge in the pleasures of life. Is it not permissible to oversee a military parade? Of course not. Damon lowered his head in submission. In truth, with his strength, he could easily eliminate Wang Zhihai. However, he could not bring himself to do so. Anyone who lived on Warm Spring Island for a few months would inevitably develop a sense of attachment. The atmosphere of Warm Spring Island is one that tempers the arrogance of the strong and alleviates the fears of the weak, ensuring that the impoverished have sustenance and the ill receive care. If he were to eliminate Wang Zhihai today, it would signify a state of disintegration for Warm Spring Island. He relished the current ambience and thus, rather than destroy it, he sought to preserve it. Brother Feng, it appears there are soldiers of the Duoyan people ahead. What are they doing standing in formation? Inside the sand vehicle, Chunin pointed to the more than 20,000 Duoyan soldiers. Snow fell from the sky, yet they stood resolutely against the biting wind. Ye Feng also emerged from the manhole cover, casting a dubious glance at the distance. It seems Meng Yanmuxin intends to drill the Duoyan people. This woman harbors considerable ambition. We must alert Wang Zhihai to exercise caution, Ye Feng asserted with conviction. Brother Feng, ha ha ha, we have finally returned to Eternal Life City. I. Sniffle, Nolan emerged from the manhole cover behind them. Her face alight with joy as she gazed at the dilapidated Eternal Life City. Though it had undergone repairs, it remained in a state of disrepair, hardly worth mentioning. The distant Duoyan soldiers seemed to have spotted the sand vehicle and turned in unison. What is that thing? A sand beast? Oh no, a sand beast is attacking. A soldier of the Jiaizhen immediately drew his curved knife. What nonsense! It is Brother Feng. Brother Feng has returned. Chunin shouted at the distance. Brother Feng? Who is Brother Feng? The Jiaizhen exclaimed. Lord Jiai, Brother Feng is none other than the Lord of Warm Spring Island. Ye Feng. The soldier quickly cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape. Lord Ye Feng has returned. Lord Ye Feng has returned. The announcement echoed far and wide, reaching half of Eternal Life City. What were they shouting just now, Damon? Wang Zhihai inquired, digging into his ears. President Wang, Brother Feng has returned. Did you not hear? Wang Zhihai fell to the ground in shock, and two senior officials hurried to assist him, only to be pushed away by him. Hurry. Prepare the welcoming ceremony. Quickly, command everyone to form 2 lines to greet Brother Feng as he enters the city. In no time, 20,000 soldiers formed 2 columns, stretching for several kilometers. Ye Feng casually poked half his body out from beneath a manhole cover, curiously observing the upright figures of the Duoyan people. Suddenly, a dozen riders burst forth from the city gates, led by Wang Zhihai. Quick! Follow my lead and shout, Long live Brother Feng. The Duoyan people hesitated for a moment before collectively shouting, Long live Brother Feng. The voices of tens of thousands resounded like a torrent, ringing in Ye Feng's ears. He momentarily paused, then waved to the 2,000 Duoyan soldiers. Comrades, greetings. Thank you for your hard work. Long live Brother Feng. Shouted out, Long live Brother Feng. Long live, long live, long live, comrades. Long live, long live. Ye Feng stood atop the sandcart, waving to everyone. How delightful it is to be home. Upon returning, he received such a warm welcome. He must commend Wang Zhihai for this. Before long, Ye Feng arrived at the city gates amidst the cheers. Wang Zhihai quickly dismounted and rushed to Ye Feng's side. Brother Feng, it's wonderful to have you back. You have no idea how exhausting it was while you were away. Wang Zhihai lamented. Ye Feng jumped out from the manhole cover and helped Wang Zhihai to his feet. Zhihai, you've lost weight. You truly endured a lot during my absence, Ye Feng sighed. It's nothing. With greater power comes greater responsibility, Wang Zhihai replied, relieved. He had resolved to please Ye Feng alone, disregarding everyone else. After all, as the second in command of Hot Spring Island, did he really need to concern himself with their opinions? Zhihai, I am truly grateful to you. Even before my return, you were already at the city gate to welcome me. Have you set up spies within 100 miles of Chongqing City? Ye Feng chuckled. Yes. I did indeed place spies everywhere, Wang Zhihai admitted with a sly glance. Excellent. The temperature in Chongqing City must be plummeting to -60 degrees by now. Let the Duoyan people return, then set up a porridge stall so they can have a warm meal. Since I, Ye Feng, have returned today, I have decided that Hot Spring Island will host a grand banquet for 10 days, and Chongqing City will celebrate for 3 days, Ye Feng declared with authority. Yes, Brother Feng, I anticipated you would decide this, so the porridge stall is already prepared, Wang Zhihai rejoiced, relieved that Ye Feng had provided an explanation for the porridge stalls in the city. Excellent, my dear brother Zhihai. How fortunate to have you understand me. Domingda, ma goodbye, ma lobai. Why do you all wear such stern expressions? Ha. Ye Feng rushed over to embrace the three. Big brother, is it really you who has returned? At that moment, a figure approached, Balaraf, who had returned to Chongqing City with the remaining 300 warriors. My good brother, it is wonderful to have you back. What of the other brothers? Ye Feng embraced Balaraf warmly. They are all well, yet the pension has yet to be disbursed. Every time I approach the bank to apply, the branch managers employ various means to obstruct me. Now, I have only received less than 500 hot spring coins. Balaraf lamented. Ye Feng turned his gaze towards Wang Zhihai. There's no need to ponder. It is undoubtedly this fellow's doing. While it is true that the currency's function seems to be driving everyone into poverty, Wang Zhihai cannot possibly be withholding the soldiers' pensions, can he? Understood. I shall return immediately to address the branch manager in the concession, instructing him to release the pension in full, Wang Zhihai hastily replied. Brother Feng, moreover, as you previously stated, we are entitled to become citizens of Hot Spring Island. However, Diamond has refused to transport us to the island aboard a warship, causing us to miss 2 voting assemblies. Balaraf continued. Enough, Raf. If there is more to discuss, let us postpone it for later. I am weary at present. Ye Feng sighed. This is the downside of being an executive. One must manage every matter, which is truly burdensome for those in poor health. At that moment, Meng Yamingson gracefully approached, greeting Mr. Yi with a slight bow. No, Meng Yamingson, as the heavenly Khan, how can you bow to a mere commoner like me? Please refrain from such gestures in the future. By the way, how is your mother faring? Ye Feng recalled that fateful night. My mother is in good health. Meng Yamingson replied earnestly. Yet, even honesty is no longer an option. In the present Longxing City, she is merely a figurehead Khan. The economy is under the control of Ye Feng's Hot Spring Island. The food supply is also managed by Hot Spring Island. And even the military's every action is monitored by Hot Spring Island. In essence, she is nothing more than a puppet. If one day Ye Feng were to find her displeasing, it would require neither his nor Wang Zhihai's intervention. A mere word from the ambassador of the concession, Diamond, would prompt her own subordinates to unceremoniously oust her. Greetings, Mr. Yi. A group of elders from the council approached, their faces adorned with obsequious expressions. Ye Feng nodded and strode into the city. Along the way, various individuals emerged to impede his path with complaints. Please, master of the island, intervene on our behalf. We have undertaken labor at the labor office, and, after working for half a year on Hot Spring Island, our wages have yet to be disbursed. Brother Feng, do not look at me. I have already disbursed the funds to their company owner, Wang Zhihai stated earnestly. Oh, then it appears that the individuals in Longxing City are withholding the workers' wages. Ensure that Labor Ambassador Dafu conducts a thorough investigation. If it is discovered that the company owner has embezzled the Hot Spring coins, Hot Spring Island shall cease all cooperation with his company in the future, Ye Feng declared. After all, the companies in Longxing City fall outside his jurisdiction. At most, he can impose such sanctions. Naturally, he could oversee them, but that would entail responsibility for the sustenance and well-being of hundreds of thousands in Longxing City. Such a scenario would inevitably diminish the quality of life for citizens of Hot Spring Island. These outsourcing companies are mismanaging affairs. Manager Wang, in the future, ensure that these companies fully disburse the workers' wages before releasing the final payments, to safeguard the reputation of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng proclaimed, ensuring that all within a 5-kilometer radius could hear him. Yes, Wang Zhihai nodded. The sound of a resounding clamor echoed, as the Doyan people knelt before Ye Feng, expressing their profound gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ye Feng. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have been forever subjected to their exploitation. We owe you our deepest thanks, Master Yi. You are our savior, our benefactor. Thousands murmured their appreciation. Ye Feng nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Despite being the harvester of resources from the island, he had succeeded in instilling a sense of gratitude in these laborers, redirecting their frustration toward the Doyen's outsourcing company. How delightful! Among the Doyen people, some were perceptive, yet the majority remained oblivious. Should they dare to voice the truth, they would undoubtedly face harsh criticism. Soon, 13 sand carts rumbled into the city, forming a serpentine procession. Surrounding the carts were a throng of curious children, eagerly tapping their sticks against the carts, attempting to discern their purpose. Doyen Hina sat within one of the carts, watching Ye Feng ostentatiously display his prowess ahead. Meanwhile, in her arms, Yi Xing gazed up at Ye Feng with adoration. Chapter 751. Love at First Sight. Though only a little over a year old, Yi Xing, having inherited Ye Feng's formidable genes, exhibited early cognitive development. Dad, Dad, Yi Xing finally called out, but alas, Ye Feng was engulfed in the cheers of the crowd and did not hear him. That night, Chongqing City was ablaze with light, and even the frigid temperature of -60 degrees could not dampen the enthusiasm of the Doyen people. They ignited hundreds of bonfires in the city, gathering around them to sing and dance while savoring delectable frozen fish. They enjoyed grilled fish heads, fish head wild mushroom soup, sashimi, fish porridge, grilled fish intestines, and stewed fish bones. Since the outbreak of the epidemic, the methods of preparing fish had become remarkably diverse, a culinary artistry perfected by Shi Zhongliang, which gradually spread throughout Chongqing City. In the Grand Hall of the Pyramid, Ye Feng occupied the position of the Heavenly Khan, with Wang Zhihai seated to his left and Doyen Hina, along with her little Yi Xing, to his right. The Heavenly Khan Ming Yamingxin could only sit at the first position on the lower side, with her mother Bai Yidua beside her. Below them sat the elders, pharmacists, priests, and other prominent figures of Chongqing City. To Yi Feng's right, at the lower side, were Chun Un, Duomengd, Ma Gobi, Ma Lebi, Nolan, Meiji, Chen Chong, Jin Qi, Jin Yame, and others. The entire left lower side was occupied by Chongqing City residents, deemed outsiders, while the right lower side was filled with his allies or those soon to join his ranks. As for Ding Tuanchuan, she could no longer tolerate Wang Zhihai's demeanor and had returned to Hot Spring Island aboard Hot Spring No. 9 7 days prior. Important figures such as Susan Raimai, Bai Chuxue, and Cheng Li Bin were overseeing matters on Hot Spring Island and could not attend the banquet in Chongqing City. Further down, Kazina, dressed in long sleeves, danced gracefully, surrounded by many newly promoted dancers. She had come to terms with her position and accepted that she was unlikely to become Ye Feng's primary consort. Thus, she came to a realization, wholeheartedly dedicating herself to the study of dance, even establishing a dance troupe, which Wang Zhihai aptly named Hengda. Come, let us raise a glass to Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai possessed a remarkable talent for fostering an atmosphere. The crowd promptly stood up. To Brother Feng. Well said. Ye Feng downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze becoming entranced by the enchanting figure of Kazi Na. Yet, in the next moment, his attention shifted to the side where Duoyen Hina sat. During their time in the desert, whenever Ye Feng cast his green-eyed gaze in her direction, she would shyly avert her eyes. However, tonight was different. Duoyen Hina did not shy away from his gaze, but instead, they silently locked eyes. Is there a possibility for romance tonight? Ye Feng's heart soared with joy as he struggled to contain his excitement. Hina, just then, Chunin suddenly jumped into the scene. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. Today I, Chunin, am filled with joy, having finally returned alive from the desert. Now, I have set my sights on a beautiful lady, and as everyone is present, I wish for all to bear witness. With that, Chunin strode confidently toward Chen Chong, conjuring a fabric flower in his hand. Chen Chong, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Please gaze into my sincere eyes. Will you spend your life with me? Chen Chong was taken aback, quickly standing up to evade Chun's kneeling proposal. Fear not, Chen Chong. I, Chunin, am a devoted man, unlike Brother Feng, who is a notorious flirt. Though I may not possess his handsomeness, I assure you my intentions are genuine. Together, we shall have many children and live happily on Hot Spring Island, Chunin declared earnestly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's face darkened ominously. He discreetly glanced at Duoyen Hina, and indeed, she averted her gaze from him. This scoundrel. I'm sorry, but you are not suited for me, Chen Chong replied candidly, refusing him. Chen Chong, I know you harbor feelings for me. Please do not suppress your true emotions. Let your feelings burst forth. Chun An's face flushed crimson, unable to maintain his composure before so many. I have no feelings for you at all. How could I possibly let them out? Get lost. Chun Chang retorted without hesitation. In response, Chun An tossed the flower aside and fled the hall in embarrassment. Hina, it's getting late. Let these youngsters revel while we retire. Ye Feng suggested with a smile. No need. Tonight I shall sleep with my son, Duoyan Hina replied coldly. Initially, she had been ready to acquiesce to Ye Feng, perhaps allowing for a second chance. Unfortunately, Chun An's words had rendered her unable to proceed. She now harbored resentment not only towards Ye Feng, but also towards Chun An. Why must such things be revealed at this moment? After a while, Duoyan Hina carried Ye Feng's son to the bedroom to sleep. Ye Feng surveyed the room and then struck the table decisively. The dance troupe will retreat to the 42nd floor of the pyramid. I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Kazina nodded and led her dancers out of the grand hall. The surrounding clamor gradually subsided, leaving the entire hall enveloped in silence. Upon returning from the temple, I have brought forth a plethora of treasures for everyone. Jinshi, please bring those burlap sacks to me, Ye Feng instructed. As you command, Jinshi replied, tossing several sacks into the center of the grand hall, releasing a potent and fragrant aroma. Chapter 752. I am willing to make you king. Ye Feng slowly approached and opened the first burlap sack. Inside were numerous small vials closely packed together. He casually opened one vial and poured out a single pill. I understand that the absorption of crystal pills can be quite cumbersome, particularly for those with lesser talents, who may require years to refine just one. Consequently, your advancement is considerably slow. However, what I possess is a crystal pill refined into a crystal pellet, which is far more conducive to bodily absorption and can elevate your strength in a short span of time. Now, I shall commence the commendation of the citizens of Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai, step forward, Ye Feng called out. Yes, Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai responded eagerly. Having already realized the challenges associated with crystal pill absorption, he was astonished that Brother Feng had procured crystal pellets. Open your mouth, huh? Ye Feng tossed a high-grade pellet into Wang Zhihai's mouth, its effects being milder yet more enduring. In mere moments, Wang Zhihai's face flushed crimson, radiating vitality as if he had regained 2 or 3 years of youth. How do you feel? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Brother Feng, do you think you could give me a few more? Wang Zhihai exclaimed excitedly. This vial contains a total of 27 crystal pellets. Take it. And consume 3 each year after meals, understood? Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile. Brother Feng, does it really matter if it's before or after meals? Ha ha. I was merely jesting with you. It was just a slip of the tongue. Ye Feng then picked up another small vial and turned his gaze towards Demand. Demand, step forward. Yes. Demand, elated, marched proudly to Ye Feng's side. This vial contains approximately 30 crystal pellets, though they are not of the same high grade as Wang Zhihai's. You shall consume 3 each year. Once the potency is fully absorbed, only then may you take the second one, understood? Ah, you rascal. I see you have already reached the second-tier strength. You have a promising future ahead. Ye Feng patted Demand on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Feng, Demand replied joyfully, clutching the vial as he returned to his seat, exuberant. Ma Gobai, step forward. In the lower right corner, the Duoyan people, led by Meng Yanmingxin, gazed enviously at the benefits Ye Feng was distributing. If only they were citizens of Hot Spring Island, they mused, the position of Khan is inconsequential. It is merely a puppet. Meng Yanmingxin lamented. The elders of the council also wore expressions of envy and resentment. Had they known, they would have immigrated to Hot Spring Island sooner. Now it seems they have missed the opportunity. Ma Lobai, open your mouth, huh? As Ye Feng continued to distribute crystal pellets, he realized that having slain so many strength kings had yielded a veritable bounty of crystal pellets, sufficient to elevate all the key figures of Hot Spring Island to the first-tier level. As for those like Dortmund, who already possess a foundational strength, they could potentially ascend directly to the 9th-tier warriors within a year or two, mirroring the realm once achieved by Meng Yanlai. Kazina was summoned down from the 42nd level, and Ye Feng similarly presented her with 3 crystal pills. Although the two shared a fleeting romance, she had not rendered any significant contributions to the Hot Spring Island. Thus, Ye Feng felt compelled to maintain fairness in front of so many witnesses. Ultimately, even Balraf received a crystal pill, instantly elevating his prowess to that of a first-tier warrior. Presently, a sack brimming with crystal pills remained. Ye Feng, wary of waste, entrusted the entire sack to Jinshi. The remaining bag contained less valuable crystal elixirs. At least, they held little worth to Ye Feng, yet for the residents of Eternal Life City, these elixirs were treasures beyond price. Jinqi shouldered the sack and hurried away to secure it. Ye Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, paced the grand hall like an emperor. Qin Chang, Mei Ji, Jin Yi Mei, you have all assisted me, to varying degrees, on the road to the shrine. Therefore, I shall write each of you a letter of recommendation. Upon our return to Hot Spring Island, the 500 citizens will collectively cast their votes. As long as the affirmative votes exceed half, you shall qualify for citizenship, Ye Feng stated calmly. At this moment, Wang Zhihai interjected, Brother Feng. The number of citizens on Hot Spring Island has already grown to 1,800. So swiftly? Were they all elected through fair means? Ye Feng countered. Indeed. You can verify with Sister Susan, Wang Zhihai replied, somewhat nervously. Ah, that is reassuring. As long as the selection is made willingly by the people, should these new citizens commit any misdeeds in the future, we shall not be held accountable, since it was their choice. We merely wrote the letters of recommendation. Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Exactly, Wang Zhihai nodded eagerly. At that moment, Mei Ji stood up. Brother Feng, you are the esteemed lord of Hot Spring Island. Surely you have the authority to directly grant a citizenship? Qin Chang also rose. Brother Feng, your conduct as the island lord seems rather timid. Ah, you may be unaware. But Hot Spring Island is not a place of hierarchy. Even upon my arrival, I must earnestly appease the citizens. Every certain period, the island lord must be replaced. Should I fail to win their favor, they might cast opposing votes, and I could lose my position. Thus, in our realm, once one becomes a citizen, all are equal. The island lord cannot exercise privilege over a mere cleaner, and the cleaner dares to voice dissent against the lord. Otherwise, why do so many formidable individuals choose to join Hot Spring Island and consider it their home? They understand that should they age or be gravely injured one day, no one would dare to bully them, and they possess voting rights. Even the island lord must heed their vote. Ye Feng spoke earnestly. Meiji shook her head. I fail to comprehend why you would choose such a course. It is quite unbecoming. Conversely, Qin Chang exhibited a higher level of understanding, as she, like Ye Feng, hailed from a civilized society. I comprehend your intention. You aspire to transform Hot Spring Island into a paradise-like haven, where all yearn to visit and long to become citizens. Once they attain citizenship, even if they suffer grievous injuries or become incapacitated, they will be cared for without fear of oppression, for they possess the right to vote. In essence, the aim is to diminish the arrogance of the strong, alleviate the fears of the weak, and ensure that the living are nurtured while the elderly are provided for. Qin Chang astutely dissected the core of Hot Spring Island, and he is absolutely correct. Ye Feng raised his thumb in approval. Beside him, Meng Yamingson felt a shiver run through her body as she listened. In Eternal Life City, a strict hierarchy prevailed, with various elders, generals, and true warriors beneath the Heavenly Khan. The 8 subkhans lived in far greater comfort than the average soldier. While this system may initially inspire reverence, over time, she had heard the whispers within the city. Some impoverished citizens had already lambasted the Heavenly Khan with vehement disdain. Were it not for the constraints of force, they would have even contemplated his demise. Turning to Ye Feng's side, the likes of Duomeng and Ma Goubai, these golden-armored guards, were once undeniably stronger than Ye Feng. Yet, they willingly pledged their loyalty to him, not due to his personal charm, but because they were captivated by the environment of Hot Spring Island, ready to fight for its cause. As the new Heavenly Khan, should there not be lessons to learn from Hot Spring Island? Otherwise, they would forever remain subjugated by it. Despite its mere population of under 2,000, which reaped the labor of hundreds of thousands from Eternal Life City. Indeed, after tonight, it is time to summon the elders, pharmacists, and priests. A bold transformation is in order. Ye Feng swiftly arranged the personnel matters, leaving Wang Zhihai, the bank manager, to listen obediently, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing for a hole to hide in, he had prided himself in Eternal Life City, yet it became glaringly clear how far he lagged behind Brother Feng. Simultaneously, he began to understand why figures like Duomeng willingly served Ye Feng despite their superior strength. Brother Feng, may I address you as the King of Hot Springs? Yes. Brother Feng, reign as you wish. I shall honor you as my king. The assembly led by Wang Zhihai rose in unison, calling out to Ye Feng. Titles matter not. If I am to be a sovereign, let it be known that from this day forth, you shall refer to me as the Emperor of Hot Springs. Ye Feng declared with solemnity. Chapter 753. Have you found it? Wang Zhihai, duo manged, Mago Bai, Meng Yamingson. Ha ha, I was merely jesting with you all. Continue to indulge. For I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Ye Feng swiftly exited the grand hall, making his way to Duo Yen Hina's chamber. Hina, my beloved, please open the door. I have arrived, he called out, having cleansed himself thoroughly. However, no sound came in response. Very well, if you shall not open the door, I must proceed with my urgent business. Upon concluding his words, Ye Feng ventured into the corner to extricate Chunin, all the while concealing holy water within his embrace. In the pitch-black expanse of the grassland, the chilling wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. A golden figure raced towards Eternal Life City, seemingly unperturbed by the frigid temperatures, moving with remarkable agility across the icy terrain. At that moment, Ye Feng had already seated Chun and aboard the hot spring number 1. Captain, set sail, he commanded. The vessel emitted a thunderous roar as it navigated towards the location of Hot Spring Island. In Greensand City, amidst the ruins and crumbling walls, 2 shadowy figures draped in cloaks strolled slowly. The temperature plummeted to over 60 degrees below zero, a discomfort that registered with the 2 figures. Who would have thought the southern climate could be this frigid? I suspect that such low temperatures will soon permeate the entire Green Sea Desert, even affecting our giant tree city, remarked the taller shadow. Let it be. Our current task is to search for a being of the strength of a king, south of the temple. Once located, we shall remain by his side. Eavesdropping on his conversations, even his dreams, they conversed as they faded into the swirling snowflakes. I have returned. Chunin is back, echoed Chun En's triumphant cry across the dusky expanse of Hot Spring Island. His condition had improved, although he still fell short of a first-tier warrior's strength. He was making progress, thanks to the nurturing of the crystal pill. Who was that ruckus? Ding Tuanshuan rubbed her eyes and opened the window a crack. In the next moment, her eyes widened in surprise. Is that Chunin? He has returned. That means Brother Yi has returned as well. Without hesitation, she donned her fur coat and dashed out of the house. Brother Yi is back. Brother Yi is back. In the distance, a shadow flickered, and the little lapdog rushed to Ding Tuanshuan's side, nudging her belly with its bear-like nose. In another wooden cabin, Susan was abruptly awakened. Instantly filled with joy, she bolted barefoot out of the cabin. Coo! A melodious sound resonated through the sky. A giant bird soared aloft, circling above Hot Spring number 1. Its calls expressing affection for Chun and hello, little bird. Chunin waved vigorously. Within a hidden chamber, Bo Chin Chin was nursing Tuba's child. Upon hearing the commotion, she too hurriedly embraced the child and exited the wooden structure. Whoosh! 2 figures leaped from Hot Spring number 1, racing towards the dock. Feng. Susan was the first to rush over, enveloping Ye Feng in a warm embrace. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanshuan followed suit. Ye Feng held Susan on his left and Ding Tuanshuan on his right, a tender smile gracing his face. Feng, Su Yin approached as well. Ye Feng could only stretch his arms wide. Soon, Rimai Zi, Bai Chu Xue, and Xiang Shui joined the embrace. After a prolonged moment of warmth, Ye Feng gently pushed them back. Oh, Tuanshuan, have you transformed into a beautiful young lady? Ye Feng gazed at Ding Tuanshuan in astonishment. Once merely adorable, she now radiated a hint of youthful beauty. Of course, I am already 18 this year, Ding Tuanshuan declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Indeed, I shall find you a worthy match in the future, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Hey, Chunin was immediately displeased. You all know Feng Gu. But do you not recognize me, Chunin? Why has no one come over to embrace me? Chunin fumed. A small admirer promptly wagged his tail and dashed over, extending his tongue to lick Chun En's face repeatedly. Get away from me, Chunin exclaimed, visibly disheartened. Ye Feng then bent down to gaze at Xiaolian. The young girl, now 16, stood gracefully, only a head shorter than Ye Feng. It was evident that in no time, she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Xiaolian, I have a gift for you. With that, Ye Feng retrieved the cultivation manual of the Shura I from his pocket. What is this? She inquired. Take it home and study it at your leisure. I trust you possess a remarkable talent in this regard. Ye Feng had initially intended to pat her head, but, considering her age, opted instead to place a hand on her shoulder. At that moment, Ye Feng's gaze shifted to the distance. Bo Kachin was observing from beside the wooden cabin, cradling a child, while inside the adjacent cabin lay the body of Tuba. Susan, come with me. The rest of you stay here, Ye Feng commanded, striding towards Bo Kachin. Feng Gu, you're back, Bo Kachin greeted, her expression somewhat strained. Yes, sister-in-law. Hand the child over to Susan, and you accompany me into Tuba's cabin, Ye Feng instructed. Have you found him? Bo-Kachin asked, astonished. No questions now, Susan. Take my goddaughter. With that, Ye Feng entered the wooden cabin. Inside, frost adorned the surroundings, and Tuba's body lay quietly on an icy bed. Ye Feng couldn't shake the feeling that Tuba's face and body had slightly distorted. Once Bo-Kachin entered, she carefully closed the door and knelt by Tuba's body. Sister-in-law, this is holy water. Please hold Tuba's hand and call his name. I never believed in metaphysics, but I do believe in love, which can yield extraordinary results. Ye Feng declared, producing a vial of holy water from his pocket. Bo-Kachin grasped Tuba's right hand. Tuba, please awaken. Your daughter is nearly a year old. Tuba, please wake up. Our daughter and I are waiting for your revival, she gently implored. Ye Feng sensed the moment was right and removed the cork, pouring the entire vial of holy water into Tuba's mouth. However, only half of it managed to stay inside, the rest spilling out. Tuba, being a corpse, lacked the ability to swallow. What now? Bo-Kachin frantically wiped the spilled holy water across Tuba's face. Alas, it's all my fault. I should have anticipated that Tuba couldn't swallow. How could I have wasted more than half of it? Ye Feng felt a deep regret, wishing he could stab himself in frustration. With the temple now destroyed and no clergy to concoct holy water, the vial in his possession was effectively the only one left in the world. Of course, he could attempt to create holy water using the methods inscribed on the animal hide, but he had no idea how long that would take, as there were hundreds of unfamiliar herbs, many of which were rare. Feng good Tuba his mouth. Bo-Kachin was taken aback and quickly retreated behind Ye Feng. Although she was married to Tuba, he had passed away for nearly 2 years. Chapter 754. Can't you stay a little longer? You just returned. Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy as he glanced at Tuba's mouth. The skin beside his lips appeared significantly different from the rest of his pallid complexion, seemingly regaining a hint of rosy hue while the surrounding skin remained a ghastly, zombie-like white. Ye Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. Despite his immense strength, capable of overpowering a 9th-tier power king, he felt a profound uncertainty in the face of the unknown. As time progressed, the skin around Tuba's mouth grew increasingly lustrous, resembling that of a living person. Tentatively, Ye Feng extended a finger to touch it, confirming its restored elasticity. Brother Feng, is it possible for Tuba to come back to life? Bo-Kachin inquired. Let's wait and see, Ye Feng replied, forcing himself to remain calm as he settled beside Tuba. Bo-Kachin glanced at him, summoning her courage to sit on the other side. Time slowly ebbed away, and soon 2 hours had passed. To Ye Feng's dismay, the skin around Tuba's mouth began to fade back to its zombie-white state. What? Ye Feng felt an overwhelming frustration. Brother Feng, it may be due to insufficient medicinal potency. To revive Tuba, we would need an abundance of holy water, at least hundreds of bottles, to submerge him in. And we must also pour the holy water into his mouth to rejuvenate him from within, Bo-Kachin explained. Given the circumstances, it seemed there was no other option. Very well. I will find the herbs necessary to concoct the holy water, Ye Feng declared resolutely. Although hope appeared slim, he was determined to try. If he couldn't find the herbs south of the temple, he would venture north or even beyond the Green Sea Desert to seek them elsewhere. Surely, in this vast world, there must be something that Ye Feng could uncover. Brother Feng, I fear Tuba is truly gone. Even if we bathe him in holy water, what of his soul? How do we restore that? Even if he were to return, would he still be Tuba? Bo-Kachin suddenly voiced her concerns. Ye Feng shuddered at her words. He had contemplated this notion before, but was reluctant to dwell on it. He wanted to believe that with ample holy water, Tuba could be resurrected. Do not indulge in such thoughts. Rest assured, Tuba will certainly revive. I can guarantee that, Ye Feng asserted before striding out of the wooden cabin. In the Black Tree River Valley, snow blanketed the earth to a depth of over 10 meters, submerging small trees beneath its weight. At that moment, a towering ice tree, seemingly affected by an unseen force, shattered into countless fragments. The temperature had risen beyond absolute zero, rendering all things fragile. Ye Feng returned to the wooden cabin he shared with Susan, but rather than engaging in marital matters, he scrutinized a piece of animal hide, turning it over and over. What is this? He murmured. The method for concocting holy water, he continued, without lifting his gaze. Let me see, Susan said, wrapping her delicate, snow-white arm tightly around Ye Feng's. Together, they focused on the hide scroll. The shape of this grass seems familiar. I believe I have encountered it in the Black Tree River Basin. And this flower too. I have seen it in the same region. There are several varieties I have come across there, Susan exclaimed suddenly, her face alight with surprise. Really, my dear? Ye Feng replied joyfully, his thoughts solely occupied with the revival of Tuba. The longer he delayed, the slimmer the chances of bringing Tuba back to life became. Indeed, my love. You have been quite weary lately, so why not rest at home? Tomorrow, I shall take the hot spring number 1 and travel south along the Wolf Creek. Venturing as far as possible to search for these herbs in the Black Tree River Basin, Susan suggested. My dear, allow me to go instead. The temperatures in the Black Tree River Basin must be well below freezing. I fear for your delicate hands, Ye Feng said, gently caressing the back of Susan's hand. How vexing. By the way, I've thought of a plan, Susan replied, descending 2 ropes from the top of the bed. What? That night, Ye Feng was utterly bewildered. The following noon, Ye Feng and Susan awoke and swiftly made their way to the dock. Ding Tianchuan was holding Ilian's hand, standing against the wind at the dock, whispering sweet secrets. After a few exchanges, they burst into giggles, their youthful spirits on full display. What are you chatting about? May I join in? Ye Feng approached with a smile. Not a chance. Men aren't allowed to listen, Ding Tianchuan retorted. Ye Feng immediately donned a benevolent smile reminiscent of a fatheress. My love, I shall leave the crystal pills and elixirs on Hot Spring Island. After I depart, please distribute them among all the citizens of the island, ensuring everyone receives a share, especially little Tianchuan and Ilian, Ye Feng instructed. Can't you stay a few more days? You've just returned. Susan sighed, lovingly fastening Ye Feng's cloak. Alas, with greater power comes greater responsibility, Ye Feng sighed in return. After a moment, Ye Feng embarked alone on Hot Spring number 1, steering towards the angry sea. This time, he did not bring Chunin, as he was too weak to endure the harsh temperatures. Instead, he planned to take along several skilled companions, such as Meiji, Qinchang, and Jin Yamei. As for Jin Shi, he had sustained numerous injuries, and Ye Feng preferred he recuperate in Eternal Life City before undertaking any further endeavors. Hot Spring number 1 navigated the turbulent waves, reaching the angry sea in just half a day. With a single step, Ye Feng walked on the waves, landing at the dock. Wang Zhihai, I must say, you clever rascal have even established a hot spring island enclave in Eternal Life City. Ye Feng strode towards the entrance of the enclave. Who goes there? No documentation. No entry into the enclave. This enclave has its own laws, independent of those in Eternal Life City, a straightforward young man declared, raising his crossbow. Smack. A hand landed on the back of his head. Ma Lebi stepped forward, saying, Are you blind? Have you not seen Brother Feng's portrait? My apologies, Brother Feng. All is well. You are merely doing your duty, and I would have rewarded you, Ye Feng replied before entering the enclave, accompanied by Ma Lebi. Is it truly this crowded? Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The streets of the concession are remarkably spacious, yet they are lined with numerous stalls. Some vendors offer frozen fish. Others sell crabs, and there are those peddling a variety of herbs, almost everything one could desire. There are even a few lovely ladies soliciting customers in the street. Oh, is that not Deputy Ambassador Malibi? Come in quickly. We have a new beauty today. Nonsense. As a dignified deputy ambassador, would I engage in such activities on the street? Oh, what a grim face. Where has that lively spirit of yours gone from last night? With a scowl, Malibi hurriedly pulled Ye Feng away to another location. Malibi, assist me in locating these herbs, Ye Feng said, unfurling a piece of animal hide and pointing to the various shapes of the herbs depicted. Indeed, Brother Feng, I am somewhat renowned in the concession. At the sound of my command, these street vendors will gladly present the herbs to me. Of course, I shall compensate them, Malibi assured, patting his chest. Very well, this is a manuscript. Find as many as you can based on what is written. Ye Feng assigned the task to Malibi. Chapter 755. Everything is at Brother Feng's command. He had not anticipated that the concession would be 1,000 times more bustling than Chongqing City, with an array of shops standing side by side, akin to the vibrancy of Mongkok. Some shop entrances were so narrow that one could only enter sideways. Moreover, the buildings in the concession were not single-story. They were all 3 to 4-story stone and wooden structures, some even topped with canopies to maximize usable space. If such a crowded place were to exist in Chongqing City, it would undoubtedly lead to an outbreak of disease. However, the concession was different. It was equipped with a sewage system and water pipes, ensuring hygiene within. After a stroll, Ye Feng exited the concession. He estimated that if all the inhabitants of the upper floors were brought down to ground level, they might stack 2 to 3 layers high. The population density was simply overwhelming. Strangely, however, there was no outbreak of worm disease within. After a while, Ye Feng finally arrived at the pyramid in Chongqing City. "Beautiful lady, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Could you do me a favor and summon Qinchang and Jin Yeme to this place? Your combined strength is formidable, and I need assistance in the southernmost frigid lands to procure some items," Ye Feng requested. "Of course, Brother Feng." Before long, the three beauties gathered. After much consideration, Ye Feng decided to procure 4 warhorses. Just as they were about to cross the concession, an idea struck Ye Feng. Since the hot spring coins had become so robust, why not adopt a bounty system to collect the herbs? Haha, let us head back into the concession. The 4 riders swiftly entered the concession and soon found Damond in his office. "Brother Feng, what an honor to have you here. How can I assist you?" Damond offered his seat to Ye Feng and took a place beside him. "Damond, here is a manuscript containing various herbs. I need you to issue a bounty for these herbs. For each one found, the reward will be 100 hot spring coins. For 10, that amounts to 1,000 hot spring coins. Once certain herbs become too abundant, gradually lower the price and continue to offer bounties for the rarer ones." Ye Feng instructed with gravity. "Brother Feng, what do you need these herbs for? Are you unwell?" Damond inquired. "Am I unwell? I am capable of creating a breach in the ice layer. These herbs are essential for concocting holy water. With holy water in hand, we can resurrect Tuber, Yongli, and Godshan," Ye Feng stated solemnly. There was no need for him to deceive the citizens of Hot Spring Island. This was a matter of principle. Naturally, when conversing with outsiders, he could easily fabricate tales and boast without hesitation. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," Duoming nodded in agreement. "We must also depart," heading towards the Heishu River Valley. Soon after, the 4 riders left the concession area. The southern gate of Chongqing City creaked open, and all the Doyan people knelt in reverence. Ye Feng had advocated for these craftsmen, and now they held genuine gratitude and admiration for him. The 4 riders swiftly departed from Chongqing City, running southward for several miles until the Wolf Creek was completely frozen. "Let us traverse the ice surface to the south. Not only will the path be smooth, but it will also save us the time of climbing mountains," Ye Feng suggested. "We shall follow your lead, Brother Feng," the 3 women affirmed, clad in thick animal skins and heavy cloaks, even their mouths masked by layers of fur. Ye Feng, too, was similarly attired, revealing only his eyes. After covering another 10 kilometers on the ice, Ye Feng abruptly halted, his gaze shifting to the side. Having attained the 2nd level of the Holy Demon Art, his senses were extraordinarily acute. Could there truly be someone alive in the wilderness in such weather? Which friend is hiding in the shadows? Please reveal yourself. Ye Feng called out loudly. However, the direction remained ominously silent. "If you do not show yourself, I may be compelled to take action," he warned, his anger surging as he drew forth his curved dagger with his gloved right hand. In the next moment, Ye Feng stood in stunned silence. The dagger and its sheath had frozen together. Just then, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the shadows, cloaked and shivering in the biting wind. "Power Kings?" Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Although this premonition stemmed from the 2 Power Kings before him, Ye Feng sensed that the situation was far from simple. The 2nd level of the Holy Demon Art not only enhanced speed and strength, but also provided comprehensive augmentation, such as the brain's computational speed, the sharpness of the senses, and early warnings of danger. "Esteemed gentlemen, may I inquire as to your purpose on the vast grassland?" Ye Feng maintained a demeanor of respect. He recognized that these 2 individuals were merely 1st or 2nd-tier Power Kings. If he wished, he could dispatch them with a single hand, yet it was entirely unnecessary. Who could say if they had companions? Should their allies learn of a Power King's demise on the Doyan grassland, it would not be long before a steady stream of powerful individuals arrived, employing their might to penetrate Chongqing City and directly locate Hot Spring Island. "Oh, we are merely passing through your esteemed territory. Might you be the chieftain of this grassland?" the taller figure inquired. Certainly not. Our Heavenly Khan resides in Chongqing City. I am merely an unnamed commoner of the grassland," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the 2 shadows exchanged glances. "May I ask, what is the strength of your Heavenly Khan?" "We, the Heavenly Khan, possess no strength, not even qualifying as a 1st-tier warrior," Ye Feng remarked casually. "Such weakness? As a ruler of this land, are your abilities truly inferior to mine? If I am not mistaken, the weakest among you must be at least a 9th-tier warrior. Interjected the shorter man. That is difficult to ascertain. Strength is not the sole measure of respect on the vast grasslands. Regardless, our capabilities are considered among the pinnacle here, and we shall remain steadfast in our loyalty to the heavenly Khan. Ye Feng continued, weaving a tale. Very well. Let me pose a question. Have you recently ventured into the Great Desert? The Great Desert? Yes, I have been to Green Sand City, Ye Feng replied. Have you visited the temple? What temple? You haven't heard of the temple? Here, we have great halls, small halls, and palaces, but I have never heard of a temple. Ye Feng shrugged. It would be too far-fetched to claim he had never been to the desert, but he could quite easily assert he had not been to the temple. Allow me to inquire further. Within a radius of several thousand miles, are there any masters of the Strength King level? Asked the tall warrior. None. From the moment I was born, the most formidable individual I have encountered was merely a 9th-tier warrior. You two are the first Strength Kings I have ever met. Ye Feng continued his charade. In truth, he was deliberating whether to eliminate these two individuals. Yet he harbored concerns regarding any peculiarities they might possess that could alert their kin should he take their lives. Ye Feng had begun to suspect their origins. The area south of the temple was devoid of resources, yet it had attracted two formidable Strength Kings. Chapter 756. Have they grown this powerful? Moreover, their earlier inquiry about nearby Strength Kings suggested a 70% probability that they were kin of that young lord, seeking the murderer. There remained a 20% chance they belonged to the ancient barbarian clan, seeking vengeance for Chang'e. The final 10% could be attributed to desert bandits. Foreigners, your reasoning may seem sound, yet your eyes flicker with deceit, betraying your insincerity. Therefore, I now demand that the four of you accompany us to the temple, where a certain esteemed individual shall employ the soul-searching technique to extract the truth from you, the tall man declared, as he and his companion encircled Ye Feng and his group. What are you planning? Mei Ji gasped, hastily grasping her sword sheath. Jin Yi Mei and Chun Chang remained silent, similarly drawing their weapons. Haha, I advise you four not to resist. With but one hand, I could eliminate you effortlessly. The tall man sneered. Brother Feng. Mei Ji and Chun Chang quickly glanced at Ye Feng, seemingly awaiting his decision. Jin Yi Mei remained remarkably composed. Having witnessed Ye Feng vanquish a 9th-tier Strength King, and sensed that the auras of the two before them were noticeably weaker. Crazy brother? The shorter man raised an eyebrow. I suggest you heed my warning, young man. Otherwise, your female subordinates shall become our foot warmers. After warming our feet, they may serve other purposes, such as catching our spittle. Have you heard of the beauty spittoon? A spittoon crafted from the essence of beauty. Ha! The tall man could not contain his laughter. In the past, even those as powerful as they were in Giant Tree City had to abide by certain constraints. However, upon entering south of the temple, they discovered that they were surrounded by weaklings. When a place imposes no limitations on their strength, the darker sides of human nature are inevitably revealed. Junior brother, have you ever perused the Yanchuan 2? The tome recounts a rather macabre practice. At the moment of climax, one suddenly slits their throat, leading to violent convulsions that guarantee an ascension of sorts. The tall man, shedding all pretense, cast a brazen gaze upon the three women. In that instant, even Jin Yi Mei's complexion turned ashen. Very well, shortly, we shall employ this method. After the two power kings spoke, they slowly advanced, tightening the encirclement. Though there were only two of them, their aura firmly locked onto Ye Feng and his companions. There was no recourse. Since you two are so despicable, I have no choice, Ye Feng declared, striking out with a palm without warning. Boom. The short man, caught unawares, was sent flying 20 meters away. Simultaneously, the residual energy from the Chongyang technique surged wildly within the short man's body, rendering him immobile on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. You? Audacious. The tall man fumed, though, as a power king, he refrained from immediate action, instead resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed upon Ye Feng as if attempting to discern a hidden truth from his countenance. Indeed, he recognized Ye Feng as a 4th-tier power master. Yet he could not fathom how a mere 4th tier could inflict such grievous harm upon a power king. At that moment, an inkling of realization flickered within him, causing his hand on the hilt to tremble slightly. Gentlemen, I have no desire to kill you at present. Please lead the way, for upon reaching a certain location, we will require your assistance in clearing the snow. Ye Feng stated coolly. He surmised that the Black Tree River Valley was blanketed in snow, and to locate the herbs growing beneath, the snow would need to be cleared away. Ye Feng was unwilling to burden the three women with such labor. Thus he reluctantly turned to the two power kings. Mei Ji and Qin Chong let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes filled with incredulity as they regarded Ye Feng. In their time with him, they had only witnessed him slay a level 17 sand beast. Yet now he had easily wounded a power king. Ha ha ha, I shall take my leave. The tall man hesitated for but 3 seconds before preparing to flee into the distance. Attempting to escape, Ye Feng swiftly retrieved a spear from his victory hook and pulled back. Whoosh! The spear emitted a series of sonic booms, striking the tall man with a resounding thud. Ah! The tall man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Ye Feng leaped forward, landing before him and seizing his shoulder. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What is this ability of yours? Please, spare me, spare me. The tall man felt as though the energy he had painstakingly accumulated over several centuries was being siphoned away by Ye Feng, terror gripping him as he desperately pleaded for mercy. After absorbing a sufficient portion of his energy, Ye Feng finally released his grip on the man's shoulder. Very well. I shall reserve half of my strength for you. Henceforth, lead the way. Ye Feng delivered a swift kick to his backside. Me? The tall man, gritting his teeth, could only nod, yet his eyes darted about, seeking an opportunity for escape. At that moment, the shorter man also rose, the blood at the corner of his mouth frozen into a shard of ice. With a mere palm strike, Ye Feng had reduced him from a first-tier strength king to a 9th-tier strength master. However, it was ample for the task of clearing snow. Esteemed gentlemen, I require your assistance in some arduous labor. If you perform well, I shall grant you a chance at survival. However, should you attempt any tricks during this labor, I regret to inform you that I will eliminate you on the spot. You have witnessed my capabilities. A single move can suffice to resolve you. Thus, I hope you do not harbor any unrealistic notions, Ye Feng stated with an air of indifference. The two men exchanged glances, a flicker of indignation crossing their faces. Yet, what recourse did they have? Outmatched, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. Let us proceed. Ye Feng gestured ahead. The two shadows could only stumble forward to clear the path. Ye Feng followed closely behind, accompanied by the three beautiful women, Jin Yi Mei and her companions. Jin Yi Mei had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet Mei Ji and Qin Chong could not help but cast astonished glances at Ye Feng's back. In such a short span of time, his strength had indeed escalated to such heights. If only one could be his rightful wife. In an instant, the two women's imaginations began to stir. After traversing for some time, with Ye Feng and his companion's prowess, they soon arrived at the former stone city. Now, the city lay blanketed in a layer of snow. Ye Feng recalled that this was the territory of Mengtua Khan. Regrettably, the once bustling stone city was now eerily silent, devoid of any figures, with several frozen warhorses strewn upon the ground. Furthermore, nearby in the Duoyan River, lay 5 or 6 Duoyan warships. Stop! Ye Feng, filled with emotion, landed directly on one of the warships. Hey, you two, stay behind me, and do not stray more than 10 paces away. He addressed the two captured strength kings, wary that, in his absence, they might seize the opportunity to take the 3 women hostage. Chapter 757. Enough of the chit-chat. Quickly board the two captives exchanged glances and promptly fell in line behind Ye Feng, maintaining a distance of merely 5 meters. At the same time, a glint of malice flickered in their eyes, suggesting an intention to ambush. Ye Feng sensed their murderous intent, yet he remained unfazed. The upper deck of the warship was devoid of any Duoyan people, prompting Ye Feng to venture into the lower hold. The scene there was grim. Many ship's slaves had perished from the cold. It seemed that when the Duoyan people retreated, they had not unshackled the slaves from their chains. Some frozen corpses still retained the posture of struggling against their restraints, their faces contorted in anguish. These Duoyan scoundrels. Ye Feng sighed. Senior brother, kill him. Finish him off. Came the thunderous shouts from behind. Suddenly, a fist struck the back of Ye Feng's head, while another landed on his back. Crack! Crack! The sounds of shattering bones echoed. Ah! My fist! My fist! My hand! My hand! 2 individuals staggered back a few steps, clutching their right hands and wailing in pain. They had initially intended to ambush Ye Feng from behind, but as soon as their fists made contact, a Sanskrit symbol emerged on Ye Feng's back, effortlessly deflecting their full-force strike. Although Ye Feng stumbled forward slightly from the impact, he felt a dull ache in his back. However, the force of their blows was insufficient to breach the defenses of the sacred demon art. He slowly turned around, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded the two men. Were it not for the fact that he required their assistance in shoveling snow shortly, he would have eliminated them already. After a moment of agony, the two men exchanged fearful glances with Ye Feng and retreated 3 paces in unison. You? Are you the concealed powerhouse, the strength monarch? They gasped. Yes, it was you who killed our young master, they exclaimed, their faces a picture of shock. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and, in a flash, lunged forward. With a swift motion, he blinded one of them in an eye. This is your punishment. Disembark and continue your journey, he commanded before leaping off the warship. He slightly inclined his body, and the 2 captives followed suit, albeit now as one-eyed men. The group of 6 continued onward, traversing the southwestern encampment of Yongmu, where not a soul was present and the snow had accumulated to over a meter in depth. The horses' hooves sank deep into the snow with each step. Brother Feng, I fear our steeds can no longer proceed southward. Perhaps we should abandon the horses and travel on foot? Jin Yimai suggested. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded, dismounting from his steed. Horses, return to Chongqing City, he instructed. Patting the horse's head, the 4 horses raised their heads, letting out a long whinny before galloping back toward Chongqing City. Brother Feng, our pace will likely slow significantly ahead, as the snow will only grow thicker, Meiji remarked. Not necessarily, Ye Feng replied, entering Yongmu's encampment where he located several wooden planks and some reins. After a flurry of activity, he fashioned 4 makeshift sleds. Ladies, please take a seat on the wooden planks. This is my newly crafted sled, Ye Feng smiled. Sleds? Enough talk, let us get on with it, he urged. However, the 2 captives objected. My lord, are there only 4 sleds? What about us? Ye Feng chuckled softly, draping the reins over their shoulders and tying them in a tight knot. You 2 shall serve as sled dogs, with your strength. You should be able to traverse the snow without leaving a trace. Remember, pull steadily. If you deliberately misbehave, I shall prod you with my gun from behind. He admonished coldly. The 2 men's faces flushed with humiliation, tears streaming down their cheeks. Moments later, the sleds and sled dogs were ready, and Ye Feng took his place on the foremost wooden plank. Go, he commanded, prodding the back of the taller captive with his spear. The other sled, with Jin Yimai, also received a light tap from her curved blade. Go. The 6 of them sped swiftly southward, their pace astonishingly surpassing that of horseback riding by several folds. 2 captured warriors, filled with regret, shed a tear as they lamented their decision to venture south of the temple, mistakenly believing it to be devoid of formidable foes. However, upon arriving at the vast grasslands, they encountered an adversary whose prowess rivaled that of the mighty Emperor of Strength. No tears, run faster, commanded Meiji, striking a sled dog on the head with her spear. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the 2 men for their earlier repugnant remarks, seizing the moment to exact her revenge. The audacity to treat women as mere spittoons was utterly despicable. They were acutely aware that had it not been for Ye Feng's presence, their fates would have been sealed. Now, it was time to settle the score. The 4 sleds swiftly crossed the Duoyan River, revealing a range of undulating mountains ahead, the Cloud Mist Mountains. Ye Feng gazed at the distant snow-capped peaks, a hint of rapture gracing his visage. They were nearing the Black Tree River Basin. Gentlemen, I kindly request you to create shovels right here and clear the snow to uncover what I seek, Ye Feng stated serenely. Shovel snow? Are you certain your desired item lies beneath this snow? Inquired the tall one. Uncertain. Then how long must we shovel? Uncertain. As long as it takes to uncover what I desire, you may cease. And if we find nothing? With a swift motion, Ye Feng struck the tall man's mouth, knocking out a tooth. If nothing is found, you shall commence from this point and clear the snow all the way to the Black Tree River Basin. He whispered into his ear. Before long, the 2 men obediently transformed into snow shovelers. Speed up. You possess the strength of warriors. Do not even think about slacking off, Ye Feng remarked with a contented expression while seated on the sled. He then produced furs and distributed them among the 3 women. Once they have cleared the snow, you shall search the ground for this specific herb and collect it, he instructed. Yes, Brother Feng. Understood. The 3 women already regarded Ye Feng with the respect due to a senior. One might ponder the extent of Ye Feng's strength, given his ability to easily dominate 2 warriors of great renown. Even if he could not match a 9th-tier warrior, he was likely at the level of a 7th-tier warrior. Ye Feng sighed, fully aware of his own capabilities. In terms of explosive power, he could easily overpower these warriors at any moment. However, in terms of endurance, he still faced a significant disparity compared to them. Unless he could continuously draw energy through his blood-sucking technique, he would remain at a disadvantage. It was precisely this extraordinary ability that allowed Ye Feng to confront 9th-tier warriors without faltering, as long as he could make contact. Unless a 9th-tier warrior could eliminate him in a single blow, the balance of power would gradually shift. Ye Feng could continuously absorb energy to heal his wounds and restore his stamina, while the 9th-tier warrior would steadily deplete their energy. In this ebb and flow, even an emperor of strength would struggle against such an uncanny technique. Shoveling snow was a time-consuming endeavor. Ye Feng chose to sit cross-legged on the sled, each hand holding a high-grade crystal pill. Chapter 758. A day and a night. Time flowed slowly, as day transitioned to night, and night once again gave way to day. The three women, Jin Yimei, constructed an ice house nearby and gathered some fuel within it, thus enabling the temperature inside to be sustained at approximately 0 degrees, facilitating a self-regulating warmth. As for the two formidable warriors, they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, allowing them to toil uninterrupted for a full day and night. Ye Feng gradually opened his eyes. He had just consumed over 30 crystal pills. However, the second tier of the Fan Shengshun Mo Gong was exceedingly demanding in terms of medicinal energy. It required not only the enhancement of physical attributes, but also the improvement of recovery abilities, immune functions, reaction speed, and even the sixth sense, alongside the 5 senses and the spirit itself, all of which necessitated the infusion of medicinal potency. In essence, this cultivation method was remarkably comprehensive, embodying a holistic approach to training. Though it progressed slowly, once perfected, it would be as formidable as a mountain bearing down, utterly unstoppable. In contrast, the dragon elephant technique omitted most of the processes, allowing for rapid cultivation, yet its power paled in comparison to that of the Fan Shengshun Mo Gong, which was like night and day. After consuming 30 crystal pills, there had been nearly no progress in the Fan Shengshun Mo Gong. It appeared that achieving the second tier would be a formidable journey ahead. Ye Feng soon reconciled with this reality. After all, it was a transcendent technique, and the difficulty in mastering it was entirely understandable. Wait a moment, if the Fan Shengshun Mo Gong is a transcendent technique, then what of the blood-sucking great method? It might be beyond the realm of mere transcendence. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe the blood-sucking great method. Brother Feng, come inside. What are you mumbling about out there? Mei Ji beckoned to Ye Feng at the entrance of the ice house, where a curtain made of animal skins was drawn to ensure the warmth inside could circulate effectively. If I enter the ice house, won't they escape? Ye Feng brushed the snowflakes off his body and gestured toward the two perspiring warriors. These two had been digging for quite some time and had barely unearthed 30 square meters of snow, leaving behind a vast pit and a small mound of snow beside it. But you can't stay outside forever, Mei Ji said with concern, worried about Ye Feng succumbing to the cold. Let me wait a moment. Ye Feng approached the edge of the snow pit and peered into its depths. In the next instant, he leaped down into the 10-meter deep pit, where the ground was already exposed, revealing many frozen, withered wild grasses. Ye Feng unfurled the animal skin and began to compare the various wild grasses with the images before him. Two of the herbs match. He hastily uprooted the 2 wild grasses and carefully stored them in his animal skin pouch. Taking advantage of this moment, the 2 warriors paused to rest. Continue digging. No rest allowed, Ye Feng commanded coldly. But we have been digging for an entire day and night. The 2 lamented, their faces drawn. You are mighty warriors. I believe you have not expended even a tenth of your strength. Keep digging, and if you dare to stop, I shall sever your noses. Ye Feng replied with a dispassionate tone. Reluctantly, the 2 resumed their labor. After a while, Ye Feng leapt out of the snow pit and cast a cold gaze at the backs of the 2 warriors. These 2 scoundrels were not to be spared. However, he intended to extract every ounce of their utility before their demise, ensuring they would not return to the north of the temple. Do not attempt to climb out of the snow pit. Should I catch you doing so, I shall sever your noses, Leaf Maple declared, rubbing his hands together as he retreated into the ice hut. Inside, 3 makeshift beds were laid out with cloaks, and beneath the animal skins were dried leaves and twigs. At the center of the snow hut, a piece of charcoal burned, brought from Eternal City, to be conserved carefully, expected to last a month or 2. Brother Maple, you seem so cold. Come, sleep on my bed, Mei Ji boldly suggested, gesturing towards her own bedding. Jin Yi Mei and Chun Chang's expressions darkened, directing jealous glances at Mei Ji. No need. I can manage my own bed, Leaf Maple replied, shedding his thick cloak and casually laying it on the ground. The temperature within the ice hut had stabilized at 0 degrees, and with his strength, he harbored no fear of frostbite. Notably, he arranged his bedding meticulously, with his feet facing the entrance, allowing him to glance at the snow pit with a mere tilt of his head, thereby preventing any escape of the two captives. One of you keep watch over the snow pit. If those two prisoners attempt to escape, wake me immediately. I need to rest for a while, Leaf Maple instructed before promptly closing his eyes. The energy expended in practicing the divine demonic art had drained him considerably, and even with his current physique, he found it somewhat challenging to endure. Brother Maple, why do you say that these herbs can be found in the Black Tree River Basin? Just as Leaf Maple began to drift into slumber, he suddenly felt a soft presence press against him. Opening his eyes, he found Mei Ji beside him. What are you doing here? Although I am a gentleman, are you not afraid of my intentions? Leaf Maple managed to say with difficulty. I am not afraid, Mei Ji replied, gazing intently at him. Leaf Maple turned his gaze to Jin Yi Mei and Shin Chong. Shin Chong had stepped outside to oversee the two laborers, while Jin Yi Mei buried her head beneath her covers, seemingly wishing to avoid the reality. At that moment, Mei Ji leaned back against him. Half an hour later, Leaf Maple emerged from the encounter with a look of vexation. Curse it, I came here for serious matters, and yet, it happened again. Truly, what a predicament. He lamented, slapping himself lightly. Do not, Brother Maple, Mei Ji interjected, extending a delicate, snow-white arm from the animal skin to grasp his wrist. Why should you feel guilt about such matters? In our giant stone city, this is simply human nature. We ought to embrace it. She nestled her head against his chest. What nature indeed? I am already married, with children. I must return to my family and be a model husband. Yet, I have committed this transgression, Leaf Maple sighed. Brother Maple, I do not comprehend the logic of Hot Spring Island. All I know is that in our giant stone city, the strong may take many wives. And even without formal marriage, as long as the woman consents, they may engage with them willingly, without coercion. What occurred just now was my initiative. You need not bear any guilt, Mei Ji spoke softly. Leaf Maple nodded, acknowledging her words. This encounter had cost him dearly, as he felt a profound shift within his soul since mastering the divine demonic art, as if something had been completed within him. Perhaps it may lead to Mei Ji bearing his child. If that were to happen, Ye Feng would undoubtedly have to grant her a legitimate status. After all, he prided himself on being a responsible man. The two embraced tightly, savoring the bliss that followed their exhilarating experience. Chapter 759. We shall assist, as well, Brother Feng. Do you find it strange? In the Green Sea Desert, there are numerous oases, yet these oases lack these medicinal herbs. I examined the shapes of the herbs above, and I have never encountered them near our giant stone city, Mei Ji suddenly remarked. Well, it could be related to the geographical environment, Ye Feng replied thoughtfully. Suddenly, he gasped, as if struck by a revelation. He quickly pushed Mei Ji away, sitting upright in bed, his gaze directed towards the curtain that concealed the outside world. The Black Tree River Basin, when viewed from above, resembled an immense black tree. The main river acted as the trunk, while the tributaries served as branches, and the scattered pools and small lakes represented the leaves. In essence, the Black Tree River Basin was akin to a colossal tree lying on the ground. Each tributary bore white fruits, silver fruits, and golden fruits. Thus, one might wonder if the roots of the Black Tree River drew sustenance from holy water. He recalled that during his time in the temple, numerous sacred fruits flourished alongside the holy water, indicating that when holy water fell upon the earth, small trees would sprout, yielding sacred fruits. This suggested that at the roots of the Black Tree River, near the coastline, there must be something akin to holy water nourishing the entire river basin. Ye Feng suddenly erupted into laughter. Yes, indeed. There must be treasures along the coastline. Otherwise, how could such towering trees thrive in the Black Tree River Basin? Moreover, this region is not entirely tropical, entering a frigid winter every few years, which signifies that plant life cannot flourish. Yes, that is precisely it. Draping a cloak over his shoulders, Ye Feng stepped out of the ice house. The method for refining holy water clearly indicated the necessity of abundant herbs and the crystal cores of sand beasts. Across the Black Tree River, countless exotic beasts roamed, and upon their demise, their crystal cores would fall upon this fertile land. Coupled with the herbs found on animal skins, which only thrived in the Black Tree River Basin. The combination of crystal cores and suitable herbs was perfectly aligned with the growth of the Black Tree River. Furthermore, the river was known to yield numerous sacred fruits. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Yes, there must be a monumental secret within the Black Tree River Basin. I, Ye Feng, am truly astute. Meiji emerged from the ice house, wrapped in her cloak, which barely concealed her bare, supple form. Brother Feng, why did you suddenly burst into laughter? She inquired. I have arrived at a crucial insight, Ye Feng replied with a smile, playfully pinching Meiji's cheek. He resolved to venture to the coastline, the very place where he had first found himself stranded. Perhaps there, a momentous secret awaited discovery. At that moment, two silhouettes suddenly emerged from the snow pit. Without a moment's pause, one dashed east while the other sprinted west, pushing their speed to the limit. Attempting to flee? Ye Feng's expression turned icy as he swiftly picked up a spear from the ground and hurled it towards the tall figure heading east. After casting the spear, he did not glance back and rapidly headed west instead. After running several dozen meters, he heard a piercing scream from behind. Boom! With a few nimble movements, Ye Feng positioned himself right in front of the short, powerful figure, effectively blocking his path. The short figure's expression changed drastically, retreating incessantly, terror etched in his eyes. Meanwhile, his right hand, hidden within his sleeve, gripped a beetle. Crazy brother, spare my life, and I swear I will not reveal your secret to my master. The short figure implored. Apologies, but I cannot afford to take that risk. Ye Feng slowly tightened his fist. Damn it, foreigner, do you truly wish to force my hand? Upon uttering these words, the short figure crushed the beetle in his grasp. This was a mother and child beetle. Once the child beetle perished, the mother could sense its demise from miles away and, driven by instinctual maternal love, accurately locate the spot of its death. I will fight you to the end. After crushing the child beetle, the powerful figure's body trembled, and he launched a dual-fisted attack. Boom! Ye Feng retaliated with a single punch, unleashing the full power of the first layer of the venerable saint's demonic arts. The powerful figure's arms exploded, and his body was sent flying 20 meters away. Standing upright for a brief moment, 3 seconds later, the residual force within him erupted. Boom! His body exploded in a shower of blood mist. Ye Feng then turned his gaze towards several hundred meters away, confident in his long spear. As expected, it struck the ice layer, while the tall figure's body similarly disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. The venerable saint's demonic arts truly lived up to its reputation, having been utilized by the divine in years past, remarkably formidable. The three women landed beside Ye Feng, appearing as obedient as schoolchildren. Yet, he noticed a hint of fear in their gazes. This realization weighed heavily on Ye Feng's heart. He did not wish for these three beauties to harbor fear of him. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Ye Feng quipped playfully. The three women forced out faint smiles, but the fear in their eyes remained unshaken, although they were attracted to strength. Their initial reaction to Ye Feng was that of recognizing a formidable being capable of easily taking their lives. Sighing at the failure of his plan, Ye Feng pointed to the two corpses, searched them for anything valuable, and thoroughly scavenged their belongings. Then incinerate the bodies right here, leaving no trace behind. Understood. Yes. The three women obediently set to work. After a while, Meiji cautiously placed a burlap sack before Ye Feng. Brother Feng, inside are crystal pills, crystal orbs, and several martial arts manuals. Rest assured, I did not look at the contents of the manuals, Meiji stammered. Having recently been in Ye Feng's presence, she was still haunted by the memory of his terrifying prowess. What if this man inadvertently practices his sleep-fighting techniques at night and inadvertently harms himself? Thus, she resolved that from now on, after their endeavors, they would sleep separately to ensure her safety. Ye Feng casually glanced at the contents of the burlap sack before tossing them onto the sled. After a while, Chun Chang and Jing Yi Mei had also cleared the battlefield, disposing of the bodies in the ice house for cremation and burying the blood in a snow pit. They set off. Ye Feng loaded all the items onto the sled, while he himself assumed the role of the sled dog. It was rather hasty. Had he known, he would have spared one life. As for the three lovely ladies, he felt reluctant to have them pull the sled. Brother Feng, allow me, Jing Yi Mei volunteered, stepping forward to assist in pulling the sled. We shall help too. The three women crowded around, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Then you three may pull. Ye Feng decided, leading the way. After all, it was their first venture to the Cloud Mist Mountains, and they were unfamiliar with the path. Moreover, he worried that on the other side of the Black Tree River, many formidable beasts remained unfrozen, necessitating caution. The location of the temple was guarded by two 9th-tier power kings. Chapter 760. I have endured you for long enough. At that moment, one of the power kings suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the 128 iron zombies before him. Within an iron box situated to the south, a female beetle flapped its wings, desperately colliding against the confines of its prison. It is the two brothers, Cheongchun and Cheongying. One 9th-tier power king remarked slowly. The other 9th-tier power king also opened his eyes. Could it be that they inadvertently caused the larval beetle's demise? Or perhaps it was frozen to death. I find it unlikely. The city lord instructed us to guard the temple. Thus we have the responsibility to look into this matter. I shall dispatch my eldest disciple to investigate the southern region. Indeed, your eldest disciple, Julan, is a 6th-tier power king. With him on the case, we two old fellows need not involve ourselves directly. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered the stone chamber, his disheveled hair cascading down his back. A massive hammer slung over his shoulder. Julan, take the female beetle and proceed southward to ascertain where the larval beetle met its end. Then use that as a point of reference to investigate further, commanded the 9th-tier power king. Understood, the man replied before seizing the iron box and striding outside. Observing the man's retreating figure, the 9th-tier power king displayed a hint of admiration. Julan had awakened his divine canine abilities, capable of detecting everything within a kilometer. Even through layers of ice, he could discern what lay beyond. With him heading south, he would undoubtedly uncover some information. Isn't it a waste to squander his medicinal powers on such abilities? Remarked the other. While advancement is significant, he currently faces a bottleneck. Hence the necessity to cultivate certain abilities. True enough, if your eldest disciple had not diverted his medicinal powers into these abilities, he might have already attained the 8th-tier power king status, perhaps even rivaling us. Such a talent must be kept in check, otherwise, should he soar to great heights one day, would the city lord still favor us? You speak wisely. Thus, I encouraged him to actively cultivate this olfactory ability. The 9th-order power king wore a sinister smile. On Hot Spring Island, in the rear mountains, Chung Li Bean was providing his final instructions. The stones must be substantial. And additionally, please bore holes within them. This will allow hot air to circulate throughout the entire castle. As the weather grows colder, I have decided to name this castle Sunlight Fortress. You laborers, those who become exemplary workers, once the temperature plummets to absolute zero, I will petition Feng Gu to allow you to reside in my Sunlight Fortress. Chung Li Bean's words invigorated the laborers, who began to work fervently. Ding Tuanshuan stood at the dock, gazing at the castle atop the mountain, towering at 20 meters and covering an area of over 20,000 square meters. The castle's floor was laid with colossal stones, each hollow within. In the castle's basement, there was a massive boiler, once ignited. It would provide a heating system for the entire castle. Given that the colossal stones were interconnected, once the boiler was activated, the entire castle's floor, walls, and ceiling would transform into a fireplace, ensuring their survival through the cataclysm that occurs once every 80 years. Tuanshuan, why are you still dawdling? Sister Susan is distributing high-grade crystal pills in the temporary conference room. Hurry, or you shall miss out on receiving one. Bai Chushue approached and grasped Ding Tuanshuan's small hand. Soon, the two girls vanished from the dock. Within a vast wooden cabin, Susan and Wang Zhihai sat at the head, while below them sat a densely packed assembly of citizens from Hot Spring Island. Once numbering 1,800, the populace was now nearing 2,000. Due to the shipyard, ironworks, and firearms factory, labor models and individuals with exceptional talents emerged at any moment. Whenever such individuals appeared, Susan would present them with a letter of recommendation, followed by a vote from all citizens of Hot Spring Island. Although a significant number would be eliminated, the citizenry continued to grow slowly. Wang Zhihai furrowed his brow, observing the throng of nearly 1,997 citizens below. Just 3 more would breach the 2,000 mark. Some citizens cradled their children, while others clung to their spouses, forming a chaotic assembly, their sharp gazes occasionally directed towards the higher echelons of Hot Spring Island. They scrutinized whom they found displeasing, who had contributed little to Hot Spring Island, and resolved to vote against them next time. Such is the right of citizenship. and thus each citizen of Hot Spring Island carried themselves with an air of nobility, standing tall and straight, their eyes filled with disdain towards all, including Wang Zhihai and Susan. What does it matter how impressive you are? If I am in a foul mood, I could rally dozens of citizens to cast opposing votes against you. Next time, you shall find yourself without a seat at that table, forced to mingle with us. As for Ye Feng, they never contemplated voting against him, for the first-generation leader held high esteem within the entire community. Anyone daring to cast a dissenting vote would be ostracized by all citizens, ultimately leading to societal demise. This high-grade crystal pill was consumed by Ilian, who was currently cultivating her Shura-eye. Susan produced a high-grade crystal pill. I oppose. A robust man stepped forward, a genius in the realm of weaponry, capable of forging exquisite, curved blades. I too expressed my dissent. Another middle-aged individual rose, a model worker among the cleaners, who had only 7 days prior become a citizen through voting. I also opposed this. A woman then stood, having established a women's rights center on Hot Spring Island, garnering the favor of female citizens there, and by a narrow margin of 2 votes, secured her citizenship. This was as Ye Feng had instructed, Susan added. Upon hearing that it was Ye Feng's instruction, the faces of the 3 individuals reflected a sense of relief. Oh, since it is Brother Feng's directive, we trust in his character. Thus, the 3 returned to their seats. Ilian, open wide, Susan personally fed the crystal pill to little Ilian. Wang Zhihai also picked up a high-grade crystal pill. Mosander, rise, this high-grade crystal pill is for you. I opposed. A clamor arose, with at least a dozen individuals standing up. What are you doing? Why oppose? Wang Zhihai, do you think we are unaware? Mosander is your brother-in-law. Are you attempting to engage in corruption? I am not corrupt. It is merely his turn. Nonsense. Last time the high-grade crystal pill went to your wife. This time to your brother-in-law, and the time before that to your uncle. What a coincidence. How dare you? I am the second in command of Hot Spring Island. My status surpasses that of Susan. Do you dare to be impudent with me? Wang Zhihai roared in fury. And so what if you were second in command? I have endured you for too long, you scoundrel pretending to be a pig. Get him. A furious mob of citizens surged up the steps, encircling Wang Zhihai. Do you dare strike me? Wang Zhihai spread his arms wide, sinking into a stance reminiscent of Huang Feihong. Chapter 761. This cannot be taught, ha ha ha. I, Wang Zhihai, am nearing the strength of a first-tier warrior. Do you think you few insignificant pests can challenge me? Wang Zhihai sneered coldly. Strike him. A throng charged forward. Susan hastily retreated to the lower area, joining Ding Tuanshuan to relish this internal contest of martial prowess. Well fought. Ding Tuanshuan waved her arms enthusiastically. Indeed, splendid. Susan echoed the cheers. As more participants joined the fray, Wang Zhihai was soon reduced to a battered state, his deputy island master insignia cast into the sewer. The crowd dispersed, leaving a bruised and battered Wang Zhihai in their wake. You? Why strike so harshly? I am the deputy island master of Hot Spring Island, the president of the Hot Spring Bank, and the commander-in-chief of the Hot Spring Forces. With a resounding thud, he received another kick to the mouth. Thud. Ye Feng stepped into a snowdrift, the snow engulfing him up to his thigh. Fortunately, the snow beneath had frozen solid. Otherwise, he would have vanished entirely. At present, Ye Feng found himself at the midstream of the Black Tree River. The towering spruce, reaching a height of 100 meters, still stood resolutely. As for other areas, only a few trees, measuring 40 to 50 meters, could still be seen above the canopy. The ground was entirely blanketed in snow, obscuring any trace of the previous terrain. Let us proceed. Ye Feng was indeed capable of executing the unparalleled technique of stepping on snow without a trace. Yet he had to attend to the 3 women behind him, as well as the various provisions on the sled, such as charcoal, crystal elixirs, and other items. Brother Feng, let us take a rest. I am utterly exhausted, Meiji remarked. Alas, if we must, then let us rest and carve ice to prepare for an ice house. Ye Feng sighed. At once, the 4 began to clear the accumulated snow from the river's surface, digging a pit that reached 30 meters deep, until they finally encountered the ice layer beneath. Ye Feng struck the ice with the back of his knife, realizing that even the water from the river's surface down to its bottom had likely frozen solid. Meiji hastily removed her gloves, but soon put on her deerskin gloves again. It's too cold. The moment my hands touch the air, it feels as if a knife is scraping my skin, she exclaimed in terror. Is it that severe? Ye Feng's expression darkened. He understood that this cold wave would inevitably sweep across his hot spring island, which meant that everyone would be at risk of freezing to death. Even if they survived the cold, hunger would likely claim them. Thus, he also removed his gloves to test the conditions. Ugh! Blood welts immediately appeared on the back of his hand, indicating that the biting cold winds were as sharp as blades, triggering his skin's protective mechanisms. Goodness, we're doomed. Even the sand carts would freeze if they came here. Ye Feng lamented, glancing up at the vast, white sky. Clouds still hung suspended in the sky. Strange, on such a frigid day, there are still clouds? Ye Feng aimed his spear at the sky and hurled it with force. Boom! The spear soared 300 meters before igniting in flames and crashing into the clouds. Oh! Quick, take cover! Ye Feng urgently pulled the three women away as they fled. After running several hundred meters, chunks of cloud began plummeting from the sky, like hailstones the size of millstones. To his astonishment, as the temperature plunged to absolute zero, even the clouds transformed into icy formations. What a calamity! Ye Feng sighed, cautiously returning to their original spot. Perfect. We can use these large hailstones to construct the ice house, eliminating the need for carving ice. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the three women quickly sprang into action. In the midst of the extreme cold, the four figures swiftly erected an ice house. Ye Feng then entered the ice house and took a considerable amount of time to ignite the charcoal. Meiji promptly spread out a piece of animal hide to seal the door of the ice house. Under the influence of the charcoal, the temperature inside the ice house began to rise rapidly. A hint of relief finally appeared on the faces of the three women. Meiji, your abilities are still too weak. I fear that once we reach the coastline, you may become ice sculptures. Therefore, we shall rest here for the night, and tomorrow, the three of you should return home, Ye Feng stated as he spread his cloak on the ground. Indeed, staying here, we can offer no further assistance. I feel as though my hands and feet have ceased to be part of my body. Meiji nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Feng. By the way, since this is our last night together, Jin Yi Mei began, hesitating momentarily, but her intent was quickly understood by Meiji. She approached Ye Feng with a charming smile, saying, Brother Feng, how about we four share a bed tonight? Firstly, it will keep us warm, and secondly, I believe both Sister Jean and Qin Chang have a fondness for you. Surely, you wouldn't object to such an arrangement? Nonsense. I, Ye Feng, am a person of integrity. I must clarify that I will not indulge in any frivolity, Ye Feng declared with righteous indignation. The three women exchanged glances and stifled their giggles behind their hands. That night, Ye Feng was far from idle. Pointing to an army, whoever I designate becomes my soldier. Again, pointing to an army, whoever I designate becomes my soldier. After countless repetitions, Ye Feng finally finished his selection. In the city of Changsheng, Duoyan Hina sat with her eyes closed, her right hand forming a mystical gesture. Yet, her face was flushed with embarrassment, a mix of anger and resentment flickering across her features. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and withdrew her gesture. Madam Yi, the high priest seeks an audience, announced a maid from outside. Meng Yamingson, eager to please Ye Feng's companions, had arranged for dozens of maids to attend to Duoyan Hina. Let her enter. Moments later, the high priest of Changsheng City gracefully stepped into the room and took a seat beneath Duoyan Hina. High priest Duoyan, your ancestor was the god of spears, and your mother was the goddess of Gu. I have many questions regarding the art of Gu, and I seek your guidance. The high priest of Changsheng City expressed with utmost respect. The two priestesses beside her could not suppress their astonishment. After all, with dual divine lineages, it was no wonder she possessed such astonishing abilities. In the realm of Gu, Duoyan Hina far surpassed them by a considerable margin, not to mention her skills in divination, healing, and various other arts. However, it has been a long-standing tradition that the high priestess' power should not exceed that of an ordinary person by too great a margin, for only then can they resonate with the common folk. If their strength is too formidable, it would hinder their learning of foundational knowledge. Guidance is a lofty word. Some knowledge requires continual study, an understanding of human nature, the climate, and even the connections between various animals and the formation of the biological chain. The breadth of knowledge involved is simply too vast. Duoyan Hina shook her head. Nevertheless, each of the subjects you mention necessitates a lifetime of dedication from an ordinary person to explore, and even then, they may not fully comprehend it. The high priest was left speechless. Thus, it requires innate understanding. Some individuals with strong intuition can grasp what an ordinary person might take a lifetime to learn in just a few days. This is something that cannot be taught. Duo Yan Hina concluded decisively to the high priest.